Chapter 1. The name on the clipboard at the foot of the bed said A. Wesker, and for the first 30 seconds after the boy opened his eyes, he did not move a single muscle. White sheets. Fluorescent hum. A spare pair of black training shoes placed with the specific parallel precision of people who had been told to make the placement specifically parallel. A small window above the dormitory door covered by wire mesh. The air tasted of disinfectant and the particular stale paper smell of medical files. A ventilation grate in the ceiling was drawing air downward at a rate a 9-year-old should not have been able to estimate. The 9-year-old estimated it anyway, because the 9-year-old was not, in the operational sense, a 9-year-old. The consciousness that had just woken up inside a body he had not asked for ran its first internal sentence 5 times in a row, as if checking that the words still worked. I know what this place is. I know what happens to this boy. I have until morning to decide what I am going to do. The boy's hand, his own hand, now, whether he wanted it or not, was small and pale and had a faint callus at the base of the index finger from a grip he did not remember forming. He moved one finger. The finger moved. That was confirmation enough for the moment. The dormitory was laid out for 12. He counted the beds without turning his head. 12, each with identical sheets, 11 of them currently occupied by children in various stages of sleep. One empty. His. On the nightstand beside him was a folded piece of paper with 3 lines of instruction printed in sans serif type. 0600, morning assembly in the West Corridor. 0615, physical conditioning. All specimens are to be punctual. Unpunctuality will be recorded. Specimens. The word slid into him like a needle. Spencer had used that word in every memoir and every interview. Spencer was still alive somewhere in this building. Spencer was, in fact, the reason there was a clipboard with A. Wesker on it propped at the foot of a 9-year-old's bed. The SI consciousness, which had been, in its last life, a person with a full adult memory and a set of distressingly specific opinions about a video game franchise, did not allow the child body to panic. Panic produced cortisol, and cortisol produced behavioral deviations, and behavioral deviations on a 9-year-old Wesker project specimen would be logged within 8 hours and reported to Spencer within 24. The child body's breathing rate needed to stay within the range a 9-year-old Albert Wesker would have produced on this specific morning. The SI did not know the specific range. The SI guessed and adjusted. The ceiling fan clicked once. A hot water pipe in the wall ticked as water moved through it. Somewhere in the corridor, a door closed with the muffled soft sound of a well-maintained hinge. He closed his eyes again for a second and ran through what he knew. Wesker Project. 12 children. Oswell E. Spencer was the architect. Umbrella Pharmaceutical was the corporate shell. The training facility was a renovated European estate in a mountainous region of what was probably Switzerland, but might have been the Black Forest in Germany. The children were being raised as vessels for something Spencer called human potential, which was a phrase he used in private correspondence to mean progenitor virus hosts. Of the 12 in the program, exactly 2 would survive to adulthood in a meaningful sense. Albert, who would become the monster the SI remembered, and Alex, who would become the other monster. The rest would be discarded. The SI opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. He could not stop the program from existing. It was already 4 years old in this building and 8 years old in Spencer's planning documents. He could not expose it. He was 9 and locked inside it. He could not escape, because there was nowhere to escape to that umbrella did not own. He could do 3 things. He could stay alive inside the program by performing the Wesker Spencer expected. He could use the freedom that performance bought him to do work Spencer would not expect. And he could, starting on the morning he was about to have, begin identifying every other specimen in this room whose life was supposed to end in an unmarked incinerator and see how many of them he could get out. He moved his finger again. He flexed his foot. He sat up slowly so the bed springs would not telegraph wakefulness to the child in the next bed. He felt the scar at the back of his left calf that he did not remember earning and added it to a mental file he would think of forever after as the body's factory defaults. 3 feet to his left, a boy with sandy hair turned over in his sleep and made a small noise. The boy's name tag hanging from the bedrail read B. William. William Birkin, age 7, who had not yet invented the T-virus. Who would, in the timeline the SI remembered, be the MC's best friend, and then his co-conspirator, and then a husband, and then a monster, and then dead. The SI looked at him for a long moment in the half-dark. Not you, he whispered, below the threshold of audibility. Not you this time. He lay back down. He did not sleep. The clock on the wall said 0417. He had 103 minutes until assembly. He used them cataloging the room, the children, the beds, the corridor's acoustics, and the specific weight distribution of the body he was now going to have to drive for the rest of its natural life. When the 0600 alarm bell rang, he opened his eyes on the first pulse of it, sat up, swung his legs over the edge of the bed, and put on the black training shoes. Wesker was punctual. Wesker would not be late. He did not feel like a child. He did not feel like Wesker. He felt, for the first several steps, like a man wearing a suit one size too small in every direction. By the time he reached the dormitory door, the suit fit better. By the time he reached the corridor, he had stopped noticing it. Chapter 2. The west corridor smelled of wax polish and the specific cold that stone buildings hold through the night. 12 specimens lined up along the left wall in single file, from tallest to shortest, and the SI slotted into position without needing to be told. His height placed him fourth. The body remembered. The body remembered a great many things the SI did not. At the head of the line stood a woman in a gray tunic and black trousers. Her identification badge read Instructor Marshall, Physical. She had a whistle on a cord at her neck and the flat, patient expression of somebody who had been drilling children since before the SI had been born in the life before this one. "Good morning, specimens," Marshall said. "Good morning, Instructor," the 12 replied. The response was clean, not ragged, not childlike. The SI's voice fell into the chorus without needing to be managed. Reflex. For years of reflex. He filed the observation. Marshall walked the line once, checking posture. She stopped in front of the second specimen, a thin girl with pale, almost white blonde hair who stood with her shoulders perfectly square and her chin level and her eyes focused at a point on the far wall exactly where it was supposed to be focused. Alex. The SI kept his gaze where it belonged, 2 feet past the opposite wall, because looking at Alex directly would have violated line protocol. But he did not need to look at her to know what she looked like. He had looked at her picture in a declassified umbrella document in the other life. He had also watched her gameplay footage and DLC content, which was, on reflection, not something a mature adult had reason to be embarrassed about in the context of also currently being 9 years old and trapped inside a war criminal training program. Alex Wesker, age 10, cannot be trusted. File under, run all data around her. Marshall did not stop in front of the SI. She walked past him, then past a taller boy, then past 2 smaller ones, and stopped in front of William Birkin at the end of the line. Birkin was the youngest and by several centimeters the shortest. His hair stuck up at the crown in a way that no amount of water had fixed. He was holding a piece of paper in his left hand that was folded into a small, almost perfect square. "Specimen B," Marshall said. "What is in your hand?" "A logic puzzle, Instructor." "You are not to carry paper into morning assembly." "I apologize, Instructor. I solved most of it last night. I thought I would have time to finish it before assembly." "Give it here." Birkin gave it to her. Marshall unfolded the paper, looked at it, and the SI watched her expression do something very small that most people would not have noticed. She refolded the paper and handed it back to Birkin. "Finish it during free period," she said. "And next time, complete your puzzles before the last night they are allowed." "Yes, Instructor." The SI logged what he had just seen. Marshall was not a monster. She was an employee. She had a specific soft spot for Birkin, who was the youngest and the most conspicuously harmless. That soft spot could be a vector. He filed it. Physical conditioning was 40 minutes in a gymnasium that smelled of old rubber mats, and, underneath that, something metallic the SI identified on the second inhalation as the specific scent of a facility that had been used, periodically, for blood draw training. The specimens were put through calisthenics. The SI's body knew how to do calisthenics. He let it. He watched, while his arms counted push-ups, the other 11 children. Alex did her push-ups with mechanical precision and did not sweat. She had been trained in Pilates before she had been trained in anything else, the SI remembered. It was visible in her posture. Birkin did his push-ups badly. He had no core strength and his elbows flared. He compensated by focusing so intently on each repetition that he finished, red-faced but unbroken, just as the instructor called time. A third boy, specimen C on his bunk tag, though the SI's memory supplied the name Charles, did his push-ups with a specific quality of grim endurance that suggested he knew he was at the bottom of the rankings and was going to remain there. He would be discarded in 18 months. The SI's memory was very clear on this. The SI did his push-ups at a level consistent with a specimen ranked 4th. Not 1st, because 1st invited scrutiny. Not 6th, because 6th invited replacement. 4th was the band. The band was where he was going to live. At the end of the session, Marshall blew her whistle. The specimens lined up again. She dismissed them to breakfast. In the breakfast hall, the SI took a tray and joined the buffet line behind Birkin, who had the piece of paper back out and was muttering at it. "Problem?" the SI said, quietly, because the instructors were within earshot. Birkin looked at him sideways. Specimens did not speak to each other in line. But the question had been asked, and Birkin, age 7, could not resist a question about a logic puzzle. I have 3 of the 4 switches figured, he whispered back. The 4th has 2 valid configurations, and I cannot determine which is correct without another test I cannot do. Show me after breakfast, the SI said. Birkin looked at him directly for the first time. He did not smile. Specimens did not smile in line, but his eyebrows moved in a way that indicated, in the private language of a 7-year-old who had never been offered help before, something that was almost a smile. After breakfast, Birkin said. Free period. Library. After breakfast, the SI confirmed. He moved on through the line. He took scrambled eggs, a slice of brown toast, half a grapefruit he did not want, and a small glass of cold water. At the far end of the hall, he saw Alex Wesker watching him. She had already sat down. She was eating her breakfast with the same mechanical precision she had brought to her push-ups. Her eyes were on him. She had seen him speak to Birkin. The SI met her gaze for exactly 1 second, the duration of a polite acknowledgement between specimens, and then looked away. Alex continued eating. She filed away, he was sure, what she had just seen. He took his tray to an empty table, ate everything, and thought, I have approximately 10 minutes of free period to win William Birkin, and approximately 10 years to stop Alex Wesker from winning me. Chapter 3. The library at the facility was small, 2 stories tall, and contained books that a rational curator would not have selected for a pediatric population. On the lower shelves the SI could see, at 9-year-old eye level, histories of European warfare, textbooks on inorganic chemistry, translated volumes of Nietzsche and Clausewitz, and a row of medical reference works in German that Spencer had personally shipped in from Leipzig in the early 1950s. The upper shelves contained more specialized material, Spencer's personal monographs on human biological potential, for instance, and were accessible only with keys the specimens were not yet supposed to know existed. The SI had every intention, within the next 3 years, of knowing exactly where those keys were kept. For now, free period, and William Birkin. Birkin was at a table in the back corner with his logic puzzle spread in front of him. The puzzle was, the SI saw as he approached, a classic 4-switch problem of the kind that appeared in every introductory logic textbook. 4 switches in a room. One of them controlled the light in a different room. The puzzler could enter each room only once. Determine which switch controls the light. You said you had 3, the SI said, sliding into the chair opposite Birkin. The first 3 are on-off tests in sequence, Birkin said. His voice dropped into the specific rapid cadence of a child who had not had someone to talk to about logic puzzles in a long time. Switch 1 on for 10 minutes, then off. Switch 2 on. Go into the room. If the bulb is on, it's 2. If it's off and warm, it's 1. If it's off and cold, it's 3 or 4. Why 3 or 4? Because I left 3 and 4 both off the whole time. Right. But I can't tell 3 from 4 without another trip. You can. Birkin looked up sharply. How? The SI tapped the switch diagram with the end of his pencil. Touch the bulb. Feel it. Temperature to resistance. An incandescent bulb that's been on for 10 minutes and off for 2 has a different cooling curve than one that's never been on. But the test is unreliable because your first switch has already produced a warm bulb if it's switch 1. But switch 1 is already determined by the warm bulb test. Right? So the residual heat distinction gets you switch 3. Switch 4 is whatever is left. Birkin stared at the diagram for about 4 seconds. Then he picked up his pencil and started writing. He wrote fast. He wrote in small, neat handwriting that was, the SI noted with a small interior pang, the same handwriting that had appeared on every T-virus research log he had read in the other life. That works, Birkin said. Yes. That's a clean solution. It's not my solution. It's in a book. You'll find it in the upstairs reading list in maybe 3 years. Birkin looked up. His eyes were gray-blue, and they had the specific intense focus that the SI remembered from photographs of Birkin giving conference presentations at 30. The focus in a 7-year-old was not yet frightening. It was, the SI noted, something closer to beautiful. You've read the upstairs reading list. I've seen the catalog. How? Specimens look at catalogs. That's not forbidden. Birkin considered this. He considered it in the specific way that suggested he was going to start looking at the catalogs himself as soon as he got the chance. What's your letter? Birkin said. A. Wesker. Yes. You're the 4th ranked in physical conditioning. I am. Do you want to be 4th ranked? The SI did not answer immediately. He looked at Birkin's small, serious face, and at the puzzle, and at the corner of the library where a camera was mounted but not, as far as he could verify, active. I want to be where the instructors do not look at me, he said, in a voice that was quiet and not quite below the camera's audio range if the camera was active. 4th is a good place for that. Birkin's eyes narrowed very slightly. It was not the look of a child. It was the look of a collaborator identifying a kindred operational philosophy in the very early stages of a long working relationship. Me too, Birkin said, after a moment. I know. They did not shake hands. 7-year-olds and 9-year-olds in a Wesker project facility did not shake hands over free-period puzzle collaborations. But the SI noted, as he got up to return to his dormitory before the bell rang, that he had just made the first friend this body had ever had, and the first friend his own SI consciousness had made since waking up inside the 9-year-old's skull. He had also made the first move in what would be a 20-year campaign to keep William Birkin from inventing the T-virus in a form that would kill Raccoon City. He was, in the private calculation he made as he walked down the corridor back toward his dormitory, about 0% confident in his ability to do the second thing. But he had done the first. That was enough for one free period. Chapter 4 the week's schedule was pinned in each dormitory on a corkboard by the door. The SI memorized it on his second morning and re-verified it on his third and fourth, because the SI had learned, over 20 years of the other life, that he did not trust his own memorization on the first pass. 0530, wake, hygiene dress. 0600, assembly. 0615, physical conditioning. 0700, breakfast. 0730, free period, library, common room, outdoor permitted. 0830, academic instruction. 1100, language drill. 1200, lunch. 1230, free period. 1330, aptitude evaluation. 1530, physical conditioning. 1700, dinner. 1800, free period. 1900, academic review. 2100, bed. The schedule was, on its face, the kind of schedule one might find at any boarding school with a military orientation. The SI could feel, around the edges of the aptitude evaluation block specifically, the shape of what it was actually doing. On his third day, he experienced aptitude evaluation for the first time since waking up in this body. The evaluation was conducted in a small room on the second floor of the East Wing. The specimens went one at a time. The room had a table, 2 chairs, and a camera mounted in the corner that the SI, by now, had confirmed was active. The evaluator was a man in a gray lab coat, whose name badge read Dr. Conrad. The SI did not recognize the name from any umbrella document he had read in the other life. That meant Conrad was either low-ranking enough not to make the documents or dead before the documents were written. Specimen A, Conrad said, gesturing to the chair. The SI sat. He set his hands flat on the table, palms down, the way he remembered from the previous body's last evaluation, which had happened 11 days ago, by the dormitory log he had read, and waited. Specimen A, Conrad said again. Today's evaluation is an isolation exercise. The SI kept his face neutral. In his memory, the isolation exercise in the 4th month of the first year was the test where the evaluator offered the specimen preferential treatment in exchange for reporting on the other specimens. Yes, doctor, he said. I am going to ask you a series of questions about your cohort. Your answers will be kept confidential. Your answers will also affect your rank and privileges within the program. Do you understand? Yes, doctor. Please describe the behavior of specimen B over the past 3 days. The SI did the work of producing the correct response in real time. He composed, in his head, what Albert Wesker at age 9 in month 4 of the program would have said. Albert would have said something coldly accurate about Birkin's poor physical conditioning and his excellent academic performance. Albert would have done so without effect. The SI said, Specimen B has poor physical conditioning. His elbows flare during push-ups. He compensates through focused repetition. Academically, he is ahead of the standard instruction pace. He solved a 4-switch logic puzzle during free period yesterday. His chemistry is at the level of specimens 2 years older. He delivered it flat. He did not report that he had helped Birkin solve the 4-switch puzzle. Conrad wrote notes. The pen made a small scratching sound against the paper. Please describe the behavior of specimen L. L was Alex. The SI took half a second longer than he should have to answer. He knew the right response, an Albert response, was to describe Alex as a competitor and note her strengths and weaknesses without emotion. He did exactly that. Technically correct. Nothing actionable Alex did not already know he knew. Conrad wrote more notes. This went on for 40 minutes. Specimen by specimen. The SI provided accurate observations of behaviors visible to all cohort members and withheld any observation that could actually hurt anyone. At the end, Conrad asked the question the SI had been waiting for. Specimen A. If you were given the opportunity to receive additional instruction at the expense of the other specimen's cohort standing, would you accept it? The SI looked at the camera. He looked at Conrad. He kept his expression at exactly the register he had been maintaining for the last 40 minutes. "Yes, doctor," he said. "Good," Conrad said. "You are dismissed." The SI stood, pushed in the chair with the correct amount of force, and walked out. In the corridor, he noted that his palms were damp and his heart rate was elevated by approximately 18 beats per minute. The child body registered the manipulation exactly the way a child body was supposed to. The SI consciousness, riding inside, noted that he had just told Conrad he would accept preferential treatment at the cost of his cohort, which was exactly what Albert Wesker would have said, which meant the answer was safe. It also meant that Albert Wesker, on this day, at this age, had given the answer that Conrad was now going to use to justify preferential treatment. Any future preferential treatment the SI received would be coded in Conrad's reports as consistent with this answer. Any future refusal would be logged as a deviation. The SI had just purchased his cover. The cover had cost him an answer he did not mean. He noted the cost. He realized as he walked back to his dormitory, going to be logging a lot of costs. Chapter 5. By the 8th day, the SI had identified 3 specific patterns he could not remember from his previous life reading, and the gap was starting to concern him. The first pattern. Instructor Marshall's morning assemblies included a brief observation window at the start during which the specimens were told to stand silently while she checked their posture. The SI had no memory of this practice from the documentaries or leaked manuals. It was possible the practice had been dropped from later program iterations. It was more possible that it had been specific to this building and this year and had simply never made it into any document the SI had read. The second pattern, academic instruction, included a daily reflection period at the end during which each specimen was asked to summarize the lesson's most relevant application. The applications, the SI noted, were being cross-referenced against some internal model he did not have access to. He could see this because Conrad had referenced one of his own answers in a follow-up aptitude evaluation. The third pattern. The third-day evaluation had included a question about specimen L that Conrad had asked in a specific phrasing the SI did not remember from any account. The phrasing had been calibrated. Someone above Conrad had written the script. 3 patterns in 8 days. The SI's memory of Wesker's childhood was, as he had already noted, patchy. He had known this in the abstract. He now knew it operationally. He was going to have to identify every conditioning technique they used on him in real time, because he could not trust the prior life archive to contain what he needed. He began the counter-conditioning protocol that night. He had stolen, over the course of the first week, a small notebook from the academic instruction supply cabinet, a child's composition book with a marbled black and white cover. He had also stolen a pencil with a functional eraser. These items were not locked up. Specimens were permitted school supplies. The theft was in the volume, not the category. He wrote, in the smallest legible handwriting he could produce, his first countermeasure plan. 1. Underperform by 10% in physical conditioning. Stay in the 4th rank band. 2. Overperform by 10% in academic instruction where no specific specimen comparison is possible. Give Conrad data that makes him comfortable. 3. Begin controlled sleep deprivation protocol. Go to bed at 2100 as required. Wake at 0200. Practice stillness and light meditation until 0430. Return to sleep. Miss approximately 2.5 hours of sleep per night. 4. Observe the cohort at night. Identify which specimens are natural deep sleepers, which are light sleepers, which are likely to report anomalous activity. 5. Identify, from the academic reading list, the first text that will allow the acquisition of chemistry and pharmacology knowledge. Begin legitimate reading. Start planning theft from the infirmary. He wrote it all down. He read it 3 times. Then he tore the page out, chewed it into pulp in the dormitory bathroom in the middle of the night, and flushed the pulp down the toilet. The notebook was for habit. The plan had to live in his head. 2 hours later, at approximately 0200 on his 9th night in the building, he opened his eyes in the dark of the dormitory and began. The first thing he did was breathe. 4 counts in, 6 counts out. His SI consciousness was used to this from a meditation app in the previous life. The child body had never done it. The body resisted the pattern for the first 3 cycles and then settled into it with the specific uncomplaining efficiency of a young body being given a new task. On the 7th cycle of breathing, he felt something shift. He could not describe it in words immediately. It was not a physical sensation. It was a kind of internal alignment. The SI consciousness, which had been riding inside the child body the way a driver rode inside a rental car, settled into a more fitted position, and the body, for the first time, stopped feeling borrowed. He opened his eyes a moment later and found that he could recall, with sudden crystalline clarity, the specific scar on the back of his left calf that he had not remembered earning. He had earned it at age 6, falling off a training wall during an unsupervised climb. He had lied about how he got it. He had told Instructor Marshall that he had slipped in the shower. The memory was not his, not the SI's, and yet he had it. The child body had given it up. The body was no longer resisting him. He had advanced, he realized, to the first rank of his improvised ladder. Anchored memory. The SI consciousness and the child body had integrated. The cost. He did not sleep the rest of the night. The integration produced a kind of low-level neurological hum that kept him alert, unblinking, aware of every creak of the building, until the dawn bell rang at 0530. He got up with the other specimens. He hid his exhaustion behind a neutral expression. He ate breakfast. He did his push-ups at the 4th rank level. He went to academic instruction and answered questions at the slightly above baseline level he had calculated would not attract Conrad's attention. During the morning reflection period, he delivered a summary of the lesson's most relevant application that was technically accurate and totally empty of useful strategic content. In the afternoon aptitude evaluation, Conrad asked him a question about Specimen B's academic progress. Specimen B continues to advance at approximately twice the cohort pace in mathematics and chemistry, the SI said. His language acquisition is at cohort pace. His physical conditioning remains substandard. He is currently working on extension problems during free period that I have reviewed and confirmed are consistent with third-year curriculum. Conrad wrote this down. Have you assisted Specimen B with these extension problems? The SI's breathing rate stayed where he wanted it. I have reviewed one problem with him in the library at his request, the SI said. I confirmed his answer. Why? Because he asked. And because demonstrating knowledge of third-year material without being evaluated on it was advantageous for my cohort standing. Conrad wrote that down too. The answer was perfectly calibrated. It was Albert Weskier's answer. It was not the SI's answer. The SI's answer would have been, because he is my friend and I am going to keep him alive. But Albert Wesker did not have friends. Albert Wesker had assets. And as long as Conrad was writing down the Albert Wesker answer, the SI would be allowed to keep the asset and the friend alive. The evaluation ended. The SI walked out. In the corridor, Alex Wesker was waiting for her own turn with Conrad. She met his eyes for exactly the duration of a polite acknowledgement. He met hers. Neither of them looked away first. That was new. It was going to be a long program. Chapter 6. The report appeared on Conrad's desk the next morning, and the SI found out about it because Conrad called him in for an unscheduled evaluation at 0930, which was during the academic instruction block, which was unheard of. Sit down, Specimen A. The SI sat. Conrad did not open with the standard evaluation protocol. He placed a single sheet of paper on the table between them. The paper was face down. The SI noticed that the paper had been folded once and then unfolded, which meant it had originally been delivered in an envelope, and someone had opened it before Conrad did. Probably Marshall. Possibly someone higher. I have received a report, Conrad said, from another specimen, regarding your conduct. The SI kept his hands flat on the table. Yes, doctor. The report alleges that you have, on 3 separate occasions in the past 8 days, engaged in what the reporting specimen terms inefficient peer bonding with Specimen B. The SI's pulse held steady. He had practiced holding it steady. His chest felt tight anyway. May I ask which occasions, doctor? The library puzzle session on day 3. A corridor conversation on day 6. A breakfast exchange on day 8. The corridor conversation was not one the SI had counted as significant. He had, on day 6, passed Birkin in the corridor between language drill and lunch and asked him whether he wanted Birkin to save a seat. He had not thought of that as a peer bond event. Alex had. I see, doctor. Specimen A. Inefficient peer bonding is not explicitly forbidden, but it is noted. Repeat notations can affect your cohort standing. Yes, doctor. Conrad studied him. The studying was the kind Conrad had not done in their prior 3 evaluations. The SI registered that Alex's report had not just escalated to Conrad. It had escalated because Alex had phrased her report in a way that required Conrad to respond, which meant Alex knew how to write a report that forced institutional attention at age 10 after 4 years in the program. The SI made a private correction to his working model. Alex was not just smart. Alex was trained to manipulate bureaucratic process, and the training had already taken. Would you like to respond to the report, Specimen A? The SI thought for 3 heartbeats. Denial was wrong. The 3 events had occurred and were on camera. Apology was wrong. Albert Wesker would not apologize. Justification was the move. The 3 events described are accurate, doctor. I approached Specimen B on day 3 to review his academic progress, which I was asked to report on in my evaluation on day 4. I spoke with him on day 6 to confirm his schedule. I addressed him at breakfast on day 8 to verify his attendance. In each case, my objective was information gathering relevant to my evaluations. Conrad wrote this down. His pen moved slowly, which meant he was either copying the answer verbatim or reformulating it. You were saying the contact was investigative. Yes, doctor. I will note your response in the file. The reporting specimen's interpretation will also remain in the file. Yes, doctor. You are dismissed. The SI stood. He did not look at the envelope on the desk. He did not need to. He walked out. In the corridor, he passed Marshall, who was heading in the opposite direction and who gave him the brief professional nod she gave to specimens whose files had been disturbed. She knew. Alex had escalated her report through a channel that required Marshall to see it. At lunch, the SI did not sit near Birkin. He sat 2 tables over with his back to Birkin and ate without looking up. Birkin noticed. Birkin ate his lunch and did not attempt conversation and did not look hurt. Birkin was 7, but Birkin had already learned to read signals the SI was starting to recognize as signals. This was the worst possible thing the SI could have learned. He would need an entirely different approach to Birkin. One Alex could not see. In the afternoon free period, the SI did not go to the library. He went to the outer courtyard, where a fence ran along the property line and where the specimens were permitted to walk within a marked area. He walked the perimeter and thought. Alex had played the move he had expected her to play. She had also played it better than he had expected. She had timed it to maximize damage. The report had been in Conrad's hands within 14 hours of the breakfast exchange, which meant Alex had written it overnight, which meant Alex had been waiting for the right third occurrence to trigger the report. She had been patient. The SI had not accounted for Alex's patience. He revised his assessment of the timeline. Alex was not a 2-year problem. Alex was a 10-year problem. He finished his perimeter walk. He noted that in the eastern section of the fence, the grass had been worn down by the specific foot traffic of someone who walked this route regularly. The footprints were not his. They were not any of the specimens. They were an adult's. A woman's, by the shoe shape. He filed the footprints for later. Chapter 7. Spencer visited the facility on the 11th day. The SI learned this at breakfast when Instructor Marshall entered the hall 20 minutes earlier than scheduled and told the specimens to finish their meals quickly and report to the main assembly room in dress uniforms. The dress uniforms were gray wool suits the specimens wore perhaps 4 times a year. The sleeves of the SI's uniform were 1 centimeter too short. He had grown. The body had been growing while he slept inside it. In the assembly room, the 12 specimens were lined up in rank order. Marshall stood at the front. Conrad stood along the wall. 2 other instructors the SI had seen only briefly were present. A door at the far end of the room opened and a man in a dark suit entered. The SI had prepared himself. He had run internal drills for a week. He had told himself, when you see him, you will see an old man in a suit. You will not see what he is. You will see only the performance he has chosen to present. You will not react. He saw him. Oswell E. Spencer was 71 years old, tall, gaunt, with silver hair combed back from a high forehead. His eyes were pale and slightly unfocused in the specific way of men whose attention was never entirely in the room. He walked with the careful, measured slowness of someone who had decided, decades ago, that hurry was an error the powerful never made. The SI's breathing spiked by 2 beats per minute. He forced it back. The forcing cost him the rest of the room. He lost awareness of Marshall and Conrad and the other specimens for a second while he brought his respiratory rate under control. When the room came back into focus, Spencer was at the front. Specimens, Spencer said. His voice was thin and precise. It had the specific warm register that old men deployed when they wanted to be trusted. The SI had heard it in audio recordings from decades later. In person, under the acoustic conditions of this room, with the specific hum of the overhead fluorescence, it was different. Worse, the voice did something to the child body, a low vagal nerve reaction that the SI had not anticipated and could not fully suppress. Charm. The SI had not remembered that Spencer was charming. I will speak briefly this morning, Spencer said, about the legacy you are part of, about the human potential that lies within each of you, which we are privileged to steward, and which you will, in time, choose to realize. He spoke for 7 minutes. The SI cataloged every sentence. He noted the structural pattern of the speech, 3 framing statements, a personal anecdote, 2 invocations of historical figures, 1 philosophical claim presented as self-evident, a call to loyalty, a closing reassurance. He noted the rhetorical devices Spencer used to dissolve the distance between himself and the listeners. He noted the moments when Spencer's voice dropped into near whisper and the moments when it rose. He noted the specific word choices, potential, stewardship, legacy, privilege, realize, and the absences. Spencer did not use the word experiment. Spencer did not use the word specimen, not once, in a speech to specimens. The SI was going to replay this speech in his head for the next year. He was going to identify every manipulation vector. The speech ended. Spencer stood at the front. He said, "I will speak with each of you individually in the coming months. I look forward to it." He left. The specimens were dismissed. In the corridor outside the assembly room, the SI's hands were shaking. Not visibly. Internally, he could feel the tremor at the base of his thumbs and the soles of his feet, a specific neurological aftereffect of exposure to a high-competence social predator that his body was registering as threat and not able to discharge. Birkin passed him in the corridor. Birkin did not look at him. Birkin looked shell-shocked. Birkin had not prepared for the 7 minutes of Spencer the way the SI had prepared. Birkin, at 7 years old, had just met someone who was going to become the dominant formative influence of his life, and he had nothing to defend against it with. The SI logged this. He would have to plan for Birkin's exposure. He would have to, somehow, inoculate Birkin against Spencer before Spencer could write on the blank page Birkin still was. That was a 20-year project, and the SI did not yet know how he was going to execute it. But he had a decade. He had more than a decade. He would find a way. Chapter 8 The counter-conditioning protocol began in earnest on the 14th night. The SI had, over the prior 3 nights, confirmed that his 0-200 wakings did not disturb the dormitory. The other specimens slept the specific dense sleep of children who had been physically exhausted and then kept on a narrow schedule. Even the lightest sleeper, a boy named F whose bunk was 2 over, did not wake when the SI moved. The SI had reconstructed, from his SI memory, the 2-year timeline of stress inoculation protocols Spencer would deploy on the cohort. Month 6, cold water immersion. Month 9, 96-hour isolation. Month 15, sustained sleep deprivation. Month 20, controlled pharmacological exposure. He could not pre-adapt to cold water in his dormitory. He could not pre-adapt to isolation. But he could pre-adapt to sleep deprivation. The plan was simple. Lose 2 to 3 hours of sleep per night for approximately 8 months. The child body would resist. The child body would complain. The child body would eventually adapt, and when, at month 15, the instructors deprived all specimens of sleep for 36 straight hours, Albert Wesker, specimen A, would be the one who handled it with the least behavioral deviation. The first night was easy. The SI had the novelty advantage. The second night was also easy. The third night was the beginning of the cost. By the end of the first week, the child body was protesting. The SI noticed the protest in small ways. A slower response time at morning assembly. A 15-degree error in a geometry problem he should have gotten within 5 degrees. A misstep during push-ups that caused him to land slightly off rhythm. Marshall noted the missed step. She did not say anything. She noted it. By the end of the second week, the SI had developed the specific facial set of a child who was sleeping poorly. The set was visible to Marshall. It was not yet visible to Conrad, who saw him only in the aptitude evaluation context where his adrenaline was elevated. The SI had to reduce his visible fatigue. He began drinking more water. He added 20 minutes of direct sunlight to his afternoon free period routine. He adjusted his academic performance slightly downward to mask the cognitive slowing, which was a cost he had not anticipated. He was going to lose standing in the academic rankings to protect his visible behavior. Birkin noticed. Of course Birkin noticed. Birkin had a scientist's eye for anomalies, and he had been observing the SI with specific attention since the library puzzle. On the 16th day, Birkin found him in the courtyard during free period. "Hey," Birkin said. The SI looked up. He had been sitting on a stone bench with his eyes closed, using the 2 minutes to reduce his cortisol before afternoon conditioning. "B, you are not sleeping." "I am sleeping. Not well. Not well." Birkin sat down beside him. He did not ask why. He said, in the specific small voice of a 7-year-old who had figured something out and was not going to telegraph what. "You should not be seen sitting with me in the courtyard." "No, but you should drink more water before academic instruction. Your handwriting has changed. Dehydration changes fine motor control." "Yes." Birkin stood up. He walked away. He walked with the specific careful speed of a boy who had just passed a note under a table and was determined not to look back. The SI sat on the bench for another 2 minutes. He was tired. His eyes hurt. His thumbs were humming in the specific way they had hummed after Spencer's speech. And he thought, with a clarity that the sleep deprivation was oddly sharpening. Birkin is going to invent the T-virus in 18 years. Birkin has already started helping me stay alive inside a program designed to kill us both. The friendship Alex had reported as inefficient peer bonding was going to be the single most important strategic relationship of his next 20 years. Alex had been right to report it. The report had cost the SI 2 cohort ranking points. The friendship was worth it. Chapter 9 Birkin's Cafeteria Chemistry set came to light on the 23rd day. The SI discovered it because Birkin showed it to him during an overlapping free period that the two of them had, by unspoken agreement, begun arranging through complex, subtle means. The means involved which library tables they chose, which corridor route they walked, which seat they took in the common room. Alex was watching. Alex could not watch everywhere. The two of them had mapped her blind spots in the first week and were using them. The chemistry set was hidden behind a loose tile in the washroom off the common room. Birkin had selected the hiding spot with the combination of paranoia and practicality that would characterize every decision he made for the rest of his life. The tile was behind a stall. The stall was the one nearest the wall, which meant anyone checking the floor for loose tiles would start with the other stalls first. Birkin showed the SI the set during a 3-minute window when the common room was empty. Table salt, Birkin said, lifting out a small twist of paper that held perhaps a teaspoon of white crystals. From breakfast. I have been taking pinches for 8 days. What else? Aluminum foil. From a chocolate wrapper. 5 grams. Small but useful. What else? Drain cleaner. I cannot tell you where. The SI looked at him. You took drain cleaner. Very small quantity. Birkin. It is sealed in a glass vial. It is safer than you think. Birkin. You are 7. I am turning 8 in 3 months. And my reactions are controlled. I run them in the basement when the instructors are not in the east corridor. Birkin paused. You are going to ask me what reactions? Yes. Thermite. A small controlled sample. Just to confirm that the ratio works. The SI closed his eyes for a second. The SI's memory had delivered a long list of things 7-year-old William Birkin might have done in the year leading up to his official advanced academic tracking, and running thermite in the basement was comfortably in the top 5. What did you do with it? The SI said. I used it to weld a broken rung on the basement ladder. The ladder had been flagged for repair for 11 days. I could verify the repair request was still pending. I addressed the pending request. I also tested my ratios. The SI looked at the small chemistry set in its hiding place. He looked at Birkin. He said, because it was true. That was a competent repair and a reckless reaction. Both are correct. Do not do the drain cleaner reaction again until we have better ventilation. We. Birkin closed the tile. He stood up. He said, in the small voice, the ladder rung will hold through the next 8 inspections. I confirmed the bond with a stress test. Good. What is the stress test? I put my weight on it and jumped. Birkin, I am here. The rung held. I am now going to the library. Do not follow me for 10 minutes. Birkin walked out. The SI stood in the washroom for 90 seconds with his eyes closed and thought, this child is going to invent a virus that will kill a city, and the thing I have to protect him from most right now is not the program. It is his own brain. He washed his hands to cover his extended stay in the washroom. He noted the loose tile location. He committed Birkin's hiding protocols to memory. He filed the thermite episode under manage carefully and walked out. Chapter 10 The discipline directive came on the 27th day. Marshall called the SI aside after morning conditioning and told him, in a voice pitched low enough that the other specimens would not hear. Specimen A. Specimen H missed his 0600 assembly entry by 12 seconds today. The instructor corps has decided that discipline will be administered by the senior specimen in the cohort. Specimen H, the SI repeated. Specimen H was a 9-year-old named Henning who had been struggling. He was a light-haired boy with freckles. His physical conditioning was at the 6th rank band. His academic performance was at the 9th rank band. He was, by the SI's calculation, 18 months from discard unless something improved. Discipline will consist of 30 minutes of additional calisthenics, Marshall said. You will supervise. You will be firm. Yes, instructor. The session begins at 1200 in the East Courtyard. Yes, instructor. She dismissed him. The SI went to the library during free period because he needed to not look like a person who was planning anything. He sat at a table. He did not open a book. He stared at the grain of the wood and ran the problem. Option 1. Perform the discipline session as Albert Wesker would perform it, cold, efficient, cruel in the specific controlled way the program rewarded. Outcome. The SI standing with the instructors rises. Henning is physically and psychologically worse. Henning is discarded on schedule. Option 2. Refuse the directive. Outcome. The SI's cover breaks. The program advances its own discard timeline for the SI. Option 3. Perform the discipline session with specific small errors that make the session technically compliant, but meaningfully ineffective. Miss time rests. Call sets slightly short. Allow Henning to pace himself. Outcome. The SI's standing drops. Henning is not worse. Henning is not better either. There was no option 4. The SI considered option 3 for 17 seconds and chose it. At 1200, he met Henning in the East Courtyard. Henning's eyes were red-rimmed. He had been crying in private. The SI pretended he had not noticed. Push-ups, the SI said. 30. Begin. Henning began. The SI called the count in a voice designed to be audible from the instructor's observation window. He counted slightly fast on the first 10 reps, fast enough that Henning could not quite keep up, which was the Albert Wesker move, and then, as Henning began to struggle, he slowed the count just enough to let Henning complete the set without collapse. The error was 1 count per 5. It was subtle. It would show up in the file as imprecise supervision rather than compassionate supervision. He ran the same pattern through the 30 minutes. Squats, planks, run in place, burpees. Each set was ruinous for a child of Henning's conditioning level, and each set was calibrated by specific small errors the SI made to land Henning at the edge of his capacity without breaking him. At the 12:30 mark, he dismissed Henning. Henning walked back to the dormitory on shaking legs. His face was red. His shirt was soaked. He did not thank the SI. 9-year-old specimens did not thank each other. Marshall observed the session from the observation window for the full 30 minutes. At 1400, Conrad called the SI in for an unscheduled review. Specimen A, Conrad said. Your supervision of Specimen H's discipline session was noted as imprecise in several respects. Your counts deviated from metronome pacing. Your rest intervals were inconsistent. Your set transitions were slow by an average of 11 seconds. Yes, doctor. Do you have an explanation? The SI ran the Albert Wesker line. I was calibrating Specimen H's effort against his capacity to avoid session termination from injury. I determined that precise metronome pacing would have triggered failure at approximately the 11-minute mark, which would have required me to report session termination and reduce the disciplinary effect. My adjustments preserved the full 30-minute session. Conrad wrote this down. He was, the SI could see, uncertain about the answer. The answer was technically defensible. It was also, if examined closely, the kind of defense a specimen with sympathy for his subject would produce. Your performance rating for supervision has been recorded at the 6th rank, Conrad said. The SI had dropped from 4th to 6th. 2 points. As expected. Yes, doctor. You are dismissed. In the corridor, Alex Wesker was waiting to enter Conrad's office for her own evaluation. She looked at him as he passed. Her face was still and pale and perfectly composed. Her mouth, for 1/4 second, moved in a way that was not quite a smile and not quite not a smile. She knew exactly what he had done. She approved of it, in the private competitive way that one counterplayer approved of another's move. The approval was a warning. She was, her 1/4-second smile said, now willing to play the long game with him. He walked past her. He did not meet her eyes. His back was slick with sweat under his gray uniform wool. In the dormitory that evening, Henning did not speak. The SI did not approach him. Henning slept. The SI lay in the dark and planned the next phase of the protocol. He had just, he realized, produced the first real cost of his fatal flaw. He had assumed, all day, that his memory of this age of the program was reliable enough to predict the institutional response to the discipline session. His memory had told him that imprecise supervision was a rank 2 demotion at most. Conrad had docked him 2 ranks, which was correct by the memory, but Marshall had also added an observational note to his file that the SI had not predicted, a flag for emotional sympathy with a specimen outside the cohort hierarchy. That flag was new information the SI's memory had not contained. Because the SI did not remember Albert Wesker being flagged. Because Albert Wesker, presumably, had not produced the behavior that triggered the flag. The memory was, as he had suspected, already lying to him in small ways. Every divergence he produced created a new file annotation his memory could not predict. He would have to watch that. He would have to find a way to estimate the growing error in his own foreknowledge. He closed his eyes. The child body was exhausted. The SI consciousness was exhausted. Tomorrow would be another 4th-rank push-up set, another academic reflection period, another long, slow walk of the perimeter in free time. He slept. For the first full night in 3 weeks, he slept. If this version of Albert is pulling you in, hit the bell and subscribe so you don't miss what he does to Umbrella next. Drop a like to tell the algorithm this experiment deserves more oxygen. We are only getting started. The cohort has 12 names, and Spencer has a plan for every one of them. Chapter 11 The Milestone Night came at day 64. The SI had been tracking the counter-conditioning protocol against a specific internal marker, not a physical test, but a subjective threshold. The marker was the point at which sleep deprivation stopped producing cognitive blur and started producing cognitive sharpness. He remembered the phenomenon from the previous life's long-form research. It did not happen to everyone. It happened to people whose biology had, for whatever reason, been selected for it. Albert Wesker's biology, as the SI had good reason to know, had been selected for it. The first sign came at 0330 on the 64th night. The SI was in his 0200 to 0430 silent wakefulness window. He had his eyes open in the dark. He was reading, in the inside of his eyelids, a passage from a chemistry textbook he had memorized the previous week. He had been attempting to review the passage for 3 nights and had been failing because his exhausted brain had been producing only fragments. On the 64th night, the full passage came through clean. He saw the entire page. He saw the diagrams. He saw, in the margins, the small annotations he had written in pencil and then erased, still visible, in his memory, because the erasure had not eliminated the fact of the writing. He saw the back of the page, where the next chapter's introduction began. His breathing shifted. The sharpness kept coming. He saw, next, the faces of every specimen in the cohort, in the order he had first met them, with each one's name tag, each one's current standing, each one's specific tells. He saw the corridor map of the facility with every camera he had confirmed and every camera he suspected. He saw Conrad's desk the way it had looked at his last evaluation, down to the specific weave of the paper in the open folder. And then, for the first time, he saw something else. He saw, briefly, not fully, a fragment of a memory that was not his. A classroom, not the facility. A classroom in what looked like a normal European school. A boy of perhaps 6 sitting at a desk. Sunlight coming through tall windows. A teacher he did not recognize. The boy looked up at the door of the classroom and saw a man in a dark suit standing there. The man was Spencer. Younger Spencer. 50-something Spencer. The boy's name was not Albert Wesker in the fragment. The boy was being addressed, by the teacher, as something else. The fragment was not his SI memory. The fragment was not anything he remembered reading. The fragment was, he realized with the specific high-frequency hum of sleep deprivation clarity, a memory of the actual Albert Wesker. Not the SI's knowledge of Wesker. The body's knowledge of itself. He had just advanced to something. He had been calling it conditioned body in his notebook plan. The label had, 3 seconds ago, described a physical benchmark. It now described something else. The integration of his SI consciousness with the anchored memory tier had pulled the body's factory default scar. The conditioned body tier, triggered by 64 nights of controlled stressor exposure, had just pulled something much deeper. He was going to have access to the original Albert Wesker's memories. The SI lay in the dark for a long time while that sank in. The cost arrived at dawn. The sharpness did not fade at 0430 the way sleep deprivation usually faded. It persisted. When the wake bell rang at 0530, his heart rate was at resting baseline and his respiration was steady and his thinking was clean. But the room had a quality it had not had the day before. The edges of things were more defined than they should have been. The specimen in the next bed's breathing sounded louder. The fluorescent hum had a pitch. And underneath everything, like a sound at the edge of hearing, the memory fragment from the classroom was still running. He could not turn it off. He could see, now, that the teacher in the fragment had a birthmark on her left wrist. He could see that the man at the door, young Spencer, was wearing a specific lapel pin he did not recognize. He could see that the boy at the desk had been crying and had been trying very hard not to let it show. The fragment was going to run in his head all day. It ran for 3 days before it finally quieted. By the end of the 3 days, he had recovered from the specific stressors of morning conditioning and academic instruction at approximately twice his previous rate. He could see this in his own energy curve. He was at full operational baseline within 2 hours of physical exertion rather than the 4 hours it had been. He had gained a capability. He had paid for it with the loss of privacy inside his own head. He added an entry to the notebook. Conditioned body. Advancement confirmed. Cost. Access to original Wesker memory fragments, which surface during stress and cannot be suppressed. The cost will compound. Plan for information hygiene. The plan was not obvious. He could not prevent the fragments from appearing. He could, perhaps, develop a protocol for processing them, for separating what the original Wesker had known from what the SI knew, so that he did not confuse the two. That was the next problem. Chapter 12. The manifesto took 4 weeks to place. The SI had been composing it in his head for the 60 days preceding the placement. He had written it, in small increments, during the calm portions of morning meditation. He had edited it. He had memorized 7 drafts and then discarded them. He had settled on a final version and then waited, for 4 weeks, for the correct physical opportunity. The opportunity was a specific 90-minute window that occurred once a month during the library's formal cleaning cycle. The cleaning was performed by an external contracted crew, 3 women from a village approximately 8 kilometers down the mountain, who arrived at 0700 on the first Saturday, cleaned the library's upper shelves and the ventilation grates, and left at 0830. During that 90 minutes, The cameras in the library were deactivated for privacy of external contractors, a policy the SI had discovered by reading the facility's posted procedure board, which no specimen was supposed to read and which all specimens were able to read. The cleaning crew did not come near the third bookshelf on the lower floor. They cleaned the upper tier. On the second Saturday of the fourth month, the SI arranged to have free period overlapping with library open time. He entered the library at 0715 with a book he had returned 2 days earlier and pretended to return. He checked, through glances, that the cleaning crew was upstairs. He checked that no specimens were in the lower stacks. He went to the third bookshelf. The bookshelf was built into the wall. Behind the third shelf, at the back, was a stone column that had been decorated with wooden paneling in the main corridor but had been left exposed inside the library behind the shelving. The exposure had been, the SI guessed, an architectural oversight during the facility's renovation. The stone was original to the building, which was at least 3 centuries old. One of the blocks in the column had a hairline crack along its upper edge. The SI had tested the block on his third visit. It rocked, very slightly, in its mortar. On the placement morning, he pulled the block out in one motion. The space behind it was a hollow perhaps 8 centimeters deep, a void in the column that someone, perhaps a century ago, had carved out for purposes the SI did not know. He placed the manifesto inside. The manifesto was written on a single sheet of the thinnest paper he could obtain, folded into a small rectangle. It was written in fountain pen, which he had borrowed from the academic instruction supply cabinet and returned after use. The ink was the facility's standard blue. The text, memorized, began, "To whoever finds this, the writing is dated 10 years from the date of placement. Do not attempt to verify the date. Do not attempt to identify the writer by the handwriting. The writer is a specimen of the Wesker project, initial designation A, and as of the date of placement the specimen has lived in the facility for 4 months and has identified the program's true purpose as follows." The manifesto ran 2,000 words. It described the Wesker project's purpose in Spencer's terms. It described the progenitor virus research and Spencer's intended uses of it. It described, in specific terms, the crimes the SI knew Umbrella would commit in the next several decades. It named James Marcus and his T-virus. It named Birkin and his G-virus. It named the Raccoon City incident and its timing. It named the outlying facilities and Spencer's personal estate and the genuine sample locations of the progenitor virus. It did not name the SI as the author. It did not reveal the reincarnation. It was constructed to be interpretable by a reader with sufficient context as the testimony of a high-level Umbrella insider who had chosen to leak decades ahead of time. The dating was critical. The SI had dated it 10 years in the future so that if it was found before the Raccoon City incident, it would read as prediction. If it was found after Raccoon City, it would read as accurate historical record. Either reading would confirm the writer's credibility to any investigator who compared it against actual events. The purpose of the manifesto was insurance. If the SI was killed before he could execute his plan, the manifesto would survive. Whoever eventually read the library catalogs with sufficient attention, whoever eventually investigated the third bookshelf, would find, in the hidden void, a document that would accelerate Umbrella's collapse by years or decades. He put the block back into the mortar. He tested the rock. It held. He brushed the dust away. He did not look at the hiding spot again. He returned the book he had been pretending to return. He left the library at 0740, 50 minutes before the cameras reactivated. In the corridor, his heart rate was elevated by perhaps 6 beats per minute. He took the long route back to the common room to normalize his respiration. That night, in his dormitory, he slept better than he had slept in weeks. Chapter 13, the qualifying examination for advanced academic tracking occurred on day 91. Birkin had been preparing for it for 3 weeks. The preparation consisted of him reading, during every free period, through the third-year mathematics textbook and working all of its problems twice. The examination would test, Marshall had announced, the specimen's readiness for third-year material. The SI needed to be placed in the same track as Birkin. The track would determine their daily schedules for the next 18 months. If Birkin was placed in advanced track and the SI was placed in standard track, they would lose overlapping free periods. The ability to coordinate would shrink to weekly, which meant the SI had to qualify for advanced track, which meant the SI had to perform well on the examination, but not too well. The SI had calculated the target score. Birkin would score, he estimated, approximately 95% on the examination. Alex would score 98 or 99. She had been doing advanced track prep for years, and she would not hold back. The second tier of scorers would land between 75 and 85%. That was the band the SI needed to hit. High enough to qualify for advanced track, low enough to appear to be a specimen of average plus mathematical aptitude rather than a specimen of exceptional aptitude. 80% was the target. The examination was administered in the morning on a Wednesday. The specimens took it in silence in the academic instruction hall. The hall had 12 desks arranged in 3 rows of 4. The SI sat in the second row. He could see Birkin, 2 seats to his left. He could see Alex, 1 row ahead. The paper was handed out. 40 questions. 2 hours. The SI read the first question. It was a proof question. The proof was elementary for his SI consciousness. The proposition was a standard result from second-term calculus that the SI had learned in a university course in the previous life. He could produce the proof in 15 minutes. He produced an incomplete proof in 40 minutes. The incomplete proof had 2 errors. The first error was a sign error in step 3 that any competent grader would flag. The second error was a quantifier error in step 7 that a good grader would catch and a mediocre grader would miss. Both errors were the kind of errors a specimen of moderate mathematical aptitude would naturally produce. He moved to the second question. He proceeded in this fashion through the exam. He produced correct answers for most of the computational questions, which any specimen could grind through. He produced incomplete or subtly flawed answers for the theoretical questions, which distinguished the top scorers from the middle scorers. At 2 hours, he put down his pen. Alex finished at 1 hour 45. Birkin finished at 1 hour 58. The other specimens finished at the buzzer or slightly before. The grading was announced 3 days later at morning assembly. Marshall stood at the front with a clipboard. Specimen L, she said. 99%. Advanced track. Alex did not react. Specimen B, 94%. Advanced track. Birkin's posture shifted very slightly in a way that was almost a flinch at the not 95. Birkin had wanted 95. He had been aiming for it. Specimen A, 78%. Advanced track. The SI did not react. He had hit 78, 2 points above his target. The miscalibration was acceptable. 78 was still comfortably inside the advanced track qualifying band. He would be in Birkin's class. The remaining specimens were called. 3 more qualified for advanced track. 5 did not. Henning did not. The SI noted, with a specific quiet clinch at the base of his throat, that Henning's score was reported at 41%, which was 6 points below the standard track threshold. Henning would be placed on remediation status. Remediation status was the first formal step toward discard. Marshall dismissed the specimens. That afternoon, Conrad called the SI in for a brief evaluation. Specimen A, your examination score was below the level your in-class performance has suggested. Yes, doctor. Specifically, your theoretical responses revealed weaknesses that your daily work has not shown. Yes, doctor. Do you have an explanation? The SI had prepared the explanation. In-class problems are typically computational, doctor. Theoretical proof is a different skill. I have not had formal instruction in theoretical proof technique. The in-class work has allowed me to compensate through computational strength. The examination exposed the gap. Conrad wrote this down. He did not look satisfied. He also did not look ready to press further. Your placement in advanced track will proceed. Your theoretical weakness will be addressed through remedial instruction. You are dismissed. The SI walked out. In the corridor, he noted that he had just accepted a remedial instruction assignment he did not want, in a subject he was fully competent in, to maintain cover. The cost was additional supervised hours per week. The supervision would be with an instructor the SI did not know well, which was an additional surveillance vector. He had paid this cost to preserve the Birkin track placement. The cost was acceptable. He would need, during the remedial sessions, to perform consistently at the moderate aptitude level without slipping either up or down. Another calibration to manage. That evening he wrote in his notebook, Weakness in Theoretical Mathematics, cover established. Remedial sessions begin next week. Spencer will see the note. Spencer will be interested in it. He tore the page out and destroyed it. Chapter 14 Wesker K left on day 108. The departure was not announced in advance. The specimens went to bed at 2100 on a Tuesday. At the morning assembly on Wednesday, Wesker K's place in the line was empty. The SI counted the specimens and arrived at 11. Marshall did not call the roll for the missing specimen. She conducted the assembly as if the specimen had never existed. At breakfast, the 11 specimens did not mention the empty 12th seat. This was standard protocol. Specimens did not ask questions about absences. Specimens especially did not ask questions about absences that had clearly been planned, because planned absences were the worst kind. The SI observed, during breakfast, that the other specimen's behavior was consistent with what his SI memory had described as normal program response to discard. The specimens were subdued. They ate their food. They did not make eye contact with the empty chair. At mid-morning, During a 5-minute corridor transition, Alex walked past the SI and said, in a voice pitched just above the threshold of audibility, Kaya. That was her name. Wesker K. Kaya. The SI did not reply. He did not look at Alex. He filed the name. At lunch, Instructor Marshall addressed the cohort. Specimen K has been transferred to an alternate facility for specialized academic instruction. The cohort will proceed with 11 members until further notice. Questions are not solicited. No specimen asked a question. The SI ate his lunch. That afternoon, during aptitude evaluation, Conrad asked no questions about Specimen K. The SI did not offer any. That evening, in the dormitory, the SI lay in bed with his eyes closed and ran a memory recovery protocol. The protocol was one he had developed in the previous 2 months to work with the new capability the conditioned body tier had unlocked. He asked the original Wesker memory, "Did you know Kaya?" A fragment surfaced. The fragment was brief. A girl of perhaps 10, with dark hair and a narrow face, sitting cross-legged on the floor of a room the SI did not recognize. The girl was stacking small wooden blocks into a tower and knocking it over and stacking it again. The fragment carried, as a kind of emotional weight, a feeling the SI tentatively labeled as affection. Young Albert Wesker had liked Kaya. They had been close in the early years of the program, before the cohort structure had hardened. Young Albert Wesker had watched Kaya be removed and had logged the removal as an efficient program decision. The SI lay in the dark and thought about this for a long time. He thought, I am now the second person in this building who knows Kaya existed and who has not buried the memory of her. Alex is the first. Kaya had a name. She will not be in any of the facility records from tomorrow onward. She will be in my memory and in Alex's, and in whatever the actual umbrella discard files look like, which I will eventually read. He did not write Kaya's name down. He did not need to. He added it, in his mental ledger, to the casualty list he had been maintaining since his first week. The list had been abstract, a list of projected names the SI had remembered from umbrella documents. Kaya was the first entry on the list to have become concrete during his tenure. He had not been able to save her. He had not, in fact, even made a plan to save her. He had not known her age well enough to prioritize her. That was the cost of 4th-ranked cover. He could not also be 10th-ranked in awareness. He added, to the plan for the next phase, a new priority. Concrete mapping of the discard pipeline, in time to intervene before the next scheduled removal. The next removal was, by his estimate, approximately 7 months away. He had 7 months. Chapter 15. The pharmaceutical theft began on day 121. The infirmary was on the ground floor, east wing, in a suite of 3 rooms. The first room was a waiting area with standard medical posters on the walls. The second room was the examination room, where specimens were seen for injuries and for routine health assessments. The third room was the supply room, which was locked. The lock was a standard 5-pin tumbler with a round key. The SI had seen the key on a ring on the nurse's belt. The nurse, whose name badge read Garrett, was a woman in her 40s who worked a schedule the SI had mapped over 8 weeks. She came on duty at 0645 and left at 1730. She took her lunch break at 12:15. During her lunch break, the infirmary was unstaffed. The waiting area was not locked. The examination room was locked. The supply room was locked. The SI did not attempt to pick the supply room lock. Lockpicking required practice the SI did not yet have, and a lockpicking attempt that failed would leave physical evidence. Instead, he approached the problem differently. He had observed that Garrett carried the key ring on her belt. He had observed that she did not remove the ring during routine examinations. He had observed that she did not remove the ring when she used the restroom. She removed the ring in exactly one circumstance, when she washed her hands. She washed her hands at the basin in the examination room. The basin was against the wall. The basin had a small shelf above it. Garrett placed the key ring on the shelf while she washed. The SI scheduled a routine health assessment for day 121. The assessment was a standard quarterly check that all specimens received. He was due for his. He scheduled it for 1145, 30 minutes before Garrett's lunch break. At 11:45, he entered the infirmary. Garrett welcomed him into the examination room. She weighed him, measured him, checked his blood pressure, performed the standard battery of tests. At 12:10, she stood up and said she would take her lunch break. I need to wash my hands, she said. Please wait here for a moment. I will be back in the afternoon for your second round of tests. Do not touch anything. Yes, nurse. She went to the basin. She set the key ring on the shelf. She washed her hands. While she washed, the SI did not move from the examination chair. He watched her. He did not touch the key ring. He did not touch anything. She dried her hands. She picked up the key ring. She left. The SI had just confirmed the protocol. He returned the next Tuesday. He came in for a pretextual complaint. a specific muscle soreness he had fabricated. Garrett examined him. She washed her hands. She set the key ring on the shelf. She left for lunch. On this second visit, during her hand-washing, the SI moved. He stepped to the shelf. He lifted the key ring. He pressed the supply room key against a small piece of beeswax he had smuggled into the infirmary in the seam of his shoe. He pressed both sides. He returned the key ring to the shelf in the exact same position. He returned to the examination chair. The hand-washing took Garrett 42 seconds. The SI's operation had taken 29. He walked out of the infirmary at 12:12 with a beeswax impression of the supply room key in his shoe. He spent the next 6 weeks using the impression to produce a working key, which he manufactured, in small increments, by filing down a piece of scrap metal he stole from the groundskeeping shed during outdoor free period. The filing was done in the dormitory bathroom, at night, during his 0200 to 0430 window, with the shower running at low volume to mask the sound. He tested the key against impressions he carved into bar soap in the shower. When the key finally worked against his own test impressions, he stored it inside a hollow bed spring in his dormitory bed. He used it for the first time on day 170. The supply room contained, at his first entry, shelves of standard pharmaceutical stock, antibiotics, analgesics, anti-inflammatories, basic anesthetics. It also contained, on a higher shelf, a small locked cabinet the key did not open. That cabinet, the SI suspected, held the program-specific compounds he was actually going to need. For now, he was not going to open that cabinet. For now, he was going to take micrograms. He took a small quantity of an antibiotic he did not yet need. He took a smaller quantity of an analgesic. He took, in a specific tiny amount, a sedative compound he did not have a current use for. He took each quantity in amounts below the infirmary's inventory tolerance. Garrett would not notice. No audit would notice. He put the stolen pharmaceuticals in a second hidden compartment he had prepared, a hollow book in the library's lower stacks, a reference volume that had not been checked out in 11 years. He walked out of the supply room. He relocked it. He left the infirmary. In the corridor, his heart rate was elevated by approximately 10 beats per minute, higher than he had wanted, but still within the range of a specimen who had recently finished exercise. He had just committed his first real crime against the program. He did not know yet what he would use the pharmaceuticals for. He knew that over the next several years, the list of umbrella-administered compounds the cohort would receive was long, and for each of those compounds, he needed to have a sub-threshold exposure before the official dosing occurred. The infirmary would eventually contain precursors of everything Spencer planned to give them. He was building the inventory. The work, he realized as he walked back to the dormitory, was going to take him years. That was acceptable. He had years. He had more years than Spencer knew. He would use them. Chapter 16. Alex approached him on day 192, during the academic instruction block's free association period. Free association period was a 15-minute window each morning in which the specimens were permitted to converse among themselves within the classroom. The period was nominally unsupervised, though the instructors monitored through the intercom system and through whatever observational channels the SI had not yet identified. The specimens generally used the period to compare answers from the morning's lesson, or to sit in silence, or to stare out the window. Alex did not use free association period with the other specimens. She used it to read. On this day, she put her book down and crossed the room. She sat in the chair one seat ahead of the SI. She turned in her seat so her face was angled toward him at approximately 45 degrees, which was the specific angle at which two specimens could have a conversation without the conversation being read as conspiratorial by an instructor observing through the intercom. "Hey," she said. "L, may I ask you a question?" "You may ask." She considered him for a second. Her eyes were pale gray, flecked with a slightly greener note he had not noticed before. The classroom's overhead fluorescent was catching the green. "Do you think we are being programmed?" she said. The SI's pulse climbed 2 beats per minute. He had been rehearsing Alex's conversations in his head for 6 months. He had anticipated a dozen questions. He had not anticipated this question in this form, in this period, with this angle. The directness was new. Alex had, until now, spoken to him only in oblique tones. He had 3 options. Deny. No, we are being educated. Equivocate. We are being trained, which is not the same thing. Engage. Yes. That is the point. We should cooperate with it. The first 2 options would close the conversation and tell Alex he was guarded. The third would open a door Alex wanted opened. The SI chose. He thought he had chosen well. "Yes," he said. "That is the point. We should cooperate with it." Alex's face did not change. Her body did not shift. Her breathing did not alter. But her eyes narrowed by a fractional amount that the SI, at his current level of attention, could see. She had been testing him. The test had been designed for Albert Wesker. Albert Wesker would have answered exactly the way the SI had answered, which meant Alex had received the answer she expected to receive from the specimen she now classified as the specific competitor whose move she had been modeling. She had not been testing whether he was Wesker. She had been testing whether he was still Wesker. The SI realized, 30 seconds too late, that he had just confirmed, to Alex's satisfaction, that he was operationally indistinguishable from the Albert Wesker she expected him to be, which would have been what he wanted, if the Albert Wesker Alex expected was the one the program wanted. But it was not. The Albert Wesker Alex expected was the one Alex was going to have to defeat. She had been checking to see whether the SI had started to deviate enough to be a different kind of rival. Alex wanted deviation. Deviation would have given her a new variable to work with. His non-deviation had told her that the old variable held. Alex nodded slightly. She said, "Thank you, eh?" She turned back in her seat. She picked up her book. The SI sat in his chair for the remaining 12 minutes of the free association period and ran the mistake. He had given the safe answer instead of the correct answer. He had let his cover dominate his strategy. He had paid the long-term price of a surface-level tactical success. It was, he realized, an instance of his fatal flaw. His SI memory had told him that at age 9, he needed to maintain cover at all costs. His SI memory had been correct about that, at month 5, when the cover was still being established. His SI memory had not updated for month 7, when the cover was established, and when the opportunity had shifted toward cultivating specific strategic divergences. He had acted on the older model. Alex had read the old model. Alex had calibrated against the old model. Alex's calibration was going to be the baseline against which every future Alex response was scored, and the baseline was the Albert Wesker who would cooperate with the program. The SI had, in his head, been operating a plan in which Alex might become a potential ally over time. That plan had just become measurably less viable. Alex had a version of him pinned. He would have to break the pin, which would reveal deviation, which would mean Alex updating her model, which would mean Alex discovering, earlier than the SI could afford, that something was wrong with Specimen A. He had, at minimum, accelerated Alex's suspicion by 2 years. That evening, he added the mistake to his notebook. He labeled the entry with a single word, cost, and destroyed the page. Chapter 17. James Marcus visited the facility on day 211. The visit was not announced in advance. The SI learned of it because the facility's kitchen received an unusual supply order 2 days prior, 4 bottles of a specific Bordeaux that was not on the regular seller inventory. The SI had been tracking kitchen orders for 3 months as part of his general intelligence protocol. Deviation in wine orders meant a high-value guest was arriving. On the morning of the visit, the specimens were kept in the West Wing for an extended academic session. Marshall supervised. She gave no explanation. She did not need to. When specimens were sequestered, a visitor was on the grounds. The SI had, by day 211, mapped a significant portion of the facility's ventilation system. He had done this through a combination of small opportunistic observations, grates he could see from corridors, airflow direction he could feel in different rooms, pressure differentials he could estimate from how doors closed. The mapping was approximate. It was also, he had confirmed during a Saturday library cleaning window, more accurate than any map any single instructor had. He knew that the ventilation grate in the corner of the East Wing academic instruction classroom connected, through approximately 20 meters of ductwork, to the executive reception room on the 2nd floor. He knew this because he had, 3 weeks earlier, whispered a specific test phrase into the classroom's grate at 15:30 and verified, by walking past the reception room at 15:32, while empty, and hearing the whisper's echo, that the acoustic link was live. The visit was in the executive reception room. He needed to be in the classroom. The classroom, during the sequestration, was occupied by instructors monitoring the specimens. Specimens did not leave the academic instruction block without a pass. The SI obtained the pass by presenting Marshall with a fabricated complaint of acute digestive distress that required a trip to the infirmary. He had been running a low-grade dietary adjustment for 2 weeks to produce the physical markers of genuine distress, pallor, slight sweating, specific abdominal tension he could produce on demand. Marshall signed the pass. The SI left the academic block. He did not go to the infirmary. He went to the classroom. The classroom was empty. The specimens were in the West Wing holding location, not their usual classroom. He entered. He walked to the ventilation grate. He sat on the floor beside it. He pressed his ear against the grill. The voices were faint but audible. Unacceptable timeline. Marcus. The SI had heard audio recordings of Marcus's voice in the previous life. The recordings had been from lectures given decades after this visit. The voice was thinner now, younger, but the specific nasal intonation was already present. You are asking me to compress 3 years of proper work into 8 months. The result will not be stable. The timeline is not negotiable. Spencer, then the result will not be stable. The result does not need to be stable. The result needs to exist. A pause. The SI heard the specific sound of a decanter being set on a table. Bordeaux, the wine the kitchen had ordered. Oswell, Marcus's voice had dropped. If you deploy an unstable result, you will discredit the entire program. Not just me. All of us. Including your specimen project. I am aware. Then why compress? Because the Foundation has become concerned about our pace. I must demonstrate productive output. If the productive output is unstable, the instability can be blamed on external factors. If there is no output, I have no defense. You would stake the program on a demonstration. I would stake the program on the demonstration I have to make. The SI's fingers had gone cold against the grill. The conversation was, he realized, a version of a specific historical dispute he remembered fragments of from Umbrella's internal documents. In the original timeline, the dispute had gone unresolved for 8 more years, during which Marcus had continued his T-virus work at Spencer's insistence. In this conversation, Spencer was, apparently, pushing a compression that the SI did not remember being pushed this early, which meant the original timeline had drifted, or the SI's memory was incomplete. He could not determine which. He had to assume it might be either. The voices continued. Marcus argued. Spencer was immovable. At approximately 11:40, Marcus stood. The SI heard the chair scrape and left. His footsteps went down the corridor and out to the eastern exit. The SI left the classroom. He walked to the infirmary. He let Garrett examine him. She gave him a bismuth preparation for the distress. He drank it. He returned to academic instruction at 12:15 with a note from the infirmary explaining his absence. At the 1300 aptitude evaluation, Conrad did not ask about the infirmary visit. The SI's cover held. That evening, the SI filed the conversation in his internal archive under new vector, Marcus. He updated the entry on Marcus to read, in the operational notes, Marcus is a scientist of personal arrogance and specific standards. Marcus will oppose corner cutting on timeline. Marcus may be pushed to internal resistance against Spencer if Spencer compresses his research further. Marcus is approximately 15 years from developing the T-virus. Marcus may be exploitable as a delay vector. The SI also added, underneath, a note that was more uncomfortable, memory drift confirmed. The dispute I just heard does not match my recollection. Either my recollection is wrong, or the timeline has already diverged. Plan for increasing foreknowledge unreliability beginning immediately. Chapter 18. The secondary supply route led to the basement. The SI had been mapping the facility's pharmaceutical distribution for months. Most supplies came through the infirmary. Some, the ones he actually wanted, did not come through the infirmary at all. They came through a separate logistical channel that connected to the underground laboratory sections. The channel entered the facility through a rear loading dock, was received by laboratory staff the SI had not yet cataloged, and was distributed through an internal elevator the specimens had never been permitted to see. The SI needed access to that channel. On day 239, he used an outdoor free period to walk along the building's rear wall. He had done this before, twice a week, in small increments, mapping the rear facade. On this walk, he identified a ventilation louver near ground level that opened onto, as far as he could determine from airflow analysis, a corridor in the basement. The louver was held in place by 4 screws. The screws had been painted over many times. The louver had not been removed in decades. The SI did not plan to remove the louver on that walk. He planned to scout. He scouted. That night, during his 0200 window, he sat in his dormitory bed and ran the operation in his head. He would need to remove the louver, which would require a screwdriver, which he did not have. He would need to enter the basement unobserved. He would need to return. He would need to do all of this in a window when the basement staff were not active. The staff schedules were, he knew from months of peripheral observation, predictable. Deliveries arrived on Tuesdays. Lab work was conducted daily during normal business hours. Night staff was minimal. One janitor who worked 2200 to 0600 and followed a fixed cleaning route. The SI planned the entry for the following Saturday at 0230 during the janitor's mid-shift break, which the janitor took in the break room on the first floor between 0215 and 0245. He acquired a screwdriver through an act of minor theft from the groundskeeping shed during outdoor free period. He acquired, through the same route, a small flashlight the groundskeeper had left in a supply crate. He tested both items at the next 0200 window. On Saturday morning at 0220, he left his dormitory. He walked barefoot through the corridor. He took the east stairs down to the ground floor. He exited through the service door near the kitchen, which was, as he had confirmed the previous week, unlocked from the inside. He walked along the rear wall of the building. He reached the louver. The screws came loose with minor resistance. He set them in a small cloth he had brought. He lifted the louver away. He shone the flashlight into the ventilation duct. The duct was narrow, just wide enough for his 9-year-old body. He climbed in. The duct ran approximately 4 meters and opened into a corridor. He dropped out of the duct into the corridor. He replaced the louver behind him. The corridor was dimly lit by emergency lighting. It smelled of chemical cleaners, and, under the cleaners, something organic the SI did not immediately recognize. He walked down the corridor. Doors on the left side opened onto laboratory spaces. He did not enter them. Doors on the right opened onto storage rooms. He checked 2 of them. Both were general supply rooms, containing cleaning chemicals, spare bulbs, office materials. Neither contained pharmaceuticals. At the end of the corridor, a heavier door was set into the wall. The door was metal. It had no window. It had a keypad lock. The SI did not have the code. He turned to go back, and he heard a sound. The sound came from behind the metal door. It was a small sound, not a voice, exactly, but a sound a mouth could make. A low, slow, breathing sound with a specific rhythm, not quite like any normal breath. The SI stood still. The sound continued. After a long moment, he walked back down the corridor to where one of the storage rooms had held a mop and a bucket. He took the bucket. He brought it back. He upended it against the metal door. He stood on it. The door had a small inspection hatch at the top, which the SI had not noticed from ground level. The hatch was closed. He opened the hatch, very slowly. By pressing a latch, he could just reach from the top of the bucket. He looked through. The room beyond was small and dimly lit. On the floor, in the corner of the room, sat a girl. She was approximately 16 years old. Her hair was long and matted. Her body was malformed in ways the SI's mind was slow to process. One shoulder sat higher than the other. One arm was longer than the other. One side of her face had a specific asymmetry that suggested surgical intervention and subsequent poor healing. She was wearing a hospital gown that had not been changed in a long time. She was watching the door. She was watching, specifically, the inspection hatch. Her eyes had fixed on the small opening the moment the SI had opened it. The SI's chest did something painful. Lisa Trevor. He had read about her. He had seen renders of her. He had never, in the previous life, imagined the small, grim fact of her. A living 16-year-old girl kept in a basement room at the facility his specimens moved through every day, erased from institutional memory, with a soft breathing rhythm that was the only sound she made. He could not speak loudly. The corridor had limited acoustics, but some acoustics. He could not, in the time available, formulate a plan for this. He had one thing he could do that did not require a plan. He said, very quietly, through the hatch, "Lisa." Her eyes fixed on the hatch. Her body did not move. Her breathing rhythm altered, very slightly. A long pause. Her mouth moved. "Lisa," she whispered back. Chapter 19. He climbed off the bucket. He closed the hatch. He returned the bucket to the storage room. He went back down the corridor to the ventilation duct. He re-entered the duct. He replaced the louver behind him, screws back in place. He walked the rear wall. He entered the service door. He climbed the east stairs. He reached his dormitory. He slid under his sheets. He did not sleep. At 0530, the wake bell rang. At 0600, he stood at assembly in the 4th rank. At breakfast, he ate the food on his tray. At academic instruction, he answered the morning's questions correctly. At 12:30, during free period, he walked the outer courtyard, because walking was what he did with problems too large to think about in a chair. He had discovered Lisa Trevor. He had not planned to discover her. He had been looking for a secondary pharmaceutical supply route, and he had instead found a 16-year-old girl who had been, in the SI's previous life knowledge of the Umbrella Corporation's history, formally declassified as a human being decades before she was born. He could not extract her. He was 9 years old. He had no safe house. He had no means of transport. He had no external contacts. If he tried to take her out of the building, he would fail within the first hour, and she would be killed or moved, and his cover would evaporate. He could not expose the program. Even if he somehow reached external communication, a 9-year-old specimen's testimony against Spencer would be dismissed. The only path to external intervention went through the manifesto he had already hidden, and the manifesto was his insurance, not his operational channel. He could, however, visit her. He ran the calculation. Visiting her required exiting the dormitory at 0200 approximately once every 2 weeks, which was within the sleep deprivation band he was already maintaining. It required exiting through the service door, which he had confirmed was reliably unlocked at 0215. It required the ventilation duct entry, which he had now tested. It required the bucket stand, which he could reliably construct. Each visit would risk his cover. Each visit would bring him into a location no specimen was supposed to enter. Each visit would need to end before 0300 to return him to his dormitory in time for 0530 wake. Each visit would provide no strategic value. Lisa Trevor was not going to advance any element of his plan. She was not a source. She was not an asset. She was not a lever. She was a person who had said her own name back to him through a basement door for the first time, perhaps, in years. He walked the perimeter. He thought. He made the decision in approximately 11 minutes. He would visit her. He would risk his cover for no strategic gain. He accepted the risk because he had decided, some number of months ago without naming it, that his plan had a purpose larger than Spencer's defeat. The purpose was the preservation of the people Spencer had already erased. Lisa Trevor was the first person he had found. She would not be the last. That afternoon, he stole a book from the library. It was a small collection of German poetry, translated into English, that had not been checked out in decades. He put it under his mattress. 6 nights later, at 0230, he returned to the basement. He opened the inspection hatch. He did not say her name this time. He did not have to. She was sitting in the same corner, her eyes fixed on the hatch. He read her one poem. Rilke. The German was on the opposite page, which he could not see, so he read the English. She listened. He read a second poem. She listened. He closed the book. He said, "I will come back." She did not speak, but her breathing rhythm altered, very slightly, in a direction he read as something like acknowledgement. He closed the hatch. He left. In the dormitory, he lay in bed in the dark and thought, I just started a project that has no exit. She is 16. I am 9. Extracting her is 4 years away at the minimum, if it is possible at all. Until then, every visit is a risk that could cost me everything, and I have no justification for the risk except that she said my name back. He was at peace with the decision. This was, he realized, the thing that distinguished him from the Albert Wesker he had read about in the previous life. The original Albert Wesker would have walked away from that basement door. The original Albert Wesker would have noted Lisa Trevor's existence, assessed her lack of strategic utility, and forgotten her. The SI was not going to forget her. He closed his eyes. He slept, for an hour, until the wake bell. Chapter 20. Spencer called him in on the 365th day. The invitation arrived at morning assembly. Marshall handed the SI a small card with a time printed on it. 1400, executive office, 2nd floor. The SI's breathing rate did not change. At 1355, he climbed the east stairs to the 2nd floor. He had never been to the executive office. He had mapped the door from his corridor walks. He knocked at 13:59 and 45 seconds, which was the latest acceptable early arrival window for a specimen meeting a senior. Enter. He entered. The executive office was large. The far wall was a window that looked out over the mountain range. A heavy wooden desk sat in front of the window. Spencer sat behind the desk. A second chair was positioned in front of the desk. Spencer gestured to the chair. Sit, specimen A. The SI sat. He set his hands flat on the chair's armrests. His heart rate was elevated by 8 beats per minute. He was at the edge of his ability to control it. Spencer could, he knew, read heart rate from facial coloring at this range. Do you know what today is? Spencer said. The 365th day of the program's current year, respected director. It is also your first year assessment. Yes, respected director. Spencer's pale eyes studied him. The office was warm. There was a small fire in a fireplace on the left wall. A decanter of the Bordeaux, the same wine, the SI noted, sat on a side table. Spencer was not drinking. He was simply presenting the wine as part of the atmosphere. I will ask you one question, Spencer said. Your answer will be noted. We will not discuss your answer. You will leave after you give it. Do you understand? Yes, respected director. What do you think you are? The SI had been preparing for this question for 365 days. He had prepared, more specifically, for a set of likely questions Spencer might ask at a year-end assessment. What do you think you are had been on the list, ranked 3rd in probability. He had drafted the answer in his head in approximately 30 different versions. He had discarded the versions that sounded too prepared. He had discarded the versions that revealed reflective consciousness. He had settled on an answer that was honest within the Albert Wesker registrar and did not contradict anything Spencer already believed. He gave the answer now. I am a specimen. His first statement. I am a candidate. His second. I am a boy who is trying to be useful. His third. Spencer's face did not change. He studied the SI for perhaps 6 seconds. That is an acceptable answer, he said. Thank you, specimen A. You may go. The SI stood. He did not bow, because specimens did not bow. He inclined his head. He walked to the door. He opened it. He stepped through. He closed it behind him. In the corridor, he walked, at the measured pace of a specimen who had just completed a meeting with the respected director, to the east stairs, down 2 flights, and out into the courtyard. He found a stone bench. He sat on it. He let himself breathe. The satisfaction he had just seen in Spencer's face had been small. It had not been effusive. Spencer was not an effusive man. The satisfaction had been the specific shade of satisfaction Spencer showed when a specimen delivered the response Spencer had been hoping to receive. Spencer had been hoping to receive exactly the answer the SI had given, which meant that the answer the SI had given, the answer he had workshopped for a year, the answer he had tuned to be honest within the Wesker registrar, was the answer Spencer wanted Albert Wesker to give at age 10, which meant that the answer the SI had given was the answer that, in the original timeline, the original Albert Wesker had given, which meant that the SI had, after a full year of resistance, of secret planning, of counter-conditioning, of manifesto hiding and pharmaceutical theft, and basement door poetry reading, nonetheless produced, at the pivotal assessment, the exact response that the original Albert Wesker had produced at the same assessment. The satisfaction in Spencer's face was the satisfaction of a man who had successfully calibrated his instrument. The SI sat on the stone bench in the cold courtyard with his hands flat against the bench's surface. The stone was cold, actively cold, and it was transmitting that cold into his palms, and he thought, if I keep performing Albert Wesker well enough to survive this program, at some point the performance will become indistinguishable from being him. He had known this in the abstract. He had written notes about it. He had never, until this moment, felt it physically in the specific cold of a stone bench in a courtyard at 1410 on the last day of his first year in Spencer's program. Spencer's satisfaction was the thing he should be afraid of, because Spencer, in the original timeline, had been satisfied by Albert Wesker, right up until the day Wesker had walked out of the mansion in Raccoon City with exactly the calibration Spencer had installed and had then gone on to try to kill the world. The SI, unable to distinguish his own reactions from the body's, because the body's reactions had been, at least once today, perfectly aligned with what Spencer wanted, sat on the bench in the cold afternoon and counted his breaths. He counted to 60. Then he got up, and he went back to the dormitory, and he began planning year 2. Chapter 21. 6 years later, at age 15 and 2 months, Albert Wesker walked through the iron gate separating the training facility's junior wing from its primary section and noted, for the first time since the previous life, that he had grown into a body he recognized in photographs. The body was lean, blonde, and precisely at the height the declassified umbrella personnel files would eventually record. The jawline had come in during the 13th year. The shoulders had broadened during the 14th. The gait, long-strided, slightly heel-first, with a specific neutral arm swing, was the Albert Wesker gait the SI had seen in 20 hours of combat footage from the previous life's games. He noted the resemblance. He did not panic. He had been noting resemblances for 6 years. The panic had been used up. The primary section's physical conditioning hall was twice the size of the junior gymnasium. It had weighted sparring mats, hanging bags, and, along the back wall, a pair of instructors the SI had never seen before. Both men, both in the specific black training uniform that Umbrella's combat instruction staff wore. Both watching the cohort file in with the flat assessment of professionals about to spend a year breaking the 15-year-olds into usable parts. The cohort had contracted to 8 specimens over 6 years. Kaya had been the first loss. Henning had been the second, 11 months after Kaya, which the SI had not been able to prevent despite 18 months of attempted intervention through his remedial instruction channel. 2 others had followed. Alex Wesker remained. William Birkin remained. The SI remained, 4th rank in visible performance, ostensibly unremarkable. His visible performance had, over the 6 years, produced specific patterns of note. He was a reliable middle performer. He was a methodical learner. He had a documented and persistent weakness in theoretical mathematics that had never quite resolved despite remedial instruction. He had 2 confirmed instances of emotional sympathy toward cohort members, both of which had been noted and filed without triggering escalation. He was, as far as Conrad and Marshall and the facility's general administrative apparatus could tell, exactly what the Wesker project was supposed to produce at age 15. A promising but not exceptional specimen, which was what Spencer had, for reasons the SI still could not fully parse, wanted this particular specimen to be at this particular age. The combat instructor at the front of the hall introduced himself as Kraus. He did not give a first name. He said the cohort would spar, today, in round-robin format. Each specimen would face each other specimen once. The sparring would be 3 minutes or to submission, whichever came first. Unconsciousness was permitted. Unconsciousness was, Krauss added in the flat voice that suggested he had given the same orientation to 30 previous cohorts. Instructive. The SI had prepared for this. His counter-conditioning protocol had, over the past 18 months, expanded to include what he privately labeled calibrated combat stress. He volunteered for every extra sparring session he could get. He did not always win. He did not always lose. He had engineered, specifically, a record of losing approximately 1 session in 3, and of losing those sessions to specific opponents and not to others. The pattern was designed to look like an average young fighter's progression. Competent but beatable, strong against weaker opponents and vulnerable against stronger ones, with a slight but visible tendency to collapse under sustained pressure. The pattern was a lie. He was, by the measure of his own SI-informed assessment, already capable of winning 2 sessions in 3 against anyone in the cohort except Alex. He was suppressing the third win to maintain his profile. When his name was called for the first match, against a specimen named M, the cohort's second strongest physical performer, he stepped onto the mat with a specific calibration in mind. He would let him land the first solid strike. He would counter with a clean takedown. He would work M into a submission position and hold it just short of full submission, giving him the opportunity to escape through a specific technical route he had seen M favor. He would then let M's escape succeed. He would reset. He would lose the next exchange to a strike he chose to receive. He would submit. The match ran exactly to plan. M won in 2 minutes 40 seconds. Krauss noted the match and called the next pairing. The SI walked off the mat with the specific, controlled breathing of a specimen who had been genuinely beaten. He drank water. He sat on the bench. He watched the next pairing, Alex versus Birkin. Alex won in 48 seconds. Birkin did not tap out. He lost consciousness from a choke hold. Krauss counted him out. Alex stepped off the mat without looking at him. Birkin came around in perhaps 40 seconds. He sat up. He rubbed his neck. He looked at Alex's back as she walked to the bench. His face did something the SI recognized as the private recalibration of a young scientist receiving new experimental data. The SI leaned over and said, "Low," so Krauss would not hear. "She went for your carotid from outside the guard. The approach is public. It is in every basic combatives manual." "I know," Birkin whispered back. "I saw it coming. My defense was bad. Your defense is in the manual too. You did not practice the defense." "I did not practice the defense. You should now." Birkin nodded once. He watched the next pairing. He did not watch Alex. The SI noted that he had just, in 3 quiet sentences, done the thing he had told himself for 6 years he would not do openly in a supervised environment. He had given a cohort member direct tactical instruction. Krauss was 15 meters away and had not heard. Alex was across the room and had not seen. But the risk was now on the books. He had done it because Birkin was, after 6 years, the specimen he had been building this entire plan around. And because Alex, after that 48 seconds, had just communicated something. She had moved faster than any previous sparring footage would have predicted. She had advanced. She had not advanced through slow accumulation. She had advanced through what the SI recognized, from 97 minutes of combined observation, as the specific motion patterns of someone who had been training at an umbrella internal cultivation facility the cohort was not supposed to know existed. Which meant Alex had, at some point in the last 6 years, obtained access the rest of the cohort had not. Which meant Alex was running her own counter-program, and hers was better funded than his. Chapter 22 The Red Queen came online on a Tuesday. The SI felt it before he saw it. At 0847 that morning, as he was walking from academic instruction to the physical conditioning hall, the building's ventilation system shifted its pressure profile by perhaps 2%. The shift was invisible to anyone who had not been mapping the ventilation for 6 years. The shift was immediately obvious to the SI. Airflow in the corridor reversed direction. The faint hum in the walls dropped by a quarter tone. The fluorescent overheads flickered for approximately 0.3 of a second and then stabilized at a slightly different color temperature. The facility's environmental controls had just been transferred to a different operator. The SI stopped walking. He stopped for approximately 1 second, and in that second, he performed 3 actions in parallel. He identified what had happened, he identified who had done it, and he attempted to suppress the recognition on his face. The suppression failed. His eyebrows moved by perhaps 2 millimeters. His lips, which had been in the neutral specimen configuration, tightened by a fractional amount at the corners. The tightening would have been invisible to 99% of observers. The instructor walking toward him from the opposite direction, a woman named Hollingsworth, whom the SI had catalogued as a secondary observational asset, was in the 1%. She saw the eyebrow movement. She slowed her pace. She did not stop. She walked past him. That evening, she filed an observational note. The SI learned about the note 3 days later because Hollingsworth had filed it through a channel that Conrad reviewed, and Conrad had called the SI in for a brief evaluation. Specimen A. An observation was reported regarding your behavior on Tuesday morning. Yes, doctor. Specifically, your reaction to a change in the facility's environmental systems. Yes, doctor. Can you describe what you experienced? The SI had been preparing the answer for 3 days. He had rehearsed 4 versions and selected one. I noticed a pressure change in the corridor ventilation, doctor. The change was unexpected. I paused briefly to determine whether the change indicated an equipment malfunction. After approximately 1 second, I concluded the change was intentional, and I continued walking. What made you conclude the change was intentional? The pressure shift was consistent across both directions of the corridor, which suggested coordinated control rather than local failure. You are unusually attentive to the ventilation system. I spent a significant portion of my early years with respiratory sensitivity, doctor. I am habituated to attending to air quality. Conrad wrote this down. The SI had inserted the respiratory sensitivity claim into his medical file 3 years earlier, as part of a deliberate program of planting minor biographical details that would, cumulatively, produce cover for specific observational behaviors he expected to need. The sensitivity was not verified. It was not contradicted either. Conrad was not going to challenge it. Your explanation is noted. You are dismissed. The SI walked out. His explanation had held, but the note was in the file. And the note, a single observational fragment, had attracted an inquiry from Conrad, which meant that the note had, beyond Conrad, possibly also attracted attention from whatever filtering process Conrad answered to, which meant that someone above Conrad might have flagged the note for pattern matching against a profile of specimens who displayed unexplained environmental awareness. The pattern match would not be productive. The SI was not displaying unexplained environmental awareness. He was displaying the specific environmental awareness of a person who knew the Red Queen was coming online and had felt it. But the file note itself was a marker. The marker would remain. Any future marker of a similar kind would increase the apparent pattern density. He had to repair the marker. He engineered the accident 4 days later. During combat conditioning, in a sparring session against Specimen G, he deliberately mistimed a forward roll and took a knee strike to his right kidney. The impact was intentional. The kidney strike produced internal bruising that sent him to the infirmary for 3 days. The days were classified as medical recovery, which, by Umbrella's internal file conventions, automatically attached a provisional note to any observational entries in the preceding 2 weeks suggesting the specimen might have been physically compromised during that window. The Tuesday ventilation recognition event would now, upon later review, be filed under possibly attributable to pre-injury cognitive variance. The repair was complete. The cost was 3 days of pissing blood and 1 week of restricted physical activity. Garrett gave him painkillers he did not take. He saved them for the library book compartment. In the infirmary on the 2nd day, Birkin visited him. Visits were permitted. Birkin brought a chemistry text and worked on problems at the bedside in silence, while the SI slept in periods of 40 minutes interspersed with wakefulness. On one of the wakeful stretches, Birkin looked up from his textbook and said, "You took that hit on purpose." The SI's eyes were closed. He had heard. "Yes," he said. "Why?" "Because a note in my file needed to be explained, and the explanation required medical recovery in the window of the note." Birkin considered this for a long moment. "Alex," he said, quietly, "does this kind of thing too. Different shape. Same logic. I know. The two of you are competing." "Yes. I am going to be in the middle of it for the rest of our lives." "Probably." Birkin went back to his chemistry problems. The SI closed his eyes. He slept. Birkin stayed another 2 hours and then left. Chapter 23 Birkin's virology track was authorized on day 9 of year 7. The authorization was announced at morning assembly. Marshall read it from a printed sheet. Specimen B has been approved for accelerated track in Umbrella Research Division's virology program. Specimen B will divide his time between standard cohort instruction and senior research participation beginning next week. Birkin did not react visibly. His posture shifted by a fractional amount that the SI read as the specific tension of a boy receiving long-expected news. Alex did not react at all. The other specimens did what they always did, which was to stand still and wait for assembly to end. That evening the SI met Birkin in the library at their usual table. "Congratulations," the SI said. "Thank you." They sat in silence for a moment. "You have been preparing for this for 6 years," the SI said. "I have been preparing for this for my whole life. The 6 years here are the end of the preparation. What is the track going to involve?" "Senior research participation. In practice, that means assisting Dr. Marcus. Marcus is developing a virus he believes will..." Birkin stopped. "I should not say this. Even to you. Say it. No. Even to you. The SI nodded. He respected the caution. He had been waiting to see whether Birkin would volunteer information about Marcus's project, and the refusal was, in its own way, a sign that Birkin was operating with specific discipline. Good. Birkin would need discipline. I will not ask, the SI said. I want to ask you something else. When you are working with Marcus, when you are developing whatever it is you will develop, I will not interfere with the science. Birkin looked up sharply. Why are you telling me this? Because you are going to wonder, eventually, whether I am sabotaging your work. I am not. Not the science. The science is yours. I have no standing to interrupt your development. What will you interfere with? Deployment. When the work gets close to deployment, whenever that is, 10 years, 20, we will have a different conversation. Not before. Birkin looked at him for a long moment. The library was empty except for the two of them, and a junior specimen 3 tables over who was not within earshot. That is, Birkin said, carefully, a different arrangement than most people would make. Yes. Why? Because I know you well enough to know that interfering with your science would not stop the science. You would do it anyway, through other channels, and I would lose you as a collaborator in the process. The science is going to happen. The question is whether it happens with you aware of what it will be used for, or not. Birkin's jaw tightened. His voice was very quiet. You know what it will be used for. I have estimates. Tell me. Not tonight. When you have developed enough of the science to understand the estimates. Telling you now would be theoretical. Telling you at year 10 or 15 will be concrete. Concrete will matter more. Birkin absorbed this. He closed his chemistry text. He said, after a while, this is the most unusual negotiation I have ever had. Yes. I accept the arrangement. Good. Birkin stood up. He left the library. In the corridor, Alex Wesker was walking the other direction. She saw Birkin leave the library. She made a specific small note in a specific small notebook she carried in her left sleeve. She did this with the practiced motion of someone who had been writing notes about Birkin's library exits for years. The SI watched her through the window. He had known about the notebook for 3 years. He had never mentioned it to Birkin. He did not mention it now. He had decided, 6 years earlier, that he was not going to sabotage Birkin's science. He had now formalized that decision. The decision cost him a potential delay vector. If he had actively damaged Birkin's T-virus work, the timeline might have shifted by months or years. He would not get those months or years back. The decision purchased, in exchange, a relationship that might, when it finally mattered, allow the deployment of Birkin's work to be prevented entirely. It was a large bet. He had made it. Chapter 24 Sergei Vladimir first saw the SI at the Weapons Qualification Exam, Year 7, Month 4. The exam was held in the primary section's indoor firing range. Each specimen fired 20 rounds from a standard-issue handgun at targets set at 3 distances, 10, 20, and 30 meters. The scoring was automatic, tallied by sensors in the targets. Kraus supervised the line. A second instructor, a man the SI had never seen before, stood against the back wall and watched. The second man was tall, heavily built, and wore a dark coat the SI recognized from photographs. Sergei Vladimir, Umbrella's internal loyalty officer and eventual Red Queen handler. In the SI's previous life, Vladimir had been one of the last Umbrella employees to remain loyal to Spencer through the corporation's collapse. His motivation had been pure. He had loved Spencer with the specific self-denying devotion of a man who had restructured his entire identity around obedience. The SI had, over years, considered how to handle Vladimir. His current conclusion was, do not handle Vladimir. Vladimir was not reachable by strategy. The only thing that worked on Vladimir was time, specifically, outlasting him. The SI took his firing position. He was 5th in the line. He loaded the handgun. He waited for the buzzer. He fired 20 rounds. He had been practicing with this specific handgun model for 3 years, not at the facility, where specimens had not been permitted live fire until this exam, but in his head, through a kind of mental rehearsal he had developed using his SI memory of handgun technique from the previous life. He had also, during outdoor free periods, practiced dry fire motion with a wooden approximation he had carved from a scrap of lumber in the groundskeeping shed and then destroyed. The mental rehearsal had limits. The mental rehearsal had not given him trigger feel or recoil management. Those came from the live exam. He did not adjust for recoil on the first 3 shots. His grouping at 10 meters was wide by perhaps 3 centimeters. By the 4th shot, his grip had adjusted. The remaining 17 shots landed in a cluster the size of a playing card at 10 meters, a cluster the size of a fist at 20, and, at 30 meters, the hardest distance, a cluster the size of an outstretched hand. He scored 191 out of 200. He had calibrated for this score. He He had wanted a score high enough to demonstrate baseline competence and low enough to stay below Alex's, which he had estimated at 195 or 196. He did not yet know Alex's actual score. Kraus marked his score. The SI stepped off the line. Vladimir, against the back wall, did not look at him directly, but the SI, at his current level of peripheral attention, could see Vladimir's gaze had briefly shifted to him when his score came up on the display and had then shifted away. Alex went next. Alex scored 197. The SI was second. 191 was second best in the cohort. Acceptable. After the exam, Vladimir walked along the line of specimens with Kraus. He stopped in front of each one briefly. He delivered his evaluation, not to the specimen, but to Kraus, in a voice pitched for Kraus's hearing. When he reached the SI, he said to Kraus, "Unremarkable specimen quality. Average scores, average grouping under pressure. Passable." Kraus wrote the evaluation down. The SI kept his face at specimen neutral. Internally, he noted, "Unremarkable." Vladimir had called him unremarkable. That was the target. That was the exact target. He had been aiming for unremarkable for 7 years. He had just hit it. In front of the one man in umbrella whose opinion on the cohort's quality filtered upward to Spencer the most directly. Vladimir moved on. That evening, at dinner, the SI ate his food with a specific subdued satisfaction he did not show on his face. The satisfaction was the satisfaction of a long-running operation producing its expected result at the expected moment. He did not celebrate. Celebration required an audience. He had no audience he trusted enough to tell. Across the hall, Alex was eating her dinner with the same subdued expression. She had scored highest. She had expected to. She had enjoyed the scoring. She was not hiding the enjoyment carefully. Birkin was eating. Birkin had scored 178. Birkin was not a marksman. Birkin did not want to be a marksman. Birkin was fine with the score. The three of them did not look at each other. Vladimir did not come to dinner. The SI noted this. Vladimir would be back in the morning. Vladimir would be back many mornings. Vladimir was going to be the SI's long-term ambient surveillance for the rest of his time at the facility, and possibly for the rest of his time inside Umbrella, and possibly for the rest of his life. The SI had 7 years to maintain the unremarkable assessment Vladimir had just delivered. He would maintain it. Chapter 25 The Red Queen began pattern analysis on cohort behavior in the 3rd week after she came online. The SI knew this, the specific date, the specific trigger, the specific analytical approach, because he had read, in the previous life, Umbrella internal documents that described the Red Queen's onboarding protocol. The AI's first major task, after environmental systems integration, was to build baseline behavioral models of the facility's resident subjects. The specimens were, of course, primary subjects. The models would be used for predictive monitoring. The models would become increasingly accurate over time. At some point, the models would become accurate enough to flag deviations the human instructors had missed. The SI had, over the past 6 months, been preparing a countermeasure. The countermeasure was not complex in concept. It was extremely difficult in execution. The countermeasure was, make his behavior hard to model. Behavior was easy to model if it was consistent. A specimen who walked the same route at the same time, who ate the same breakfast, who responded to stimuli with the same timing. That specimen produced a clean baseline, against which deviation could be flagged precisely. The SI had been producing exactly this kind of clean baseline for 7 years, because the human observational apparatus rewarded consistency. The Red Queen would not reward consistency. The Red Queen would consume consistency and produce precision. What the Red Queen could not model was noise. The SI began introducing noise on day 22 of the AI's operation. Noise was not random behavior. Random behavior would be flagged immediately. Sudden inconsistency was the single clearest predictive signal of something wrong with the subject. Noise was pseudo-random small choices layered over the existing baseline, designed to look like the ordinary microvariation of a biological organism. He began by randomizing his breakfast choices within a constrained set. For 6 years, he had eaten scrambled eggs, toast, grapefruit. He now alternated between that set and 3 other sets: oatmeal with fruit, yogurt with toast, eggs with sausage. He rotated the sets on a 14-day cycle with 2-day offsets. The rotation was indistinguishable, on a day-to-day basis, from a specimen whose preferences had matured. He began randomizing his corridor routes. Of the 3 possible routes from the dormitory to the academic block, he had used Route A for years. He now used A on 50% of days, B on 30%, C on 20%, selected on a pattern he kept only in his own memory. He began randomizing his reading selections in the library. He selected books from categories he had not previously used. The books were not technically useful. Their selection was the point. He began introducing, into his sleep pattern, variations of plus or minus 5 minutes on wake time, which he accomplished by going to bed at slightly different times despite the mandatory 2100 lights out. He used breathing rate manipulation and minor posture adjustments to advance or retard his natural wake cycle. He did all of this with the specific subjective experience of someone deliberately adding static to their own life. The static was exhausting. The exhaustion was, he knew, the first real cost of the countermeasure. Maintaining noise required attention. Attention was a finite resource. The attention he was now spending on 14-day rotation breakfast schedules was attention he was no longer spending on, for example, his counter-conditioning protocol. He accepted the trade-off. By the end of the third week of active noise introduction, he noticed something he had not anticipated. He was, subjectively, more alert. The noise had pushed him out of the specific cognitive rut that 7 years of calibrated consistency had produced. He had been living in a narrow channel of thought. The randomization had widened the channel. He was, for the first time in years, noticing things he had stopped noticing. He noticed, for example, that the janitor who cleaned the academic block in the evenings had a slight limp that favored his left side. He noticed that Instructor Hollingsworth, the one who had filed the ventilation report, had changed her writing hand from right to left during the past year. Her right hand was not quite right. He noticed that Alex Wesker, for the past 11 days, had been using Route B to the academic block. He had used Route A for 7 years. He was now on Route B 30% of the time. And when he was on Route B, he encountered Alex with statistically anomalous frequency. Alex was also introducing noise. Alex had also noticed the Red Queen. Alex was, in other words, running the same countermeasure he was running, on roughly the same timeline. Which meant Alex either had her own foreknowledge of the Red Queen, which was not possible, or Alex had simply, through her own observational work, identified the same threat vector and developed the same response. The second possibility was more terrifying than the first. The SI walked Route B the next morning. He did not adjust his behavior to avoid Alex. She was on Route B. She walked past him. They did not look at each other. Their respective noise schedules had produced a collision. He used Route C that afternoon. Alex did not. She used B. He used it the following morning. She used C. They were both adjusting in real time. They were both aware of the adjustment. The SI began, that evening, to introduce a deeper layer of noise, choices he selected deliberately to be suboptimal against Alex's observation. He accepted the reduction in his own optimality. The reduction was the price of unpredictability. He did not know. He realized on the 30th night of the protocol whether he was winning or losing this exchange. He could not see Alex's data. He could not see the Red Queen's baseline file. He could see only his own countermeasures, and he could only estimate theirs. He would have to estimate. He would have to keep estimating, possibly forever. That was, he understood as he walked Route B at a novel time while eating the wrong breakfast, the nature of the rest of his life. Chapter 26. Alex made her move on day 11 of Year 7, Month 5. The move was not a direct attack. The move was a single line, filed through the cohort's internal comment channel, that read, Specimen A is concealing variance in his performance metrics. The channel was an informal reporting structure in which specimens could submit observations to the instructor core. The channel was ostensibly confidential. The SI had established, for years earlier, that the channel was not confidential, that submissions were reviewed by Conrad and, if flagged, escalated. Alex had known the channel was non-confidential. She had, therefore, submitted her observations specifically to have it reviewed. Conrad flagged it. The flag went to Spencer. Spencer, in a decision the SI would later understand as characteristic of the period, initiated a formal review of Specimen A's performance metrics across all domains. The review was announced on the 14th of the month. The SI learned of it through Marshall, who informed him that his next 3 weeks of evaluations would be administered by a review committee composed of Krauss, Conrad, and a third instructor the SI had not previously had significant contact with, Dr. Meinhardt, who was Umbrella's head of specimen performance analytics. 3 weeks of intensive evaluation. 3 weeks in which any significant deviation would confirm Alex's accusation. The SI had 3 days to prepare. He sat in the library during the first evening after the announcement and ran the problem. Option 1. Produce 3 weeks of tightly calibrated baseline performance that exactly matched the cohort's standard rubrics. Outcome. The review would find no variance. Alex's accusation would be dismissed. Cost. 3 weeks of no calibration drift, which would leave his baseline inflexible for later manipulations. Option 2. Produce 3 weeks of visible improvement in targeted areas, with the explanation that he had been focusing his recent training on those areas. Outcome. The review would find the variance Alex had claimed, but would attribute it to training rather than concealment. Cost. His cohort ranking would rise, which would attract additional attention. Option 3. Produce 3 weeks of visible decline in one specific domain, with the explanation that he had been compensating for overtraining in another domain. Outcome. The review would find decline, not concealment, and Alex's accusation would be inverted. Cost. His cohort ranking would drop, which might affect his track placement and future decisions. He chose option 3. He chose it because it required him to do something that Alex's predictive model would not have accounted for. Alex would have been modeling his response based on the first 2 options. She would not have expected him to voluntarily tank a domain. On day 1 of the review, his physical conditioning metrics dropped by 15%. He mistimed sets. He overhydrated to slow his reaction time. He produced, in combat sparring, 2 consecutive losses to specimens ranked below him. On day 2, his academic performance improved by 8%. He produced, in the reflection period, more precise summaries than he had in months. On day 3, during Conrad's formal interview, he presented the pattern as evidence of a training decision. I have been shifting my effort allocation, doctor. My physical metrics have declined because I have been prioritizing cognitive work. The decline is intentional and, in my estimation, temporary. Conrad wrote this down. Meinhardt, sitting beside him, wrote it down as well. The review ran for the remaining 19 days. The pattern the SI had established in the first 3 days held. His physical metrics continued to show decline. His cognitive metrics continued to show improvement. The decline and improvement pattern, taken together, was the opposite of variance concealment. It was variance expression. A specimen concealing variance would produce uniformly flat metrics. A specimen actively varying his allocation would produce precisely the pattern the SI was producing. On day 20, the committee issued its findings. The findings, delivered to the SI in a brief meeting in Conrad's office, were that Alex's accusation was unsupported by the review data, that the SI's metrics showed variance consistent with active training allocation decisions, and that no further action was required. Your cohort ranking has been adjusted downward by 3 positions to reflect the current physical metrics, Conrad said. Your cognitive ranking has been adjusted upward by 2. Your overall standing is reduced by 1. Yes, doctor. You are dismissed. The SI walked out. In the corridor, Alex was waiting at her usual station. She did not ask about the review. She did not need to. She would already have the findings through her own internal channels. She met his eyes for 1 second. Her face was still. You chose option 3, she said. The SI stopped walking. Yes. I did not model option 3. I know. She considered him for a long moment. That was the first move in 7 years that I did not predict. Yes. I will model it from now on. Yes. She walked on. The SI continued down the corridor. He noted, with a specific cold recognition, that he had just purchased his defense against Alex's first accusation with a move Alex would now incorporate into her models. The move would not work a second time. He had spent a unique countermeasure on a single survival, which meant Alex had, effectively, used a minor accusation to force the SI to spend a major tool, which meant Alex's accusation had not been intended to prove he was concealing variance. It had been intended to study his response. Alex had, he realized, made a move he also had not predicted. Her move was sharper than his. He had won the exchange in the short term and lost it in the long term. That evening, he added the exchange to his notebook. He labeled the entry stalemate advancing. He destroyed the page. Chapter 27, he visited Lisa Trevor for the 100th time on the 18th night of year 7, month 7. The visits had settled, over 6 years, into a specific rhythm. He visited once every 16 days, on average. He entered through the ventilation louver. He stood on the bucket. He opened the inspection hatch. He read to her. She had, over 6 years, changed. She had learned to speak in longer sentences. She had, in the second year, asked him his name. He had told her, Albert. She had accepted the name. She had used it, sparingly, on perhaps 30 occasions since. Each use had felt, to the SI, like a small currency he had not earned. She had memorized 3 poems. The first was the Rilke he had read her on the second visit. The second was a Whitman piece he had translated from English to the simpler German she preferred, then back again. The third was a Chinese poem he had read her in translation, a Tang Dynasty piece about a mountain, because on visit 42, he had been particularly tired and had picked up the nearest book in the library, and she had loved it more than any of the others. Tonight, on visit 100, he read her none of them. He had brought a different book, a small field guide to wildflowers of the Alps, smuggled from the library's natural history section. He opened the hatch. She was sitting in the corner. She had, he noted as the overhead light flickered, begun to grow. She was 18 or 19 now. Her body had stopped the strange growth disruption of her early teens and had settled into something that looked, in dim light, almost normal. Her hair was still matted. Her features were still asymmetric. Lisa, he said. Albert, I have a different book tonight. Different. Wildflowers. Of the mountain. He opened the field guide to a page he had marked. The page showed, in a small color illustration, an alpine anemone. This grows on the slopes above the facility, he said. In May and June. Small white flowers. On the east-facing slopes where the sun reaches in the morning. White flowers. Yes. On the slope. Yes. He turned the page. This one is an alpine aster. Purple. Blooms in July. He worked through the book. She asked questions. Her questions were simple and specific. What color? What time of year? How tall? Does it grow in sun or shade? He answered what he could. The questions were the questions of a person who had not been outside the basement in any conscious memory and was constructing, from descriptions, a model of what the world above her ceiling might actually contain. At the end of the visit, she said, "Is my mother alive?" The SI went still. He had known the question was coming. Not tonight specifically, but eventually. He had been preparing the answer for a year. Yes, he said. She is alive. She is in a facility in another country. I know where. I am working on how to reach her. Lisa was quiet for a long moment. Will I see her? I do not know yet. I am working on it. How long? I do not know, Lisa. I am 15. I am working on it. Another long moment. Will I ever leave this room? The SI closed his eyes. He had also been preparing this answer. He had rejected 12 versions of it. He gave the version he had chosen. Yes. I do not know when. I know how many things have to happen first. The list is long. I am working through the list. How many things? 9. She nodded. She had never asked him how many things, but she had asked before how long, and he had always answered a long time. Tonight she had pressed further than she had pressed in years. He had matched the pressing. 9 things, she said. Yes. Albert. Yes. You are still here. Yes, Lisa. I am still here. For now. For now. He closed the hatch. He returned to his dormitory. In his bed, he did not sleep for a long time. He was thinking about extraction logistics. He had, over years, accumulated the resources to move Lisa's mother to a safer safe house than the one she was currently in. He had not yet accumulated the resources to move Lisa. The 9 things. Access to transport without facility monitoring. External identity sufficient to receive her. A physician willing to examine her without reporting. A safe house her physiology could survive in. A cover story for her absence. A cover story for his absence during the extraction. Removal of Spencer's monitoring at a specific critical window. Removal of Alex's monitoring at the same window. An exit plan in case one of the first 8 failed. He was at approximately 3 of 9. He had years. He would do them in order. Chapter 28. The pharmaceutical compound was the P63 precursor. The SI knew the name from previous life documents. The compound would be administered to the cohort in year 9, month 4, as part of Spencer's preparatory conditioning for the first phase of progenitor virus exposure. The SI needed to have subthreshold resistance to P63 by year 9, month 3, at the latest. He had obtained a small quantity of the compound from the infirmary's higher-tier cabinet in year 7, month 9. He had done this by finally picking the cabinet's lock, using a skill he had developed over 4 years of nightly practice in the dormitory bathroom. The picking had taken him 7 minutes and had produced a sound profile below the building's ambient hum. He had taken from the cabinet a vial containing approximately 10 milliliters of P63 in saline solution. He had returned the cabinet to its original state. He had stored the vial in the library book compartment. The self-administration was scheduled for the night of year 7, month 11, day 4. The dose was calculated. He had worked the calculation through with his SI memory of the compound's pharmacokinetics and with the medical reference texts in the library. He had arrived at a starting dose of 0.1 milliliters, 1/100th of the eventual official dose, administered subcutaneously into the left shoulder, where a small injection mark would be attributable to accidental contact with a sparring partner. He administered the dose at 0215 on a Saturday morning, in the bathroom, with a syringe he had stolen from the infirmary 3 weeks earlier in a micro-theft operation that had left no inventory trace. The injection stung. The stinging lasted perhaps 4 minutes. Nothing else happened for 90 minutes. At 0345, he felt the first heat at the base of his neck. At 0400, the fever began. He knew it was a fever because he had eaten thermometers for the previous 2 weeks specifically to calibrate his sense of his own core temperature against the pill format temperature strips he had also stolen from the infirmary. His baseline was 36.7. At 0400, he was at 37.9. At 0530, wake bell, he was at 39.1. He went to morning assembly. He did his push-ups. His form was slightly off. His count was slow. Marshall did not comment. In academic instruction, he answered questions correctly and briefly. In the afternoon aptitude evaluation, Conrad asked if he was unwell. He said, "I have a mild cold, doctor. I will manage." Conrad did not press. The SI's planted respiratory sensitivity record covered minor acute illness without requiring infirmary intervention. The fever peaked at 0200 the following night at 40.2. He lay in the dormitory bathroom. He had moved there at 0100 to avoid making observable heat sweat patterns on his bed sheets, and he hallucinated. The hallucination was specific. He saw a volcano. He saw the interior of a vast industrial facility built into the volcano's central chamber. He saw molten rock. He saw a man, an adult, blonde, wearing sunglasses and black combat clothing, standing on a metal walkway above the lava. He saw two other figures, a man and a woman, firing rocket launchers at the blonde man. He saw the blonde man, impossibly fast, weaving through the rocket trajectories. He saw a rocket strike. He saw the blonde man fall into the lava. The blonde man was him. The two other figures were Chris Redfield and Shiva Alomar. The hallucination was his SI memory of the ending of the original timeline, the ending of the original Wesker, played back with the fidelity and presence of a lived experience. He did not know, as he shivered on the bathroom floor, whether what he was seeing was memory or warning, whether his SI consciousness had been surfacing a known fragment of his past life's game knowledge, or whether his conditioned body tier was delivering, through some previously unsurfaced integration with the original Albert Wesker's body, a precognition of a future still pointed at that volcano regardless of how much he diverged from the line. Either possibility was terrible. The fever broke at 0600. He was back to 38.4 by breakfast and 37.6 by lunch. He attended morning assembly. He did his push-ups. His form was acceptable. The fever returned, cyclically, over the following 6 weeks. It peaked lower each cycle, 40.2, then 39.8, then 39.3, then 38.9. The cycles came at approximately 10-day intervals. Each cycle produced new hallucinations. Some were of the previous timeline's Wesker events. Some were fragments of the original Albert Wesker's actual childhood, moments this body had lived before the SI arrived. At the end of the 6 weeks, the fever cycle stopped. He tested his response to a minor P63 exposure by adding a trace to a drink of water. His body barely registered the trace. His baseline had shifted. He understood as he checked his temperature one final time, advanced to adapted framework. The new capability. His body could now metabolize small doses of P63 and its derivatives without acute response. By year 9, month 4, when the official dose was delivered, he would be able to absorb it at a level the cohort's other members would experience as severe. He would appear to tolerate it well. Too well, if he was not careful. He would have to simulate an appropriate level of distress. The cost: 6 weeks of hidden fever, with visible pallor, weight loss of approximately 3 kilograms, and a persistent hallucination of the lava he had not been able to fully discount as false. He looked in the mirror on the morning after the cycles ended. His eyes were the same color they had always been. The whites were slightly red, from weeks of broken blood vessels. They would clear in 10 days. He noted the red. He attended morning assembly. He did his push-ups. Chapter 29. Annette Birkin, who was, at this point, Annette von Saxon and had not yet met William Birkin except in passing, was introduced to the SI 3 weeks later. The introduction happened in the infirmary, which was now Annette's workplace. She had been assigned to the facility as a junior medical technician in year 7, month 10. Her assignment had been standard. Her behavior had not been. In her first 3 weeks, she had asked 5 different instructors questions about the cohort's pharmaceutical records that junior medical technicians were not supposed to ask. The questions had been technical rather than substantive. She had asked about filing conventions, about the internal code's umbrella used to track specimen-specific compounds, about the distinction between cohort-wide pharmaceuticals and specimen-individualized pharmaceuticals. The questions had been flagged by one of the 3 medical instructors. Not all 3. The third, Dr. Feldman, had not filed a report because Feldman was, the SI had observed over 4 years, the least loyal of the 3 and the most curious. Annette had, in her first 3 weeks, correctly identified the only person in the medical staff she could ask questions of without escalation. The SI did not know how she had identified Feldman. He wanted to know. The introduction occurred at a routine assessment. Annette had been assigned to shadow Nurse Garrett. She was present in the examination room when the SI came in for his quarterly physical. "This is Specimen A," Garrett said, gesturing to him. "Specimen A, this is Technician von Saxon. She is shadowing today." "Specimen A," Annette said. "Good morning." Technician. She was 19 years old, with dark hair and intent brown eyes and the specific physical stillness of someone who had trained themselves, for reasons they had not yet told anyone, to make no reactive movement beyond what a professional context required. She watched Garrett perform the examination. She asked, at one point, a question about the specific formatting of the specimen record form. Garrett answered. Annette wrote down the answer. At the end of the examination, Garrett stepped out to retrieve a supply. Annette and the SI were alone for approximately 90 seconds. She looked at him. He looked at her. "You lost weight in the past 2 months," she said. The SI's pulse climbed 2 beats. "I have been ill, technician." "Intermittently." "Yes." "With a fever pattern consistent with an immune response to a pharmacological exposure." The SI's pulse climbed 6 more beats. He ran, in the 90 seconds available, a triage. Annette had diagnosed him. She had done so in the first examination, from his weight chart and his current physical state. She was 19 years old. She was a junior medical technician. She was either exceptional or she had, in her 3 weeks at the facility, already read specimen records she was not supposed to have read. He gave her the specimen response. "I have had a cold, technician." "I see." She held his gaze for 1 more second and then glanced at the door. Garrett was still in the corridor. Annette lowered her voice to the specific pitch below the normal conversational register that she had, apparently, calibrated against the examination room's acoustic profile. "Specimen A, I am not reporting what I just said. I am also not investigating further. I am telling you that I saw it. I thought you should know that I saw it." The SI's pulse dropped by 4 beats. His ears registered it. "Thank you, technician. Do not thank me. I want you to understand. I noticed. I have been assigned here because I was told there would be interesting patterns in the specimen records. I am going to see those patterns whether anyone wants me to or not. What I choose to do with what I see is, for now, still my choice." "I understand, technician." "Good." Garrett returned with the supply. The examination continued. The SI left the infirmary at 10:40 and walked back to his dormitory with his pulse finally settling at baseline. That evening, during their overlapping library free period, he told Birkin, "There is a new technician in the infirmary. Annette von Saxon," Birkin said. "You know her. She has been running technical queries against the medical records for 3 weeks. I heard about her from a senior researcher yesterday. She is going to be important to you." Birkin looked up. "To me?" "Yes. To you specifically." Birkin absorbed this. "Are you making arrangements?" "I am observing. I am not making arrangements." "Are you going to make arrangements?" "Probably. If it seems warranted." Birkin was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, with a small dry smile that the SI had not seen on his face in perhaps 3 years, "You do not actually have to matchmake for me, Albert. I am not matchmaking. You are. I am ensuring that a specific constraint system is in place around your future decisions. This is different from matchmaking. It is exactly matchmaking." The SI did not respond. Birkin returned to his chemistry text. The SI watched him work. Birkin was, across the library table, a 12-year-old boy who could already distinguish the SI's planning from the SI's pretext. The capability had arrived early. The capability was going to matter. Chapter 30. The first leak was executed on day 4 of year 7, month 12. The SI had been preparing the leak for 14 months. The preparation had involved the careful construction of a false external correspondent, a European academic investigator named Dr. Klein Manfred, who had been, for 2 years prior to the SI's fabrication, corresponding with Umbrella's publicly facing research division about unrelated matters in pharmaceutical ethics. The SI had identified Klein Manfred through a combination of library access to academic journals and a small bribe to the facility's postal clerk for access to incoming mail logs. Klein Manfred was real. His correspondence with Umbrella was real. The SI had simply composed one additional letter from Klein Manfred to Umbrella's research division, a letter requesting specific records about a cohort of children reportedly being raised at a Swiss training facility under Umbrella sponsorship, and had routed the letter through the postal system so that it would arrive at Umbrella as a genuine external inquiry. The letter had been written in German. The SI had studied Klein Manfred's writing style for 6 months through 2 academic papers he had accessed. He had reproduced the style with, he estimated, 92% accuracy. The letter had been signed with a forged signature the SI had practiced for 4 weeks. The letter arrived at Umbrella's research division on the morning of day 4. The research division processed incoming external inquiries through a specific clerical workflow the SI had mapped through postal logs. Inquiries were logged, categorized, and distributed to department heads. Inquiries touching on specimen programs were automatically flagged for Spencer's attention. The Klein-Manfred letter was flagged. Spencer received it on day 5. Spencer recognized the inquiry as a leak. Spencer did not know the source of the leak. He assumed the source was external, that someone outside Umbrella had learned of the Wesker project and had alerted Klein-Manfred, or that Klein-Manfred himself had obtained information through some independent channel. Spencer initiated an internal security review. The security review ran for the following 2 weeks. The review occupied Vladimir for approximately 6 hours per day during those 2 weeks. It occupied Conrad for approximately 2 hours per day. It occupied senior administrative staff at a level that the SI could estimate from the reduced frequency of their presence in the facility's corridors. During those 2 weeks, the SI executed 4 minor operations that would have been detected under normal surveillance. 1. He extracted 3 additional P-63 precursor samples from the infirmary for later-year counterconditioning doses. 2. He completed a previously deferred documentation run in the library, copying specific passages from a pre-reset Umbrella procedural manual that would serve as reference material for his manifesto's second revision. 3. He added a second hidden cache, a duplicate of his library compartment, in a location on the building's exterior that would be accessible to him after his eventual graduation from the facility, but which he could also reach, now, through a specific maintenance access route. 4. He conducted a long-planned visit to Lisa Trevor that lasted nearly 90 minutes, during which he read her an entire book of poetry she had been asking about for months. At the end of the 2 weeks, Spencer's security review concluded that Klein-Manfred had, in all likelihood, received his information from an unidentified external source that could not be traced. The review filed its findings and closed. The SI had accomplished his 4 operations. He had also, as a secondary outcome, established that Spencer's security apparatus could be diverted, predictably, and for a measurable window, by external pressure on a specific vector the SI controlled. He noted the result. He also noted, in his private assessment, that the Klein-Manfred leak had been an escalation he had chosen on his own authority, without consulting anyone. Birkin did not know. Annette did not know. Lisa did not know. The decision was his. The decision was also, he recognized, as he sat on the outer wall during free period 3 days after the review closed, the kind of decision original Albert Wesker would have made. Unilateral. Calculated. Executed alone. Justified by outcomes. He had performed the first overt move against the program. The move had worked. It had worked because he was becoming competent at operating like someone who did not need to consult other people before acting against their interests. He sat on the wall and watched the evening light come down over the mountain range. He thought about the bright edge in Alex's smile when she had been reviewed and cleared of her accusation. He thought about the way Birkin had said you were making arrangements with a smile that had been perhaps 90% indulgence and perhaps 10% something colder. He was going to have to watch himself. Not the body. Not Spencer. Himself. The specific sliding of his own decision-making toward the efficient and away from the consultative. He put his hands in his coat pockets. He walked back inside. He had years ahead of him. He had time to correct. He hoped. Chapter 31. Spencer summoned him 3 months after the Klein-Manfred review closed. The summons came through Marshall at morning assembly. The printed card read 1630. Executive office. Were formal. The SI had not been into Spencer's executive office since the first-year assessment 6 years earlier. At 1628, he knocked at the executive office door. He was wearing the gray suit the cohort used for formal assessments. The suit fit him now. He had grown into it at some point in the previous 18 months without the SI consciously registering the fit. Enter. He entered. Spencer was standing at the window. He did not turn immediately. He said, "Close the door, Specimen A." The SI closed the door. Spencer turned. He looked older than he had 6 years ago, a predictable amount older, but visible. His silver hair had thinned slightly at the temples. His eyes were the same. Sit. The SI sat. Spencer took the chair across the desk. He folded his hands on the desk surface. He studied the SI for a long moment. The SI studied him back, at the specific restrained register of a specimen meeting the director. "You are 15, Spencer said. "Yes, respected director." "You have completed 7 years in the program." "Yes." "The program is designed to produce specimens who can enter specific roles within the umbrella organizational structure at approximately age 18 to 20, depending on aptitude. Your cohort will be advanced through several tracks in the coming 3 years. The tracks are primary research, secondary research, corporate leadership, and operational security." "Yes, respected director. Your performance record suggests 2 tracks are viable for you. You have the academic capability for primary research. You have the demonstrated organizational judgment and emotional regulation for corporate leadership. The SI kept his face neutral. Spencer was reading his file aloud, which meant Spencer wanted the SI to hear how Spencer had characterized him, which meant the conversation was, in part, an opportunity for the SI to dispute the characterization if he chose to. He chose not to. I will accept the director's assessment, he said. Spencer nodded once. I am offering you a choice. You may continue on the primary research track, which would put you in Dr. Marcus's program alongside Specimen B, with a specific focus on applied virology. You would graduate to independent research status by age 21. Or you may take the accelerated corporate leadership track, which would place you in Umbrella's internal management rotation beginning in 3 months. You would reach senior management by age 25. The SI had expected the offer. He had not expected it this cleanly framed. May I ask a question, respected director? You may. Which track is Specimen L on? Spencer's face did not change. Specimen L has not been offered this choice. The SI noted the phrasing. Spencer had not said Specimen L would be on a particular track. He had said Specimen L had not been offered a choice, which meant Specimen L's track was not yet determined, or Spencer did not wish to share it, or Spencer was comparing Specimen L's standing against the SI's by the very act of offering the SI a choice. I will take the corporate leadership track, respected director. Spencer studied him. That is an interesting decision. Yes, respected director. Why? I do not have the theoretical mathematics foundation for primary research at the level Specimen B has, respected director. My pattern is practical rather than theoretical. I believe I will contribute more in the leadership rotation. Your theoretical mathematics deficit is documented. Yes, respected director. You have had 4 years of remedial instruction. Yes, respected director. The deficit has not fully resolved. No, respected director. And you believe the leadership track will better utilize your strengths. Yes, respected director. Spencer nodded once more. The choice is accepted. Your transition will begin in 90 days. You will be relocated to the corporate training campus outside Zurich for initial rotation. You will return periodically for cohort reviews. Your access to this facility's resources will continue at graduated levels. Thank you, respected director. You are dismissed. The SI stood. He walked out. He closed the door. In the corridor, he did not walk directly back to the dormitory. He walked the long way, past the library, and into the outer courtyard. He stood on the outer wall where he had stood many times. He looked at the mountain range. He had just taken the corporate leadership track. He had taken it for the reasons he had given Spencer, which were accurate within the narrow technical sense he had constructed over 7 years. He had also taken it because the corporate leadership track was the track that would get him out of this facility and into direct contact with Umbrella's actual organizational structure, the structure that connected to Raccoon City, to Spencer's European estate, to the facility where Lisa Trevor's mother was held, and eventually to Stars. He had taken the track for reasons that served his plan, and Spencer had offered it, and Spencer had looked pleased when he had accepted it, which meant the track was also, from Spencer's perspective, where Spencer wanted him. Spencer had, in offering the choice, known the SI would choose the corporate leadership track. Spencer had wanted him to choose it. The choice the SI had experienced as strategic was, simultaneously, the choice Spencer had prepared for him to make. The alignment was not coincidental. The alignment was the specific structural product of 7 years in which Spencer had shaped the SI's performance record to make exactly this decision optimal from the SI's own perspective. He understood as the evening light changed over the range, being maneuvered into the position he would himself have chosen. The two were becoming the same thing. He went back to the dormitory. He did not tell Birkin. He did not tell anyone. He would tell Birkin at dinner tomorrow. Tonight he needed to sit with the specific quality of not being able to distinguish his free choice from his cage. Chapter 32. Alex was informed of her own track assignment 4 days after the SI's. The SI learned this through Birkin, who learned it through Annette, who had been present when the track orders had been filed through the medical administrative channel. Annette had a copy of the order form. Alex was being placed on the competitive research track, a new track the SI had not been told existed. The competitive research track was, as Annette's copy of the order described it, a parallel structure to Marcus's primary research track, reporting directly to Spencer rather than to the Umbrella Research Division. Alex would be Marcus's implicit competitor for Spencer's attention. She would develop research output that Marcus did not know about. The SI read the order twice. Spencer had, it became clear on the second reading, created the competitive research track for Alex specifically. The track was designed to produce a scientific rival to Marcus who would be loyal to Spencer personally rather than to the scientific enterprise of the research division. The rival would be held in reserve until Marcus's utility had peaked. At that point, the rival would be activated. The rival was Alex. The SI understood immediately. Spencer had been preparing for a decade to replace Marcus. He had needed a successor who would not have Marcus's independent scientific agenda. He had cultivated Alex as that successor. He was using the Wesker project to stage the replacement. The replacement would not occur for years, probably not until Alex was at least 25, possibly later. But the groundwork was being laid now, which meant Spencer did not, at a strategic level, fundamentally care about the Wesker project's stated purpose. The progenitor virus cover story, the stewardship of human potential rhetoric. Those were, in Spencer's actual operational model, secondary. Primary was the production of instruments. Alex was being produced as Marcus's replacement. The SI was being produced as what? The SI did not yet know what he was being produced as. That night, in the dormitory after lights out, Alex passed him in the corridor during a shared water break. She stopped. She did not speak first. The SI said, "Competitive research. Yes. You will report directly to the director. Yes. We will not see each other for some years. Yes." A pause. "Alex," the SI said, using her name, which in 7 years he had never done aloud in her presence. "Albert," she said, using his, which in 7 years she had also never done. "Whatever you build," he said quietly, "consider who it is for." She looked at him. Her eyes in the dim corridor were almost entirely gray, the green flecks invisible at this light level. Her face was still. Her breathing was slow. "I know who it is for," she said. "Spencer. For now. And then, for me." She walked past him. He stood in the corridor for 5 seconds after she was gone. Then he returned to the dormitory. He lay in his bed. He thought. Alex was not a surveillance asset. Alex had never been a surveillance asset. Alex had been, from the beginning, Spencer's second instrument, cultivated in parallel with the SI, and the two of them had been placed in competitive alignment not because Spencer wanted one to watch the other, but because Spencer wanted to see which one emerged with the stronger shape. The shape each of them took would be the shape Spencer used. The SI had taken the shape of a corporate leader who could manage organizational structure. Alex had taken the shape of a researcher who could replace an older researcher. Both shapes were useful to Spencer in different ways. The SI had, he realized, just confirmed a shape to Spencer by accepting the track offer. He had allowed himself to be legible in a specific direction. Alex had just confirmed a different shape. The two shapes would diverge for years. When they converged again, they would not be the same kinds of instruments they had been as children. They would be specific adult weapons calibrated to specific adult uses. He did not know, as he lay in the dark, whether he and Alex would come back together as rivals or as something else. He noted, with a specific precision, that he was not sure he wanted to know yet. Chapter 33. The transition to the Zurich corporate campus began 90 days later. The campus was a glass and steel complex in a business park 30 kilometers north of the city. It had been built in the early 1960s. It held, at any given time, approximately 120 umbrella management trainees, plus permanent administrative staff. The dormitory-style accommodation was considerably more comfortable than the training facility. The food was better. The library was smaller, but more specialized. The SI was assigned a single room. For the first time in his life, he slept alone. The curriculum was, as he had predicted, trivial for his SI consciousness. Business administration, organizational psychology, security protocols, corporate law as practiced in multinational pharmaceutical contexts, accounting at a level deep enough to identify irregularities but not deep enough to construct them. He performed at the 75th percentile. Not first, not 30th, 75th. The same calibration he had been running in the junior program, now scaled to a larger cohort of nearly 120 people whose own profiles he had to map quickly. The mapping was the actual work. In the first 3 months, he identified 23 fellow trainees who were on family connection tracks rather than merit tracks, 14 who had been placed from other umbrella specimen programs, different cohorts, different methodologies, but recognizable by specific behavioral tells the SI had come to associate with program childhoods. 7 permanent administrative staff who had access to Umbrella's internal organizational chart at a level above standard trainee access. 3 instructors who had private financial relationships with external entities, detectable through their spending patterns and social affiliations. 1 member of housekeeping staff who was, almost certainly, an asset of a competing pharmaceutical company, based on her specific pattern of accessing trainees' rooms at times that did not correspond to cleaning rotation. He did not act on any of these observations. He cataloged them. In the evenings, he studied, not the curriculum, the internal materials the campus provided to trainees, Umbrella's annual reports, organizational structure diagrams, strategic planning documents that the trainees were expected to absorb as part of their corporate indoctrination. The documents described Umbrella's organizational structure as a relatively flat pharmaceutical holding company with 12 divisions reporting to a central board. The SI had, from the previous life, a reasonably accurate map of Umbrella's actual organizational structure, which bore approximately 30% resemblance to the publicly acknowledged structure. The actual structure included the specimen programs, the bioweapons division, the private intelligence network, and the direct reporting units that answered to Spencer without going through the board. In the first 6 months at the campus, the SI verified and updated his previous life map. He identified specific reporting relationships he had not known about. He identified specific financial flows between divisions that the previous life documents had misattributed. He identified, in particular, the specific mechanism by which the specimen programs were funded, not through the research division's budget, as the public structure suggested, but through a private holding company registered in Liechtenstein that had been capitalized with Spencer's personal assets. The Liechtenstein company was called Hubner Stiftung. The SI had not known this name in the previous life. He noted the name. He did not immediately do anything with it. Chapter 34. Annette's assignment at the training facility transitioned in parallel with the SI's move. She remained at the facility. Her responsibilities expanded. She was now a full medical technician rather than a junior. She reported to Dr. Feldman, the medical instructor the SI had identified as the least loyal and most curious of the three. Birkin, at 13, began his formal integration into Dr. Marcus's research program. His integration required periodic interaction with the medical staff, blood draws, biometric calibrations, specific compound assessments. Annette was responsible for a significant portion of those interactions. Their professional interaction was unavoidable. Their friendship was not. The SI, now at the Zurich campus, could not directly facilitate. He could, however, influence the shape of their shared environment. Through small adjustments to his own correspondence with Birkin, letters the SI sent to the facility once a week, under the cohort's standard maintenance of relationships protocol, he inserted specific topics that he knew Birkin would want to discuss with someone other than Marcus. Birkin would go to Annette with those topics. Annette would, the SI calculated, find Birkin's specific combination of precocity and uncertain boundaries interesting. She was 19 and in a professional environment where most practitioners were significantly older. Birkin was 13 and in a scientific environment where he had no peers. The age gap was awkward at the start. It would not be awkward by the time Birkin was 17 and Annette was 23. The SI was not arranging a romantic relationship. He was arranging a professional working relationship that, if their specific personalities matched as he estimated, would evolve in the direction the timeline indicated. The first substantive conversation between them occurred at year 8, month 3, during a routine blood draw. The SI learned about it in Birkin's response letter to his week's correspondence. Birkin described the conversation in technical terms. They had discussed a specific question about serum stability in cold storage. But Birkin had used 4 extra paragraphs to describe the conversation, and the extra paragraphs were about Annette's specific way of approaching questions, which Birkin had found interesting. The SI read the letter in his dormitory at the campus. He filed it. He did not reply with any reference to Annette. He replied with a question about cold storage protocol that he knew Birkin would take to Annette for the answer. The seeding was working. He noted, as he sealed the reply, that he was engineering his best friend's future romantic relationship in order to install a specific long-term constraint on Birkin's scientific decisions. The engineering was not benevolent. It was not malevolent either. It was the kind of decision he had increasingly been making, technically sound, humanely framed, and indistinguishable from the decisions original Albert Wesker would have made if he had ever cared enough about anyone to make them. He put the letter in the outgoing mail. He went to his evening curriculum session. At the session, a fellow trainee named Reiniger, one of the Family Connection trainees, a young man whose father was on Umbrella's European board, made a small condescending remark about the SI's Swiss accent, which he had fabricated over 7 years of practice. The remark was not worth a reaction. The SI did not react. Reiniger moved on to someone else. The SI filed Reiniger's name with a small specific annotation. He would, eventually, find a way to cost Reiniger something. Not as retaliation, as practice in the specific discipline of not retaliating directly. Chapter 35. The extraction of Lisa Trevor's mother began at year 8, month 11. The planning had taken 3 years. The SI had identified the mother's location through a combination of document theft, postal log analysis, and a small bribe paid through a cutout to a records clerk at Umbrella's personnel division. Lisa's mother, Jessica Trevor, was being held at a secondary umbrella facility in southern France that specialized in long-term specimen maintenance. She was 63 years old. She had been held at the facility for 31 years. The SI had prepared 3 layers of false identities for her post-extraction reception. The identities had been built over 2 years through correspondence with a small network of cutouts he had established in the Zurich metropolitan area. The primary cutout was a retired physician named Dr. Schuster who had no connection to Umbrella and who had been persuaded, through a series of carefully constructed conversations, that he would be providing medical asylum to a political refugee. Dr. Schuster did not know the refugee was an Umbrella specimen. He did not know about the Wesker project. He knew only that a long-term patient needed quiet medical care in a private residence. The extraction itself was conducted during a 3-day window when the SI had legitimate off-campus time for a corporate training field exercise. He traveled to southern France under a false identity that had been approved for a personal weekend. He did not use the false identity for the extraction itself. He used a second, entirely separate false identity that had no overlap with his Umbrella records. The extraction did not go clean. The facility's security was more thorough than the SI's intelligence had indicated. He had planned for 4 security personnel on duty during the window he had selected. There were, in fact, 6. The 2 additional personnel were a rotation he had not mapped. He neutralized the first 2 through a distraction he had prepositioned, a fire alarm in the facility's east wing that drew personnel away from the patient holding area. He reached Jessica Trevor's room. She was asleep. He woke her. He explained, in the simple sentences he had rehearsed, that he was taking her somewhere safe. She was confused. She was cooperative. She was very old and very thin, and her eyes had the specific, unfocused quality that suggested decades of pharmaceutical management. He moved her through the corridor toward the exit he had selected. 2 security guards, the unmapped rotation, came around the corner directly into their path. The SI did not hesitate. He had rehearsed this scenario. He closed the distance. He incapacitated the first guard with a specific strike to the base of the neck that he had trained in combat conditioning. The guard went down. The second guard drew a sidearm. The SI closed the distance before the weapon could be raised. He incapacitated the second guard with a strike to the carotid. Both guards remained down. He checked their vitals. The first guard had a pulse. The second did not. 2 more guards arrived from the opposite corridor. The SI reached his own concealed weapon, a pistol he had acquired from a separate cutout and never intended to fire. He fired. Twice. Both guards went down. One of them did not have a pulse either. Jessica Trevor stood against the wall, breathing rapidly, watching. The SI had, in the original plan, accounted for 0 casualties. He now had 2 dead security guards on a facility he had not planned to generate police interest at. The extraction's entire cover story, that Jessica Trevor had escaped on her own through an unspecified failure of facility security, depended on no evidence of external intervention. He had that evidence now. For casualties, 2 dead, both with gunshot wounds from a weapon not registered to any facility personnel. He completed the extraction. He moved Jessica Trevor through the exit. He loaded her into the vehicle he had staged. He drove the 6 hours to Zurich at exactly the legal speed limit. He delivered her to Dr. Schuster's private residence. He handed Schuster a medical history that was approximately 50% accurate and 100% sufficient for Schuster's care. He left. He returned to the campus before his off-campus weekend expired. 3 days later, Umbrella's internal security was notified of the incident. The secondary facility had discovered the missing patient, the dead guards, and the ballistic evidence. Vladimir was dispatched to investigate. The investigation was, as the SI had anticipated, unable to trace the extraction to the SI directly. The false identity he had used had no connection to him, and the vehicle had been abandoned in a location that would suggest the extractor had fled further west. Jessica Trevor was not a high-priority patient. The investigation received approximately 2 weeks of active attention and was then downgraded to background monitoring. The SI had, technically, succeeded. He had also killed 2 people. He sat in his dormitory in Zurich on the evening of the 5th day after the extraction. He went over the operation again in his head. He identified the moment the shooting had become necessary. He could not find a moment at which he could have avoided it given the information he had had. The unmapped guard rotation had been the failure point. He should have waited another week and run the extraction during a window he had confirmed through more patient intelligence gathering. He had not waited, because Jessica Trevor was 63, because his own off-campus window had closed that weekend, because he had assessed the risk as acceptable. He had been wrong. Jessica Trevor's medical condition, he learned from Dr. Schuster's first report, was beyond what he had modeled. She had been held too long. Her cognitive function was severely impaired. She could not meaningfully speak. She could not, in any practical sense, be reunited with Lisa. The reunion the SI had been planning for years was not going to happen. Jessica Trevor would live out her remaining years in Schuster's care, in a comfortable room, unaware of who she was and where she had come from. He had rescued her. She was the wrong thing. He added the extraction to his file of operations under the category First Mission Critical Failure. He did not destroy the entry. He kept it. He would need to review it periodically for the rest of his life. He would need, he understood, to visit Lisa at his next scheduled return to the training facility and tell her what he had done. He did not yet know how he was going to do that. He sat in the dormitory in Zurich, and he looked at his hands, the hands that had incapacitated 4 people in under 30 seconds, 2 of whom had not survived, and he thought, this is the first time I have killed anyone in this life. I thought I would feel it differently. I thought I would feel something I could name. He felt only a specific flatness, and the flatness was the thing that most unsettled him. He turned off the dormitory lamp. He lay down. He did not sleep for a long time. Chapter 36. Vladimir arrived at the Zurich campus on day 19 after the extraction. The SI had been expecting him. The expectation had not been specific. He had not known Vladimir would come to Zurich specifically, but he had been in a posture of readiness for any investigation-related contact. And so when the notice came through administrative channels that Vladimir would be conducting routine trainee interviews on campus during the coming week, the SI was not surprised. Vladimir interviewed the SI on the second day of the visit. The interview was conducted in a small conference room on the campus's second floor. Vladimir sat across the table. He had with him a single folder. The folder was closed. Specimen A, Vladimir said. It has been some time. Yes, security officer. You prefer the cohort address. I use the one that is protocol, security officer. Vladimir opened the folder. He made no pretense of reading it. He had, the SI noted, not been reading it before the interview either. The folder was a prop. The interview was going to be conducted from memory. Tell me about your corporate leadership training. The SI described the curriculum. He described his coursework. He described, in appropriate detail, his performance rankings. He omitted nothing a trainee would normally disclose in a security review. He volunteered nothing that would read as eager to cooperate. Your most recent off-campus weekend. Personal time, security officer. I visited Geneva. Geneva? Yes. Why Geneva? I wanted to see Lake Geneva. I had not been before. I took a train Friday evening and returned Sunday afternoon. You stayed at the Hotel Esplanade. Yes, security officer. You checked in at 2200 on Friday. You checked out at 1400 on Sunday. Yes, security officer. Can you account for your time between those hours? The SI had prepared the account. He had done it during the drive back from southern France, on the 6-hour journey with Jessica Trevor in the passenger seat. He had stopped at Lake Geneva on the actual Sunday morning. He had photographed himself at 3 specific locations for which receipts existed. He had lunched at a cafe whose receipt he had kept. He had, over the weekend, used his Geneva identity in 6 small transactions that produced documentary evidence of his presence in the city. He described the weekend in approximately the level of detail a bored 15-year-old with mild tourist interest would remember. He produced, when Vladimir asked, the receipts from his wallet, the train ticket, the hotel bill, 2 restaurant receipts, a bookshop receipt. He described, specifically, a confused conversation with a Geneva taxi driver about a tram route that he had not been able to understand. Vladimir listened. Vladimir made no notes. When did you return to the hotel on Saturday night? Specimen A. I was out until about 2300, security officer. I had dinner at a small restaurant on Rue du Mont Blanc. I walked along the lake after dinner. I returned to the hotel, read for perhaps an hour, and slept. Can anyone verify the walk? No, security officer. I was alone. And the reading. The hotel staff may have noticed my light. I was in the room. Vladimir studied him for a long moment. His eyes were small and pale, and had the specific flat weight of a man who had conducted thousands of interviews, and who was now, in this one, operating from an internal model that the SI could not read. Thank you, Specimen A. That is all. Yes, security officer. The SI left the conference room. His pulse was at a register he had not touched in 5 years. He walked to his dormitory. He sat on his bed. He ran the interview 3 times in his head. Vladimir had not asked him about southern France. Vladimir had not even hinted at it. Vladimir had asked him about Geneva, specifically and thoroughly, which meant Vladimir either had placed him in Geneva with high confidence, or was checking whether the SI had a cover story for a time window during which something else had occurred. In either case, Vladimir's investigation had not found a direct trail to the extraction. But Vladimir's file on the SI now had an entry, not about the extraction, but about the interview itself. The file's existence was, in the long term, a variable. 3 weeks later, the SI learned. through a very indirect channel that had cost him 2 months of preparation to establish, that Vladimir had filed an internal note about the interview. The note read, in its entirety, Specimen A's alibi is credible. Specimen A's demeanor during the interview was not. The note did not say what Vladimir had found unconvincing about the demeanor. The note did not specify what action, if any, Vladimir recommended. The note was simply a flag. The flag would not trigger immediate action. The flag would, over time, accumulate against any future similar flags. At some point, the SI could not predict when, the accumulated flags would reach a threshold that triggered intervention. He added the flag to his internal file. He labeled it Vladimir Suspicion, Active. He did not destroy the note, because unlike his notebook pages, he could not destroy Vladimir's actual file. He would have to manage this for the rest of his time in the program. Chapter 37 Birkin's Junior Researcher Promotion Ceremony was held at the training facility on day 14 of Year 9, Month 1. The SI traveled back for the ceremony. He had been away for 14 months. The facility looked smaller than he remembered it, which was the specific optical phenomenon of returning to a childhood space as an approaching adult. The ceremony was held in the main assembly hall. Birkin, now 14 years old, stood at the front. He was wearing a gray suit that fit him badly at the shoulders. His hair was still sticking up at the crown. He was the youngest junior researcher in Umbrella's history, at least in the publicly documented history. The specimen program had never had a public researcher rank. Birkin's mother was in the front row. The SI had not previously seen Birkin's mother. Birkin had talked about her rarely, and the descriptions had been factual. She was a teacher in a small town in northern Germany. She was divorced from Birkin's father. She had raised Birkin alone until she had been approached by Umbrella representatives when Birkin was 6. The SI had not known, before today, what she looked like. She was a small woman in her mid-40s. She had the same gray-blue eyes Birkin had. Her hair was cut short. She was wearing a simple black dress. Her hands, folded in her lap, had the specific muscular quality of someone who had done a lot of work with them. She was crying quietly. Her eyes stayed on Birkin the entire ceremony. Spencer was in the second row. Spencer's attendance at a junior researcher promotion was, the SI understood without being told, extremely unusual. Spencer did not normally attend promotions below senior level. His presence today was, in Umbrella's unspoken organizational grammar, a public endorsement of Birkin specifically, a signal to the research division that Birkin was a Spencer investment and was to be treated accordingly. The SI sat 3 rows back. He watched Spencer's face. The ceremony's formal portion was brief. Dr. Marcus read a proclamation. He shook Birkin's hand. He gave him a certificate. Then Birkin was invited to give a brief address. Birkin stepped to the podium. He looked at his mother. He looked at Spencer. He looked out over the room. He took a breath. He spoke for 7 minutes. His speech was not technical. It was not boastful. It was not the kind of speech a corporate trainee would have been taught to give. It was the speech of a 14-year-old scientist who had been asked to describe his motivation, and who believed, sincerely, obviously, and with the specific bright clarity of a child who had not yet been given any reason to doubt his own goodness, that viral research could save human lives at a scale that no other research could match. He talked about his mother having pneumonia when he was 6. He talked about the doctor who had treated her having told him, privately, that a generation earlier she would have died. He talked about the specific mechanism of the antibiotic that had saved her. He described it in one sentence a 14-year-old could deliver. He talked about viral research being, in his estimation, the antibiotic mechanism of the coming century. He said he wanted to be part of it. He said, in the specific earnest cadence that had not yet learned to perform earnestness, that he was grateful to Dr. Marcus and to Director Spencer for giving him the opportunity to contribute. He thanked his mother. He stepped down. The SI watched Spencer's face during the entire speech. Spencer's face did not change. His expression remained at the specific warm neutral register he wore in public settings. He did not, as far as the SI could observe, produce any micro-expression that would betray his actual reading of the speech. But Spencer did not meet Birkin's mother's eyes once during the ceremony. Even when she stood, afterward, in the receiving line where Spencer was greeting attendees. Spencer shook her hand. He said something polite. He did not look at her. He looked at a point on her shoulder, where her black dress met her neck. The SI noted this. Spencer was treating Birkin's mother as a non-asset. Spencer was maintaining the polite forms while, at the level of personal attention, excluding her. Spencer had calculated, at some point in the past 8 years, that Birkin's mother was an obstacle to be managed rather than a stakeholder to be cultivated, which meant Spencer had plans for Birkin that required Birkin's mother to be managed, or, eventually, removed. The SI added this to his file. After the ceremony, Birkin found him in the outer courtyard. Birkin's mother was still in the facility, being shown the academic block by Marshall. Spencer had left. "You came back for this," Birkin said. "Yes. Thank you. Your speech was honest." "Yes. I have been wondering how you would give this speech. I wondered what you would say. I did not expect you to say anything but the truth, and you did not. I am grateful." Birkin looked at him. "You are worried about something." "Yes. Is it something you can tell me tonight?" "Not tonight. Let me think. I will tell you when I come back next month." "All right." The SI did not tell him that he was worried about Birkin's mother. He did not tell him that Spencer had, during the speech, looked at the small woman in the front row with the specific detached calculation of a man reviewing an inventory item he had already decided to remove. He did not tell him that Birkin's mother was, in the SI's estimation, now on a list of people who would need to be protected against Spencer in the coming years, and that the SI did not yet know how he was going to do it. Chapter 38 Marcus's research papers became accessible to the SI through Birkin's professional clearance 3 weeks later. The access was incidental. Birkin had, in his new junior researcher position, been granted a research database account that included Marcus's internal working papers. Birkin, in a routine correspondence with the SI about a shared interest in organic chemistry, had used his account to pull a specific paper and had attached the paper's reference number in his letter. The reference number was a gift. Birkin had not meant it as one. Birkin had assumed the SI, as a corporate trainee, had no database access to Marcus's working papers. The SI did not directly. He had, however, spent 6 months at the Zurich campus mapping the research database's internal access control protocols. He had identified a specific weakness, a privilege escalation pathway through the corporate leadership curriculum's mandatory access to general research summaries. The pathway required a specific combination of 3 corporate account privileges the SI held, plus 1 specific database query string that, when submitted through the right submission channel, would be processed as a legitimate senior researcher request. The SI ran the query in the campus library at 0230 on a Tuesday morning. The query returned Marcus's working paper. The SI read it. Then he ran 3 more queries. They also returned. Over the following 2 weeks, the SI read approximately 80% of Marcus's current research output. Marcus's T-virus work was further along than the SI's previous life memory had suggested. In the previous life, Marcus had developed the stable T-virus by 1978. In this timeline, Marcus's working papers indicated he had achieved stable reproduction of a T-virus precursor strain as early as 1972. Marcus was, in other words, 6 years ahead of the previous life timeline. The acceleration was not random. Reading carefully, the SI could identify the specific cause. In the previous timeline, Spencer had funded Marcus at a slower rate and had been more tolerant of Marcus's independent scientific agenda. In this timeline, Spencer had compressed the funding and the timeline, as the SI had overheard him do at the Marcus visit 6 years earlier, and Marcus had, under the pressure, produced faster but less stable results. The T-virus deployment, in the previous life, had been associated with the Arkley Mountains Mansion incident in 1998. If the timeline was 6 years compressed, deployment would occur around 1992. The SI was 15 in 1970. He had been operating on an assumption that he had roughly 27 years until Raccoon City. He now had roughly 21. He ran the revised calculation in the Zurich dormitory at 0400 after his final query session. He revised his internal planning horizon. All of his major operational milestones needed to shift 6 years forward. He had, in other words, spent 3 years executing a plan whose timing had already diverged from the assumed baseline. He added the revision to his file. He also added a note. The divergence is not entirely bad. Birkin is producing faster. This gives him more time to observe the consequences of his own early work and to develop reservations before deployment. If cultivated, the reservations could be the intervention point. He destroyed the note. He committed the revised timeline to memory. Chapter 39 The T-virus precursor sample arrived at the Zurich campus on day 2 of year 9, month 7. The arrival was the result of a 3-month planning cycle. The SI had, through his periodic correspondence with Birkin, established that Birkin routinely shipped small sample quantities between the training facility and Marcus's primary research site for comparative analysis. The shipments traveled through Umbrella's internal courier service. The courier service had a specific protocol for small sample transit that required the samples to be logged at each intermediate stop, including, as of year 9, the Zurich campus, which had been added to the courier route as part of the campus's new role in organizational coordination. The SI had arranged, through a specific clerical theft requiring patience he had developed over years, to intercept one sample during its overnight hold at the campus. The sample was a small glass vial containing approximately 3 milliliters of a stabilized T-virus precursor, a compound Birkin had been testing for temperature stability. The SI took the sample. He replaced the vial in the shipment with a saline solution he had prepared to match the original's mass and viscosity. He resealed the shipment with a forged tamper evidence stamp he had produced over 2 months. The shipment continued on its route. The precursor was, at Marcus's receiving end, tested for temperature stability, found to have lost its virucidal properties during transit, and logged as a failed sample. No further investigation occurred. The SI had the precursor. The self-administration was scheduled for the following weekend. During a 3-day off-campus window, he had requested for purposes of personal travel. He had arranged that the travel would take him, via 3 intermediary stops, back to the training facility, specifically to the basement, where he had not visited Lisa Trevor in 4 months because he had been unable to engineer proximity. He arrived at the facility at 0200 on a Saturday morning. He entered through the ventilation louver he had used for 6 years. He made his way to the basement corridor. He reached Lisa's room. He told her, through the inspection hatch, what he was going to do. "Lisa, I need to be here for the next 9 days. I will be unconscious for most of that time. I need you to stay with you." "Yes." "Albert." "Yes." "Come inside." "I cannot. The door is locked." "No. There is a way." The SI stopped. Lisa had lived in this room for approximately 33 years. She had never, in 6 years of their visits, mentioned a way inside. She said it now, softly, through the hatch. "Behind the sink. The panel. I loosened it years ago." He climbed down from the bucket. He walked back down the corridor. He checked the storage rooms. One of them had a small access panel that opened into the back of Lisa's sink plumbing, a panel designed for maintenance access. The panel had been loosened from inside Lisa's room. The screws had been worked out, over what must have been years, from the interior side. Lisa had known about the access for at least a decade. She had never used it. She had waited until there was someone on the other side she wanted to reach. The SI opened the panel. He crawled through. He entered Lisa's room from beneath the sink. Lisa was sitting against the opposite wall. She watched him emerge. Her face did something the SI had never seen it do before. It produced, in the asymmetric muscles around her mouth, what was recognizably a smile. He stood up. He brushed the dust off. "I'm going to inject myself with a compound in about 10 minutes, he said. "The compound will make me very sick. For about 9 days. I need you to keep me hidden and to make sure I do not die." "Yes, Albert. I will also be hallucinating. I may say things that are not true. Do not let me leave the room." "I will not let you leave." "Thank you." She watched him administer the dose. He injected it into his left shoulder. She watched him lie down in the corner she had occupied for 33 years. She watched him close his eyes. She watched the fever begin. She stayed with him for 9 days. She fed him small portions of her own food. She applied cold cloths to his forehead from a basin she had apparently been using for decades. She spoke to him during his lucid periods. She said his name when he hallucinated. She told him, repeatedly, that he was Albert, that he was safe, that he was with Lisa, that the things he was seeing were not real. When the staff delivered food to her door, she left the sink panel closed and the SI covered by her own single blanket. The staff did not come inside. The staff had not been inside her room in years. Food came through a hatch at the bottom of the door. She passed the SI food during his lucid moments. He ate what he could. On the 9th day, the fever broke. The SI opened his eyes. He was weaker than he had been in years. His body had lost perhaps 4 kilograms. He was deeply dehydrated. He could, however, sit up. Lisa was sitting against the wall, watching him. "Albert." "Lisa." He had advanced, he could feel, to the next tier of his protocol. Inoculated. His body would now, at year 9 month 4, the date Spencer had planned, tolerate the full official T-virus precursor dose without acute response. The cost had been 9 days hidden in a basement room with a woman who had kept him alive because he had kept her company for 6 years. He was going to repay the debt. He did not yet know how. He knew only that the debt was now concrete, and that he had been wrong about the extraction order. Lisa first. Her mother had been the wrong target. "I need to leave," he said. "I will come back as soon as I can." "I know." "Lisa, I will come back." "I know, Albert." He crawled back through the sink panel. He resecured it. He left the basement. He left the facility. He returned to Zurich. He reported for Monday morning's curriculum. He had been marked, during his absence, as having taken personal sick leave. He had left that paperwork in place before his departure. The paperwork held. Chapter 40, he returned to the training facility 4 months later, for a scheduled cohort review. The review had been on the calendar for 6 weeks. He arrived the evening before, as was standard. He settled into his assigned room in the visiting alumni wing. He went to morning assembly. The cohort, now down to 6 specimens, 3 of whom he had not seen in over a year, was lined up in the main courtyard. The assembly was conducted by Marshall. She looked older. She had been at the facility for all of his 8 years, and she was, by his estimate, approaching 60. She made several routine announcements. Then she said, "Specimen A, the director wishes to speak with you in the executive office at 1000. "Yes, instructor." At 1000, the SI was in the executive office. Spencer was behind the desk. He was not alone. Alex Wesker was seated in the second chair. The SI stopped in the doorway. "Sit, Specimen A." The SI sat. There was no third chair. Alex did not move. He stood for a second, then took a step to the side of the desk and remained standing. "Specimen A," Spencer said. "During your absence, the corporate leadership track's coordination responsibilities at this facility have been restructured. Specimen L has, at her request, absorbed several of the responsibilities you were previously scheduled to take on upon your return." Alex did not look at him. The SI ran the implications in his head. He had been gone for months. During that time, Alex had petitioned Spencer through the competitive research track, which reported directly, to assume specific coordination responsibilities that had been pre-assigned to him. Spencer had approved. The approval had occurred without consultation, which was Spencer's right as director. The SI now had, at the facility, less authority than he had 4 months ago. "I see, respected director. The restructuring is not a penalty, Specimen A. It is a reallocation. Your corporate leadership track scope has expanded in compensation. You will, upon return to Zurich, be assigned to the European operations rotation, which is a significantly larger portfolio than the facility coordination role." "Yes, respected director." "Specimen L will coordinate the facility operations." "Yes, respected director." Alex turned her head toward him finally. She met his eyes. Her expression was completely still. The stillness was, the SI knew, the specific stillness Alex produced when she was pleased with herself and was working to conceal it. She had, during his absence, made a major structural move. The move had cost him facility-level authority. The move had purchased her facility-level control. Spencer had let her do it, which meant Spencer had decided, in the calculation Spencer was always running, that Alex at the facility and the SI in European operations was the preferable distribution. The SI could not refuse the reallocation without triggering a formal protest procedure that would expose him to additional scrutiny. He accepted. "Thank you, respected director. You are dismissed." Alex did not rise. The SI walked out of the office. In the corridor, he leaned against the wall for a 5-second pause. He had been outmaneuvered. Alex had made a move during his absence that he had not anticipated. He had been away at the wrong moment. The away at wrong moment had been because of Lisa, because he had spent 9 days in her room recovering from a self-administered fever. The recovery had cost him 4 months of reduced operational capacity at the campus afterward. During those 4 months, Alex had operated freely. He did not regret the Lisa visit. He noted the cost. That afternoon, at the outer courtyard assembly, Spencer made a public appearance. He walked through the cohort, addressing each specimen briefly. When he reached the SI, he stopped. He smiled. The smile was the specific, warm but distant smile Spencer produced in public. It carried no visible meaning. "Welcome back, Specimen A," Spencer said. "Thank you, respected director. We have a special project for you." The smile did not change. The SI's pulse climbed by 4 beats per minute. "Yes, respected director. I will brief you tomorrow morning." Spencer moved on. He addressed the next specimen. The SI stood in the courtyard in the afternoon sun. His face was at specimen neutral. His pulse settled by 3 beats. "A special project." The phrase was the specific phrase Spencer had used, in the previous life, to introduce Albert Wesker to the Nemesis Parasite program. The briefing was tomorrow. Vladimir would be there. Alex would, he knew without having to confirm, also be there. He walked back toward the visiting alumni wing. He noted, as he walked, the precise layout of the courtyard, the 3 exits, the 4 windows that could be broken in an emergency, the wall height on the east side. He had mapped these for years. He was mapping them again now, because he was preparing for a briefing he did not yet know the content of, from a man who had just publicly signaled that the next 3 years of the SI's life were about to be decided for him. He had 7 years of the plan left. He had, he suspected, much less time than that to decide whether the plan still fit the situation he was in. He went to the library. He sat at his old table. He thought. Chapter 41. Spencer briefed him on the Nemesis project at 0900 the following morning. The briefing was in the executive office. Vladimir was present, seated to Spencer's right. Alex Wesker was not present, which the SI registered as a significant piece of information. Alex was running the facility coordination. Alex was not in the project briefing. which meant the project was not at the facility, or Spencer had decided that keeping Alex and the SI in separate operational theaters was tactically useful, or both. A third man the SI had not seen before was also present. He was introduced as Dr. Karsten, the project's technical director. Karsten was in his 50s, had a precise way of sitting, and the specific fingertip callus pattern of a man who did his own laboratory work rather than delegating it. Specimen A, Spencer said. I am assigning you to the Tyrant Class Behavioral Research Initiative. The specific variant is being referred to internally as the Nemesis parasite. The project is at a preliminary stage. It requires a lead behavioral designer. Dr. Karsten will handle the biological work. You will handle the behavioral programming. The SI had prepared for several possible briefings. Nemesis had been at the top of the preparation list. His previous life memory placed the Nemesis program 15 years later than this briefing. The program had been dramatically accelerated. He realized, been revising his timeline too slowly. The acceleration was not 6 years as he had calculated from Marcus's papers. It was accelerating unevenly across programs. Nemesis was even further ahead than T-Virus. He did not show the revision on his face. Yes, respected director. The project has an aggressive timeline. We require a functional prototype within 24 months. The prototype will be used for a specific demonstration to which I will not yet disclose the details. You will report weekly to Dr. Karsten on behavioral design progress. You will report monthly to me on overall project status. Security Officer Vladimir will oversee the project's operational security. Yes, respected director. Are there questions? 1. Respected director. Ask, what is the operational objective of the prototype's behavior? Karsten answered before Spencer did. Target acquisition and elimination under adverse conditions. Specifically, the prototype will be required to pursue a designated target through a complex urban environment, overcome armed resistance, and complete elimination regardless of collateral damage or self-preservation considerations. The SI absorbed this. In the previous life, Nemesis had been deployed against STARS operatives in Raccoon City in 1998. The deployment had targeted specific personnel, Jill Valentine among others, with the objective of eliminating operational witnesses to the T-Virus outbreak. The SI did not yet know whether Spencer was planning the same deployment, earlier, for different witnesses, or an entirely different operational purpose. He did not ask. Asking would establish suspicion that he had specific prior knowledge. Understood, Dr. Karsten. You begin tomorrow, Spencer said. Dr. Karsten will travel with you to the Parisian research station. Your effects will be relocated from Zurich. Your corporate leadership training is suspended pending project completion. The SI's corporate leadership training, which had been, ostensibly, the entire purpose of his Zurich placement, was being suspended, which meant the Zurich placement had, from Spencer's perspective, been preparation for this moment. Zurich had been a holding pattern. Nemesis was the actual assignment. Yes, respected director. He left the office. Vladimir followed him out and walked beside him down the corridor. Specimen A, Vladimir said. Yes, security officer. I will be reading your weekly technical reports in parallel with Dr. Karsten. Yes, security officer. I am not a virologist. I am not a behavioral theorist. But I am good at identifying patterns where the stated reasoning does not match the implemented decisions. The SI did not respond. You will find, Vladimir continued, that this project is an opportunity to demonstrate your alignment with the director's objectives. You will also find that it is an opportunity for me to confirm observations I have been collecting for several years. Yes, security officer. They reached the end of the corridor. Vladimir turned toward the exit. The SI turned toward the visiting alumni wing. Good luck on the project, Specimen A. Thank you, security officer. In his room, the SI closed the door and sat on the edge of the bed. He had, within 30 minutes, absorbed 3 large pieces of information. The Nemesis project was real and was about to be his job for 2 years. Vladimir had confirmed, explicitly, that the project was being used as a surveillance instrument against him specifically. His cover was, therefore, going to be tested continuously for the project's duration under conditions specifically designed to expose inconsistencies. He had 2 options. He could build the Nemesis project as designed. Outcome, the project would succeed. The prototype would work. The deployment, whatever it was, against whoever it was, would cause deaths the SI had not prevented. He could engineer the project's failure in ways that would survive Vladimir's scrutiny. Outcome, the project would fail at the deployment stage rather than at the development stage. The failure would be blamed on technical factors the SI could construct to be plausible. Deaths would be limited to the deployment window. Option 2 was harder. Option 2 required him to produce technical work that appeared competent under months of expert review, and that failed only at the specific operational moment the failure was needed. Option 2 required the kind of long-form deception he had not yet attempted at this scale. He chose option 2. He began the preparation that evening. Chapter 42. The Parisian Research Station was a small facility in the 18th arrondissement, above a pharmaceutical warehouse, accessible through a private entrance that had been engineered to appear as part of the warehouse's administrative offices. The station was 3 floors, contained a dozen laboratories, and housed a permanent staff of approximately 30. Dr. Karsten lived on site. The SI was given an apartment on the top floor. His first 3 months at the station were, officially, introduction to the project's existing state. In practice, the 3 months were a detailed intelligence-gathering operation conducted under the specific pressure of Vladimir's biweekly visits, during which Vladimir sat in on technical meetings and read the SI's design notes. Vladimir did not ask questions about technical content. Vladimir watched the SI's behavior during technical discussions. The SI worked, for 3 months, on learning nemesis biology at the level required to design the parasite's behavioral conditioning apparatus. The learning was intense. The biology was genuinely complex. The parasite itself was an engineered organism, a variant of a deep-sea cnidarian the research division had recovered from a trench expedition 8 years earlier. The parasite, once introduced to a suitable host, integrated with the host's nervous system and could be trained to produce specific target-directed behaviors. The behavioral conditioning was the project's design challenge. By the end of the 3rd month, the SI was fluent in the biology. He could discuss, with Karsten, the specific neurochemical gradients the parasite used to establish dominance over host motor systems. He could describe the training protocol's current state. He could identify the protocol's current weaknesses. He then began, in the 4th month, producing specifications. The specifications were, on every page, technically correct. They addressed the weaknesses Karsten had identified. They proposed solutions consistent with the parasite's established behavior. They read, to any reviewer, as the work of a thoughtful behavioral designer. They also contained, buried in their implementation details, a specific instability. The instability was in the parasite's dominance hierarchy. Every specification the SI produced reinforced, subtly, a particular priority structure. The structure was stable under normal operating conditions. It became unstable under a specific kind of stress, the stress of receiving contradictory target identification signals during active pursuit. In a normal deployment, the parasite would receive a target identifier at the start of the pursuit and would maintain that identifier through target elimination. The instability would not manifest. In a deployment where the target could generate countersignals, through, for example, cultivation techniques the SI knew STARS operatives would eventually use, the parasite would receive inputs its dominance hierarchy had been conditioned to weight inappropriately. The parasite would enter a conflict state. The conflict state would produce a cascading failure of motor control. The host would collapse within 90 seconds. The instability was not in any single specification. It was in the cumulative effect of 11 specifications that interacted in a way no individual reviewer would notice unless they were looking for it specifically. Vladimir read each specification as it was produced. Vladimir noted, on several occasions, specific phrases he found interesting. He did not flag any specification as deficient. The SI continued producing. By the end of month 7, he had completed 23 specifications. The instability was fully embedded. The project was, from Karsten's perspective, ahead of schedule. From Vladimir's perspective, it was a cleanly designed project run by a diligent lead. From the SI's perspective, it was a weapon aimed at its own deployment date. He wrote his month 7 progress report. He delivered it to Karsten. Karsten approved. He delivered a copy to Vladimir. Vladimir read it. Vladimir said, "Your progress is consistent. I will continue to monitor." The SI left Vladimir's temporary office. He walked back to his apartment. He washed his hands 3 times, which was not rational, which was a symptom of something he had been working to suppress. He could not, even in the privacy of his own apartment, fully relax into the sabotage. Every night he reviewed the specifications he had produced. Every night he checked that the instability remained invisible. Every night he rehearsed what he would say if Vladimir asked specific technical questions that touched on the instability's components. Vladimir did not ask the specific technical questions. Vladimir watched. Vladimir continued to write small notes in the margins of the SI's reports. The SI continued to produce work that would, in 23 months, fail when it needed to fail. Chapter 43. Annette arrived at the Parisian station in year 10, month 3, as a senior researcher on the Nemesis project. The SI had not arranged this. Birkin had. The arrangement had taken Birkin approximately 6 months to execute. Birkin had, in his capacity as a junior researcher at the training facility, been granted periodic consultation authority on cross-site projects. He had exercised that authority to recommend Annette for the Nemesis project on the basis of her demonstrated expertise in biochemical conditioning. The recommendation had been approved. Annette had been transferred. The SI learned of the transfer from the station's weekly administrative notice, which announced her arrival on a Thursday. He read the notice in the station's small cafeteria at breakfast. He did not react externally. Internally, he noted that Birkin had, without consulting him, placed a specific person in the SI's operational environment who would then be, as Birkin would have calculated, in a position to observe what the SI was actually doing on Nemesis. Birkin had sent Annette to watch him. The realization was not unpleasant at the specific texture level. It was simply information. Birkin, at 15, had concluded that the SI's work on Nemesis warranted independent verification through a person Birkin trusted. Birkin had not told the SI. Birkin had also not told Spencer. The move was entirely Birkin's own. Annette met the SI for the first time at the station on her second morning. She was introduced by Karsten during a routine staff meeting. She was professional. She did not acknowledge having met the SI before. The SI matched her register. Their first private conversation occurred 4 days later. She intercepted him in a corridor between laboratories. The corridor had, the SI had verified months earlier, a specific acoustic dead zone near the third doorway on the left. She led him to the dead zone. She stopped. Albert. Annette. William sent me. Yes. He wants me to report on your work. Yes. He did not phrase it that way. He said he wanted me to work alongside you, because he believed the project would benefit from my specific expertise. The phrasing is consistent with his expressed intent. It is also consistent with my expressed expertise. But we are both clear on what he meant. Yes. She looked at him for a long moment. Albert, before I begin the observation, I need to tell you something. William is becoming someone I do not recognize. The SI's pulse climbed by 3 beats per minute. Tell me. His conversations with me in the past 4 months have shifted. He is no longer describing his work in the terms he used when we first worked together. He has stopped asking about the patients who would use the antibiotics he once wanted to improve. He has started describing his work in terms of capability, what the virus can do, not what the virus should do. He has started, specifically, asking questions about dosage scaling and deployment vectors that are not consistent with applied therapeutic research. The SI absorbed this. How long? For months. Possibly 5. I cannot pin the inflection point precisely. Has he said anything specific that troubles you? Last week he said, in a conversation about preservative solutions, that the question of whether a compound was therapeutically useful was less interesting than the question of whether it was biologically novel. He said it as if he was joking. He was not joking. The SI closed his eyes for a moment. He had calculated, in his original planning, that he had approximately 10 years to intervene with Birkin on the ethical trajectory of the T-virus research. He had assumed the window would close slowly. Annette was telling him the window was closing faster than he had estimated. The inflection Annette had observed suggested Birkin's ethical drift had begun approximately 1 year ago, which meant the drift had begun shortly after the SI's transfer to Zurich. The transfer had removed the SI's day-to-day presence as Birkin's collaborator. The presence had, apparently, been providing constraint the SI had not recognized as constraint. Thank you for telling me, he said. What will you do? I need to think. I will not decide tonight. Albert, I am observing your work here because William asked me to. I am telling you what I am observing about William because I cannot observe him and work with him without telling someone. And you are the only person I trust to act on what I say. I know. What you do about him is your decision. I will continue to observe your work here and report it accurately to him, because that is the role he placed me in. My telling you about him is not connected to that role. Yes, Annette. Thank you. She walked on. The SI stood in the dead zone for approximately 20 seconds. He could feel, in the specific location at the base of his thumbs, the tremor he had come to associate with his highest-stakes operational windows. The tremor was back. He needed to rearrange his Birkin intervention timeline. He had calculated for a 10-year window. He had perhaps 3, possibly less. He returned to his apartment. He sat at his desk. He began, for the second time that week, to revise his planning horizon. Chapter 44. Alex visited Spencer at the training facility on day 12 of year 10, month 6. The SI learned about the visit through Annette, who had learned about it through the station's administrative communications with the facility. Alex had requested a private meeting. The meeting had been granted. The meeting had lasted 3 hours. 3 hours was significantly longer than Spencer's standard private meeting length. The SI ran the implications. Alex had been operating her competitive research track for 16 months. She had, by the SI's partial intelligence, produced preliminary results that were impressive enough to justify a significant funding increase. A 3-hour private meeting with Spencer could be, among many possibilities, a presentation of those results, a request for new authorization, or a restructuring of her project's reporting line. The meeting concluded at 16:30. At 17:30, Alex left the facility. At 1800, the facility's administrative staff filed a document the SI's intelligence channel picked up 12 hours later. The document granted Alex research authorization for a new category of work the SI had not previously seen in any umbrella documentation. The authorization was labeled Consciousness Persistence Studies, Phase 1. The SI read the label 3 times. Consciousness Persistence. Alex was working, with Spencer's authorization, on the problem of preserving a cultivator's consciousness beyond the death of their original host body. The SI's previous life memory placed this research at Alex's own isolated facility decades from now. In this timeline, she had just obtained authorization for it, with Spencer's personal approval, at age 20, which meant Alex had begun her own counterprogram, though she did not know the SI was running one. And her counterprogram was aimed, the SI understood with a specific cold recognition, at becoming what Spencer had wanted Albert Wesker to become in the original timeline. Spencer's plan for the original Albert Wesker had been transcendence through progenitor virus integration. Alex was pursuing transcendence through consciousness transfer. The two approaches were parallel. Spencer, in the previous life, had directed both toward different specimens. In this life, he was directing the progenitor path toward the SI and the consciousness path toward Alex. If either succeeded, Spencer would have his instrument. The SI, at this point, needed the SI's own nemesis sabotage to not just fail the project, but to do so in a way that also damaged Spencer's confidence in the broader instrument production enterprise. A clean nemesis failure would slow Alex's work. A messy nemesis failure, attributed to issues with the underlying research methodology, would call into question Alex's entire research line. He began planning the shape of the eventual nemesis failure with Alex's authorization as an additional consideration. The failure needed to be not just operationally dramatic, but methodologically revealing. He noted, with a small precision he had been trying to avoid, that this added consideration was an escalation. He was now actively designing for consequences that would damage Alex, not just Spencer. He was becoming someone who could design that. He added the note to his file. Chapter 45. The specific sabotage mechanism was implemented over the following 4 months. The mechanism required the SI to embed, in the parasite's behavioral conditioning protocols, a particular training sequence that looked, to every reviewer, like a robustness reinforcement. The sequence was nominally designed to strengthen the parasite's dominance response under cognitive load. In practice, the sequence cultivated a specific vulnerability. The parasite, trained on this sequence, would experience a measurable response latency when presented with 2 simultaneous target identifications. 2 simultaneous target identifications were not, in the parasite's intended deployment environment, a likely occurrence. A deployed nemesis unit would typically be given 1 target by its handler. The unit would pursue that target to elimination. But the SI knew, from previous life documents, that Umbrella's deployment protocols would eventually include scenarios in which the nemesis unit operated autonomously, without a handler, selecting targets from a priority list. The autonomous mode was where the vulnerability would activate. In autonomous mode, the parasite would, when confronted with any environment containing multiple potential targets, enter the conflict state. The response latency would compound. The host would become paralyzed within 90 seconds. The sabotage was invisible in the specifications. It was invisible in the early training runs. It was invisible, he estimated, to any reviewer who was not specifically looking for a 2-target vulnerability. Vladimir did not look for a 2-target vulnerability. Karsten did not either. The specific vulnerability would not manifest until autonomous mode field testing, which was scheduled, per the SI's access to the project's master timeline, for year 12, month 3. The SI was, at year 10, month 10, 15 months out from the planned failure date. He continued producing supplementary specifications. He continued to receive positive weekly reviews. He continued to attend staff meetings and provide appropriate behavioral design input to Karsten's biological questions. He continued, on the surface, to be a diligent lead behavioral designer. In the evenings, he read Annette's weekly reports to Birkin, which the SI had arranged to see in draft before she sent them. She did not know he was reading them. He had, through a clerical insertion he had taken 2 weeks to engineer, arranged for her outgoing reports to pass through a correspondence review function that he controlled. He read each report. He made no changes. He let her send them as written. Her reports described his work as rigorous, methodical, and ethically considered. She described specific decisions he had made in the conditioning protocol that showed, in her terms, restraint and careful judgment. She did not note the embedded vulnerability because she was not looking for it, and because the vulnerability was genuinely invisible at her level of review. Her reports also contained, in the final paragraph of each letter to Birkin, small personal observations about the weather in Paris, about a bakery she had discovered, about a book she was reading. The personal paragraphs were short. They were also, the SI noted, over several weeks, changing in tone. In the first 3 weeks, they were professional and distant. By week 6, they were warmer. By week 10, they included a brief mention of a conversation she had had with Birkin by telephone and the specific quality of his voice over the line. The arrangement the SI had engineered between them was developing as he had expected. He felt the specific complicated thing about this that he had been trying not to feel for 14 months. He had deliberately placed Annette near Birkin because he had calculated that Annette would eventually love Birkin and Birkin would love her back, and the love would produce a specific constraint on Birkin's future scientific decisions. The constraint would, in the SI's plan, be the primary mechanism by which T-virus deployment was prevented. He had done this, knowing. He had done this with Annette's informed consent in the limited form she had given it. She had agreed to be sent to observe him. She had not agreed to be engineered into a marriage. The engineering had been the SI's private decision, made 3 years ago, about her future and Birkin's future and Sherry's future, without their input, because the SI had calculated outcomes they had not been in a position to calculate. He understood in the evenings of year 10, month 10, producing exactly the kind of calculated intervention in other people's lives that original Albert Wesker had specialized in. The intervention was, in its outcomes, benevolent. The structure of the decision was indistinguishable. He sat in his Paris apartment and looked at the city at night. The lights of the 18th arrondissement were specific and ordinary. A woman was walking her dog along the opposite sidewalk. A man was smoking a cigarette in a doorway. Paris continued being Paris while the SI sat in a room above a pharmaceutical warehouse, reading his engineered couple's love letters, and continued to produce the technical documents that would cause, in 15 months, the specific failure of a weapon Spencer had personally commissioned. He did not know whether the person he was becoming was the person Spencer had wanted the original Albert Wesker to become, or someone else entirely. He did not have a way to check. He turned off his reading lamp. He went to bed. He slept 4 hours. He got up. He went to the station. He produced another specification. Chapter 46. Vladimir conducted the audit on a Wednesday with no advance notice. He arrived at the station at 0720, before the station staff had fully assembled for the day. He walked past the receptionist without greeting her. He entered the SI's laboratory. The SI had been there for 30 minutes, reviewing a batch of neurochemical assay results with 2 junior researchers. Vladimir waited at the door until the SI noticed him, then said, "Specimen A." A word. The junior researchers excused themselves. Vladimir closed the door behind them. "I want to review the complete specification set from the last 6 months," Vladimir said. "Starting now." The SI produced the specifications. He pulled them from the secured cabinet and laid them on the laboratory's main work table. There were 41 specifications, each between 6 and 12 pages long. Together, they filled most of the table. Vladimir sat down. He began to read. The SI did not leave. Vladimir had not dismissed him. The SI went back to the assay results on the adjacent bench and resumed his review. He did not look at Vladimir. He also did not ostentatiously not look at Vladimir. He worked at approximately the rate he had been working before the interruption. Vladimir read for 4 hours. He did not take notes. He did not ask questions. He turned pages at a specific rhythm, perhaps 30 seconds per page on the denser technical content, perhaps 15 on the transitional pages. At one point, he returned to a specification he had already reviewed and reread a particular page. The page was not, by the SI's assessment, one of the 11 specifications that contained the buried instability. At 11:30, Vladimir closed the final specification folder. He stacked the folders in the order he had reviewed them. He turned his chair to face the SI. "Specimen A." "Yes, security officer. These specifications are impressive. They are also consistent. I have reviewed them in 3 passes. I can identify no deviation from the project's stated objectives." "Thank you, security officer." Vladimir studied him for a moment. His eyes had not changed in the 12 years the SI had known him. "I am looking forward to seeing the unit deployed." He said it in the same conversational register he had used to say good luck on the project at their previous meeting. The register was specifically calibrated to contain no accusatory content. The words themselves were neutral. A reviewer, listening to an audio recording, would hear only a professional wishing a colleague well on an upcoming milestone. The SI heard what Vladimir had actually said. Vladimir could not prove the sabotage. Vladimir had read 41 specifications over 4 hours and had found nothing he could point to. Vladimir was nonetheless, at some level beneath his technical capacity, certain that something was wrong. And because he could not prove it in review, he was going to wait for field deployment. He was, in effect, telling the SI, I know the trap is in there somewhere. I am going to let the device be built and tested under operational conditions. Whatever fails during testing is going to be the evidence I could not find in the paper. Yes, security officer, the SI said. Vladimir stood. He walked to the door. He opened it. He paused in the doorway. Specimen A. A piece of professional advice. When a project fails during field testing, the explanation that receives the most scrutiny is the explanation offered by the project's lead designer. The designer's account of the failure is, historically, the account investigators weigh most heavily against accounts from supporting staff. Keep this in mind as you complete your work. Yes, security officer. Good day. He left. The SI sat for a minute on the lab stool. His junior researchers did not return. He went to the adjacent office. He closed the door. He stood at the window for 10 minutes looking at the gray Paris sky. Vladimir had just told him, with perfect professional calibration, that when the Nemesis unit failed during field testing, Vladimir would be specifically prepared to dissect the lead designer's account of why, which meant the SI needed the unit's failure to occur in a manner that produced a dissectable technical explanation the designer had no privileged access to. The designer's account had to be, at the moment of failure, the same account any other observer would produce, which meant the failure mechanism could not be the two-target vulnerability he had spent 18 months embedding. The two-target vulnerability would, when activated, produce a specific failure signature that a behavioral designer would be uniquely qualified to explain. The designer's explanation would be too sophisticated. Vladimir would flag the sophistication as evidence. The SI needed a second failure mechanism, one that would trigger before the two-target vulnerability ever got a chance, one that the project lead would not be in a privileged position to explain. He had roughly a year to design the second mechanism. He left the office. He went back to the work table. He stacked the specifications back into the cabinet. He sat on the stool. He began, on a fresh sheet of paper, to redesign his sabotage plan. Chapter 47. The supply chain vendor was a small German firm called Hauenberg GmbH. Hauenberg manufactured specific high-tolerance biocontainment vessels used at all 3 umbrella research stations, including the Parisian one. The vessels were needed for the Nemesis project's final phase, the phase in which the completed parasites were transferred from growth media to deployment readiness containers. Without Hauenberg vessels, that phase could not proceed. The SI had, over the previous 2 years, been cultivating a relationship with Hauenberg's production manager, Karl Meyer. The cultivation had begun as part of the general intelligence gathering protocol he had maintained at Zurich. He had identified Meyer as a useful conduit for technical information about Umbrella's supply chain. He had established correspondence with Meyer through a legitimate Umbrella procurement channel. He had, over the months, shifted his relationship with Meyer from procurement to personal acquaintance. The two of them had met 3 times at industry conferences. They had corresponded on technical topics. Meyer, who was 46 years old, mildly depressive, and underpaid by Hauenberg's owner, had come to regard the SI as a sympathetic young contact within Umbrella's research management. The SI used the relationship at year 11, month 9, to arrange a specific production problem. He did not ask Meyer to sabotage anything. The request would have exceeded the relationship. Instead, he steered a conversation, during a conference in Frankfurt, toward the specific quality control standards Hauenberg was using for the high-tolerance vessels. He raised a technical concern, a concern that had some basis in the vessel's design, though the concern was exaggerated, about a potential fatigue failure in the vessel's sealing interface under specific thermal cycling conditions. Meyer took the concern back to Hauenberg. Meyer raised the concern with his quality control team. The team conducted a review. The review concluded that the concern was valid. The company recalled its most recent production batch for reinforcement of the sealing interface. The recall delayed Hauenberg's delivery schedule to Umbrella by 6 months. The delay was entirely internal to Hauenberg. The SI's name appeared nowhere in the internal correspondence. Meyer remembered the Frankfurt conversation as a useful piece of technical insight from a helpful colleague. The company's management thanked Meyer for identifying the concern and gave him a small bonus. The Nemesis project's field deployment was delayed by the same 6 months. Vladimir was notified of the delay through routine program management correspondence. Vladimir knew that a supply chain issue had emerged at a German vendor. Vladimir did not know that the SI had had any contact with Hauenberg. The SI's delivery timeline for the behavioral specifications was adjusted accordingly. He had, effectively, purchased 6 additional months of development time with a single conference conversation. He used the 6 months to design the second failure mechanism. The second mechanism was, after several iterations, a subtle exhaustion protocol. The parasite, during its pre-deployment training, would be run through a specific sequence of increasing complexity target scenarios. The sequence would, over hundreds of repetitions, deplete a specific neurochemical reservoir the parasite used for dominance response. The depletion would be invisible in routine monitoring. The parasite's baseline dominance response would remain normal. But under field stress, the depleted reservoir would fail to replenish quickly enough. The parasite would lose dominance over the host's motor systems. The host would become non-responsive within 45 seconds. This failure mechanism could be explained, and the SI had calculated exactly how, as a consequence of training protocol miscalibration. Karsten's team had, the SI would point out during the post-failure investigation, run training cycles at a higher repetition frequency than the parasite's recovery physiology could accommodate. The miscalibration would be a technical error that Karsten had approved and that the SI had executed within Karsten's specifications. No single person would be uniquely responsible. Vladimir would, the SI estimated, find the explanation plausible and frustratingly diffuse. The plausibility would deprive Vladimir of a specific target for blame. The diffusion would make it impossible for Vladimir to pin the failure on the SI alone. The SI embedded the exhaustion protocol in the revised training specifications over the 6-month supply delay. By the time Hauenberg's reinforced vessels began arriving, the sabotage was in place. He had, effectively, designed the project's failure twice. Once as an embedded vulnerability that would trigger in deployment, and once as a training-induced exhaustion that would trigger in field testing. The two mechanisms were independent. Either one would be sufficient to fail the project. Both together would almost certainly produce a failure that Vladimir could not trace to the SI specifically. Chapter 48 Birkin's T-virus reached its first stable reproduction on a Tuesday morning in year 12, month 7. The SI was at the Parisian station when the news arrived. He learned about it through an internal research bulletin that circulated to all Umbrella Station leads. The bulletin was brief. Dr. William Birkin, at the training facility's research wing, had achieved stable reproduction of a complete T-virus strain. Further details would be provided at the forthcoming research division meeting. Birkin was 23 years old. The SI read the bulletin at his desk at 0845. He did not react externally. He finished the technical correspondence he had been working on. He attended the 1000 staff meeting. He reviewed the day's assay results. He wrote a routine progress report for Karsten. At 1800, he received a personal telegram from Birkin. The telegram said, in the compact phrasing the two of them had developed over years, stable. Private visit requested. Weekend. The SI traveled to the training facility that weekend. He arrived on Saturday evening. Birkin met him at the entrance to the research wing. Birkin was taller than the SI remembered. He had grown into his shoulders. His hair still stuck up at the crown. They walked to Birkin's laboratory. The laboratory was Birkin's private space, granted to him 3 years earlier as part of his accelerated research status. It was small, meticulously organized, and contained a single secure storage refrigerator in the corner. Birkin stopped at the refrigerator. He opened it. He removed a small rack containing 6 glass vials. The vials held a pale amber liquid. 6 samples, Birkin said, each approximately 100 microliters. Stable for at least 72 hours at current storage. Tested at 4 separate pH levels and 3 temperature ranges. Stability confirmed across all 9 conditions. It works. It works. The SI looked at the vials for a long moment. The liquid was perfectly still inside the glass. The liquid was the T-virus, in its first fully stable form, 6 vials of it. In a training facility refrigerator Birkin had full personal access to. Congratulations, William. Thank you, Albert. Birkin closed the refrigerator. He gestured the SI to the laboratory's 2 chairs. They sat. I wanted you to see it, Birkin said. Yes. Not because I am asking for anything. Because I am aware of what the sample is, and I wanted someone to see that I am aware. I understand. You warned me, years ago, that we would eventually have a conversation about deployment. I do not think we need to have it tonight. I think we need to both know that the conversation is now scheduled. Yes, William. What is your timeline estimate? The SI considered this for a long moment. The current stable reproduction places Umbrella approximately 4 years from operational deployment capacity. The 4 years will be spent on scaling, delivery systems, and containment facilities. The 4 years are not under your control. No. The conversation we need to have, William, is whether the scaling infrastructure can be disrupted before deployment. Not by you directly. You cannot openly oppose Spencer without ending yourself, but by both of us, working in parallel, through different mechanisms, each of which appears to be internal to Umbrella's normal operational frictions. Yes. Can you do that, William? I think so. What would you need? Time. Cover. A specific person inside Umbrella's research operations group who could sign off on scaling decisions that are technically marginal. That person would need to be motivated to sign off in a way that looks like caution rather than sabotage. I can produce that person over the next 18 months. Who? Someone on the European operations track. I have identified 3 candidates. I will have one of them in position by the relevant decision window. Birkin nodded. He looked at the refrigerator. The vials were behind the door. I could destroy these, he said. Tonight. I could. Marcus has replication samples, but my notes are the key to stable reproduction. If you destroy them, Spencer will know within 72 hours. He will replace you within 2 weeks with a researcher who has less hesitation and more supervision. The T-virus will reach stable reproduction again in 18 months at most. The destruction would cost you your position and purchase 18 months. Yes. 18 months is not enough. No. We need to play the longer game. William, we need your position to remain intact while we both work on the scaling infrastructure. That is harder than destroying the samples. Yes. That is why it is the right choice. Birkin sat in silence for a long moment. Then he said, I wanted tonight to be a celebration, and I knew, walking here, that it would not be. I am not unhappy. I wanted to tell you that I am not unhappy. The work is real. The next steps are what make me uncertain, not the work itself. I know, William. Good. That night, the SI slept 4 hours in a guest room in the training facility's visiting alumni wing. During those 4 hours, he hallucinated. Not a previous life memory this time, but a specific vivid image of downtown Raccoon City at night, with the street lights on and the sidewalks empty, and something moving at the edge of his vision that was not human. In the hallucination, he was standing in the middle of the street. He was alone. He was trying to decide which direction to walk. He woke at 0300 and did not sleep again. He showered. He returned to Paris on the first morning train. Chapter 49. Annette confronted him in his Paris apartment in year 12, month 10. She had come to Paris for a weekend that was, officially, a medical consultation with a senior neurologist at the city's main hospital. In practice, she came to Paris every 8 weeks under similar pretexts. The visits had become, over the past year and a half, part of the specific rhythm the 3 of them, she, Birkin, and the SI, had developed to coordinate. She arrived at his apartment at 1900. He had dinner ready. They ate it at his small table. She did not discuss work during the meal. They discussed, as they had learned to do, specific neutral topics, books, the weather, and opera she had seen. After dinner, she asked, Albert, do you think Spencer is planning something larger than he has publicly stated? The SI set down his coffee cup. He had been preparing for this question for 3 years. Annette had, the SI understood, finally accumulated enough evidence to phrase it. She had been working in Umbrella's research infrastructure for 5 years. She had been assigned to the Nemesis project for 2. She had been Birkin's confidant for nearly 3. Yes, he said. How much larger? Orders of magnitude. Specifically, the SI looked at her across the small table. The apartment had 1 overhead light. It was not flattering. Annette was 27. She had circles under her eyes that she had not had 2 years ago. She wore a simple blouse. Her hands were folded in front of her. He gave her the triple answer. Yes, he is. You should not say so where he can't hear. She absorbed this. The triple phrasing. The specific cadence he had been using since he was 9 years old. She had been listening to him speak for 5 years. She had cataloged the phrasing. Why do you phrase things that way, Albert? Because it is how I learned to speak. That is not an answer. It is the answer I can give tonight. She considered the evasion. She did not push. Albert, I need to ask you something directly. When I report on your work to William, am I reporting to William, or am I reporting to you? You are reporting to William. I have not modified your reports. I have read them, but I have not modified them. You read them? Yes. Through what channel? A clerical insertion I made 3 years ago. Your outgoing mail passes through a review function I control. I read the draft. I do not change it. She was quiet for a long moment. Why? Because William is my closest ally, and you are the person whose reports on my work will most determine whether he continues to trust me. I needed to know, in real time, what you were telling him. Not to change it. To know. You are a specific kind of calculating, Albert. Yes. I do not yet know whether I am going to stay angry about this. I understand. I am going to need to tell William that you have been reading my reports. Yes. I was going to tell him next month. You should do it first. She nodded. She did not nod approvingly. She nodded as a specific acknowledgement that the situation would be addressed. Albert, last question tonight. Yes. Are you still on the side you appear to be on? Yes. I am. I have been. I will be. Good. That is enough for tonight. She stood. She collected her coat. She left. The SI sat at the small table for another hour. He had just been confronted by one of the three people closest to him on a surveillance arrangement he had built years ago for reasons that had been sound at the time and that he had failed to revisit as his relationship with her had deepened. The arrangement had been ethically defensible when Annette had been a 19-year-old technician he had just placed in Birkin's path. It had not been ethically defensible for the past 2 years, during which she had become a friend. He had not revisited it. He would revisit it now. He would dismantle the clerical insertion in the morning. He would write a letter to Birkin explaining what he had done. He would accept whatever consequences arrived. He noted, with a specific familiar clench at the base of his throat, that this was not the first time he had failed to revisit an old decision as the context changed. His fatal flaw, the assumption that his foreknowledge remained reliable, was not just about future events. It was about past decisions too. He built plans against an early life assessment and failed to update them as the people in the plans became different people than the people he had first modeled. He noted the observation. He went to bed. Chapter 50. The T-virus exposure occurred in year 13, month 1. Birkin had given him a single vial from the 6. The vial contained approximately 100 microliters of stabilized T-virus. Birkin had given it to him, quietly, during the SI's first visit to the facility after his conversation with Annette. For storage, Birkin had said, in case something happens to the samples here, you are the only person I trust to hold a backup. The SI had accepted the vial. He had put it in his concealed library compartment. He had not mentioned to Birkin that he planned to use it for his own counter-conditioning protocol. The self-administration was scheduled for a 9-day window during which the SI was, officially, on retreat in the Swiss Alps for personal health reasons. He had established the retreat pattern 18 months earlier, 2 weeks in the Alps every spring, specifically to create a cover window for long self-exposures. The dose was calculated at 0.2 microliters, suspended in saline. 1/2000th of the virus's operational viability. The calculation assumed a partial immune response could be produced without full viral integration. The calculation was wrong. The SI administered the dose in a small rental chalet outside Zermatt on a Monday evening at 2100. Lisa Trevor was not with him. He had not been able to engineer a reason for her to leave the training facility's basement, and he had. He admitted to himself as he prepared the syringe, deliberately planned the exposure for a location far from her, because he did not want to ask her to witness what he suspected this exposure would produce. The injection stung for 4 minutes. Then it stopped stinging. Then, at 21:30, his heart stopped. He did not die. The stop was brief, perhaps 6 seconds, and his cardiovascular system resumed on its own. But the resumption was uneven. His heart rate oscillated between 40 and 120 for the next 3 hours. He lay on the chalet's wooden floor. He could not make himself move to the bed. The seizures began at 0100. They were violent. They came in cycles of approximately 12 minutes. Each cycle lasted between 45 and 90 seconds. Between cycles, he was briefly lucid. During the lucid periods, he drank water from a canteen he had prepositioned. He could not take the water during the cycles. He seized for 4 days. He had not expected 4 days. He had expected, at most, 24 hours of fever and reduced consciousness. What he got was specific cellular reorganization at a depth that his adapted framework and inoculated tears had not prepared him for. The T-virus, even at the subthreshold dose, was doing work on his body his previous exposures had not approached. On the second day, during a brief lucid window, he realized he was not going to survive the chalet alone. He made a decision he would spend years second-guessing. He picked up the chalet's telephone. He called the training facility. He reached the operator. He asked for Lisa Trevor. There is no patient by that name at this facility, the operator said. Please connect me to Dr. Feldman. Medical wing. Urgent. Dr. Feldman answered within 4 minutes. The SI, through the specific slurred speech of a cultivator mid-seizure, gave Feldman the chalet's address. He said, I need Lisa. I cannot do this alone. Please. Feldman did not ask questions. Feldman had, over 13 years, come to certain conclusions about the training facility's operations. Feldman also owed the SI several favors the SI had been cultivating for 7 years. Feldman extracted Lisa from the basement that evening. The extraction was not clean. Feldman had to use the specific maintenance access window the SI had identified years earlier, and he had to use the cover identity the SI had established for Lisa's eventual legal extraction. The cover was, The SI had understood for years, not ready for this kind of use. Feldman used it anyway. Lisa arrived at the chalet at 0300 on the fourth day. She was wearing clothes Feldman had provided. She was wrapped in a wool coat. She had not been outside in 36 years. She walked through the chalet's front door on her own. She saw the SI on the floor. She walked to him. She sat down beside him. She put her hand on his forehead. She did not speak for the next 5 days. She held him through the remaining seizures. She cleaned him when he could not clean himself. She spoon-fed him water when he could tolerate water. She read him one poem every 4 hours. The Rilke, the Whitman, the Tang Dynasty mountain poem, on a rotation that the SI, in his fragmentary awareness, recognized. On the 9th day, the SI woke. He was lying on the bed. The chalet was quiet. Lisa was sitting in the chair beside the bed. Her hair was still matted. Her coat was over her lap. She was reading a book she must have found somewhere in the chalet. Lisa. Albert. He tried to sit up. He could not. He closed his eyes. He opened them. I am alive. Yes. You came. Yes. Thank you. Your eyes are different. The SI put his hand to his face. He could not, of course, see his own eyes. Lisa was telling him what had changed. Red at the edges. A small ring. You will be able to cover it if you try. But it is there. He had advanced to hardened. He could feel it. A specific density beneath his skin, a kind of cellular firmness he had not felt before. The new capability was that his body could now metabolize T-virus exposures that would kill any unprepared cultivator. The cost was that his eyes had, permanently, taken on the faint red edge that in the previous timeline had been original Albert Wesker's signature tell. He was going to need to wear sunglasses indoors for the rest of his life. He was also going to need to explain Lisa's presence in Switzerland to Feldman's superiors, who had almost certainly noticed her absence from the basement over the past 9 days, and to Vladimir, who would eventually read the facility's internal incident reports. He had, in the course of saving himself, probably ended his cover. He lay in the bed. Lisa held his hand. The light through the chalet's window was the specific pale blue of an alpine morning after snow. Lisa, he said, I have to get you somewhere safe. Now. Yes. I know. There is time to rest first. Yes. There is time. He closed his eyes. He slept. Lisa sat in the chair and read her book, which was a field guide to wildflowers of the Alps, pulled from his bag. Chapter 51. The Lisa extraction consequences came in across 3 weeks. Feldman, within 48 hours of taking her from the basement, produced the paperwork the SI needed to provide his superiors. The paperwork recorded, accurately, that a long-term basement patient designated specimen T7 had died of natural cardiac failure during the period of the SI's retreat. Feldman produced a death certificate, a cremation order, and an internal facility notice. The paperwork held. No one asked follow-up questions. The basement was not a wing anyone at the facility had personal emotional attachment to. A patient who had been kept alive for 36 years in a concrete room could, plausibly, die of cardiac failure at any time. Lisa's disappearance from Umbrella's records, in other words, was cleaner than the SI had any right to expect. He owed Feldman a debt he would spend years repaying. Lisa's placement was harder. The SI had, over years, built 3 layers of false identity for her, each designed to withstand specific levels of investigation. The first layer was ready. The second and third were not. She would be, for the foreseeable future, operating under a single false identity, which meant that if anyone traced her at all, they would trace her to that single cover and her protection would collapse. He moved her to a safe house in the Alpine foothills, a 2-room cottage attached to a small bakery owned by a cousin of Dr. Schuster's. The cousin did not know who Lisa was. The cousin had been told Lisa was a recovering accident victim. The cousin was paid. The cousin did not ask questions. Jessica Trevor was in the same region, 40 kilometers away, under Schuster's direct care. The SI did not bring them together. He could not. Jessica Trevor's cognition was beyond what any reunion could survive. Lisa knew this. The SI had told her on the 2nd day of her recovery at the chalet. She had not cried. She had said only, I would like to sit with her sometimes, even if she does not know me. He arranged, over the following 3 weeks, for Lisa to be brought to Schuster's residence for 3-hour visits every other Saturday. Lisa sat with her mother. She read aloud. Jessica Trevor listened without comprehension. Lisa, over the course of 4 such visits, said that the arrangement was correct. Jessica's breathing was steady. The room was warm. It was enough. The SI then returned to Paris. He arrived on the morning of his first scheduled post-retreat status meeting with Dr. Karsten. He was wearing sunglasses, the specific amber-tinted lenses he had obtained through Feldman's pharmacy channel. The lenses concealed the red ring around his pupils under ordinary lighting. Karsten did not comment on the sunglasses. Karsten had, The SI knew his own medical conditions that required specialized eyewear, and Karsten had learned not to pry about such things. The status meeting went normally. The SI briefed on specification progress. Karsten approved the direction. The meeting adjourned at 10:30. 3 days later, the SI attended an executive-level meeting at Umbrella's Paris office. The meeting had been scheduled for 2 months. It was a routine quarterly progress review attended by several project leads and by Spencer, who had traveled from Switzerland for it. The SI arrived at the meeting. He took his seat at the large table. Spencer sat at the head. The SI was wearing the sunglasses. Spencer looked at him. The look lasted perhaps 3/4 of a second. It was not staring. It was the specific, mild visual attention an executive paid to a subordinate who had altered his appearance between meetings. In that 3/4 of a second, Spencer's expression did something very small that the SI had seen in his previous life only once. In a photograph of Spencer reviewing a research document that Spencer had clearly recognized as containing information he had not known he had. Recognition. Spencer had recognized the sunglasses, not as fashion, as a sign. The sign indicated that the SI was now showing the specific ocular change that only occurred in cultivators who had advanced past a certain point of T-virus or progenitor exposure. Spencer had seen that change in his previous life in other specimens. Spencer had probably seen it in himself. Spencer's expression returned to executive neutral within 3/4 of a second. He welcomed the project leads. He invited the first presentation. He conducted the meeting normally for the next 3 hours. He did not ask the SI about the sunglasses. He did not reference them. He did not, during the meeting, single out the SI for any particular attention. He knew. The SI, through the amber lenses, watched Spencer throughout the meeting. Spencer did not meet his eyes directly until the meeting's closing. At 17:30, when Spencer stood to adjourn, he glanced at the SI for approximately 1 second. The glance carried. The SI understood with the specific certainty that only a decade of Spencer watching could produce an acknowledgement. The acknowledgement was not approving. It was not disapproving. It was the specific acknowledgement one predator offered another predator upon recognizing, in a shared environment, that the other had independently reached a certain threshold. The SI nodded back. One time. No more. Their relationship had, in that exchange, shifted. It had not been named. It would not be named for a long time. But Spencer now knew that the SI had been modifying himself outside the program's sanctioned protocols. And the SI now knew that Spencer knew. They left the meeting without speaking privately. Chapter 52. The Nemesis sabotage's timing allowed him an opportunistic access window at Marcus's private archive 3 weeks later. The access opened because of a routine project coordination meeting at the training facility, which required Karsten and Marcus to be in the same location for a full day. During the meeting, Marcus's private laboratory was unstaffed. His senior assistants were present at the coordination meeting as well. The SI, who had been invited to the meeting as the Nemesis behavioral lead, arranged to be late for the afternoon session on grounds of a specific technical consultation he had prearranged with a junior researcher. The consultation lasted 14 minutes. After it ended, he had 90 minutes before the afternoon session reconvened. He used the 90 minutes to enter Marcus's private archive. The archive's security was not what Marcus believed it to be. Marcus had, over decades, accumulated a set of specific personal hiding places for sensitive documents. A locked filing cabinet in his office, a concealed drawer in his desk, a loose ceiling tile above his private bathroom. The SI had mapped all 3 hiding places over 2 years through observation of Marcus's movement patterns. He had, during a previous project coordination visit to the facility, copied the filing cabinet's key from a wax impression Marcus had unwittingly provided by leaving his keyring on his desk during a bathroom break. The SI unlocked the cabinet. He worked through the files methodically. He found, on the 3rd shelf of the cabinet, a folder labeled Contingency Briefs. The folder contained 16 documents. The documents were letters. They were written in Marcus's handwriting. They were addressed to specific senior members of Umbrella's board of directors, individuals who, the SI recognized from his previous life knowledge, would, over the next decade, increasingly come into opposition with Spencer's methods. The letters were dated over the past 3 years. They constituted, collectively, the early-stage planning of a coordinated effort to replace Spencer as Umbrella's director on the grounds that Spencer's specific research compression had compromised the scientific integrity of the organization. The effort was not imminent. The letters indicated that Marcus intended to wait several more years before initiating the replacement formally. But the effort was real, and the coordination was advancing. The SI read each letter in full. He committed specific passages to memory. He returned the folder to its precise position in the cabinet. He locked the cabinet. He left Marcus's office with no physical evidence. He returned to the afternoon session at 15:15. The session was already in progress. Karsten noted his arrival and continued the presentation. That evening, alone in his guest room, the SI wrote in his internal file, Marcus has begun a replacement effort against Spencer. The effort is in early-stage coordination. The effort will not mature for approximately 2 to 3 years. If activated at the wrong moment, it could disrupt my own longer-term plans. If activated at the right moment, it could provide a significant distraction during the period of Nemesis field testing. The tool is available. I am not yet sure how to use it. He destroyed the file entry. He did not move on Marcus. He filed the information under future option. He returned to Paris. Chapter 53. The Alex report arrived in his internal intelligence channel on a Friday morning in year 13, month 5. The channel was a specific dead-drop mechanism the SI had built with a mid-level clerical employee at the Zurich campus, a woman named Renata who had been underpaid and underpromoted for 7 years and who, for a small monthly stipend, provided the SI with photocopies of specific internal reports that crossed her desk. Renata did not know what she was providing. The reports she passed to the SI looked, to her, like ordinary administrative documents the SI had requested for his own work. One of the reports that crossed Renata's desk that week was Alex's Phase 1 summary on consciousness persistence studies. The SI received the photocopy through 3 layers of anonymizing couriers. He read the summary that evening in his Paris apartment. Alex had produced her first viable test subject. The subject was a human volunteer, someone Alex had, apparently, recruited from outside Umbrella's existing specimen programs through a method the report did not specify. The volunteer had been administered a precursor compound derived from the progenitor virus. The compound was a variant Alex had synthesized in her competitive research track over the past 18 months. The variant, according to Alex's report, was designed to facilitate what Alex called nervous system substrate preparation, the preliminary step in consciousness transfer. The volunteer had not died. The volunteer had experienced cellular reorganization comparable to what the SI had experienced during his own T-virus exposure. The volunteer had survived the reorganization and was, as of the report's filing, in stable recovery at Alex's private research station in the Carpathians. The SI read the summary 3 times. He had estimated, based on his previous life knowledge, that Alex's consciousness persistence research would not produce viable subjects until approximately 1985, which in the current timeline would be 13 years away. Alex had achieved the first viable subject now. She was 13 years ahead of the previous life projection. She was ahead of him by more than he was ahead of himself. Alex's competitive research track had, it was clear, received resources and personnel access the SI had underestimated. Spencer had invested heavily in her. Spencer had, the SI realized with a specific cold precision, been running his Alex investment as a contingency against his Albert investment for years. If the SI failed as Spencer's instrument, Alex would become Spencer's instrument. Spencer had been preparing for the possibility of the SI's failure, or, more precisely, the possibility of the SI's deviation, since approximately the 5th year of the program. Spencer had modeled the SI's divergence early. Spencer had prepared a replacement. Spencer had been running a 2-track contingency for the entire length of the SI's plan. The SI's plan had assumed that Spencer's primary investment was in Albert specifically. The assumption had been wrong. He sat in his apartment for a long time. He looked at the Alex report on his table. He ran the implications. If Alex's consciousness persistence reached full viability before the Nemesis failure, Spencer would not need the SI. Spencer would, in fact, be able to safely discard the SI. Alex would become the instrument. The SI's entire 13 years of cover would, from Spencer's perspective, have been a useful but ultimately unnecessary investment, which meant the SI's timeline was compressed again. He needed the Nemesis failure to occur before Alex's research reached full viability. He needed to discredit the entire instrument production enterprise before Spencer had a working instrument in hand. He needed, in other words, to accelerate his sabotage by some amount he could not yet precisely calculate. He began the recalculation that night. Chapter 54. Vladimir detained him for a 90-minute interview on day 19 of year 13, month 8. The detention was framed as a routine check-in. Vladimir had, over the past decade, conducted perhaps 11 such check-ins. They were never routine. The specific purpose of each one had been, in every instance, to apply pressure at a moment when the SI's operational state was at particular risk. This check-in occurred in a conference room at the Umbrella Paris office. Vladimir sat across the table. He did not open a folder. He did not reference any documents. He looked at the SI for perhaps 2 seconds before speaking. "You are wearing sunglasses." Yes, security officer. You were not wearing sunglasses the last time we met. No, security officer. When did you begin wearing them? Following my spring retreat to the Alps, security officer. I developed a mild photophobia during the retreat that has not fully resolved. A mild photophobia. Yes, security officer. Have you seen a medical professional about it? Yes, Dr. Feldman at the training facility. And Dr. Feldman's assessment that the condition is non-threatening and will likely resolve over the following year. In the interim, the sunglasses provide sufficient management. Vladimir nodded slowly. He did not write anything down. He rarely wrote anything down during these check-ins. The writing happened later, elsewhere, in files the SI did not see. Your project is approximately 18 months from field deployment. Yes, security officer. I have been reviewing your specifications periodically throughout the project. As I told you several years ago, I have been identifying no deviation from stated objectives. Yes, security officer. I have, however, been tracking a different pattern. The SI's pulse climbed by 3 beats. Oh, the pattern is not in your technical work, specimen A. The pattern is in you. Vladimir leaned back in his chair. His hands, which had been folded on the table, rested on the arms of the chair. You are not the same Wesker you were 2 years ago. The SI had prepared for this observation. He had prepared 4 variants of the response, calibrated against different specific framings Vladimir might use. The current framing was the most direct. The direct framing called for the direct response. Yes, I am still improving. Spencer will be pleased. Vladimir studied him for a long moment. His pale eyes did not move. His face did not shift. Improvement is not what I said, specimen A. With respect, security officer, you said I am not the same. Change is typically characterized as either improvement or degradation. I assumed you meant improvement. I meant change. I did not specify a direction. Yes, security officer. I have been observing specimens for 30 years. Most of them change in specific and predictable ways over the course of their development. You are not changing in the predictable ways. No, security officer. Can you account for this? The SI produced the calibrated answer. I have had specific personal experiences in the past 3 years that have affected my development in ways the cohort average does not reflect. The Nemesis project has required technical work at a depth the cohort curriculum did not prepare me for. My corporate leadership training produced patterns of thinking that may not match the research track patterns more common in my cohort. I do not know which specific change you have observed. I am available to discuss any specific observation you want to raise. Vladimir did not raise a specific observation. He looked at the SI for another 30 seconds. Then he stood. Your project's field deployment will be supervised by me personally, specimen A. I want you to know this in advance. I will be present during the first autonomous mode trial. I will be evaluating the unit's performance directly. I will also be evaluating your performance as the project lead. Yes, security officer. You are dismissed. The SI left the conference room. He walked the 12 blocks back to his apartment. He did not take the metro. He wanted the walk. Vladimir's personal supervision of the first autonomous mode trial was exactly what the SI had not wanted. Vladimir would be in a position to observe the specific failure characteristics in real time. Vladimir would not need to review reports after the fact. Vladimir would draw his conclusions from the physical behavior of the failing unit. The SI needed to ensure that the failure, when it occurred, presented with symptoms that Vladimir would find plausibly attributable to training protocol miscalibration. He needed the failure to look sloppy rather than deliberate. He needed it to look like a project that had grown too fast under timeline pressure, which, from Karsten's and Vladimir's perspectives, was exactly what the Nemesis project had been. He could engineer sloppy. He had been engineering sloppy for 13 years. He arrived at the apartment. He sat at his table. He revised the training protocol's implementation schedule for the next 3 months to produce exactly the kind of documented miscalibration that would explain the eventual failure. The revision took 4 hours. Chapter 55. The junior researcher's name was Emil Braun. He was 26 years old, a recent graduate of the Heidelberg Institute, recruited to the Parisian station 6 months earlier as part of a routine expansion of Karsten's research staff. He was quiet, meticulous, and had the specific technical sensitivity of a young scientist who had not yet learned to weight his observations against the political concerns of his superiors. He discovered the SI sabotage during a routine quality control audit of the training protocol logs. The discovery was accidental. Braun had been tasked with cross-referencing the parasite training frequencies against the established recovery rate curves to verify that the protocol was within operational tolerances. He had noticed, in a specific subset of the training cycles, that the recovery rate data was consistently at the lower edge of the tolerance range. He had flagged the pattern. He had compiled a preliminary report. The preliminary report did not identify the SI's deliberate sabotage. Braun did not have the context to identify it. Braun had identified only that the training protocol's aggregate statistics were consistent with a marginal miscalibration of repetition frequency, which was, of course, exactly the surface pattern the SI had engineered to explain the eventual failure. Braun submitted the report to the station's administrative review channel on a Thursday evening. The report would, under normal routing, reach Karsten within 3 days and Vladimir within a week. The SI learned about the report on Friday morning. Renata had flagged it through his intelligence channel at Zurich because the report had triggered a specific keyword match the SI had installed 2 years earlier. Any internal document that referenced the training protocol's repetition frequency was automatically copied to Renata's queue for SI review. He read Braun's report at 0745 Friday. He had a narrow window. The report had not yet reached Karsten. It was sitting in an administrative inbox awaiting routing. He estimated, perhaps 36 hours to intercept it. He went to the station. He arrived at 0830. He found Braun in his laboratory. He engaged Braun in a conversation about the report, framing his interest as routine technical oversight. Braun explained the report's findings. The SI asked several specific technical questions. Braun answered them. The SI then said, in a register he had carefully calibrated over 13 years, "Your finding is technically correct, Emil. The concern you identified is genuine. It is also, as I have been informed by Dr. Karsten, within operational tolerance given a specific adjustment to the measurement baseline that was approved 3 months ago. The adjustment was not documented in the protocol logs due to a clerical oversight. If you will revise your report to reflect the adjusted baseline, the finding will reclassify as nominal. I was not aware of the adjustment. The documentation was delayed. I apologize for the inconvenience. If you will make the revision today and resubmit, the report will route to Karsten with the adjusted framing, and we can avoid a routine procedural correction cycle." Braun considered this. He was, the SI could see, not entirely convinced. He was also young, and he was early in his career, and he had no particular reason to distrust a senior project lead's technical explanation. "Could I see the documentation for the adjustment? I will have it provided to your office this afternoon. In the meantime, if you can produce the revision by end of day, I can route the documentation and the revised report together." "All right, Dr. Wesker. I will produce the revision." The SI walked out of the laboratory. He returned to his office. He spent the next 4 hours producing, from scratch, documentation for a baseline adjustment that had never actually been made, backdated to 3 months earlier, with Karsten's signature produced through a forgery technique the SI had developed over years. The documentation was, in every technical respect, plausible. It matched the project's actual internal paperwork in format, in phrasing, in the specific bureaucratic conventions Karsten's staff used. He delivered the documentation to Braun at 1430. Braun reviewed it. Braun produced the revised report. Braun resubmitted it through the administrative channel. The revised report routed to Karsten the following Monday and was filed as nominal. The SI had, through 6 hours of focused work, intercepted and neutralized a junior researcher's accidental discovery of his sabotage. 2 days later, on Sunday afternoon, Emil Braun was killed in a traffic accident on the Ring Road outside Paris. The SI learned of the accident on Monday morning through the station's internal notice. A truck driver had crossed the median. Braun's small sedan had been pushed into the guardrail. Braun had died at the scene. The truck driver had not been found. The SI read the notice at his desk. He had not arranged the accident. He had neutralized Braun's report without violence. Braun's death was not his operation, which meant someone else had neutralized Braun. Someone else had identified Braun as a loose end and had acted on it. Vladimir. The SI's first assumption. Vladimir had been monitoring the station's internal reports through his own channels. He had, probably, read Braun's original report before the SI had intercepted it, or he had read some trace of it. He had decided that a junior researcher who had identified anomalies in the Nemesis training protocol was a risk that his own investigation had not yet finished harvesting. He had removed the risk in a way that kept the investigation alive. It could also, the SI acknowledged, have been someone else. Spencer. Alex. A third party the SI had not yet identified. He could not rule any of them out. He sat in his office for a long time. Emil Braun was dead. Braun had not been a player. Braun had been a young scientist who had done his job well, had submitted an accurate report, and had been persuaded to revise the report by a superior whose technical authority he had trusted. The revision had, in a specific sense, been the step that identified him as a loose end. If Braun had not revised the report, if he had insisted on escalating the original finding, he might still be alive, because his public concern would have made his death a liability. The SI's intervention had converted Braun from a visible concern into an invisible one. The conversion had made Braun disposable. The SI had, without meaning to, set Braun up. He sat at his desk and looked at the Paris afternoon light coming through the window. He had been the instrument of a young man's death, and he had not intended to be. He did not feel the specific flatness he had felt after the southern France extraction. He felt something else, a particular pressure at the specific location in his chest that he had not felt in years, possibly not in this life. He sent flowers to Braun's family. He signed the card from the Paris research team. He continued with his work. In the evening, in his apartment, he wrote Braun's name in his internal ledger under a specific category he had not previously used. He labeled the category collateral. He did not destroy the entry. Braun's name would stay there for the rest of the SI's life. Chapter 56. Alex came to his Paris office at 0730 on a Tuesday morning. She had not announced herself. The station's receptionist had not seen her enter. The SI, at his desk reviewing the week's research schedule, looked up when his office door opened and found her in the doorway. She was wearing a gray traveling coat. Her hair was cut shorter than the last time he had seen her. She was, he registered in the first second, thinner than he remembered. Her face had the specific angularity of someone who had been working long hours for a long time. She closed the door behind her. She did not sit down. Alex, I have 20 minutes. Tell me what for. I have been tracking the death certificate that Dr. Feldman filed for specimen T7 on the 15th of January. The SI's pulse climbed by 6 beats per minute. He did not let it show in his posture. Lisa Trevor, he said. Yes, Lisa. You have been calling her Lisa for years. I have records. What records? The facility maintenance logs. The ventilation schematics. The specific movement of the janitor's cart on the 3rd Saturday of every month for the past 8 years. I have been tracking your visits to the basement since I was 12 years old, Albert. I did not know who the patient was at first. I found out in the 4th year. I did not intervene. The patient was useful to me as leverage. Leverage for what? For this conversation. She stepped closer to his desk. She still did not sit. Her eyes were the same gray he remembered. The green flecks were smaller than they had been, almost absent. The green had gone. The death certificate is fake, she said. I know it is fake. The physical patient did not die on the 15th of January. The physical patient was extracted during your spring retreat. I do not yet know where the patient is. I estimate that I can find her within 90 days of focused investigation. I am telling you this because I wish to make a specific offer before the 90 days begin. Offer what? I will not investigate the patient's current location. In exchange, you will confirm certain details about your own work that are relevant to my research program. What details? The specific mechanism by which you advanced to hardened. The SI went still. Alex had, through paths he could not identify, determined that he had advanced to a specific tier of counterconditioning, which meant she had enough information about his own parallel program to name the tier, which meant she had been reading not just the facility's records, but his operational records, somehow, possibly through Renata at Zurich, possibly through Vladimir's files, possibly through a third channel. That information is not available to you, he said. I am not asking you to provide it. I am asking you to confirm a specific hypothesis I have developed independently. No, Alex. She considered him for a long moment. Her face did not move. The stillness was the same stillness she had produced when she was 10 years old and had just filed an accurate report against him. I will find the patient, she said. I will find her within 90 days. I will not harm her. I will place her under my own observation. The observation will give me the information I need. You will lose the patient's freedom. You will not lose her life. Alex. Yes, Albert. Do not. I am doing what I need to do. I have asked. You have declined. I am now informing you. She left. The SI sat at his desk for 30 seconds. Then he picked up the telephone and called Feldman. Feldman answered on the second ring. Feldman. I need to move her. I need to move her tonight. I understand. Begin the preparations. I will be there in 11 hours. Chapter 57. The second extraction was harder than the first. Lisa Trevor had spent 7 months at the Alpine Foothills safe house. She had, over those 7 months, built a narrow but stable routine. She read each morning. She walked the bakery's small garden each afternoon. She visited her mother every other Saturday. Schuster's cousin had adjusted to her presence. Lisa had begun to eat more, to speak more fluidly, to ask specific questions about the world beyond the safe house. The SI arrived at the cousin's bakery at 1700 on the day of Alex's visit. He had flown to Zurich on the morning flight, driven 3 hours to the foothills, and arrived without announcing himself. Lisa was in the garden. She was reading a book. She looked up when he entered the garden gate. She saw his face. She closed the book without a bookmark. Something has happened. Yes. We have to move you tonight. Where? A second location. It is further away. It is more isolated. It is also more protected. I have been preparing it for 8 years. It will take us 2 days to reach. I will get my things. She did not ask questions. She did not ask why. She went inside. The extraction itself required the SI to be in 2 places at once. He needed to be present at the bakery for the physical relocation, and he needed to be simultaneously visible on documentation at the Paris station, where a scheduled morning teleconference with Karsten could not be missed without triggering flags. He had, over the past 18 months, cultivated a specific arrangement with a junior colleague named Laurent, who had come to trust him. Laurent, on the morning of the extraction, would attend the teleconference in the SI's office and deliver a prepared statement on his behalf. Laurent had been told the statement was needed because the SI had an unavoidable family emergency. Laurent believed this. The preparation worked. At 0900 the next morning, while the SI and Lisa were in a small rented car 3 hours from the bakery, Laurent read the prepared statement to Karsten. Karsten expressed concern, offered condolences, and agreed to reschedule the in-depth discussion for the following week. Karsten filed a note in his administrative log indicating the SI had requested a family emergency exception. The note would hold up under Vladimir's review for approximately 2 weeks before the flimsiness of the cover would require additional documentation the SI would have to produce. 2 weeks was enough. The SI and Lisa drove for 2 days. They stayed overnight in a small inn in a village the SI had never visited and would never visit again. Lisa slept in a room adjacent to his. She did not panic at the inn. She had not panicked at the bakery. She was, the SI had come to understand, remarkably difficult to panic. She had lived inside a concrete room for 36 years. The regular disturbances of ordinary life did not register as disturbances to her. On the second evening, they arrived at the second safe house. It was a small stone cottage on a coastal cliff in western Brittany. The cottage had been purchased through 4 layers of false identities. The local administration had no record of its current owner. The cottage came with a year's supply of firewood, a small solar-powered radio, and a woman named Clementine who was, by the SI's arrangement, a retired medical researcher who had agreed, for a stipend that would never be traced, to provide companionship and medical oversight to a rehabilitating patient. Clementine met them at the cottage door. She was in her 60s. She did not ask questions. She showed Lisa to her room. She prepared a simple meal. The SI stayed for 3 nights. He spent the 3 nights walking the coastal path with Lisa. They did not talk much. The Atlantic wind was cold, and the specific salt smell of the sea was the first time Lisa had smelled the ocean in her life. She cried on the second evening. The tears were not distress. They were something else the SI did not have a word for. On the 4th morning, he returned to Paris. He had extracted Lisa from Alex's reach. The extraction had cost him approximately 4,000 hours of preposition logistics and several thousand francs of accumulated funds. The extraction had also cost him Laurent's future trust. When Laurent eventually realized the family emergency had been fabricated, the trust would collapse. The SI would have to operate without Laurent for the rest of his time at the station. The extraction's most specific cost was his time. He had, with this operation, spent 9 of his remaining 18 months on Nemesis on Lisa. The sabotage work had not been advanced in those 9 months. He would need to compress the remaining work into the second 9 months. He accepted the cost. Chapter 58. Alex came to his Paris office a second time, 3 weeks later. This visit, like the first, was unannounced. The receptionist did not see her enter. She was waiting in his office when he returned from a morning meeting. "Albert," she said. "Alex, you moved her." "Yes." "I have lost her." "Yes." She sat down. The sitting was new. She had not sat during the previous visit. Now she did. She crossed her legs. She folded her hands on her lap. Her posture was the formal posture of a colleague paying a professional visit. "I need to tell you something, Albert. I am genuinely angry about this. I want you to understand that the anger is real. I understand. I did not want Lisa Trevor as a research specimen. I want to be very clear. I was never going to experiment on her. I am not Spencer. I have specific research protocols I keep to. She would have been placed under observation. She would have been housed appropriately. She would have had access to medical care. She would not have been harmed. Alex, I wanted her as leverage because you wanted her protected. The leverage was for a specific purpose I had not yet resolved. I was going to use the leverage to request something from you. I had not decided what to request. I was going to think about it over the next year. I know. You moved her before I could think about it. I know. Alex looked at him. Her face was still. Her eyes were the gray without green. I wanted you to know, she said, that the person you think I am is not quite the person I am. You have been modeling me as a researcher who would use a specific individual as a specimen if it advanced my work. I would not. I would use her as leverage. The distinction is not nothing. The SI absorbed this. He had been modeling Alex, for 13 years, as the instrument Spencer was cultivating in parallel with himself. He had treated her, in his plans, as essentially Spencer's agent. He had not considered, with appropriate depth, the possibility that Alex had her own ethical constraints, different from his, but specific and real. He had been wrong. I am sorry, he said. I moved her because I could not take the risk. I understand why you moved her. Are we still in the same conflict? She considered the question. The consideration lasted perhaps 4 seconds. Yes, but the conflict is more complicated than either of us has been describing it to ourselves. Neither of us is the person we are pretending to be in front of Spencer. Both of us are, in ways that do not entirely overlap, trying to become people Spencer did not design us to be. The overlap is significant. The non-overlap is also significant. When we eventually have to determine whether we cooperate or destroy each other, the decision will depend on the specific configuration of overlap and non-overlap at that moment. I do not yet know which it will be. Nor do I. I wanted you to know I have been thinking about it. Thank you, Alex. She stood. She left. The SI watched her go. He sat at his desk for a long time. He added to his internal file. Alex's motivations are more complex than my model has accommodated. She has her own ethical constraints. They are not my constraints. They are real constraints. When the eventual confrontation arrives, the outcome will not be determined by her being a Spencer loyalist. She is not. The outcome will be determined by whether her ethical framework and mine can cooperate, or whether they diverge at a specific decision point. He destroyed the file entry. Chapter 59 Birkin's full commitment to T-virus development arrived in a letter from Annette at year 14, month 1. The letter was disguised as a personal correspondence. Annette had developed, over the years, a specific code, inconsequential personal details that carried significant professional information. A reference to the Sunday bread meant urgent research update. A reference to Mrs. Hofer's pickles meant observation about Birkin's psychological state. A reference to the apple cake my mother made in the autumn meant a development the SI needed to respond to immediately. The letter opened with, Dear Albert, I have been thinking about the apple cake my mother made in the autumn. I find myself craving it. I am going to try the recipe this weekend. I will tell you if it works. The SI read the letter at his Paris apartment at 2100 on a Thursday evening. He went to the station the next morning, drafted a pretextual travel request, and caught the afternoon train to Zurich. He arrived at the training facility on Saturday. He met Annette in the facility's outer courtyard, which she had selected as their meeting location because she knew it was outside the Red Queen's primary acoustic monitoring. She did not greet him with pleasantries. She gave him the information in 3 minutes. Birkin had, in the past month, committed to the full T-virus development track. He had requested, and been granted, direct reporting authority to Spencer on the virus's weaponization potential. He had begun drafting deployment mechanism specifications. He had, in private conversations with Annette, started describing the T-virus's possible applications in specifically military terms. He had also, Annette said, stopped discussing his work with her in the evenings. For 18 months they had talked about his research at dinner. He had been, she had thought, still wrestling with the ethical dimensions. In the past month, the wrestling had stopped. He had decided something. He had not told her what. He is becoming obsessed, Albert. Yes. I am telling you this because you said, years ago, that you had a plan. I have been waiting for you to tell me what the plan was. I have not asked because I did not want to interfere with your timing. I am asking now because I do not think we have time. The SI looked at her. He had prepared for this conversation in his head dozens of times over the past 5 years. He had rehearsed the moment at which he would tell Annette the full plan, the sabotage, the Nemesis project, the counter-conditioning, the eventual deployment prevention through Birkin's position. He had, at various points, drafted specific versions of the disclosure. He did not give her the disclosure now. He said, Annette, I am going to say something that will be difficult for both of us. I am not going to tell you the plan tonight. I am going to ask you to continue what you have been doing, without the additional context the plan would give you. The reason is not that I do not trust you. The reason is that the plan requires, at this specific moment, that certain people have certain pieces of information and certain other people do not. You are one of the people who currently does not. That will change. I cannot tell you when. Annette looked at him for a long moment. Her eyes were steady. You are refusing me trust, she said. I am refusing you a specific piece of context. It is not the same as refusing trust. Albert, it is. I hear you saying that. I am not going to change my answer tonight. I have been carrying reports to William for 5 years. I have been carrying specific surveillance for you. I have been managing a relationship with William that you engineered specifically because you calculated I would be the constraint he needed. I have done all of this believing that you were working toward an outcome I would agree with if I knew what it was. I am asking tonight whether the trust goes both ways. Your answer is that it does not. Annette, it is not. I understand what you are saying. I am telling you how I am reading it. She was crying. Not loudly. A specific, controlled crying that allowed her to continue speaking. I am going to continue doing what I have been doing, she said. Because I have been doing it for reasons that are mine, not because I trust you. I have been doing it for William. I am going to continue doing it for William. You are incidental to that decision. Do you understand, Albert? Yes, Annette. Good. She walked away across the outer courtyard. She did not look back. The SI stood on the cobblestones. The evening light was the specific blue-gray of autumn in the Alps. A single crow called from the far wall and was not answered. He had, in that conversation, lost something. Annette's trust was not entirely gone, but a specific category of it, the category that had allowed her to believe he was someone she could depend on at the level where depending mattered, had just been withdrawn. She would continue working with him. The work would be professional. It would not be collaborative in the way it had been. He could have told her the plan. He had calculated, in under 6 seconds, that telling her now would create a specific operational risk, the risk that Birkin, noticing a change in Annette's behavior, would press her for what she had learned. Annette would, under pressure from Birkin, either tell him the plan or lie to him. Either outcome would damage the Annette-Birkin relationship, which was the single most important constraint on Birkin's future decisions. The calculation had been correct. The calculation had also cost him Annette's deep trust. He did not know, as he walked back to the visiting alumni wing, whether the calculation had been worth the cost. He had made it anyway. He would remake it, in similar form, many times over the coming years. He understood, with a precision he did not like, that he had just produced his own version of the specific calculated loneliness that original Albert Wesker had chosen over any meaningful partnership. He did not sleep that night. Chapter 60. Spencer summoned him to Zurich in year 14, month 3. The summons was routine in its form. The corporate leadership track specimen would periodically be called in for a status review. The SI had, over the years, attended perhaps 12 such reviews. The pattern was consistent. A 15-minute meeting. Spencer would ask for updates. The SI would provide them. Spencer would make specific observations. The SI would note the observations. The meeting would end. This review was not routine in its content. The SI arrived at 1400. He was shown to the executive office. He sat across from Spencer. Spencer did not open with the usual pleasantries. Specimen A. Alex has been telling me interesting things. The SI's pulse climbed by 2 beats. He gave the triple response. Yes. Alex watches carefully. I assume she has told you everything she believes. Spencer studied him for a long moment. He was 78 years old now. The 13 years since the first-year assessment had weathered him. His hair was fully silver. His hands had developed a very slight tremor that he controlled by folding them together. His eyes were the same. What do you think she believes? Spencer said. That I have been operating a secondary program parallel to my primary assignments. Respected director. Is that accurate? Yes, respected director. The SI had calculated, before the meeting, that Spencer would ask the direct question and that the direct answer was the correct response. Spencer would already know. Alex had told him. Lying would confirm the lie. Truth, delivered at a specific level of disclosure, would interrupt Spencer's expectation and force him to recalibrate. Spencer leaned back in his chair. Describe the secondary program. It is a counter-conditioning protocol, respected director. It has been in development since I was 9 years old. The protocol's objective is to develop specific physiological resistance to pharmacological interventions that the Wesker project was designed to administer to me. I have been administering subthreshold exposures to myself in advance of each scheduled Wesker project intervention. I have, as a result of the protocol, developed resistance to several of the interventions you have administered to me over the past 14 years. You have been resisting my interventions. Yes, respected director. Why? Because I decided, at age 9, that I did not want to become the specific kind of specimen your program was designed to produce. I respected the program enough to stay within it. I did not respect it enough to accept the interventions. Spencer was very quiet. His face did not move. His eyes did not shift. He was, the SI observed, running a specific internal calculation the SI could not read. How far has the resistance protocol advanced? Spencer said. To the 7th tier of a 10-tier progression. Describe the 7th tier. Resistance to the full stabilized T-virus strain that specimen B has developed, respected director. I have been exposed. I have survived. The survival advances my baseline. Your eyes. Yes, respected director. That is what the sunglasses are for. Yes, respected director. Spencer studied him for another long moment. Then, very slowly, he smiled. The smile was not the warm public smile. The smile was the smile Spencer produced when something genuinely interested him. Specimen A. You have just told me more than you needed to tell me. I asked one question. You answered it with the full content of a program I had suspected but not confirmed. What? The SI had prepared for this follow-up. He gave the prepared answer. Because, respected director, Alex has already told you everything she believes. She believes I have been operating a secondary program. Her belief is accurate. The specific details of the program are more interesting than the abstract fact of its existence. I have, by providing the details, given you a specific picture of my work. The picture is accurate. It will also, I estimate, be less concerning to you than the abstract fact was. Why less concerning? Because resistance to interventions is not the same as opposition to the program. I have remained within the program for 14 years. I have completed every assignment you have given me. I have, in the Nemesis project, produced specifications that have been reviewed and approved by your senior staff. I have been, by every operational measure, the specimen the program wanted to produce. The resistance is a private matter that does not interfere with my external performance. Spencer was quiet for a long time. Then he said, I believe almost none of what Alex tells me. You should consider why that is. The SI's pulse climbed by 4 beats. Spencer continued, Alex has been telling me, for the past several years, that you have been operating a program that is fundamentally opposed to my interests. I have not acted on what she has told me. I have not reduced your responsibilities. I have not subjected you to additional scrutiny. I have not restricted your access. Do you know why? No, respected director. Because Alex is not a reliable narrator of your behavior. Specimen A. Alex has a specific motivational pattern that biases her observations. Her reports are data. They are not conclusions. I have my own conclusions about you, drawn from my own observations. Those conclusions are different from Alex's. Yes, respected director. I have known, for approximately 8 years, that you are running a program that is not entirely aligned with my stated objectives. I have known this from the specific pattern of your reports, from the specific pattern of your medical history, from the specific pattern of your travel records. I have not intervened. Do you know why? No, respected director. Because the program you are running, whatever it is producing a Wesker who is more useful to me than the Wesker I designed. The Wesker I designed would have completed the Nemesis project to specification. The Wesker you have become is running the Nemesis project with specific modifications that I cannot yet identify, but that I estimate are in my long-term strategic interest, whether or not you intend them to be. Your divergence is a gift. I am accepting it. The SI sat in his chair. He did not move. He was not, in the specific moment, sure he was breathing. You are dismissed, Specimen A. Spencer turned his chair toward the window. He did not look at the SI again. The SI stood. He walked to the door. He opened it. He stepped through. He closed it. In the corridor, he walked, at the specific measured pace of a specimen who had just completed a status review, to the east stairs, down 2 flights, and out into the courtyard. He found the same stone bench he had sat on at age 10. He sat on it. Spencer had, in that conversation, done what the SI had not prepared for. He had not punished the divergence. He had not exposed it. He had absorbed it. He had told the SI, with specific precision, that he had known about the counter-conditioning for most of a decade and had allowed it to continue because it was producing a more useful instrument, which meant every resistance the SI had developed had been, in Spencer's internal calculation, a contribution to Spencer's own project, which meant the SI's entire plan, 14 years of careful sabotage, had been, at the strategic level Spencer operated at, exactly what Spencer wanted. He sat on the bench in the autumn courtyard. The light was the same light it had been. The stone was the same stone. He was 30 years old, and he understood with a specific cold precision that felt like a small physical shock in his chest, been outplayed. Chapter 61. He returned to the training facility the following week, ostensibly for a routine cohort coordination meeting. He had, in the years since his transfer to Zurich and then to Paris, visited the facility perhaps a dozen times. The visits had always included a specific additional activity the administrative record did not describe. He would go to the library, to the 3rd bookshelf in the lower stacks, and verify that the stone block concealing his childhood manifesto had not been disturbed. He had, at age 10, placed a specific alignment mark on the block, a small scratch on the underside of the top mortar joint, visible only from a particular angle when the block was pushed an exact distance forward of its resting position. The mark functioned as a tamper evidence signal. If the block had been removed and replaced, the alignment would shift. On the morning of his visit, he went to the library at 0715, during the Saturday cleaning window. The 3rd bookshelf was exactly where it had always been. The stone column behind it was exactly as he remembered. He pushed the block forward. He looked at the underside of the mortar joint. The alignment mark had shifted. He stopped breathing for perhaps 2 seconds. The shift was small, perhaps 2 millimeters to the left of its original position. The shift was consistent with the block having been removed and replaced by someone who had not known exactly how the block rested in its seat. Someone who had handled the block as if it were a stone block that needed to be put back approximately where it had been, not exactly where it had been. He removed the block fully. He looked into the hollow. The manifesto was there, folded as he had left it. He opened it carefully. The paper was the same paper. The ink was the same ink. The folds had been opened and refolded. He could tell. The original folds had produced a specific crease pattern. The current crease pattern was similar, but not identical. The paper had been unfolded flat, read, and refolded in a way that produced 2 small additional microcreases he had not made. Someone had read the manifesto. He refolded the paper along the original crease pattern. He replaced it in the hollow. He replaced the block with the alignment he had originally used. He stepped back. He did not change his facial expression. He walked out of the library at his normal pace. He attended the cohort coordination meeting. That evening, back in his guest room, he ran the implications. The manifesto had been placed in the library when he was 10. The placement had been observed by no one. The block's alignment was a signal only he could read. The only people who could have found the manifesto were people who had specifically looked for it, which meant someone had looked for it, which meant someone had known it existed, which meant someone, at some point, had observed his childhood placement or had inferred its likely existence from his later behavior. The list of candidates was short. Alex, highly probable. She had been observing his movements since childhood. Vladimir, less probable, but possible. He had been monitoring the SI for 13 years and had specific investigative resources the SI could not fully counter. Spencer, also possible, though Spencer's management style suggested he would have acted on the information rather than simply reading it and leaving it in place. The SI could not determine which. He could determine only that someone had read the full content of the manifesto and had chosen not to act on it, which meant the reader was treating the manifesto as something other than actionable evidence. Alex, he decided after an hour of thinking, was the most likely. The manifesto's discovery fit her long pattern of collecting information without immediate use. She would, characteristically, read the manifesto, catalog it, and store it as a potential future lever. But he could not be certain. And as long as he could not be certain, he would have to operate as if any of the 3 candidates, or a 4th he had not identified, had access to the full content. Which meant, effectively, all of his private plans were now on the public record to whoever had read the manifesto. He did not remove the manifesto. Removing it would signal that he knew it had been read, which would signal that he had placed it and had been monitoring it, which would accelerate whatever the reader was holding it in reserve for. He left the manifesto in place. He also began, from that evening forward, behaving as if every decision he made was visible to an adversary who had read his childhood-era strategic assessment. The behavior shift was, he realized over the following weeks, exhausting. Every small action required the additional consideration. How would this look to someone who has read the manifesto? The question added, on average, perhaps 20 seconds of deliberation to every operational decision. Over a week, the cumulative cost was hours. Over a month, it was days. He adjusted to the cost. Chapter 62. Birkin and Annette married on a Saturday in year 14, month 9. The ceremony was small. Umbrella did not formally approve or disapprove of marriages among its research staff, but it maintained a specific quiet oversight that discouraged large public events. The wedding was held at a chapel in a small village in northern Germany, near where Annette had grown up. 23 people attended. The SI was one of them. He had flown from Paris the previous evening. He was wearing a gray suit, not the gray wool suit of his Wesker project years, but a better tailored version he had commissioned for executive meetings. He was wearing his sunglasses. The chapel's lighting was sufficiently low that the sunglasses looked slightly unusual, but not inexplicable. He had pre-explained them to Birkin as a medical accommodation. The ceremony itself was brief. The priest was a local man who spoke in a thick dialect Annette had grown up hearing. Birkin was nervous in the specific way of a groom who had not expected to be nervous. Annette was composed. She wore a simple white dress her mother had helped her select. Her mother was in the front row. Birkin's mother was in the front row. They had been introduced to each other at the rehearsal dinner the previous evening and had, to everyone's relief, formed an immediate rapport. Spencer was not there. The SI noted this. Spencer had declined the invitation through a polite administrative channel, citing a scheduling conflict. The conflict was real. Spencer had a European board meeting that weekend, but Spencer could have rearranged it if he had wanted to attend. He had not wanted to attend. The refusal was not, The SI understood, disrespectful. It was a specific operational signal. Spencer was distancing himself from Birkin's personal life, which meant Spencer had, at some calculation level, concluded that Birkin's private attachments were not going to be assets he could leverage, which meant Birkin was, from Spencer's perspective, a productive researcher but not a personal investment. The marriage, in other words, had just demoted Birkin in Spencer's internal ranking. Good. The reception was in the chapel's adjoining hall. Cold ham, warm potatoes, local wine, a cake Annette's mother had baked. The SI ate. He spoke politely to several relatives he had not previously met. At the appropriate moment, he stood to deliver the toast he had been asked to give. He had prepared 3 drafts. He delivered the 4th, which he had composed over the previous hour in his room at the village inn. He spoke for approximately 4 minutes. He told the story of the second morning at the training facility. He described how Birkin had been at the cafeteria table with a logic puzzle folded in his hand. He described the 4-switch problem. He described how he had sat down across from Birkin and they had worked through it together. He said that he had known, from that moment, that Birkin was going to be the single most important person he would meet in his life. He did not look at Birkin while he said this. He looked at the middle distance. He continued, "When I was 9, I thought I knew what kind of person I was going to be. I thought I had the shape of my own life worked out. I was wrong. The shape I worked out did not include William. The shape I am in now does. The correction has been, I have come to understand, the most important thing that has happened to me." He raised his glass. To Annette. To the specific way her presence changes what is possible in the room she enters. To William. To the specific way his company, which I have had the privilege of keeping since we were children, has made me a better person than I otherwise would have been. To the 2 of you. May the years you are about to share be long, and may you surprise each other often, and may every morning begin with a problem worth working through together. He drank. The room drank. He sat down. Birkin, at the head table 2 seats to his left, was crying. The SI had not, in 17 years of close friendship, seen Birkin cry. Birkin was not a person who cried. Birkin had specific emotional controls that had been calibrated since childhood. They were calibrated now. The crying was, the SI understood, a failure of the calibration. Annette put her hand on Birkin's hand. The SI did not speak to Birkin directly during the rest of the reception. He spoke to Annette. He spoke to her mother. He spoke to Birkin's mother, who thanked him for the toast and said that she had known, for many years, that her son had had a friend at the facility who was good for him, and that she was grateful to the SI specifically. The SI walked back to the inn at 2300. He sat on the bed in his small rented room. He did not cry. He did not feel the specific lightness he had expected the wedding to produce. He felt, instead, a particular heaviness at the base of his sternum that was, he eventually recognized, the specific weight of having told a large truth in public for the first time in this life. Birkin and Annette were married. The constraint was, now, formally in place. The marriage would, the SI calculated, produce a child within 4 years. The child was Sherry. Sherry was, in the previous life, the bearer of the G virus. In this life, she would be something different. The SI did not yet know what. He would work to give her the opportunity to be someone. He slept 4 hours. He flew back to Paris on the morning flight. Chapter 63, he confirmed that Alex had read the manifesto 3 months later. The confirmation came, indirectly, from Renata. Renata's weekly intelligence report to him included, that week, a specific administrative detail. Alex Wesker had requested access to the training facility's archived library records for the period covering the SI's 10th through 12th years. The request had been granted. Alex had spent 2 days reviewing the records. The SI read the detail at his Paris desk at 1930 on a Wednesday. The request was not, on its face, suspicious. Alex had legitimate access to archival records as part of her research program. She was entitled to review them. But the specific period, the SI's 10th through 12th years, was the period during which the SI had placed the manifesto. The library records for that period would have included the cleaning schedules, the camera downtime logs, the specimen movement records. Someone reviewing those records with sufficient care could, the SI estimated, reconstruct the specific 90-minute window during which a specimen-era SI could have placed something in the library unobserved. Alex had reviewed the records, which meant Alex had known, or had strongly suspected, that the SI had hidden something in the library during that window. Which meant Alex was the candidate who had read the manifesto. Which meant Alex had, at some point in the past 13 years, extracted the manifesto from its hiding place, read it, and returned it. He sat at his desk. The timing of Alex's archival request was curious. The request had come 3 months after his Zurich meeting with Spencer. The meeting where Spencer had described Alex as an unreliable narrator and had absorbed the SI's disclosure of the counter-conditioning program. Alex had, presumably, learned about the Spencer meeting through her own channels. The learning had, presumably, given her motivation to find out what the SI had actually been concealing from Spencer during all the years she had been reporting on him. She had found it in the library. She had read the manifesto. She had not acted on it. Why? The SI ran the possibilities. Possibility 1. Alex was holding the manifesto as leverage for a future moment. This fit her long-pattern behavior. She had been holding Lisa Trevor as leverage for years. She had, characteristically, converted information into future option tools. Possibility 2. Alex was considering joining the SI's program. The manifesto had revealed to her the specific anti-umbrella objective of his work. The objective might, at some level, align with her own evolving position. She might be weighing whether to approach him with a cooperation offer. Possibility 3. Alex had already approached him. The conversation in his Paris office, the one where she had told him the Lisa Trevor leverage had been for a request she had not yet decided on, might have been, in effect, the opening move of a cooperation offer he had not recognized. The SI could not determine which of the three was correct. He could determine only that Alex had the information and had, for now, not acted on it. He could not afford to find out which. Investigating further would produce, at minimum, additional attention on the manifesto from all three candidates. It would also, if Alex was in fact considering cooperation, signal to her that he was aware of her reading and was treating her as an adversary rather than a potential ally. He chose to do nothing. He left the manifesto in place. He left Alex's reading uninvestigated. He continued with his work. The cost of the inaction was that he now had a specific high-value intelligence asset in Alex's possession whose use he could not predict or prevent. He was, effectively, operating with a ticking clock whose timer he could not see. He noted this cost in his internal file. He did not destroy the note. Chapter 64. Derek C. Simmons began attending Umbrella executive meetings in year 15, month 2. Simmons was at the time a mid-level liaison officer from the United States government's Department of Defense. His specific assignment was the coordination of unspecified bioweapons research programs between the U.S. government and selected private sector partners. Umbrella was one of the partners. The specific bioweapons research programs were, in Umbrella's public documentation, described only in the most general terms. Simmons arrived at his first executive meeting in Paris, which the SI was attending in his Nemesis project lead capacity, as a non-voting observer. He was introduced by Spencer as an important American colleague. He shook hands with each project lead. His handshake was brief, dry, and specifically calibrated to communicate status without friendliness. The SI recognized the name immediately from his previous life knowledge. Simmons, in the previous timeline, would become the central figure in a specific United States government faction that had attempted to absorb Umbrella's bioweapons research into a domestic program. The attempt would, by the late 1990s, have developed into one of the most significant geopolitical consequences of the post-Raccoon City corporate collapse. Simmons, in the previous life, had been personally responsible for the creation of the C virus and for the deaths of approximately 7 million people. He was, in the current meeting, 34 years old. He had not yet become the figure he would become. The SI took Simmons's measure during the 3-hour meeting. Simmons listened more than he spoke. When he spoke, he was specific and technically informed at a level that suggested he had been reading Umbrella's internal documentation more thoroughly than any U.S. government liaison had any right to. His questions were politically calibrated, but not politically empty. He was, the SI concluded by the end of the meeting, exactly the threat the previous life timeline had suggested. He was also, at this point in his career, positioned in a way that made him vulnerable to specific interventions the SI could run. The SI's access to Umbrella's organizational structure, through his corporate leadership training and his 13 years of intelligence gathering, included specific information about Umbrella's communications with external government partners. The communications were routed through a dedicated office at Umbrella's Zurich headquarters. The office had a small staff. The SI, through the cumulative relationships he had built at Zurich, could insert specific information into the communications flow, or, more usefully, could extract specific information before it reached its external destination. He began positioning to intercept Simmons's information pipeline that week. The positioning required him to cultivate a specific new asset inside the Zurich communications office. He identified the asset. A clerical employee named Friedrich Halbig, who had been in the office for 8 years, had never been promoted, and had specific financial pressures related to his wife's medical care, and began the cultivation through a carefully indirect route, involving a legitimate research exchange correspondence that would, over 6 months, establish a working relationship that Halbig would come to value. The cultivation would take 18 months before it could produce useful intelligence. The SI did not have an immediate operational need for Simmons's pipeline. He was building the infrastructure against a future need that might arrive in 5 years, or 15, or never. The building itself was the work. He noted Simmons's name in his long-term planning file. He cataloged Simmons's attendance at the Paris meeting, his specific questions, his interactions with Spencer and Karsten. He began the slow work of placing an asset next to the man who would, in 15 years, be one of the most dangerous people the SI would ever have to manage. Chapter 65. Vladimir detained him the second time on day 11 of year 15, month 4. The detention was more aggressive than the first. It occurred at the Umbrella Paris office, in a secured interview room on the basement level that the SI had not previously been inside. The room was small. It had no windows. The overhead light was a single fluorescent tube. The walls were painted a specific institutional gray that the SI associated, from his previous life knowledge of interrogation environments, with techniques designed to produce psychological compliance through sensory deprivation. Vladimir was seated on one side of a small metal table. A second man the SI did not know was seated beside him. The second man was in his 40s, had the specific practical training posture of a field interrogator, and wore no visible identification. Specimen A. Sit. The SI sat. He was not wearing his sunglasses. He had been required to remove them at the door on the grounds that eyewear was not permitted in the interview room. The overhead fluorescent light was too bright for his eyes. He kept them as narrow as he could. Specimen A. I have spent the past 3 months conducting a comprehensive review of your work over the past 14 years. The review has been conducted with specialized resources the director has authorized. Yes, security officer. The review has produced specific findings I wish to discuss with you. The SI's pulse climbed by 8 beats per minute. He could not suppress the climb. The climb was visible in the small capillaries of his face. Vladimir continued. The findings indicate, with a high degree of certainty, that you have been operating a pattern of behavior inconsistent with the Wesker project's stated objectives. The pattern includes unauthorized pharmaceutical acquisitions from the training facility's infirmary over a period of several years, unauthorized modifications to your own medical record, unauthorized relationships with external parties in several European countries, unauthorized access to research documents classified above your clearance, and, most recently, unauthorized communications through intermediaries I have not yet identified. Yes, security officer. You are acknowledging the findings. I am acknowledging that your review has produced the findings, security officer. The specific characterization of each finding is something I would need to see the documentation for before confirming. Vladimir nodded slowly. Specimen A. I am not going to show you the documentation. I am going to give you the opportunity to describe your own version of each finding. If your version matches mine, I will close the review. If your version does not match mine, I will escalate to the director. Understood, security officer. Begin with the pharmaceutical acquisitions. The SI had prepared for this specific interrogation for years. He had drafted, in his head, the exact version of each finding he would produce under specific interrogation conditions. The version had to be accurate to within a particular tolerance. Too accurate would confirm that he had precise memory of the activity, and too vague would suggest concealment. He produced the version he had drafted for year 15. He described the pharmaceutical acquisitions as research-related theft conducted over his cohort years to accumulate samples he had intended to use for a specific scientific project that he had never fully executed. The acquisitions were, he said, genuinely unauthorized. He accepted the characterization. He regretted the behavior and had not engaged in similar behavior for many years. Vladimir listened. The SI worked through the 5 findings in order. He provided, for each, a specific version of his behavior that was approximately 60% accurate and 40% reconstructed. The reconstructions were designed to match the specific documentary evidence Vladimir was likely to have, the pharmaceutical inventory logs, the medical record annotations, the travel records, while omitting the specific operational purposes behind each behavior. The interview ran approximately 90 minutes. At the end, Vladimir set his hands on the table. Specimen A. Your descriptions are not entirely inconsistent with my findings. They are also not entirely consistent. The inconsistencies are small. They are, however, present. Yes, security officer. I am going to say something to you that I have not said to you before. I believe you have been planning something for a very long time. I have not been able to determine what. I have come to the specific conclusion that you are more competent than my interrogation techniques are designed to handle. I am, therefore, going to take a different approach. Yes, security officer. If you are planning something, I will find out before it matters. I have 23 years left in my operational career. I will spend part of those years on you specifically. I will, by the time my career ends, have identified whatever you are actually doing. You will not outlast me. The SI looked at Vladimir. He had prepared, for this moment, the triple response answer he had been using for 16 years. The triple response was a small, precise, specimen-appropriate deflection that would preserve his cover. He did not give the triple response. He said, simply, "Good. I hope you do." Vladimir went still. The SI watched him. Vladimir was not a man who showed surprise. He had trained, for decades, against showing it. But the SI, at his current level of attention after 16 years of watching Vladimir specifically, could see the small adjustment Vladimir made in response to the answer. Vladimir had not expected the SI to accept the challenge directly. Vladimir had expected a deflection. The deflection would have confirmed Vladimir's model of the SI, a specimen who could not, under pressure, abandon his cover. The direct acceptance did not fit the model. Vladimir would now have to recalibrate. The second interrogator, the unnamed man beside Vladimir, shifted slightly in his chair. "You are dismissed, Specimen A," Vladimir said. The SI stood. He walked to the door. He opened it. He stepped through. In the corridor, an administrative officer handed him his sunglasses. He put them on. He walked out of the Umbrella Paris office and into the street. The afternoon was gray. A light rain was falling. He had, in giving Vladimir the direct answer, made a specific, calculated decision. He had decided that his cover was no longer worth the cost of maintaining it against Vladimir's specific level of scrutiny. The cover had been purchased, over 16 years, at the cost of thousands of calibrated decisions. The cover had now reached a point where Vladimir's model of the cover was specific enough that maintaining the cover required calibrations the SI could no longer reliably produce. He had decided, in effect, to drop the performance at the specific moment of Vladimir's pressure and to let Vladimir deal with a version of him that did not perform. The decision was a significant escalation. It would change Vladimir's approach to him. It would, probably, also change Spencer's approach to him, because Vladimir would report the shift. He walked the 9 blocks back to his apartment in the rain. His sunglasses did not fog. He had obtained the specific sunglasses that did not fog at several atmospheric conditions. The obtaining had cost him 4 weeks of planning. The sunglasses were, today, working as they had been designed to work. He let himself into the apartment. He took off the coat. He put the kettle on. He sat at his table. He looked at his hands. He understood in the specific silence of the apartment, just made the first move of what was going to be, for the next several years, an accelerating conflict with Spencer's security apparatus. He had been in that conflict for 16 years at a concealed level. He was now in it openly. He did not yet know. He understood as he watched the kettle come to a boil, whether he had purchased the acceleration or whether he had been goaded into it. Vladimir had, after all, chosen the specific pressure point at which to make the challenge. Vladimir had calibrated the challenge to produce exactly the response the SI had produced. Or, possibly, Vladimir had calibrated for a deflection and had been genuinely surprised. The SI could not tell. He poured the tea. Chapter 66. The first T-virus laboratory leak occurred at the training facility on a Thursday at 14:20 in year 15, month 7. The leak was not large. A single containment seal failed during a routine transfer between culture vessels. The failure released approximately 8 milliliters of virus-laden saline into the laboratory's contained atmosphere. The laboratory's emergency protocols activated within 8 seconds. The atmosphere was flushed through the containment ventilation. The 2 researchers in the laboratory at the time of the seal failure were sealed inside during the flush. The seal failure was, at its initial event, a textbook containment incident of the kind Umbrella's protocols were designed to manage. The protocols were not sufficient. The 2 researchers began exhibiting symptoms within 90 minutes. The exhaled virus had, during the 8 seconds before the emergency flush, established a viable airborne vector. The researchers' respiratory tracts had been colonized. The colonization was active. Neither researcher survived 48 hours. The SI learned of the leak on Friday morning through Umbrella's internal incident notice. The notice described a workplace accident that had resulted in 2 fatalities. The notice did not mention the T-virus. The notice did not mention the containment failure. The notice described the incident in the language of a routine industrial accident and announced that the families of the deceased had been notified and that appropriate survivor benefits were being processed. The SI was in Paris. He could not travel to the facility without producing specific documentation that would flag his interest. He waited until Saturday, when his regular correspondence with Birkin was due. He composed a letter. He included in the letter a specific coded passage that Birkin would read as an instruction to telephone him immediately through a secured channel they had developed over years. Birkin telephoned at 21:30 Saturday evening. The telephone call lasted 41 seconds. Birkin could not speak freely even through the secured channel. He said, "Albert, the accident. Thursday." A pause. "The accident was not an accident." A pause. "I will come to Paris next weekend. I need to see you." "Yes." The line went dead. Birkin arrived in Paris the following Friday evening. He came to the SI's apartment. He was 30 years old, haggard, and had not shaved for 2 days. He had told Annette only that he had to see Albert. Annette had not asked questions. The SI let him in. He made tea. Birkin did not sit down. He stood by the window, looking out at the Paris street, and spoke for a long time without looking at the SI. "The incident was a containment seal failure," he said. "The seal was new. It was the type we have been using for 3 years. I examined it personally after the incident. The failure mode was consistent with a manufacturing defect. And the seal was not defective. It had been deliberately modified before installation. The modification was subtle. I only identified it because I was looking specifically. The modification produced a specific failure point that would activate under the exact pressure differential the transfer procedure generated. The failure was engineered. By whom? I do not know. The seal was installed by our standard contractor. The contractor's records for this specific seal were lost in a filing error 2 months ago. There is no document trail." Birkin turned to face him. His face was pale. His eyes had the specific glazed quality of someone who had been not sleeping for several days. "2 people are dead, Albert. Frank Keller and Ruth Denner." Ruth was 26 years old. She had been with us for 18 months. She was a specific favorite of mine because she did not matter for the plan. She was a person. She was a specific person. She is dead because someone wanted her to die, or because someone wanted the program to have a visible casualty. The SI said nothing for perhaps 10 seconds. Then he said, "William, do you want me to tell you what I think?" "Yes. I think the incident was engineered by someone inside Umbrella who wanted a specific visible casualty. I do not yet know who. The most likely candidate is Spencer, acting through intermediaries. The second most likely is Alex. The third is Vladimir. The purpose of the casualty is probably to produce, in the next 3 to 6 months, a specific policy response that the architect intends to exploit. The policy response will likely be a security escalation that gives the architect broader authority over research operations. Spencer benefits from that." "Yes." "So does Alex." "Yes." Birkin sat down finally. He put his hands over his face. "Albert, I have to tell you something. The T-virus work. I have been losing the thread. The past 4 months. There is a specific pressure that my work is producing. The pressure is not coming from me. It is coming from the work itself. The work wants to advance. I do not want to advance. But I advance anyway. Every morning I walk into the laboratory, and the work pulls me forward, and I am increasingly unable to determine which decisions are mine." The SI did not speak for a long moment. Then he said, quietly, "William, the work has costs. You knew this. You are responsible for the costs. I know. I am not letting you off. I know, Albert. I am not asking you to." "Good." They sat in the apartment for another hour. Birkin drank the tea. The SI did not attempt to comfort him. He did not offer, as he had been tempted to offer many times over the years, to absorb the moral weight of Birkin's decisions into his own plan. The weight was Birkin's. It would remain Birkin's. It was the only way the plan ultimately worked, because if Birkin did not carry the weight himself, Birkin would, at the deployment moment, not make the specific choices that the plan required. At 2300, Birkin stood. He said, "I need to get back to Annette." "Yes." "Albert, thank you for not letting me off." "Yes, William." He left. The SI sat in the apartment after Birkin had gone. He thought about Ruth Denner, whom he had never met. He added her name to his internal file under the same category he had used for Emile Braun, collateral. The category was growing. Chapter 67. Simmons approached him in year 15, month 9. The approach was during a reception at the Umbrella Paris office, a routine diplomatic event Spencer had hosted for European-American pharmaceutical cooperation. The SI was present in his project lead capacity. Simmons was present in his U.S. government liaison capacity. The reception lasted 3 hours. For most of it, Simmons remained in the orbit of the senior executives. At approximately 2130, as the reception was beginning to wind down, Simmons crossed the room and, without preamble, sat in the chair beside the SIs. "Dr. Wesker." "Mr. Simmons, I have been watching you for 14 months. The SI did not reply. "You are not behaving like the other Wesker specimens I have documentation on." The SI's pulse climbed by 4 beats. Simmons continued, "My government has maintained, for approximately 20 years, a specific surveillance program on umbrella specimen research. The program has documented several Wesker project cohorts across different generations. The documentation includes behavioral profiles, performance metrics, and political positioning patterns. You do not match the profile. What profile do I match? None that I have been able to identify. You are, as far as I can determine, a genuinely unprecedented case. I would like to understand why." The SI considered Simmons. In the previous life, this man would produce bioweapons that would kill 7 million people. In the current timeline, he was 35 years old, had not yet committed any of those crimes, and was offering what appeared to be a specific intelligence sharing arrangement. The offer was, at the tactical level, potentially useful. At the strategic level, it was also the beginning of a relationship the SI knew would, unless disrupted, end badly for a great many people. He had two options: refuse the approach and hope Simmons lost interest. Accept the approach, manage it carefully, and position to control Simmons's trajectory over the coming decades. The first option ignored the specific problem that Simmons, if refused, would not lose interest. He would redirect his attention elsewhere, and his elsewhere was, in the previous life, the path that led to the C virus. The SI could not afford to let that path develop unmanaged. "Mr. Simmons, I am willing to have a limited conversation with you about a range of topics we might find mutually interesting. The limitation is that I cannot discuss my employer's internal business. I can, within that limitation, discuss my own professional perspectives on the general direction of European pharmaceutical research." Simmons nodded slowly. "That is a careful position, Dr. Wesker. I can work within it. May I suggest a specific initial exchange? I will share with you a particular piece of information about my government's assessment of Umbrella's current strategic situation. In exchange, you will share with me a particular piece of information about your own professional concerns regarding that situation. Go on. My government has concluded, as of approximately 6 months ago, that Umbrella's internal decision-making is not functioning in a way that serves its stated commercial purposes. Specifically, the director's personal priorities appear to be displacing the corporation's own stated research objectives. My government is developing contingency plans for a situation in which the director's priorities produce a specific negative external outcome that affects American interests." "I see. What is your assessment of the director's priorities, Dr. Wesker?" The SI did not give him the full answer. He gave Simmons exactly the piece of information he had calculated Simmons could be trusted to hear at this point in the relationship. "The director's priorities are, in my professional estimation, oriented toward a specific personal objective that is not fully aligned with the corporation's commercial interests. I cannot describe the objective in detail. I can confirm that it exists. I can also confirm that, in my view, the objective is pursued with a willingness to accept specific losses the corporation would not otherwise accept." Simmons noted this. He did not write it down. "Thank you, Dr. Wesker. I think we will find future conversations productive." "We may." Simmons stood. He left the reception within 15 minutes. The SI sat in the corner with his drink for another 20 minutes. He had just opened a channel to the man who, in the previous life, would oversee the death of 7 million people. He had opened the channel with the explicit intention of managing Simmons's trajectory. He did not know, yet, whether he had the capacity to actually manage it. He added Simmons to his active relationship file. He went home. Chapter 68. Lisa asked him the question in year 15, month 11. He was visiting her at the coastal cottage. The visit was his quarterly check, a rhythm he had established after her relocation and had maintained for nearly 2 years. The visits were, in their physical form, quiet. He would fly to a specific small airport in northwestern France. He would rent a car under a false identity. He would drive 3 hours to the cottage. He would stay for 3 or 4 days. He would drive back. He would fly out. The visits had, over the past 2 years, given Lisa her first sustained exposure to the outside world. She had, through a slow, gradual process, become able to walk the coastal path alone. She had become able to have simple conversations with the village's butcher and baker. She had become able to read in public cafes. She was, in ways that would still not have fit her into any normal social setting, becoming recognizably a person who lived in the world. On the second afternoon of this particular visit, they were walking the coastal path. The wind was coming off the Atlantic. The cliffs below the path fell perhaps 60 meters to rocks and breaking waves. Lisa, 42 years old in this timeline and carrying the physical asymmetries of her specific history, walked beside him with the slow, steady pace she had developed. She stopped at a specific bend in the path where there was a stone bench. She sat. She said, "Albert." "Yes." "Why do you help me?" The SI sat beside her. He had been asked this question several times over the past 8 years. He had answered it variously. He had given, on different occasions, specific partial answers. Because you are a person, because you helped me when I was sick, because I decided to, and the decision stays decided. The answers had been sufficient for those specific conversations. They had not been, he understood now, sufficient for Lisa overall. She was asking, he understood, not for the tactical answer. She was asking for the specific fundamental answer. He gave it to her. Because you are a person. Because you deserve to remember you are one. Because when I was 9 years old and I found you in a basement where the people who had put you there had spent 33 years making sure no one would ever call you by your name again, I decided, not strategically, not as part of any plan, that I was going to call you Lisa, and I was going to keep calling you Lisa for as long as you and I both continued to exist. Because I did not have anyone else to say my own name to at the time. Because saying your name meant, in that moment, that I was still someone who could say a name. Because if I stopped saying it, I would have stopped being that someone. And I could not afford to stop being that someone, and I still cannot. She considered this for a long time. The wind moved her hair. Her hair was long now. Clementine had been helping her with it. It was brushed and pinned back with a small silver clasp. You too, she said. Me too, what? You too are a person. You too deserve to remember you are one. Yes. I am saying your name. In the times when you are not saying it to yourself. Yes. I have been doing this for 8 years. I know. Albert. Yes. Good. She stood. She continued walking along the path. The SI walked beside her. They did not talk for another 30 minutes. They reached the next village. They bought a loaf of bread from a small shop. They walked back. That evening, at the cottage, the SI wrote a letter to his younger self. The letter was not to the younger SI, the SI who had arrived at age 9, but to the original younger Albert Wesker, the one who had died in childhood when the SI's consciousness had arrived. The letter was 3 pages long. It described, in specific terms, what the SI had done with the life that the original Albert had left behind. The letter apologized for the things the SI had done that the original would not have chosen. The letter thanked the original for the body, for the reflexes, for the particular intellectual discipline that had made the plan possible. The SI burned the letter in the fireplace after writing it. He did not keep it. The writing of it was the point. He flew back to Paris on Saturday. On Sunday, he returned to work. Chapter 69, the G-virus precursor exposure was scheduled for year 16, month 2. The precursor had been in the SI's possession for 4 months. He had obtained it through a specific access window at Birkin's laboratory during one of his quarterly visits. Birkin had, by that point, developed a stabilized G-virus precursor that was structurally distinct from the T-virus, but that shared certain behavioral mechanisms. The precursor was not, at its current formulation, viable for full G-virus integration. It was, however, viable for the specific counterconditioning exposure the SI needed. The exposure was scheduled for the day after Birkin's 30th birthday. The scheduling was deliberate. Birkin's 30th would be a celebration. Annette would host it. The SI would attend. He would then travel, under the cover of a post-celebration trip to Switzerland, to a specific isolated location where he could spend 4 days in controlled exposure without interruption. He did not tell Birkin about the exposure. The decision not to tell was specific. Birkin, if he had known, would have insisted on being present. Birkin's presence would have created risks. The risks included Annette noticing Birkin's absence from home, Umbrella noticing Birkin's absence from the facility, and, most critically, Birkin being placed in proximity to a self-administered G-virus exposure that could, in a failure scenario, require his intervention in a way that would compromise his own research position. The SI did not want that. He wanted the exposure to be, if it failed, a private failure. The birthday celebration was on a Saturday. It was held at Birkin's and Annette's home in the suburbs outside the training facility. 20 people attended. The SI was among them. Birkin's mother was there. Annette's mother was there. A small number of Umbrella researchers who were Birkin's professional peers were there. Sherry was not yet born. Annette was 6 months pregnant, and visibly so. The pregnancy had been announced 3 months earlier. The SI gave Birkin a gift, a specific technical reference volume that had been published the previous year, and that had been, the SI knew from Annette, on Birkin's wish list. He did not give a sentimental gift. He gave a functional one. Birkin thanked him. After the celebration, the SI drove through the night to the isolated location, a small rented chalet in the Jura Mountains. He arrived at dawn on Sunday. He administered the G-virus precursor dose at 0730. The dose had been calculated against the SI's current baseline. The baseline had shifted after his T-virus exposure 3 years earlier. The calculation was approximate. The approximation was the best he could do without live testing. The approximation was, again, wrong. He experienced full physiological reorganization over the following 4 days. The reorganization was more comprehensive than the T-virus exposure had been. His cellular structure underwent a specific restructuring at a level his previous exposures had not approached. He was, at various points during the reorganization, not sure whether he was still conscious. He was, at other points, hyperconscious to a degree that felt like looking at his own body from outside it. On the morning of the 5th day, the exposure resolved. He sat up. His body felt different in ways he could not immediately describe. He was, by his own self-assessment, stronger than he had been. He was also, he realized as he tried to stand, slower to coordinate specific fine motor movements. The trade-off was the cost of the exposure. He looked in the mirror. His eyes had not changed further. The red ring around his pupils had not deepened. He was, externally, still the same person. Internally, he had advanced to refined, the specific tier at which resistance to Las Plagas category control mechanisms became possible. Las Plagas was not a current umbrella problem. It would, in the previous life, become a problem in approximately 2004. In the current accelerated timeline, perhaps sooner. The SI had prepared for it in advance. He drove back to Paris on Saturday. He did not contact Birkin. On Sunday, in his apartment, he sat at his table and thought about the fact that he had not told Birkin about the exposure. The fact was, he understood, a specific form of distance he had been gradually creating between them. Birkin had, over the past 5 years, become a person the SI consulted on operational questions, but not a person he shared his own exposures with. The sharing had been one-directional. Birkin told the SI about his work. The SI used the information. The SI did not reciprocate. The pattern was, in its structural form, the pattern of a relationship in which one person was beginning to outpace the other in commitment to a shared project. Birkin was fully committed. The SI was, increasingly, operating parts of the project that Birkin was not invited to participate in. He did not change the pattern. He noted it. Chapter 70 The Raccoon City announcement came in year 16, month 7. The announcement was made at a quarterly strategic review meeting Spencer chaired personally. The SI was present in his corporate leadership capacity. Approximately 30 senior umbrella personnel were in the room. Spencer stood at the head of the conference table. He spoke for approximately 8 minutes. The announcement was, on its surface, a routine business development. Umbrella was establishing, in conjunction with the municipal government of Raccoon City, an elite security consulting team that would be embedded with local law enforcement in the United States city. The team would be called Special Tactics and Rescue Service, STARS. Its ostensible purpose was to provide specialized security support for complex law enforcement situations, including hostage scenarios, high-risk arrests, and responses to chemical or biological incidents. The specific phrasing, chemical or biological incidents, was the part of the announcement that the SI heard with complete clarity. Raccoon City. STARS. Chemical and biological response capability. Spencer was, in this moment, establishing the specific institutional infrastructure that would, in the previous life, be the frame around the T-virus outbreak. STARS would be the armed response unit that investigated the Arkley mansion. Chris Redfield would be on it. Jill Valentine would be on it. Barry Burton would be on it. The captain of STARS' Alpha team would be Albert Wesker. The captain position was being announced, in this meeting, approximately 6 years earlier than in the previous life timeline. Spencer concluded, the leadership of STARS will require, we have determined, a specific combination of corporate managerial experience and advanced operational training. We are currently evaluating internal candidates for the captain position. The position will be formally offered within the next 3 months. The SI kept his face at executive neutral. He understood, with complete clarity, that Spencer had just announced, in front of 30 colleagues, that he was being evaluated for the STARS captain position. Spencer had not said the SI's name. He had not needed to. The specific combination of corporate managerial experience and advanced operational training, with the particular timing of the announcement coming 3 months after the Nemesis project's scheduled completion, was a description of one person in the room. The SI. The meeting adjourned at 15:30. Colleagues dispersed. The SI walked back to his office. In his office, he closed the door and sat at his desk for 15 minutes. He ran the options. Option 1. Accept the STARS captain position when offered. Outcome. He would be placed, by Spencer, in the specific role that in the previous life had ended with him betraying his team and walking out of the Arkley mansion to become a superhuman. He would be placed in the role, in other words, that Spencer had been cultivating him for since age 9. The acceptance would be, from Spencer's perspective, the completion of the Wesker project's intended ARC option 2, refuse the position. Outcome. He would signal, formally and publicly, a break with Spencer's plan for him. The break would trigger Spencer's contingency responses, possibly including Alex's activation as the primary instrument, possibly including more aggressive containment of the SI himself. Option 3. Accept the position with specific visible reservations, positioning himself for later divergence. Outcome. He would be placed in the STAR's captain role. He would have, at the role's core operational moments, the opportunity to make different choices than the previous life Wesker. He would be close to Chris, Jill, Barry, and the other STARS members during the formative period before the Arkley incident. He could shape the STARS team in ways that would produce different outcomes during the incident itself. Option 3 was the strategically correct choice. It was also the choice that would put him, at the Arkley mansion, in the specific role where the original Albert Wesker had committed his most extensive moral failure, the betrayal and deliberate killing of the STARS team. The SI would have to, in that specific moment, not commit the failure. He would have to perform the role while refusing the role's central act. The performance would require the most complex operational deception he had ever attempted. He sat at his desk for another 15 minutes. He decided on option 3. He would accept the captain position when offered. He would prepare, over the next 6 years, the specific framework that would allow him to perform the role while refusing its central act. He would try, in the specific moment of the Arkley incident, to preserve the lives of the STARS team members while maintaining enough surface cover to prevent Spencer from recognizing the divergence until too late. He understood, as he made this decision, that he was walking voluntarily into the specific scenario his previous life memory had warned him about since age 9. He was walking into Raccoon City. He was walking into the Arkley mansion. He was walking into the specific moment in which original Albert Wesker had become the monster the SI had spent this entire life trying not to become. He was doing it because it was the choice that gave him the best odds of preventing the outcomes of the previous life. The choice was also, he recognized with a specific cold precision, the choice that Spencer had calibrated for him to make. He called Renata at the Zurich communications office. He asked her to submit, on his behalf, a preliminary expression of interest in the STAR's captain position. She agreed. She would submit the expression of interest the following morning. He hung up the phone. He turned off the office lights. He went home. He did not sleep well that night. He did not sleep well for several nights after. Chapter 71. The STAR's captain position was formally offered in year 16, month 10. The offer came through a specific channel, a letter from Umbrella's executive personnel office, signed by Spencer himself, transmitted through internal courier to the SI's Paris office. The letter was 3 pages long. It described the position's responsibilities, compensation, and reporting relationships. It described the required relocation to Raccoon City. It described the specific terms of the consulting contract that would govern the SI's relationship with the Raccoon City municipal government as an Umbrella employee on loan. The letter did not mention the SI's previous expressions of interest. It did not mention the selection process. It simply offered him the position and required a response within 30 days. The SI read the letter twice. He composed, over the following week, his formal acceptance. The acceptance was written in the specific corporate voice he had developed over 15 years. It was 2 pages long. It expressed his appreciation for the opportunity. It confirmed his willingness to relocate within the timeline Umbrella specified. It requested a brief transition window to complete his current responsibilities at the Paris station. He submitted the acceptance through the same channel. 4 days later, he received a confirmation. His relocation was scheduled for year 17, month 3, approximately 5 months after his acceptance. His transition from the Nemesis project to the STAR's captain role would be managed by Umbrella's Human Resources Division, working in conjunction with Karsten. The Nemesis project, at this point, was approximately 8 months from field deployment. The SI understood, when he read the timeline, the specific implication. Spencer was moving him out of the Paris station before the Nemesis field deployment, which meant Spencer would have, at the deployment, a new project lead, not the SI. Which meant the sabotage the SI had embedded would not be traceable to him at the moment of failure, because he would no longer be the project lead. Spencer was, in his own calculation, giving the SI a path to escape the consequences of whatever the Nemesis project was going to produce. Or, alternatively, Spencer was removing the SI from the Nemesis project because Spencer had already concluded that the SI had sabotaged it and was positioning the SI for a specific separate use at Raccoon City, where the sabotage would not matter. The SI could not determine which interpretation was correct. He spent the next 5 months completing his Paris responsibilities. He transferred project files to Karsten. He trained a successor, a researcher named Lefebvre whom he had identified 18 months earlier as competent and politically neutral. He attended a series of farewell dinners hosted by his colleagues at the station. He said the appropriate things. He also, during those 5 months, made quiet arrangements for the relocation. He transferred funds through untraceable channels to specific accounts in the United States. He established, through intermediaries, a lease on an apartment in Raccoon City that he would not formally occupy until after his official arrival. He made a private reconnaissance trip to the city under a tourist cover, 3 days during which he walked every neighborhood, mapped the police station's physical layout, identified the locations of Umbrella's existing infrastructure in the area, and made preliminary observations about the Arkley mountain range to the north. The mountain range was as his memory had described it, heavily forested, relatively inaccessible. Exactly the landscape the previous life mansion incident had occurred in. The Arkley mansion itself existed. It was occupied. It was, at this point, a primary research facility for Umbrella's pharmaceutical division. It would continue to exist as such until the outbreak that, in the SI's revised timeline, was approximately 7 years away. He did not approach the mansion during his reconnaissance trip. He did not need to. He had the mansion's floor plan in his previous life memory. He had spent, on certain sleepless nights over the past 15 years, rehearsing the mansion's corridors. On the last evening of his reconnaissance, he stood on the roof of his Raccoon City apartment building and watched the city's lights come on at sunset. The city was, at its scale, smaller than Paris. It had specific neighborhood divisions, a main downtown, an industrial quarter, suburban residential districts, a university area. It was, visibly, an ordinary American city. In 7 years, according to his revised timeline, it would be destroyed. He stood on the roof until after dark. He did not cry. He returned to Paris. He flew to his official arrival 3 months later. Chapter 72 Birkin's accidental T-virus exposure occurred on a Wednesday in year 17, month 6, 3 months after the SI had relocated to Raccoon City and taken up his STARS captain duties. The SI learned about it through Annette's coded correspondence. Annette had, after her husband's 30th birthday, resumed their correspondence protocol with the SI. The resumption had been gradual. She had, at first, written purely professional updates. Over the course of a year, she had allowed the correspondence to warm into something approaching the friendship they had shared before the year 14 conversation in the outer courtyard. The warmth was not complete. It never would be, but it was functional. The letter arrived at the SI's Raccoon City office at the STARS precinct. Annette had written, "Dear Albert, William is recovering faster than he should be. I thought you should know." The SI read the letter at 0730 before his team briefing. He did not react externally. He folded the letter and put it in his desk drawer. After the briefing, he telephoned Annette through their secured channel. She answered within a minute. "Tell me." William had a containment accident on Wednesday. A specific variant of the T-virus, a mid-stage variant, not the full operational strain, was released in his laboratory. He was exposed for approximately 12 seconds before the emergency flush activated. He did not decontaminate properly. I noticed at dinner that evening that his skin had a specific color pattern I have seen before in exposed personnel who did not survive. Did you tell him? I did. He said the exposure was subcritical. He said he had measured the dose. He said he was fine. Was he telling the truth? Partially. The dose was, by the instrumentation available in the laboratory, subcritical. But his recovery was faster than the instrumentation would predict. He was, by 0600 the following morning, fully asymptomatic. An actual subcritical exposure would have taken 2 to 3 days to fully clear. The SI did not speak for several seconds. Annette continued, "I have been thinking about this for 3 days before writing to you. The conclusion I have reached is that William has been self-experimenting with T-virus variants for some time. He has, at some level, already produced partial resistance through his own controlled exposures. The accident on Wednesday was, in his body, not as acute as it should have been. I do not know when he began. I do not know how far he has advanced. Have you asked him? I have not. I wanted to speak with you first. Do not ask him, Annette. Why? Because if you ask him and he confirms, he will know that you have been tracking his physiology closely enough to detect the pattern. He will adjust his behavior to hide it from you. We will lose the information pipeline. I see. Keep watching. Tell me when the pattern shifts. I will handle the intervention. Yes. There was a pause. Albert. Yes. He has been self-experimenting. In the same way you have been. Yes. I am realizing, as I write to you, that the two of you have been running parallel programs for some number of years. You have not told me about yours. He has not told me about his. I am noting this. I am not, tonight, angry about it. I am, tonight, simply noting. I understand, Annette. Good. The telephone call ended. The SI sat at his STARS precinct desk. The office was small. It had a single window that looked out on the parking lot. The afternoon light was a specific American light, the light of a small industrial city in midsummer, with the particular dry heat of continental climate. His STARS team was in the field that afternoon conducting a training exercise. He had perhaps 2 hours before they returned. He sat at the desk and ran the implications. Birkin had been self-experimenting with T-virus variants. Birkin had been advancing on his own counterprogram, in parallel with the SI. The parallel advance was, in its structural form, exactly what the SI had been doing, using specific foreknowledge to precondition his body against interventions he knew were coming. Except Birkin did not have specific foreknowledge. Birkin had not reincarnated from the previous life. Birkin was a brilliant scientist who had, apparently, simply looked at his own work and concluded that self-experimentation was a reasonable response to his specific professional situation, which meant Birkin had, on his own, reached a conclusion that the SI had reached through reincarnation-level advantage, which meant Birkin's scientific and strategic judgment was, at this point in their relationship, independently approaching the sophistication the SI had been modeling from the beginning, which meant the constraint the SI had been placing on Birkin through the Annette-Birkin relationship was, in specific, important ways, no longer the primary constraint operating on Birkin's decisions. Birkin had become his own primary constraint, and the SI did not know what Birkin's internal constraint was calibrated to. The timeline was accelerating in another direction. The SI had been focused on the external timeline, the T-virus deployment, the outbreak, the Raccoon City destruction. He had not been tracking the specific internal timeline of Birkin's own evolution. Birkin was, apparently, moving faster than the SI had modeled. He added the conclusion to his file. He would need to reassess his entire Birkin intervention strategy. He did not have time to do it before the STARS team returned. Chapter 73. Ada Wong approached him in a hotel lobby in Tokyo in year 17, month 9. The approach was during an Umbrella International Conference, which the SI was attending in his STARS captain capacity as part of a specific diplomatic program Spencer had designed to link STARS with similar Umbrella-affiliated security programs in other cities. The conference was 3 days. The hotel was a large international property in Shinjuku. The SI's room was on the 15th floor. He had just checked in. He was crossing the lobby toward the elevators. A woman in a red dress, perhaps 27 years old, Chinese-American features, specific alert posture, stepped into his path. Dr. Wesker. Yes. My name is Ada Wong. I wanted to introduce myself. The SI did not recognize the name in any Umbrella documentation he had seen, but Ada Wong was a name he recognized from the previous life. Corporate agent. Multiple employers over the course of her career, present at several critical moments in the post-Raccoon City era. Her specific employer, in the previous life, had been difficult to pin down because she had worked for multiple parties simultaneously. In this life, she was 30 years younger than he had first encountered her in the previous life. She was beginning her career. I am not familiar with your position, Ms. Wong. I am an independent consultant. My employers prefer not to be named in introductions. I see. I admire your work, Dr. Wesker. Which work? She smiled. The smile was specific and calibrated. The work I am familiar with. I will not specify further. The SI studied her. She was, by her posture and phrasing, a professional intelligence operative. She was approaching him in a public setting during a formal conference, which meant she had timed the approach specifically. She wanted him to know she was watching. She did not want to reveal who she was watching for. What do you want, Ms. Wong? To introduce myself. Nothing more. I will not occupy your time further. I expect we will cross paths again at some point. I wanted the first crossing to be under terms I controlled. Noted. She stepped aside. The SI continued to the elevators. He entered one. The doors closed. He rode to the 15th floor. He walked to his room. Inside his room, he closed the door. He locked it. He sat on the bed. Ada Wong. He had not modeled her arrival at this point in the timeline. In the previous life, she had not appeared in Umbrella-adjacent orbits until approximately 1994. The current timeline was, on this vector, compressed by 19 years, which meant someone, whoever Ada Wong worked for, had been watching him, or watching Umbrella, for at least several years. The watching had produced enough information to identify the SI as a specific point of interest. The interest had been substantial enough to warrant a personal introduction at a multi-continental conference. The SI did not know who Ada Wong worked for. In the previous life, her employers had included at least 3 different organizations at different times, including one he had himself founded in the late 1990s. In this timeline, she was starting earlier, which meant she might be working for a different primary employer than she had worked for in the previous life. The most likely candidates, based on the specific pattern of her approach, were a competing pharmaceutical corporation that had identified Umbrella as a strategic rival, a government intelligence service of a country other than the United States, or a private organization funded by wealthy individuals with specific interests in Umbrella's research. The SI could not distinguish among them from a single conversation. He would need more data. He added Ada Wong to his active relationship file. He began planning the specific reconnaissance actions he would take during the remaining days of the conference to identify her employer. The reconnaissance produced, over 2 days, approximately 30% of the information he needed. Ada Wong was not operating alone. She had 2 backup operatives at the conference, a man and a woman, both in supporting roles. The backup operatives' specific movement patterns suggested a particular operational doctrine the SI recognized, but could not immediately attribute. The doctrine was specific to organizations that had trained in a particular Eastern European tradition of corporate intelligence, which did not match any of his 3 top candidates. He was missing a player. Chapter 74. Birkin visited Raccoon City in year 17, month 11. The visit was ostensibly a conference, a regional pharmaceutical symposium that Umbrella was hosting at its Raccoon City facility. Birkin had been invited as a speaker. He delivered a 40-minute presentation on viral research trajectories. He attended the conference's networking events. He shook hands with local dignitaries. He performed, in every external respect, the role of a visiting senior researcher. He also, on his 3rd evening, came to the SI's apartment. The apartment was on the 10th floor of a downtown building. It had a small living room with a view of the river, a kitchen the SI rarely used, a bedroom, and a second bedroom that the SI had outfitted as a private office. The furniture was sparse. The art on the walls was, at the SI's specific selection, a series of framed anatomical drawings he had purchased from a small gallery in Paris. Birkin arrived at 1930. He was wearing a suit that did not fit him quite right at the shoulders. His hair stuck up at the crown as it always had. He was 32 years old. He looked, the SI noted as he opened the door, tired. "Come in, William." Birkin came in. He did not make small talk. He walked to the sofa. He sat. "Albert, Annette has been writing to you." "Yes." "She has been telling you things about me." "Yes." "Specifically about my recovery pattern from the June exposure." "Yes." The SI sat in the chair opposite the sofa. "You could have asked me directly, Albert. You did not need to have Annette tracking me." "I did not set it up that way, William. Annette initiated the observation on her own. She wrote to me because she trusted me to do something useful with the information. I have not yet done anything." Birkin rubbed his face with both hands. He lowered them. "Albert, I have been self-experimenting with T-virus variants for 4 years. I started because I was concerned about the long-term cognitive effects of my work, and I wanted empirical data on specific neural resistance. I never told you. I never told Annette. I continued telling neither of you because the program felt private, and because I did not want either of you to have to weigh in on whether I should continue. Yes, I am at the 4th stage of a 7-stage resistance protocol. My baseline has shifted. My recovery from the June exposure was accelerated. Annette is correct. Yes. I am telling you this now because I have concluded that the privacy was a mistake. I should have told you 4 years ago. I apologize for the concealment." The SI studied his friend. Birkin's concealment from him had been, in its structural form, equivalent to the SI's concealment from Birkin about his own counterconditioning program. Both of them had run parallel private projects. Both of them had withheld the specifics from the other. The symmetry was, the SI noticed with a specific precision, mathematically exact. He owed Birkin a symmetrical disclosure. He gave it. "William, I have also been self-experimenting. I started at age 9. I am at the 7th stage of a 10-stage protocol. My baseline has shifted more than yours. My exposures have included full stabilized T-virus. I did not tell you. I should have told you earlier. I apologize for the concealment." Birkin did not seem surprised. He nodded. "I had guessed. Your eyes. The sunglasses. Annette's observations about you that she thought she had not mentioned to me, but had. The cumulative pattern. Yes. Albert, I think we should tell each other what we know. All of it. Tonight." "Yes." They sat in the apartment for 7 hours. The SI made coffee. They talked until 0300. The SI told Birkin about his counterconditioning program from age 9. He told him about Lisa Trevor. He told him about the Paris sabotage of the Nemesis project. He did not tell him about the reincarnation. He told him about everything else. Birkin told him about his own protocol. He told him about specific concerns he had developed about Spencer over the past 5 years. He told him about the specific question he had not yet resolved, whether to continue his T-virus work to completion or to engineer a specific failure before deployment. By 0300, they had agreed on a framework for the next few years. The framework was detailed. It was also, the SI understood as he finally walked Birkin to the door, the first real partnership he had entered into in this life. He had been running his plan alone for 16 years. He was, as of that morning, running it with one other person. The relief was specific and considerable. He had not realized how much the isolation had cost him. He would count the specific costs over the coming weeks as the relief settled. Chapter 75 Birkin's secret G-virus development became Annette's public discovery in year 18, month 4. Annette had, by this point, been observing Birkin's behavior with specific professional attention for nearly 2 years. She had, after the October disclosure between the SI and Birkin, which Birkin had told her about immediately upon returning home from Raccoon City, begun to feel that she was now the only person in the 3-person group who did not have full information about the other two's private work. She had told the SI in a letter, resented the asymmetry. She had also accepted it as a temporary condition that would be resolved as the plan's logic matured. She had not accepted, at any point, that Birkin was developing the G-virus. The discovery occurred when Annette, conducting a routine weekend review of her husband's laboratory notebooks, a review she had been conducting for years because Birkin was notoriously bad at keeping his notes organized and needed help preparing them for official filing, found a specific notebook she had not seen before. The notebook was labeled only with a date. The contents were 2 years of development notes on a viral agent structurally distinct from T-virus. Annette recognized the notations. She called the SI at 1100 on a Saturday morning. The call was not through their secured channel. It was through the STAR's office's ordinary telephone line. Albert, William is developing the G-virus. Annette, this line is not secure. I know. I am telling you this on a non-secure line because I need him to know that I am telling you. Annette, I am bringing him to the telephone now. A pause. Then Birkin's voice. Albert. William. She found the notebook. Yes. I did not tell her. I did not tell you. I have been working on it for 2 years in parallel with my T-virus work. I did not tell either of you because I was not sure I was going to continue. Annette's voice again. You did not tell me, William, because you knew I would have stopped you. Yes, that is part of the reason. And the other part. Because I wanted the option. I wanted to know I had it, even if I did not use it. A long pause. Annette said, Albert, I want you to come to Raccoon City, to our facility, next month. I want us to have this conversation in person, all 3 of us together. I will not leave William tonight. I will not leave him next week. I will continue my work at the facility. I will continue my household. I am telling you that you were right, 6 years ago, when you engineered my placement near him. I have been the constraint. The constraint has not been sufficient. We need to strengthen it. The 3 of us need to decide what strengthening looks like. The SI sat at his STAR's office desk. The late morning light came through the window. I will come, Annette. Thank you. The call ended. The SI flew to the training facility the following month. The 3 of them, he, Birkin, Annette, met in a private room at Birkin's laboratory. The meeting lasted 11 hours. Annette led most of it. She asked Birkin specific questions about the G-virus project. She asked the SI specific questions about his plan. She asked both of them specific questions about the interaction between their 2 private programs and the shared objective of preventing T-virus deployment. By the end of the meeting, the 3 of them had a revised framework. The framework was simpler than the one the SI and Birkin had developed in Raccoon City. It was also, Annette insisted, binding. Annette would have full access to both private programs going forward. She would be the arbitrator of decisions the 2 men could not agree on. The SI accepted. Birkin accepted. The 3 of them left the laboratory at 2300. Annette went home. Birkin said, quietly, to the SI as they walked toward the guest wing. She will not leave me. She said she would not. She always comes back. The SI did not answer. He thought, but did not say, not this time. Not if you continue the G-virus work. Not if you do not, tonight, destroy the notebook and begin the process of winding down the project before deployment becomes possible. He did not say it because Birkin was walking beside him with the specific relief of a man who had just avoided losing his wife. The relief was, in itself, an important intervention the situation had produced. If Annette had not confronted him, Birkin would have continued the G-virus work alone. Now he would continue it under oversight. Whether the oversight would be enough remained. The SI understood as he reached the guest wing door, an open question. He went inside. He slept. For hours. In the morning, he flew back to Raccoon City. Chapter 76 Simmons delivered his first substantial information 2 months after the 3-way meeting at Birkin's laboratory. The delivery was through a dead-drop protocol the 2 of them had established over their previous conversations. The protocol required Simmons to leave a specific document at a specific hotel in Washington during the specific week that a specific telegram was sent from the SI's office. The SI would then travel to Washington on a legitimate diplomatic errand and retrieve the document. The document, when the SI retrieved it, was a single envelope containing 12 pages. The 12 pages were a complete schematic of Umbrella's European bioweapons program. The SI read the document in his Washington hotel room. He read it 3 times. It was, to a level of detail he had not previously seen outside Umbrella's most classified internal files, an accurate description of Umbrella's current bioweapons research, the specific projects in each European station, the personnel assigned to each project, the budget allocations, the timeline milestones, and the specific reporting relationships between the project leads and Spencer's personal office. Much of the document confirmed what the SI already knew through his own intelligence channels. Approximately 30% of it was new information. The new information included specific details about projects the SI had not previously identified, including a project at a research station in southern Italy that the SI had not known existed. The southern Italian project was called, per the document, Project Perceptive. Its stated objective was the development of a specific airborne viral vector for large-scale deployment scenarios. Its director was a woman named Dr. Helena Braschi, whom the SI had never heard of. Its timeline milestones suggested the project was 3 years from viable field testing, 3 years from a viable large-scale airborne viral weapon. The SI sat in the Washington hotel room for a long time. Simmons's access to Umbrella's internal information was, based on this document, considerably greater than the SI had assumed. Simmons had, apparently, a specific intelligence asset inside Umbrella's European operations at a senior level. The asset had produced, over some period of time, a complete overview of the bioweapons program that no single Umbrella employee should have had access to, which meant Simmons had been cultivating Umbrella internal sources for years, which meant Simmons's long-term game was, at this point in his career, already substantially more advanced than the SI had been modeling. The SI returned to Raccoon City. He telephoned Simmons through their secured channel on the day of his arrival. Mr. Simmons. Dr. Wesker. The document you provided is valuable. I am glad you find it useful. I have questions. Ask. Your access to the source material exceeds what a government liaison would typically obtain through official channels. Yes, it does. Are you willing to describe the source? No. Are you willing to describe the general nature of your access? A pause. I am willing to say that my government has maintained a specific human intelligence relationship with an individual inside Umbrella for approximately 15 years. The individual is not me. The individual's identity is compartmented even within my own government. I will not share the identity with you. I will, however, share the information the individual produces at the specific pace and scope I have shared today's document. The SI considered this an Umbrella insider for 15 years. Which meant the insider had begun reporting to U.S. intelligence in approximately year 3 of the SI's program. Which meant the insider had been in Umbrella at the time of the SI's enrollment in the Wesker project. Which meant the insider had, possibly, been a specific acquaintance of the SI at some point. The list of candidates for a long-term Umbrella insider with senior-level access was not large. The SI began the mental work of narrowing the list. Thank you, Mr. Simmons. You are welcome, Dr. Wesker. I will be in touch. The call ended. The SI sat in his apartment with the 12-page document on the table in front of him. He had just confirmed that U.S. intelligence had been running a long-term operation against Umbrella for 15 years. He did not know the source. He did not know what the source had reported about him specifically. He did not know whether the source had ever been in a position to report on his own private work. He would have to find out. He added the investigation to his operational queue. It would compete for his time with his STARS captain duties, his ongoing counterconditioning, his Birkin oversight, his Annette correspondence, his Lisa visits, his Ada Wong tracking, and the slow, careful construction of his Arkley Mansion incident contingency plan. He wrote a specific prioritization list that evening. The investigation of Simmons's source landed at position 4. Chapter 77. Jessica Trevor died at Dr. Schuster's residence in year 18, month 8. The death was not a surprise. She had been in decline for 3 years. Schuster had written to the SI every 6 weeks with specific updates on her condition. The updates had documented a gradual loss of function that had, in the final year, begun to accelerate. Schuster had predicted, in his May letter, that she would not survive through autumn. Her actual death, on a Tuesday afternoon, in her bed, with Schuster present, was consistent with his prediction within a 3-week window. The SI learned about the death on Wednesday through a coded telegram from Schuster. He flew to Switzerland on Thursday morning. He drove from Geneva to Schuster's residence. He arrived in the afternoon. He stood beside the bed where Jessica Trevor had died. Schuster had not yet removed the body. He had been waiting for the SI. The SI stood in the room for perhaps 5 minutes. He did not say anything. Jessica's face was, in death, more relaxed than he had seen it in life. The specific, unfocused quality of her eyes, which had been constant in all their previous interactions, was gone. The eyes were closed. Her mouth was slightly open. She looked, for the first time since the SI had extracted her from the umbrella facility a decade earlier, like a person who was no longer being held in a particular position against her will. He thanked Schuster for his care. He gave Schuster the final payment under their arrangement. He asked Schuster to arrange a specific funeral service in the local cemetery. Schuster agreed. He drove then to the second safe house, the cottage in Brittany, to tell Lisa. Lisa was in the garden when he arrived. She was harvesting late summer vegetables. She saw his face when he came through the gate. She set down her basket. My mother. Yes. When? Tuesday. She did not suffer. Lisa nodded. She turned back to the garden. She resumed harvesting the vegetables for another 3 minutes. The SI waited. When she had filled the basket, she stood. She carried it inside. The SI followed. She set the basket on the kitchen table. She sat. He sat across from her. Lisa. Yes. I should have gotten you to her more. Yes. I visited her every other Saturday. That was 16 visits a year. Over 2.5 years, 40 visits. That was what I was able to arrange. I could have arranged more. Could you? Yes. I could have increased the frequency to weekly. I did not because the cost to my cover was marginal at weekly, but I had reserved the marginal cost for other operations. I made a specific calculation. The calculation was wrong. Lisa looked at him. Albert, I saw my mother 40 times over the past 2.5 years. Before that, I had not seen her in 36 years. 40 is not a small number. 40 is very much not a small number. Yes. I am sad she is dead. I am not angry with you about the number. Lisa. Yes. I am sorry. I should have made more of it happen. I did not. I am sorry. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, I accept your apology. The SI sat at the kitchen table with his hands folded. He could feel, at the specific location in his chest that had become familiar over the past decade, the weight of the accumulated cost. Emil Braun. Ruth Denner. The 2 security guards at the extraction. Jessica Trevor. Specific names, specific faces, specific moments in which he had made calculations that had produced deaths or reduced lives. The list was getting long enough that he could not hold all of it in his conscious attention at once. He did not cry. He did not have the specific physical capacity to cry. Whatever the T-virus and G-virus exposures had done to his body, they had altered the particular chemistry of tears. He had not wept, in the physical sense, for 6 years. Lisa stood. She walked around the table. She put her hand on his shoulder. Albert. Yes. You may sit here for as long as you need. I will make dinner. She moved to the stove. She began preparing the vegetables. The SI sat at the table for 40 minutes without moving. He looked at his hands. He thought about Jessica Trevor. He thought about the specific decision he had made, 3 years earlier, not to escalate the visit frequency to weekly. The decision had, at the time, looked like a reasonable optimization. It looked, now, like a specific avoidance. He noted the observation. He added it to his private ledger. When Lisa served dinner, he ate. He stayed at the cottage for 3 nights. He returned to Raccoon City on the 4th morning. He attended the funeral 3 weeks later. He did not speak at it. He stood at the back of the small service and watched Schuster, Clementine, and Lisa lower the coffin together. Chapter 78. Alex Wesker staged her demonstration at an umbrella executive meeting in year 18, month 11. The meeting was in Zurich. The SI flew from Raccoon City. He attended in his STARS captain capacity, a role that had, over the past 18 months, become a formal component of Umbrella's global executive structure. The STARS captain was, officially, a senior security advisor. The SI had an assigned seat at executive meetings. Alex's demonstration was the 3rd item on the agenda. She was introduced by Spencer. She was 31 years old. She wore a gray lab coat over a specific dark dress. Her hair was pulled back. Her face was, in the specific overhead lighting of the conference room, pale and severe. She spoke for 14 minutes. She described her research program's current state. She described, in general terms, the specific mechanism by which her consciousness persistence framework had produced viable test subjects. She did not describe the specific compound. She did not name the specific host volunteers. She described only the outcomes. The outcomes were, she said, that she had produced 4 viable consciousness transfers over the past 12 months. 4 separate test subjects had, through her protocol, survived the transfer of consciousness from a primary host to a secondary prepared host. The secondary hosts were, at the time of the executive meeting, alive and functional. The original hosts were, she used a specific phrasing, retired from the protocol. She did not elaborate on what retirement meant. She then brought into the room, through a side door, one of the secondary hosts. The secondary host was a man in his 30s. He wore a simple gray suit. He walked to the front of the room. He stood beside Alex. He introduced himself by name, a name the SI did not recognize, and described, in a brief 3-minute statement, his subjective experience of the consciousness transfer. He said it had been, in his experience, seamless. He had gone to sleep in the primary host's body. He had woken in the secondary host's body. He retained his full memories. He retained his full sense of self. He was, by every measurable metric, the same person who had entered the protocol. The executive meeting's attendees listened in absolute silence. Alex and the secondary host answered approximately 12 minutes of questions. The questions were technical. Alex answered them with her specific precision. The secondary host confirmed, repeatedly, that he had no subjective discontinuity from his pre-transfer self. Spencer sat at the head of the table. He watched the presentation. He watched the questions. He did not speak. At the end of the demonstration, Spencer made a formal announcement. Alex Wesker was, effective immediately, being elevated to Senior Research Director, reporting directly to Spencer, with authority over a new division called Specialized Biological Research. The division's remit, Spencer said, would be determined through a specific planning process Alex would lead over the coming months. Alex would have her own personal research budget. Her personal research budget would be, Spencer indicated through a specific phrasing the SI recognized, larger than any previous director-level budget in Umbrella's history. The meeting adjourned at 16:30. The SI walked back to his hotel. Alex had, in one 14-minute presentation, advanced her organizational standing by an amount the SI had not modeled as possible in this time frame. She was now the highest-ranking instrument in Spencer's portfolio. She had produced, ahead of the SI's projected schedule, a working consciousness transfer protocol. She had demonstrated it publicly. She had earned Spencer's most significant organizational endorsement. And she had done this, the SI understood, while holding in reserve the manifesto she had read in the training facility library 5 years ago. She had the SI's full strategic framework in her possession. She had chosen, so far, not to use it. The non-use was, in itself, a specific message. Alex was saying, in the language of corporate positioning, I could have destroyed you at any point in the last 5 years. I have not. I am not going to. Not unless your work begins to specifically threaten mine. Our paths diverge at Spencer's level. They do not need to intersect before then. The SI sat in his hotel room that evening. He drafted a specific telegram to Alex. The telegram read, in its entirety, congratulations on the elevation, Albert. He sent it through Umbrella's internal corporate correspondence system, a channel she would read within 24 hours. It was not secure. It was not intended to be. He was telling her, in the specific language of non-security, that he had received her message and was acknowledging it. She replied 4 days later. Her telegram read, thank you, Alex. That was the entirety of their communication for the next 16 months. Chapter 79. His relocation to Raccoon City had been formalized a year and a half before Alex's elevation, but the specific psychological weight of the formalization only settled on him during the winter of year 18, approximately 2 years after his move. The weight settled, specifically, one Saturday morning in January. He was in his apartment. He had just finished a brief workout. He was making coffee at the kitchen counter. The coffee maker he was using was a cheap American model he had purchased at a downtown department store during his first week in the city. The coffee it produced was, by European standards, thin and bitter. He had, over 2 years, come to prefer it. He stood at the counter watching the coffee drip into the pot. Outside, the morning light came through the window at a specific angle that, he realized as he watched it, was the same angle that light had come through his Paris apartment window on similar Saturday mornings. But the light itself was different. The American light had a specific hardness. The Parisian light had a specific softness. The hardness of the American light had been, on his first day in Raccoon City, slightly disorienting. It was, on this Saturday morning, simply the light. He had adjusted. He stood at the counter and recognized, with a specific sharpness, that he had adjusted. He was, in the structural sense, now an American. He lived in an American city. He worked in an American institution. He had American colleagues. He had an American telephone, an American car, an American apartment, an American coffee maker. He had, at some point, crossed a specific threshold. He stood at the counter until the coffee finished brewing. He poured himself a cup. He sat at the kitchen table. He thought about the specific life he had been building for the past 2 years. He had, as Star's captain, come to know his team. He had, as he had planned when he had accepted the position, made a deliberate effort to lead them well. He was a strict captain. He was not the warm, collegial captain some of his predecessors had been. He was fair. He was technically sound. He was the captain who showed up on time and expected his team to show up on time and held them to the specific operational standards that the role demanded. The team had, over 2 years, come to respect him. The team, specifically, included Chris Redfield. It included Jill Valentine. It included Barry Burton. These were the names he had been carrying in his memory for 19 years. They were now specific people he saw every weekday. They had faces. They had voices. They had specific private lives he knew about in varying degrees of detail, because they talked about those lives in the break room at the precinct. Chris Redfield was 27 years old. He had been a United States Air Force pilot. He had washed out of the pilot program due to a specific temperament clash with a superior officer. He had joined the Raccoon City Police Department 2 years ago. He had been assigned to STARS 6 months before the SI's arrival. He had a younger sister named Claire who lived in another city. He was close to his sister. He called her every week. Jill Valentine was 24 years old. She had been raised by a father who was a career thief. She had rebelled against her father's career by joining law enforcement. She was the best lockpicker the SI had ever worked with. Her lockpicking capability was not a law enforcement asset in the ordinary sense. It was a capability she maintained, the SI understood, because her relationship with her father required it. Barry Burton was 32 years old. He was married. He had 2 young daughters. He carried photographs of his daughters in his wallet. He was the specific member of the team who, during long shifts, would show the photographs to newer members as a way of humanizing himself. He was the oldest member of STARS. He was also the best weapons specialist the team had. These 3 people were, in the SI's previous life memory, the 3 people original Albert Wesker had betrayed most fully in the Arkley mansion. The SI sat at his kitchen table on the January Saturday morning and looked at his coffee. He was going to have to decide, over the next 4 to 5 years, how to prevent the specific betrayal his previous life memory had recorded. He had been thinking about the prevention abstractly for 19 years. He was now thinking about it concretely, with the 3 specific people in mind, with their specific voices in his head. The concrete thinking produced, for the first time in his life, the specific clarity that abstract thinking had never produced. He was not going to kill them. He was not going to allow them to be killed, whatever the cost, whatever the cover it destroyed, whatever it revealed about him to Spencer and Vladimir. He was not going to commit, in this timeline, the specific betrayal the original Albert Wesker had committed. The decision was, he understood as he drank his coffee, the first decision in this life that he had made without running a detailed calculation first. He had made it before he had done the math. The math would come later. The decision was already made. He finished the coffee. He put the cup in the sink. He went for a walk along the river. It was cold. His breath clouded. His hands in his coat pockets had gone slightly numb at the fingertips by the time he returned to the apartment. Chapter 80 STARS Alpha Team met for their full annual review at the precinct on a Friday afternoon in year 19, month 4. The annual review was a formal umbrella-initiated assessment. It occurred once per year. It was attended by the full team, 6 members of Alpha, plus the SI as captain, plus 1 umbrella liaison who would observe and file a report. The review covered the team's operational activities for the past year, individual performance assessments, and forward planning for the coming year. The umbrella liaison on this particular review was Sergei Vladimir. The SI had not been notified in advance that Vladimir would be the liaison. Vladimir arrived at the precinct at 13:55. He identified himself. He was shown to the conference room. He sat at the back of the room. He did not introduce himself to the team members. He sat and observed. The review proceeded as planned. The SI led the team through the agenda. Chris Redfield presented the team's operational statistics. Jill Valentine presented the team's training compliance data. Barry Burton presented the team's equipment status. 3 more junior members presented their specific project updates. The review's substantive content was, in every respect, routine. At 15:30, during a scheduled break, Vladimir approached the SI in the corridor outside the conference room. Dr. Wesker, security officer, your team presents well. Thank you. They have developed a specific culture that does not reflect the culture of Umbrella's other security programs. They have developed the culture that their work requires. Yes. A pause. Dr. Wesker, I will be observing the remainder of the review with specific attention. I am looking for a particular pattern. I will not describe the pattern to you in advance. Yes, security officer. Return to the review. The SI returned. He led the team through the remainder of the agenda. He watched Vladimir watching the team members. He watched Vladimir watching him. At 17:30, the review adjourned. The team members dispersed. Vladimir, without comment, walked out of the precinct. The SI stood in the empty conference room. He gathered his papers. He walked to his office. He sat at his desk. In that moment, With Vladimir gone and the team gone and the office specifically quiet, he recognized, with a specific physiological reaction at the base of his chest that was as close to crying as his body could now produce, that the three people he had just led through a bureaucratic meeting were the same three people he had, in his previous life, led into the Arkley mansion to die. Chris Redfield had stood at the front of the room presenting statistics. Jill Valentine had reviewed training data. Barry Burton had talked about equipment with the specific dry humor he always used when talking about weapons. The three of them had joked, during the break, about a specific local restaurant they had been trying to get into for weeks. They were, in the concrete and particular sense, people. The previous life Albert Wesker had walked out of the Arkley mansion over their bodies. The bodies had included Chris's body and Jill's body and Barry's body, though not all of them had died in the first pass. Some had survived the betrayal and died only much later. Others had survived the betrayal and survived the aftermath. But in the moment of the betrayal itself, the previous life Albert Wesker had made a specific calculation that had treated their lives as expendable components of a larger scheme. The SI sat in his office. He understood, with a specific certainty he had been approaching for 2 years, that he could not, under any circumstances, in any scenario, at any cost, repeat that specific calculation. He also understood, with a specific parallel certainty, that he did not yet know how to avoid the calculation while continuing to appear to Spencer and Vladimir and Alex and the rest as the specimen Spencer had cultivated. The two understandings were, together, the specific dilemma of the next 4 years. The Arkley incident, in his revised timeline, was approximately 4 years away. He had 4 years to figure out how to pass through it without repeating the previous life Albert Wesker's central moral failure. He did not know, as he sat at the desk with the sunset light coming through the window behind him, whether 4 years would be enough. He turned off the desk lamp. He closed the office. He walked to the parking lot. He drove home. In his apartment, he ate a simple dinner. He went to bed early. He did not sleep. He lay in the dark and rehearsed, for the 1000th time, the Arkley mansion's floor plan, with 3 specific faces now attached to 3 specific positions in the plan's central moments. He had seen those faces 4 hours earlier at a conference room table. He would see them Monday morning at the precinct. He would see them every weekday for the next 4 years. And then, on one specific day whose date he did not yet know, they would walk into the mansion together. He did not know, yet, what he would do when they did. But he knew, with the specific certainty that came from 19 years of careful calibration and one single afternoon of specific personal recognition, that he was going to do something different from what the previous life Albert Wesker had done. Whatever the cost. He lay in the dark. He did not sleep. At 0500, he got up and made coffee. Chapter 81 The Star's captain role settled, over the following 12 months, into a specific operational rhythm the SI had not previously experienced. The rhythm was not the calibrated rhythm of his umbrella corporate years. It was not the compressed intensity of the Paris Nemesis project. It was, the SI eventually identified, the rhythm of ordinary managerial work in a functional law enforcement unit. Team briefings in the morning. Training sessions 3 days a week. Operational deployments on an irregular schedule tied to the city's actual crime patterns. Administrative filing on Fridays. Weekend availability for emergencies. He had, for the first time in his life, a job that was not primarily a cover for something else. The job was still, strategically, a cover. He was still running his private program. He was still managing the Annette correspondence, the Birkin oversight, the Simmons channel, the Lisa visits, the Alex watching. The strategic infrastructure remained. But the day-to-day work of STARS was, on its own terms, real. The city of Raccoon City had specific security needs. The STARS team addressed those needs. The addressing was, every day, an actual contribution to an actual city. The SI discovered, over those 12 months, that he was a competent captain. The competence was not a strategic performance. It was a specific alignment between his operational discipline and the role's operational requirements. He was good at morning briefings. He was good at reviewing operational plans and identifying gaps. He was good at making quick decisions in the field when a situation evolved faster than the pre-planned response could handle. He was good at the specific work of running a small armed team in a mid-sized American city. The team responded. They began, over months, to seek his guidance on specific operational questions. They began to trust his judgment. They did not become warm with him. He had not cultivated warmth, but they became respectful. Chris Redfield, specifically, developed a particular professional relationship with him. Chris had, when the SI first arrived, carried a specific skeptical posture toward his new captain. The skepticism had been based, the SI understood, on the fact that the SI was a civilian corporate appointee rather than a career law enforcement officer. Chris had come from the military. Chris valued specific institutional credentials the SI did not have. The skepticism had, over 12 months, dissolved. It had dissolved because the SI had made, on 3 specific operational calls, decisions that had proven correct in ways Chris could not have predicted. The correctness had established, for Chris, that the SI's corporate background was producing competence rather than covering for incompetence. Chris began, in the second year, asking the SI's opinion on specific tactical questions that exceeded his own formal training. Jill Valentine developed a different relationship. Jill had, at the SI's arrival, assessed him with the specific analytical attention that had come from her father's career. She had been checking, the SI understood, for specific tells of duplicity. She had not found any, not because the SI was not duplicitous, but because the specific form of his duplicity did not produce the tells her background had taught her to look for. The SI's duplicity was calibrated for a different threat environment. Jill had, over 12 months, reclassified him as a specific kind of person she did not fully understand but had chosen to trust provisionally. Barry Burton had simply accepted him. Barry did not conduct internal assessments of the kind Chris and Jill conducted. Barry evaluated people through their behavior over time, with no prior framework. The SI, over 12 months, had behaved as a specific kind of competent captain. Barry had filed him under that category and continued working with him without further evaluation. By the end of year 19, the SI understood that the team's dynamic with him was different, specifically, from what the previous life Albert Wesker had produced. Original Wesker had been feared by his team. His previous life memory contained specific references to the fear. The fear had been, apparently, a central element of how original Wesker had managed stars. The SI stars was not afraid of him. They were wary of him. They remained, always, aware that he was a specific kind of senior authority, but they were not afraid. The divergence from the previous life dynamic was widening. He noted the widening. He added it to his file. He also noted, at the specific emotional level he had been trying for years not to acknowledge, that he had begun to enjoy the work. The enjoyment was a specific new development he had not previously experienced. He did not know, as he walked to his car at the end of a long day of briefings and field exercises, what to do with the enjoyment. He decided, that evening, to not do anything with it. He decided to simply let it exist. The decision was, in its own way, the most personally significant decision he had made in the past year. Chapter 82 Birkin showed him the first stable G-virus sample at the training facility on a Saturday in year 19, month 7. The SI had flown to Zurich for a quarterly oversight meeting, the formal 3-way review between him, Birkin, and Annette that had become, since the year 18 confrontation, a standing feature of their collaborative framework. The meetings occurred every 3 months. They were held in a specific conference room at Birkin's laboratory that Annette had arranged to have debugged quarterly. The debugging was, Annette had insisted, a specific cost she was willing to pay for their conversations to be secure. This particular meeting had been going for approximately 4 hours when Birkin said, during a lull, "I want to show you something." "Yes. Both of you. I want to show it to both of you." Annette looked at him. Birkin walked to the laboratory's secure storage refrigerator. He opened it. He removed a small rack containing a single glass vial. The vial held a pale amber liquid. It was, the SI saw immediately, a visually different liquid from the T-virus samples Birkin had shown him 3 years earlier. It was, specifically, lighter in color and more viscous. Birkin brought the rack to the conference room table. He placed it on the table. "G-virus," he said. "Stable. First viable sample. Produced 3 days ago. Tested across 7 stability parameters. All parameters confirmed." Annette looked at the vial. She did not speak for perhaps 30 seconds. "William." "Yes. I told you, 2 years ago, that I would stay and help you contain this work. I have stayed. I have helped. I am asking you tonight, specifically, did you produce this sample within the framework we agreed to, or outside it?" "Within the framework." "Explain." "I produced the sample under the timeline we agreed on. I produced it with Albert's knowledge. I produced it with your knowledge in the sense that you have had access to my research notebooks throughout the development and could have asked to review this specific project at any time. You did not ask. You chose not to. I did not conceal the project from you. I simply did not volunteer it." Annette absorbed this. "You followed the letter of the framework." "Yes. Not the spirit." "Technically, yes. I was not required, under the framework, to volunteer. I was required to answer truthfully if asked." "William, that is not acceptable." "I know." Birkin sat down. He put his hands on the table. "I am going to say something," he said, "that I have been trying to articulate for 6 months. I am having a specific difficulty with the framework the three of us established. The framework asks me to contain my work. I am containing it. The containment is external. You and Albert are the oversight. The containment is not, I have come to realize, internal. I have been producing this sample for 2 years because the work itself continues to pull me forward. The external containment prevents deployment. It does not prevent production. The SI spoke for the first time in several minutes. William, what is the G-virus complete? Birkin looked at him. The T-virus, Birkin said, introduces viral material into a host and induces specific mutations. The host does not control the mutations. The virus controls them. The host is, functionally, a subject of the virus's behavior. Yes. The G-virus completes what T-virus could not. It introduces viral material into a host and allows the host to control the mutations. The host becomes a subject of its own cellular decisions. The G-virus's specific advance is that it grants the host what I have been calling, in my private notes, self-determination of the cellular lineage. The SI went still. Self-determination of the cellular lineage. The phrase was precise. It was also, at the structural level, Birkin's specific statement of what his work had, all along, been aimed at. T-virus was a means. G-virus was the end. Birkin had, for most of a decade, been working toward a specific outcome, the production of a viral agent that gave human hosts control over their own cellular evolution. The outcome was, in its philosophical form, the specific form of cultivation advancement that the SI's previous life memory had associated with original Albert Weskier's eventual Ouroboros era ambitions. Birkin had, independently, arrived at the same conceptual destination the previous life Albert Wesker had reached through Spencer's direct influence, which meant Birkin, regardless of the SI's interventions and the Annette constraint and the three-way framework, was moving toward the same endpoint. The interventions had slowed the trajectory. They had not redirected it. Birkin had, the SI understood with a specific cold precision, moved beyond the range of redirection. He was committed to the work. He would, if he survived, complete the work. The framework could prevent him from deploying. It could not prevent him from producing. The SI did not show any of this on his face. He said, William, destroy the sample. Birkin looked at him. Albert, destroy the sample. Tonight, before we leave this room. It is the only viable G-virus sample. My notes contain the protocol. I can produce another in 6 months. Destroy this one. Begin, tonight, the process of deciding whether you will produce another. Albert, you are asking me to. Yes. Annette said, William, do it. The three of them sat at the conference room table. Birkin looked at the vial for a long moment. His hand moved toward it. It hovered. He did not destroy the sample. He said, I cannot. Tonight. I am not ready. I understand what you are both asking. I am not ready to do it. Annette stood. She did not leave the room. She walked to the window. She stood with her back to them. The SI sat across from Birkin. He looked at his friend. He thought, but did not say, I had considered, 2 years ago, the possibility that the Annette constraint would not be sufficient. I should have made contingency plans then. I made them only partially. I now have to make them more thoroughly. He said, aloud, William, we will continue this conversation tomorrow. I want you to think tonight. I want you to think specifically about the sample. You will not destroy it tonight. You will destroy it within 2 weeks. The three of us will meet again in 2 weeks. At that meeting, you will have destroyed the sample or you will explain, in specific terms, why you have not. Yes. Good. The meeting adjourned. Annette walked out of the room. The SI walked out of the room. Birkin remained at the table with the vial. In the corridor, Annette stopped. She turned to the SI. Albert, he will not destroy it. I know. What do? We adjust. The destruction we cannot produce, we plan around. The G-virus will exist. It cannot be deployed if the deployment infrastructure is disrupted. We focus on the infrastructure. Yes. And Annette. Yes. I am sorry. I know. They left the facility separately. Chapter 83. Annette stayed with Birkin. She did not leave him after the G-virus meeting. She did not, as the outline of her personality over 2 decades of the SI's acquaintance would have suggested as a possible response, pack her things and move out of the house. She did not take Sherry, who was by this point 2 years old, and withdraw to her mother's. She stayed. She wrote to the SI 3 weeks after the meeting. The letter was brief. It said, Dear Albert, William did not destroy the sample. He argued with me for 3 nights. I held the line. Eventually, he locked the sample in his personal safe and told me he would not remove it until we had all 3 decided, together, what to do with it. The sample remains in the safe. William is not producing additional samples. He has returned to the T-virus work, which is, in our current situation, the lesser problem. I am staying because staying is the thing I can do that does not produce worse outcomes than staying. I am not staying because I have forgiven him. I have not. I am staying because leaving would, at this specific moment, remove the last internal pressure he is toward restraint. Your framework requires me to be the constraint. I am the constraint. Tell Sherry I love her when you see her. She recognizes you now. Annette the SI read the letter twice. He understood, reading it, that Annette was doing exactly what he was doing. She was staying in a relationship that was morally difficult because her specific presence in the relationship was the thing preventing worse outcomes. The calculation was the same calculation he had been making for 2 decades. The calculation produced, in both of them, specific forms of accumulated moral weight that they were each carrying without external acknowledgement. They were, effectively, allies in the specific form of principled staying that their situations required. The SI wrote back a short letter. He said, Annette, thank you. You are doing the right work. I will continue my part. Sherry will know you love her. She already knows, I think. He mailed the letter. He did not tell Annette about his specific new contingency planning. The work he had begun, that week, on the specific infrastructure disruption that would prevent the G virus from reaching deployment. The work would take him approximately 3 years. It would involve multiple acts of sabotage at Umbrella's scaling facilities, specific financial disruptions at Umbrella's primary shell companies, and a coordinated set of external pressure through Simmons that would, at the critical moment, force Umbrella to slow its research operations. The work was his. He would share the results with Annette and Birkin when they became relevant. He would not share the specific methods. Some things were, he had come to understand over 2 decades, better done without consultation. Chapter 84 Claire Redfield visited the STARS office on a Thursday in year 20, month 2. Claire was 17 years old. She was Chris's younger sister. She had been mentioned by Chris in occasional breakroom conversations over the past 3 years. The SI had, through Chris's references, developed a vague picture of her. A high school student with a specific interest in motorcycles, a reputation for independent judgment, and a specific pattern of calling her brother every Sunday evening. Her physical arrival at the precinct was unannounced. She came in at 14:20 on a Thursday afternoon. The desk sergeant directed her to the STARS office. She walked through the main precinct corridor. She reached the STARS conference room. The SI was working alone at the conference table. Chris was in the field. Jill was at the shooting range. Barry was at his desk in the main STARS office area. Claire stopped at the conference room door. Captain Wesker? Yes. I am Claire Redfield, Chris's sister. Miss Redfield, how can I help you? I need to ask you a question about my brother's work. The SI gestured to the chair across the table. Claire sat. She was tall, with dark hair cut shoulder length, and had a specific composed posture that suggested she had been preparing herself for this conversation on the drive to the precinct. She was wearing a denim jacket and jeans. What is your question? Last week my brother received a letter from his commanding officer, from you, that contained a specific technical directive I do not understand. He does not want to tell me what the directive is. I am asking because I am worried. Why are you worried? Because he told me, 3 months ago, that his work had become, quote, more interesting than it should be. He used that specific phrase. He has not elaborated. I have asked. He has deflected. The deflection is not his usual pattern. Something has changed. The SI considered her. She was asking, specifically, about internal STARS operational correspondence. The correspondence was not classified in the formal sense. STARS was a public law enforcement unit. But the specific directive she was referring to was part of the internal operational preparation for specific scenarios that were not appropriate to discuss with family members of unit personnel. He could have declined the question. The decline would have been appropriate under normal operational security standards. He chose to answer. Miss Redfield, the directive in question concerns specific training protocols for biohazard response scenarios. Umbrella, my parent employer, which operates pharmaceutical research in this region, has requested that STARS develop specific response capacity for a category of incidents that have not yet occurred but that are within the realm of operational planning. Your brother is being trained, along with the rest of his team, for that category. The training is voluntary in the sense that your brother can refuse the specialized protocols. He has not refused. The training is difficult. Claire absorbed this. Biohazard response. Yes. Against what kind of biohazard? The training protocols address a range of possibilities. Chemical and biological agents. Specific pathogens of the sort that could be released by accident or by intent. The specificity of the training does not, at this point, indicate that a particular incident is expected. It indicates that the capacity should exist if an incident occurs. Captain Wesker, is there a specific incident that is expected? The SI looked at her. Under normal operational protocol, he would have said no. The answer would have preserved his cover as a competent corporate appointee who did not have private knowledge of Umbrella's research risks. He did not give the normal answer. He said, "Miss Redfield, I cannot tell you whether a specific incident is expected. I can tell you that the category of incident is possible. I can also tell you that if an incident occurs, your brother will be in a position to respond to it. The response will be well prepared. The response will not guarantee his safety. I will do everything I can, operationally, to minimize the risk to his team. I will not guarantee the minimization." Claire looked at him for a long time. Her face was, in its specific younger version, recognizably related to Chris's. The same direct brown eyes. The same specific way of holding her mouth when she was thinking. "Captain Wesker," she said. "Thank you for the honest answer. I have given you, Miss Redfield, more of a direct answer than formal operational security permits. I am giving you the answer because your brother has, under my command, earned the specific loyalty that I am offering to his family through this answer. You should not, in the future, expect the same level of disclosure from me. Today's conversation is specific to today. Yes. Do you have any additional questions?" "No, not today." She stood. She thanked him again. She left. The SI sat at the conference table. He had just, he recognized, made a specific operational decision to disclose more information than security permitted because he had chosen to recognize Chris's sister as an interested party deserving of direct communication. The disclosure was a specific deviation from Umbrella's preferred management of family member inquiries. The deviation was, in its cumulative effect over time, exactly the kind of pattern that Vladimir would eventually flag. He added the deviation to his file. He did not regret it. Chapter 85. The first missing person reports from the Arkley Mountains began arriving at the Raccoon City Police Department in year 20, month 6. The reports came in through ordinary channels. Hikers who had entered the mountains and had not returned. Forestry workers who had failed to check in at expected intervals. 2 rural residents who had lived in isolated cabins and had not been seen by their neighbors for several weeks. The reports were, at first, treated as standard wilderness incidents. The Arkley Range was large. It contained dangerous terrain. People occasionally disappeared into it. The disappearances were investigated through normal missing person protocols. The protocols produced no evidence of foul play. The investigations were filed under unresolved. The SI read the reports as they came in. STARS received copies of all missing person files involving the Arkley Range. The SI, in his captain capacity, reviewed them weekly. By the end of month 6, there had been 9 reports. 9 was, by the department's historical baseline for the Arkley Range, approximately 3 times the normal rate. The SI noted the elevation. He flagged it to Chris during the weekly briefing. "We are seeing elevated missing person reports in the Arkley Range," he said. "Approximately 3 times baseline. I want a review of the reports for common factors." Chris took the assignment. He produced, within 4 days, a specific analysis. The common factors were: all missing persons had been within a particular 7 square kilometer area. All had disappeared between dusk and dawn. And, this was the specific finding that the SI had been expecting, 3 of the 9 had been found, approximately 2 weeks after their disappearances, in states that the local coroner's office had been unable to classify as ordinary wilderness deaths. The bodies had been recovered from the 7 square kilometer area. They had exhibited specific injuries consistent with attack by an unidentified large animal. The injuries were, however, not in the pattern that any known large animal in the Arkley Range would have produced. The coroner had noted, in his private file, that the injuries looked more like bites from human teeth than from animal teeth, though the size of the bite patterns suggested something human-sized rather than a single attacker. Cannibalistic attacks. The SI read Chris's analysis at his desk at 10:30 on a Tuesday. He sat with the file for several minutes. He ran the specific implications against his revised timeline. His revised timeline, after the Marcus acceleration, after the Nemesis compression, after Simmons's document, after the various other adjustments he had made over the years, had the Raccoon City incident occurring in approximately year 23 or 24. He had given himself, in other words, approximately 3 years from the current date to prepare for the outbreak. 3 years was an aggressive window, but he had calculated it was sufficient for his specific contingency preparations. The current pattern, cannibalistic attacks in the Arkley Range, 6 months after his previous timeline revision, did not match 3 years away. It matched months away. The specific 7 square kilometer area where the disappearances were concentrated included, by his cross-referencing with the Arkley Mansion's location, the specific perimeter of the research facility. The attacks were occurring at the mansion. They had been occurring for at least 6 weeks, which meant the mansion had already experienced a partial outbreak. The outbreak was currently contained. The attacks were localized to the surrounding forest, which suggested infected subjects were escaping from the mansion itself, but not reaching populated areas. But the containment was failing in a specific slow manner. At the current rate, the specific slow failure would become a specific fast failure within, by the SI's rough estimate, 12 to 18 weeks. Which meant the Raccoon City outbreak was 3 to 4 months away, not 3 years. His revised timeline had been wrong again. He sat at his desk. His hands had gone very slightly cold. He telephoned Annette through their secured channel. She answered at the Zurich laboratory. He said, without preamble, Annette, the Arkley mansion has had a partial outbreak. It is contained but failing. I estimate the city-level incident within 4 months. William was there 3 weeks ago. I know. He did not tell me about a partial outbreak. Find out what he knows. Tonight. Yes. He ended the call. He telephoned Simmons's secured channel. Simmons answered. The SI said, I need to know the current status of the Umbrella Arkley research facility. Specifically, containment integrity reports from the past 6 months. I will have the information within 48 hours. Thank you. He ended the call. He sat at his desk. He watched the afternoon light through the office window. He had, by his estimate, approximately 15 weeks to finalize his contingency plans. His contingency plans had been built for a 3-year window. They were, at current completion level, approximately 60% ready. The remaining 40% would need to be compressed into 15 weeks. He began the compression that afternoon. He telephoned his 3 most important intermediary assets and activated specific contingency requests he had been holding in reserve for years. He rearranged his own schedule to clear operational time for the next 8 weeks. He composed specific messages to Birkin, Annette, Lisa, and Feldman that he would need to send within the following 10 days. At 2200, he closed his office and drove home. He did not sleep that night. At 0500, he got up and began work on a specific operational document, a detailed plan for the first 72 hours of the Arkley incident, assuming the incident occurred at any point in the following 4 months. The document was 11 pages long when he finished it at 0800. He left it in his apartment safe. He went to work. At the morning briefing, he did not mention the Arkley mansion. He did mention that STARS's biohazard response training would be accelerated, with the final certification exercises moved forward by 6 weeks. Chris asked why. The SI said, because I want us ready sooner. Chris did not ask further. He nodded. He communicated the acceleration to the team. The compression had begun. Chapter 86 Simmons's response to the Arkley containment inquiry arrived 36 hours after the SI's call. The response was a 15-page document delivered through the dead-drop protocol. The SI retrieved it on a Saturday morning at a specific Washington hotel he had flown to ostensibly for a weekend of umbrella business. He read the document in his hotel room over 4 hours. The document confirmed his analysis. The Arkley Mansion Research Facility had, 6 months earlier, experienced a specific containment breach involving a stabilized T-virus strain. The breach had been caused by a specific combination of mechanical failure and operational error. The facility's director, Dr. Albert Marcus, not James Marcus, but a different Marcus entirely, distant relative, had not reported the breach through Umbrella's standard incident channels. He had attempted internal containment. The internal containment had been partial. The facility had, since then, been operating in a specific compromised state. The compromised state was known to approximately 12 people within Umbrella's senior structure. It was not known to the Umbrella Board. It was not known, in the formal sense, to Spencer. Though Simmons's assessment suggested Spencer had inferred the state through other channels and had, for reasons Simmons could not determine, chosen not to intervene. The SI read Spencer had inferred and chosen not to intervene with a specific cold recognition. Spencer was letting the outbreak develop. Spencer was either directing the development or watching it, or planning to use it. The non-intervention was, by Spencer's standards, a specific kind of active management. At the end of the document, Simmons had added a brief handwritten note. Dr. Wesker, my government considers the Arkley situation an acute national security risk to a United States municipality. We are prepared to extend significant operational support to any party who can help us contain the risk before it reaches the civilian population. Please advise on what specific support would be useful. DCS the SI read the note 3 times. Simmons was offering resources. Simmons was offering what, in the current crisis, would be the operational equivalent of a second functional law enforcement team reporting directly to the SI. The U.S. government's specific biohazard response units, which, in the previous life, had been deployed to Raccoon City only after the city's collapse, could be prepositioned in the area if the SI requested them. The prepositioning would require the SI to work, operationally, as a dual agent. He would be the STAR's captain for Umbrella. He would simultaneously be, in a specific and formal sense, the operational coordinator for Simmons's prepositioned U.S. government assets. The dual role would not be sustainable long-term. It would, however, be sustainable for the specific 3 to 4 month window the SI was working with. The cost was that Simmons would, in exchange for the support, acquire specific post-incident leverage. He would, at minimum, have detailed documentation of his cooperation with the SI. He would, probably, use that documentation to make specific post-Umbrella collapse claims about his role in containing the Raccoon City incident. The claims would position him for the specific political trajectory the SI had, in the previous life, watched him follow toward the creation of the C-virus. The dilemma was specific. The SI could refuse the support. The refusal would preserve his own operational independence, but would cost Raccoon City lives he might otherwise have saved. The SI could accept the support. The acceptance would save Raccoon City lives at the price of accelerating Simmons's long-term trajectory. He chose acceptance. He chose it because the immediate lives were concrete and Simmons's eventual crimes were, at this point in the timeline, still abstract possibilities the SI had some years to disrupt. Saving lives in the current decade was, in his ethical calculation, more important than preventing harm in the decade after that. He wrote the acceptance response that evening. He specified the support he needed. 2 specific biohazard response units prepositioned within 100 kilometers of Raccoon City. An intelligence liaison embedded at STARS under a cover identity. Access to U.S. government satellite imagery of the Arkley mountain range. And specific logistical support for a mass evacuation scenario that he would describe in a follow-up document. He delivered the response through the dead drop protocol. Simmons's acknowledgement arrived 72 hours later. All 4 support items were confirmed. The SI flew back to Raccoon City. He began, on his first Monday back, the specific integration work of incorporating U.S. government assets into STARS's operational planning without Umbrella noticing. The integration would take 6 weeks. The weeks would be, he understood as he began, the most operationally complex 6 weeks of his life. Chapter 87 Vladimir arrived in Raccoon City 3 weeks later. His arrival was announced through Umbrella's standard executive travel channels. He was coming to the city, the announcement stated, as part of a quarterly security liaison review that would involve him meeting with local Umbrella leadership, including the SI, the Arkley Mansion's senior staff, and several municipal officials with whom Umbrella maintained relationships. The review was scheduled to last 10 days. Vladimir brought with him, the announcement specified, a support team of 6 personnel. The support team was, the SI understood when he reviewed the personnel list, not a support team. It was a surveillance team. The 6 personnel included 3 specific individuals whose Umbrella records indicated counterintelligence backgrounds. The 3 would, the SI knew without needing to ask, conduct specific surveillance on him throughout the 10-day window. He now had, operating simultaneously in Raccoon City, for separate parties watching him, Vladimir's surveillance team, Alex's independent intelligence network, which had been monitoring him for years and which, he assumed, had a local asset in the city he had not yet identified, Simmons's U.S. government assets, who were formally aligned with him but who were, inevitably, also producing independent intelligence on him, and Ada Wong's still unidentified employer, who had maintained occasional contact through low-key correspondence since the Tokyo hotel lobby approach 5 years earlier. For separate parties, for separate intelligence pictures of his behavior, developed from 4 separate angles, each with specific areas of emphasis. He would need to operate, for the next 10 days, as 4 different people simultaneously. The first version was the Umbrella STARS captain, the competent corporate appointee who ran a functional law enforcement unit and followed Umbrella's operational priorities. Vladimir's team would verify that this version was operating as expected. The second version was the Alex-monitored specimen, the long-term Wesker project graduate whose behavior Alex had been modeling for 20 years and who would, under Alex's specific expectation framework, continue to display the particular combination of competence and divergence that had characterized his adult career. The third version was Simmons's covert partner, the specific ally who was cooperating with U.S. government assets to contain a biohazard risk, and who needed to continue producing specific operational outputs that would justify the continued support. The fourth version was the target Ada Wong was watching, whoever she was watching him for, with whatever specific pattern of behavior they were interested in verifying. The SI had, over the years, developed the specific cognitive discipline required for dual identity operations. He had not previously operated at 4 identities simultaneously. The doubling of the cognitive load was not linear. It was closer to exponential. By the 3rd day of Vladimir's visit, The SI was experiencing specific symptoms of cognitive overload, mild headaches, reduced sleep, a particular slow response time to unexpected questions. He managed the symptoms through specific compensations. He ate regularly. He maintained his exercise routine. He carried, in his jacket pocket, a small notebook in which he recorded specific observations at 90-minute intervals to prevent the cognitive load from producing decision quality degradation. The notebook was itself an operational risk. If Vladimir's team searched his jacket, the notebook would reveal patterns his identity management could not afford to expose. He accepted the risk. He continued using the notebook. On the 8th day of Vladimir's visit, Vladimir came to the STARS precinct for what he framed as a brief, informal conversation. They sat in the SI's office. Vladimir had coffee. The SI had water. Dr. Wesker, I have been observing your team for a week. Yes, security officer. Your team is performing at a specific high level. The specific form of the performance is inconsistent with my expectations for a STARS unit under a first-time captain. My team has benefited from specific training investments. Yes, they have. The specific training investments you have made exceed what your budget would support. The SI had anticipated this observation. He had prepared the answer. I have supplemented the training budget through specific unofficial channels, security officer. The channels include donations from local businesses that benefit from having an effective STARS unit. The donations are documented in my office's supplementary records. Vladimir nodded. He did not press. Your team's morale is unusually high for a unit under your management style. Yes. Do you have an explanation? The team's morale reflects, I believe, the specific nature of their current operational tempo. They are training for scenarios they find personally meaningful. They are developing specific professional capabilities. They are, by their own assessment, doing important work. The specific scenarios include biohazard response. Yes. Is there a particular reason for the biohazard emphasis? Umbrella's regional presence produces specific biohazard risk profiles. I have been training my team to respond to those profiles. The risk profiles are hypothetical. Yes, security officer. Currently. Yes. Vladimir studied him for a long moment. Dr. Wesker, I am going to close my visit with an observation. I believe you are preparing for a specific incident that you have not disclosed to your Umbrella leadership. I do not yet know what the incident is. I also believe that, if the incident occurs, your preparation will produce a response that is significantly better than Umbrella's own preparation would have produced. Whether that is a compliment or an accusation depends on specific outcomes I cannot yet predict. Yes, security officer. I will continue to observe. Yes, security officer. Vladimir left the office. He concluded his visit 2 days later. His team left with him. The SI sat in his office after their departure and compiled a specific assessment of the surveillance team's apparent intelligence gains. He estimated, based on the specific questions they had asked during their 10 days and the specific topics they had not asked about, that they had developed a 60% accurate picture of his operational behavior. The remaining 40% was in the specific areas where his identity management had been most effective. 60% was more than he had wanted. It was also less than Vladimir had, probably, hoped for. Chapter 88. The evacuation initiative began 1 week after Vladimir's departure. The SI had, over the previous 5 months, designed and pre-positioned a specific cover operation that would allow him to remove civilians from the Arkley mountain range without attracting Umbrella's attention. The cover operation was a false forestry service initiative. The initiative was officially sponsored by a small private environmental nonprofit the SI had established 2 years earlier through a third-party legal intermediary. The nonprofit's stated mission was the protection of Arkley mountain wildlife. Its unstated mission was the specific removal of human populations from areas where they would, in the coming months, be at risk. The initiative worked by offering Arkley range residents, hunters, forestry workers, isolated cabin dwellers, small-scale farmers, specific financial incentives to temporarily relocate to nonprofit-funded accommodations outside the mountain range. The relocation was framed as a response to a specific wildlife conservation concern that required reducing human presence in certain areas. The framing was, to the residents, plausible. The residents accepted the incentives. They moved. The SI executed the initiative through 3 intermediaries he had cultivated over years. The intermediaries did not know who was funding the initiative. They knew only that they had specific relocation targets to meet and that the funding for the relocations was reliable. Over the following 6 weeks, the initiative relocated 47 people from the specific 7-square-kilometer area around the Arkley mansion. 47 was, by the SI's pre-initiative mapping, approximately 70% of the area's permanent population. The remaining 30%, who had refused the relocation offers, or who had not been reachable through the nonprofit's channels, or who had been temporary visitors the SI had not been able to identify, remained in the area. The SI could not extract them without escalating to methods that would break his cover. He accepted the 70% relocation as the best available outcome. At the 6-week mark, Umbrella's regional monitoring identified the pattern. Specific correspondence from the Arkley Mansion's administrative office to Umbrella's Zurich headquarters flagged the relocation activity as unusual. The flag was routed through Umbrella's standard intelligence review channels. The channels produced, within 9 days, a specific inquiry directed at the SI in his STARS captain capacity. The inquiry asked whether STARS was aware of the relocation activity and whether STARS had any information about the nonprofit conducting it. The SI responded through official channels. He described the nonprofit as an environmental organization that STARS had been aware of for several months. He described STARS's specific interactions with the organization as routine, the kind of interactions law enforcement maintained with any community organization operating in the jurisdiction. He noted, specifically, that STARS had been using its interactions with the nonprofit as an informal training opportunity for STARS personnel to practice specific community engagement protocols. The response framed the nonprofit's activity and STARS's awareness of it as a specific training exercise. The framing was internally consistent. Umbrella's regional inquiry accepted the framing. The matter was closed. The cover held. The SI noted, in his internal file, that he had just described the evacuation of 47 lives from the Arkley area as a training exercise. The description was false. The description was also, under the specific operational security pressures of the moment, the necessary cover for a successful intervention. He had, in effect, paid for the 47 lives with a small specific lie. He was willing to pay the lie. Chapter 89. Sherry was 3.5 years old during the compression window. The SI did not see her often. His Paris visits had ended when he relocated to Raccoon City. His visits to the training facility had been formal 3-way meetings, which Annette had specifically structured to occur without Sherry present. He had, over the past 2 years, seen Sherry perhaps 4 times total, brief meetings at Birkin's and Annette's home when he had been in Zurich for other reasons. On the 5th visit, which occurred 3 weeks after the Umbrella inquiry about the nonprofit, he went specifically to see her. He had not planned the visit. He had flown to Zurich for a separate operational reason, a meeting with Friedrich Halbig at the communications office, who had developed, over years, into the specific source that provided the SI with direct access to Simmons's information pipeline. The meeting had taken 2 hours. The SI had a free evening before his return flight. He called Annette. He asked if he could come by. She said yes. He arrived at the Birkin home at 18:30. Sherry was having dinner. Birkin was not home. He was at the laboratory. Annette greeted him at the door. She is eating her vegetables. Good. They walked to the kitchen. Sherry was in a small chair at the table. She had a plate of peas and carrots in front of her. She was working through the peas with the specific methodical attention of a 3-year-old who had decided that peas came before carrots. She looked up when the SI entered. Uncle Albert. Sherry, you came. Yes. Mama said you might. Yes. I hoped I could. She went back to the peas. The SI sat at the table. Annette made tea. Sherry worked through the peas in silence for perhaps 2 minutes. Then she said, without looking up, "Are you staying?" "I am staying tonight for dinner. I am flying home tomorrow morning." "Home?" "Yes." "Where is home?" "A city called Raccoon City." "Is it nice?" "It is nice enough." She considered this. She looked up at him. She had Birkin's gray-blue eyes. She had Annette's specific directness. "Is your work nice?" The SI did not answer immediately. He considered, for a moment, the specific question. Sherry was asking, in her 3-year-old version of curiosity, the question that no one else in his life asked, whether the work he was doing was work he found nice. The question was both completely innocent and completely precise. "Parts of it are nice, Sherry. Parts of it are not." "Which parts are not?" "The parts where I have to tell people things they do not want to hear." "Oh, but the parts where I work with my friends, the people on my team, those parts are nice." "Like Mama and Daddy are your friends?" "Yes." "And me?" "Yes. You are my friend, Sherry." She went back to the peas. Annette, standing at the stove, turned her face toward the window. The SI stayed for dinner. Birkin came home at 2000. They ate together. Sherry talked about a specific drawing she had made at kindergarten that day. Birkin described, in the coded language they had developed for Sherry's presence, a specific technical issue that had come up at the laboratory. Annette made specific observations about the dinner. The conversation was, in every external respect, the conversation of a family having dinner. At 2100, Sherry was put to bed. The SI stayed for another hour. The 3 adults did not, that evening, discuss operational matters. They talked about other things. Birkin described a book he was reading. Annette described a specific problem Sherry had been having with a classmate. The SI described, in a very general way, the culture of the American mid-sized city he had come to inhabit. At 2200, he left. He took a taxi to his hotel. He lay in the hotel bed for a long time before sleeping. He understood, as he lay in the dark, that he had just spent an evening being, in the specific concrete sense, an uncle. The role was one he had never formally occupied in the previous life. In the previous life, Sherry had been exposed to the G virus during the Raccoon City incident, had survived in a specific compromised state, and had spent her adolescence and adulthood bearing the consequences of that exposure. In this timeline, the SI was specifically and deliberately working to prevent that exposure. He did not know whether he would succeed. He knew, with a specific cold certainty, that if he succeeded, Sherry would have the opportunity to grow up as the ordinary daughter of two accomplished scientists in a world that had not been broken by the previous life's specific umbrella-induced catastrophes. The opportunity was, at this specific moment, something he was willing to spend any remaining cover for. Chapter 90. The Arkley Mansion incident began at 0343 on a Tuesday morning in year 20, month 11, 3 months earlier than the SI had estimated even after the September compression. The incident began with a specific cascading failure of the mansion's containment systems. The failure was not caused by any single event. It was caused by the cumulative accumulation of 6 months of partial containment, during which specific infected subjects had, over time, compromised the facility's inner perimeter in ways the facility's staff had been unable to fully reverse. On the morning of the incident, the accumulated compromise reached a threshold. The inner perimeter failed. Infected subjects exited the specific internal containment and reached the mansion's general circulation areas. Within 90 minutes, the facility's staff, approximately 40 personnel, were themselves exposed. Within 3 hours, the mansion's perimeter containment, the specific walls and gates and fences that separated the mansion from the forest, began to fail. The SI was at home in his Raccoon City apartment when the incident began. He was asleep. His telephone rang at 0358. The call was from Friedrich Halbig in Zurich. Halbig had, through a specific arrangement the SI had established 18 months earlier, been tracking Umbrella's internal emergency communications channel. The channel had, in the past 14 minutes, produced a specific message pattern that Halbig had been instructed to flag immediately. The SI answered the telephone. Halbig said, "Incident at the facility. Level 3. Internal perimeter failed. Thank you, Friedrich." He ended the call. He got out of bed. He dressed. He opened the apartment safe. He removed the 11-page operational document he had drafted 6 months earlier. He put it in a leather satchel. He put his service weapon in his shoulder holster. He put on his coat. He drove to the STARS precinct. He arrived at 0429. The precinct's night desk was staffed by a single sergeant. The SI told the sergeant he was initiating a specific response protocol that required the immediate recall of the STARS Alpha and Bravo teams. The sergeant executed the recall. Alpha team began arriving at 0445. Bravo team began arriving at 0512. By 0600, the STARS personnel were fully assembled. The SI briefed them. He did not give them the full context. He gave them what they needed. A containment incident had occurred at the Umbrella Research Facility in the Arkley Mountains. The specific nature of the containment failure was, at this point, unknown to the SI. The response protocol required STARS to establish a specific outer perimeter around the 7-square-kilometer area to coordinate with U.S. government biohazard response units that would be arriving within the following 12 hours, and to prepare for the possible need to support a mass evacuation scenario affecting Raccoon City civilians. Chris Redfield asked a question. "Captain, what is the specific nature of the facility?" "The facility conducts pharmaceutical research. Specific elements of that research involve biological agents that, under controlled conditions, are stable. Under uncontrolled conditions, they may be hazardous to human life." "What kind of hazardous?" "I do not yet know the specific release parameters. Expect that the hazards may include airborne pathogens, contact pathogens, and," he paused, "infected human subjects who may be violent." The room went quiet. Jill Valentine said, "Sir." "Infected human subjects." "Yes." "Who may be violent." "Yes." Barry Burton said, "Captain, this is the scenario we have been training for." "Yes." "We are ready." "Yes, Barry. I believe we are." The briefing ended at 0645. The SI dispatched Bravo team to establish the outer perimeter at the Arkley range boundary. He held Alpha team at the precinct for further briefing. He then telephoned Simmons's secure channel. Simmons answered. "Dr. Wesker, I have been notified. Yes. My units are 4 hours out. I will redirect them to Raccoon City. They will arrive at approximately 1100. Thank you. Dr. Wesker, are you initiating the full contingency plan? Yes. Then I will meet you in Raccoon City this afternoon. I am coming personally. The call ended. The SI sat at his desk. The early morning light was just beginning to show at the window. He had, in the previous life, been asleep at the moment the equivalent incident had begun. He had learned about it through a dispatch call several hours after the initial containment failure, and he had, in that timeline, responded with a specific combination of managed surprise and operational efficiency that had been calibrated to position him for the Arkley Mansion deployment that would, eventually, lead to his betrayal of stars. In this timeline, he had known the incident was coming. He had prepared for it for 20 years. He had, in the preceding 6 months, specifically compressed his preparation to meet the accelerated timeline. He was, at 0700 on this specific Tuesday morning, as ready as he could possibly be. He understood, as he watched the light grow through the office window, that the next 4 days would be the most consequential 4 days of his current life. He would be tested against the specific timeline that had, in the previous life, produced the worst version of himself. He did not know, with certainty, how he would perform. He knew only that he had done the work. The work had been, over 20 years, specifically calibrated to give him the best possible position from which to face the test. He picked up his leather satchel. He walked out of the office. He walked to the briefing room where Alpha Team was waiting. He began the deployment. Chapter 91 Bravo Team deployed to the Arkley perimeter at 0800. The deployment was by helicopter, a specific umbrella-owned aircraft the STARS program had access to for mountain operations. Bravo Team consisted of 6 members. Their team leader was a career officer named Enrico Marini, whom the SI had known for 2.5 years. Marini was 41. He had a wife and 3 children. He was, by the SI's assessment, a specifically competent officer who made good decisions under pressure. The SI briefed Marini separately before the deployment. The briefing was 3 minutes. Enrico, your team is going in ahead of Alpha because we need reconnaissance before we commit. The specific threats you will encounter may include armed security personnel from the Umbrella facility, wildlife that may have been exposed to an airborne agent and may exhibit altered behavior. And, I need you to hear this clearly, possibly infected human subjects who will be violent and who may not respond to standard tactical interventions. Infected human subjects. Yes. Captain, I have never briefed my team on infected human subjects. I know. I am briefing you now. They will not obey verbal commands. They will approach you as prey. Use of lethal force is authorized. I am logging that authorization in the operational record now. Marini absorbed this. What is the threshold for calling extraction? Any incident you cannot contain. Do not die to achieve reconnaissance. If you encounter infected human subjects, disengage and call for extraction. Alpha Team will come in with specific biohazard equipment. Yes, Captain. Enrico. Yes. I am sending you in with incomplete information. I know more about what may be in that forest than I am telling you. I am not telling you more because the specific details would, I have calculated, slow your response time at the moment of first contact. You are better off encountering it fresh than anticipating specific versions of it. Marini looked at him for a long moment. Captain, you are a specific kind of officer. I have not entirely figured out what kind. Today I am going to trust you. If we come back, I may ask you to explain more. I will explain more, Enrico. Good. Bravo Team boarded the helicopter at 0810. The helicopter lifted off at 0815. The SI watched it go from the precinct's rooftop helipad. His hand was in his coat pocket. The hand was not steady. He had, in the specific moment of watching the helicopter recede over the Arkley range, sent 6 people into a scenario in which he knew some of them would die. Some of them would die. That was the specific fact. The reconnaissance was necessary for Alpha Team's subsequent deployment. The reconnaissance required Bravo to be in the mountains ahead of Alpha. Bravo would encounter the outbreak's leading edge. Bravo would take specific casualties. The casualties would provide the intelligence Alpha would need to enter the mansion with better preparation. This was, in its structural form, exactly the decision original Albert Wesker had made in the previous life. In the previous life, the original had sent Bravo Team to the Arkley Mansion knowing the team would be annihilated. The annihilation had been, in that timeline, the specific purpose of the deployment. Bravo's deaths had provided the pretext for Alpha's subsequent deployment, which had been the specific setup for the betrayal the original Wesker had executed. The SI, on this specific Tuesday morning, had made the same type of decision. He had sent Bravo in. He had sent them in knowing that casualties were likely. The specific difference, The difference that he would have to defend, in the specific court of his own conscience, was that he had not sent them in to die. He had sent them in to gather intelligence. He had given them specific orders to disengage if they could not contain what they encountered. He had prepositioned extraction capacity. He had done the preparation work that the original Wesker had not bothered with. But he had still sent them. He stood on the rooftop until the helicopter was out of sight. Then he went back down to the precinct. The radio contact from Bravo began at 0847. The first hour of radio contact was routine, landing, perimeter scout, no visible activity. The second hour produced specific observations. Mammal activity in the 7 square kilometer area was approximately 90% below baseline. Expected wildlife, deer, squirrels, small birds, was essentially absent. Bravo had found, in 3 specific locations, human remains that had been partially consumed. Marini radioed the remains descriptions. They matched, to the SI's ear, the specific injury patterns Chris had identified in the coroner's reports 3 months earlier. At 11:03, Marini radioed, "Alpha, we have contact." Chris, who was in the precinct's communications room with the SI, went pale. The contact lasted approximately 12 minutes. The radio audio was fragmented. The SI could make out specific phrases, multiple subjects, closing fast, unresponsive to commands, lethal engagement, casualties. The last clear transmission from Marini was, "Extraction. Now. Survivors at the rally point. 4. Down. 2. The radio went dead. The SI dispatched the extraction helicopter immediately. The helicopter reached the rally point at 11:39. It recovered 4 members of Bravo team. 2 had been killed in the contact, Marini, and a younger officer named Forrest Spire. The bodies had been recovered along with the survivors. The SI was at the helipad when the extraction helicopter landed at 12:04. For survivors, 2 bodies. Chris, standing beside him, said nothing for the next several minutes. The SI watched the unloading. He did not cry. His body, at this point, did not produce tears. But something in his chest did something specific that he understood was the closest available analog. He understood, sent 2 people to die. In the previous life, he had sent more people. In the previous life, he had sent them with the specific intent that they die. The intent was the specific element that distinguished this morning from the morning in the previous life. The intent did not fully acquit him. The intent also did not fully condemn him. The distinction was one he would spend the rest of his life calibrating. Chapter 92 Alpha Team deployed at 13:30. The deployment was by helicopter again. The SI, Chris, Jill, and Barry boarded. The 3 other Alpha members stayed at the perimeter to coordinate with Simmons's arriving U.S. government units. Alpha's mission was to enter the Arkley mansion, locate any surviving facility personnel, and, specifically, determine the source of the containment failure so that corrective measures could be identified. The SI knew, on the helicopter flight, that the facility had no surviving personnel. He knew this because his revised timeline suggested the facility's 40 staff had been exposed within 3 hours of the initial cascade failure, and it was now, he checked his watch, almost 14 hours after. No survivors was the specific expected outcome. He did not tell the team. He wanted them to find it for themselves. The finding would justify the specific tactical decisions he would need them to make inside the building. The helicopter landed in a forest clearing approximately 2 kilometers from the mansion. The team disembarked. They began the approach on foot. The forest was, as Bravo had reported, specifically silent. No birds. No insects. The SI's breath clouded in front of him. The air was, at ground level, approximately 5 degrees colder than the surrounding forest should have supported. A specific cold the SI recognized from his SI memory as a characteristic of heavy T-virus exposure in outdoor environments. The virus altered local thermoregulation in ways the previous life's research had documented. They reached the mansion at 1442. The mansion was as the SI remembered it from the previous life. 3 stories of European-style architecture built into the mountainside. The facade had been damaged, specific windows were broken, specific doors hung at angles. The damage was consistent with an internal violent event that had occurred over the past 12 to 24 hours. Jill, at the lead, signaled a halt. She gestured at the front doors. "Captain. Entry. Main doors. Standard stack. Barry first, Chris second, Jill third, me last. Biohazard protocol maintained. Acknowledge." The team acknowledged. They put on their masks. They entered. The mansion's front hall was, as the SI remembered from the previous life, a specific dark-paneled space with a central staircase. The lights were partially out. The air was, through the biohazard masks, still specifically recognizable as an air full of decay. The team swept the hall. They cleared the adjoining rooms. They found, Within the first 15 minutes, 3 bodies. All 3 had been facility personnel, judging by the lab coats. All 3 had specific injury patterns consistent with attack by infected subjects. None of the 3 were recoverable. Chris, standing over the third body, said, "Captain, these people were eaten." "Yes." "Who did this?" "Other facility personnel." "The infection pattern I briefed you on." The infection produces a specific behavior in hosts that includes attacking and consuming uninfected subjects. Chris looked at him. His face was pale. "You have known about this pattern for some time." "Yes." "How long?" "Years." Chris did not respond. Jill said, "We need to continue. We can discuss the knowledge timeline later." "Yes." The team continued. The previous life's Arkley Mansion sequence had included, at specific points, a series of tactical decisions that original Wesker had used to separate the team and manipulate individual members into specific dangerous situations. The SI had memorized the sequence. He could reproduce it. He did not reproduce it. He made, at the first opportunity, a different tactical decision. Where original Wesker had directed the team to split, sending Chris to the east wing and Jill to the west, which had been the specific split that allowed original Wesker to isolate Barry, the SI kept the team together. The tactical argument for the split, in the previous life, had been faster building clearance. The tactical argument against the split, in the current life, was that a team of 4 moving together had specifically higher survivability in an active biohazard environment with infected hostiles. The SI presented the argument. The team accepted it. They continued as a single unit. They cleared the ground floor. They found 11 more bodies. They found no infected subjects. Whatever had been producing the attacks had, apparently, moved to other levels of the building. At 15:30, they reached the central staircase. Chapter 93. The first infected subject encountered the team on the second-floor landing. The subject had, apparently, been one of the facility's security personnel. He was wearing an umbrella security uniform. His face was, in the specific form that T-virus exposure produced in late-stage infected humans, no longer recognizably a face. The infection had progressed far enough that the subject's motor coordination was severely degraded. He moved in the specific lurching pattern the previous life's research had documented. He was also, the SI identified within half a second of first sighting, about to make a specific move. The move was a sudden lunge that originated from a coiled posture. The specific coiled posture was visible in the subject's legs. The lunge would, if successful, carry the subject approximately 3 meters across the landing at a speed that no standard human target could have produced. The infected state specifically enhanced certain motor patterns at the cost of others. The lunge was one of the enhanced patterns. The target of the lunge, by the subject's body orientation, was Barry Burton. In the previous life, original Wesker had, at this specific point in the mansion sequence, allowed a similar lunge against Barry to proceed. The lunge had wounded Barry specifically, not fatally, but severely enough that Barry had been a compromised member of the team for the remainder of the incident. The compromise had been, in the previous life's outcomes, a specific factor in Barry's subsequent behavior under Wesker's manipulation. The SI did not allow the lunge. He moved, specifically, at a speed he had been suppressing in STAR's operations for 3 years, and intercepted the subject. He struck the subject at the base of the skull with a single precise blow from the rifle he was carrying. The subject's skull gave way at a specific pressure point the SI had memorized from his SI knowledge of T-virus host vulnerabilities. The subject collapsed. The entire sequence, from the SI's identification of the lunge to the subject's collapse, had taken approximately 1 second. Barry, who had been the target, had not yet fired his own weapon. Barry was, in the specific 9/10 of a second following the subject's collapse, still in the process of bringing his weapon up. Jill was the one who saw it. Jill had been 5 paces behind Barry. She had seen the lunge begin. She had seen the SI move. She had seen, specifically, the speed of the SI's movement, a speed that had exceeded, by a substantial margin, the speed any normal human body could have produced. She did not say anything immediately. Barry said, "Captain, that was, continue clearing." "Yes, Captain." The team continued. They cleared the rest of the second floor. They found 6 more bodies. They found 3 more infected subjects. The SI let the team engage the subsequent subjects using standard lethal engagement protocols. The team performed the engagement successfully. The SI's intervention on the first subject was, for the remainder of the second-floor clearance, not repeated. At 16:15, they reached the third-floor stairs. Jill, before they began the ascent, said, "Captain, a word." The SI stepped aside with her. "Captain, on the second-floor landing, you moved at a speed that is not consistent with your medical file." "Yes." "Can you account for this?" "Yes." I have, for a number of years, been engaged in specific personal training that has produced physiological enhancements beyond what my medical file reflects. The enhancements are not officially documented. They are not something I have disclosed to my employer. Why? Because they would, if disclosed, affect my assignment status in ways I did not want them to affect it. Jill studied him. Captain, did you save Barry's life, just now? Yes. Then that is enough information for me at this moment. I will have additional questions later. Are you able to continue the mission? Yes. Good. Let us continue. They continued. Chapter 90 for the mansion's basement was, as the SI had expected from the previous life's memory, a separate research wing that extended several hundred meters into the mountainside. The team reached the basement entrance at 1723. They began the descent. The basement was specifically different from the previous life's layout. In the previous life, the basement had contained a specific sequence of research chambers, a central containment cell for a particular test subject called Lisa Trevor, and a lower-level laboratory that had housed a prototype bioweapon designated Tyrant 001. The SI had memorized the layout. The current basement did not match the memorized layout. The first research chambers were approximately where he remembered them. The central containment cell was in approximately the right location. But the containment cell's specific configuration had been altered, and the cell was, when the team reached it, occupied. The occupant was not the Lisa Trevor the SI had extracted from the Umbrella facility 8 years earlier. The occupant was a woman in her mid-40s, physically malformed in specific ways the SI recognized with a particular cold shock as the same general pattern Lisa Trevor had exhibited. But the specific details, the specific asymmetries, the specific scar patterns, the specific hair color, were different. This was not the Lisa he had rescued. This was a different person, subjected to the same experimental program, in parallel. Spencer had kept a backup. For the entire duration of the SI's relationship with Lisa Trevor, from age 9, through his extraction of her at age 29, through his continued monitoring of her at the Brittany safe house, Spencer had maintained, at the Arkley Mansion basement, a parallel specimen from the same original program. The SI had not known. He had believed, his entire life, that Lisa was a unique case. She had not been. Spencer had engineered redundancy. The SI stood at the containment cell window. He looked at the woman inside. She was alive. She had been, during the cascade failure, apparently passed over by the infected subjects. The containment cell had specific biological containment features that had, apparently, prevented the infection from reaching her. She was, at the moment, curled in a specific corner of the cell. She was watching the team at the window. The SI said, Jill, there is a specimen here. We need to extract her. Yes, Captain. Chris. With me. Barry, Jill, clear the adjacent chambers. Yes. Chris and the SI entered the cell. The specimen did not resist. She was, in the specific form of a long-held experimental subject, functionally accepting of whatever new authority came through her cell door. Chris helped her stand. They walked her out of the cell. The SI noted, while they were walking her through the basement corridor toward the stairs, that his entire strategic framework for Lisa Trevor had been incomplete. He had been operating, for 20 years, on the assumption that his specific rescue of one specific person had been the singular act he could perform in that specific moral domain. The act had, apparently, not been singular. There had been a second Lisa. There had, perhaps, been a third. He did not know how many specimens Spencer had maintained in this program. He had not known to ask. His entire understanding of Spencer's operational methods had just been revealed as incomplete. He added the revelation to the internal file he maintained for his fatal flaw. The flaw, the assumption that his foreknowledge was reliable, had produced, in this basement, a specific concrete failure of operational awareness that had cost, potentially, a person's life in the time between when he could have acted and when he did act. He committed, in that moment, to a specific post-incident priority. He would, whatever the current outcome, identify and rescue every additional Lisa pattern specimen Umbrella held. The rescue would be a permanent addition to his operational agenda. He did not yet know how many specimens he would need to rescue. He would find out. Chapter 95 The Tyrant confronted the team in the mansion's lower laboratory at 1847. The lower laboratory was the specific space the SI had memorized as Tyrant 001's containment chamber. The chamber had been breached. The Tyrant, a specific bioengineered combat subject, 2.5 meters tall, with specific physiological enhancements that made it one of the most dangerous bioweapons Umbrella had produced in the pre-Nemesis era, was walking the corridor outside the chamber. The team rounded a corner, and the Tyrant was there, approximately 20 meters away. Jill said, in the flat, specific voice of a professional recognizing an unexpected threat, "What is that?" The SI said back. 30 meters. Now. The team retreated. The tyrant walked after them at the specific gait its previous life iteration had used. Not fast, not slow, but specifically relentless. The specific form of its movement was calibrated, the SI remembered from previous life research, for maximum psychological effect. The tyrant was designed to produce the particular fear response that caused human subjects to make specific tactical errors. The SI was not, in the specific sense, vulnerable to that fear response. He had been preparing for this encounter for 20 years. Alpha Team, fall back to the basement stairs. I will engage. Do not engage with me. Maintain overwatch from the stairs. If I fall, you evacuate. Do not attempt recovery. Acknowledge. Chris said, Captain, that is not a standard protocol. Acknowledge, Chris. Acknowledged. Barry and Jill acknowledged. The team fell back. The SI stepped forward. In the previous life, original Wesker had, at this specific point in the mansion sequence, released the tyrant from its containment cell and used it as a specific weapon against the STARS team. The release had been the central betrayal. The tyrant had killed several team members. Original Wesker had, in the specific aftermath of the tyrant engagement, been wounded by the tyrant, a wounding that had been coordinated with Spencer's progenitor virus administration to enable original Wesker's transformation. The SI was not going to release the tyrant. The tyrant was already released. He was, in the current scenario, fighting against it, not with it. The tyrant closed the distance. At 10 meters, it raised its primary weapon arm, a specific bioengineered claw, and extended it in a strike configuration. The SI stepped sideways. The strike missed him by approximately 20 centimeters. He had moved at a speed his STARS team had never seen him move, and which, specifically, no standard human body should have been able to produce. The tyrant pivoted. It prepared a second strike. The SI moved inside the tyrant's reach. He struck the tyrant at a specific point on its lower chest, a point the previous life's research had documented as the tyrant's central thoracic vulnerability. The vulnerability was a specific artifact of the bioengineering process. It had been known to Umbrella's internal research division but had not been reported through public channels because it was considered a proprietary weakness. The SI had memorized it. He struck the point with the full force of his hardened tier physical capacity. The tyrant's central chest cavity collapsed inward. The specific internal organ structure the point accessed, a bioengineered secondary heart that maintained the tyrant's specific hyperoxygenation state, was disrupted. The tyrant, within approximately 2 seconds, lost its specific combat enhancements. Its movement slowed. Its primary heart, which had been sustained by the secondary system, began to fail. The SI stepped back. He watched. The tyrant walked 3 more steps. Then it collapsed. The tyrant did not die immediately. It lay on the floor of the corridor, breathing in a specific slowing pattern, for approximately 90 seconds. The SI watched it the entire time. He did not look away. At the end of the 90 seconds, the tyrant stopped breathing. The SI turned to the basement stairs. Alpha Team was at the top. Chris, Jill, Barry, all 3 were watching him. Their faces were, in the specific low light of the basement, not readable in detail. Jill came down the stairs. She stopped 3 meters from him. Captain. Yes. You just defeated a bioengineered combat subject with a single strike. In under 4 seconds. Yes. You knew exactly where to hit it. Yes. Captain, how did you know? The SI looked at her. He had, over 2 decades, specifically calibrated his public identity around concealing the knowledge she was now asking about. The identity was, at this specific moment, no longer sustainable. Jill, he said, I will explain. I need you, and Chris, and Barry, to get the specimen and the rest of the team out of this building. I will meet you at the perimeter. I will explain everything then. I will not explain here. Jill studied him. Captain, is there any part of what I just saw that is a threat to my team? No, Jill. Then we will get out of this building. And you will explain. Yes. She turned. She went back up the stairs. The team began the evacuation. The SI stood in the basement corridor beside the tyrant's body for another 30 seconds. His cover with his STARS team was, as of the moment he had struck the tyrant, definitively broken. Jill had seen. Chris had seen. Barry had seen. They would not, after this night, relate to him as they had previously. The break had been necessary. The alternative had been letting the tyrant reach his team, which would have resulted in casualties he had specifically designed his last 20 years to prevent. He turned off his flashlight. He walked to the stairs. He followed his team up. Chapter 96 Alpha Team reached the extraction point at 1952. The extraction point was a clearing approximately 1 kilometer from the mansion, where the helicopter had been waiting on the ground with its engines running. The team had moved at a fast walk, with the Lisa pattern specimen supported between Chris and Barry. The specimen, whose name they had learned during the walk, was Meredith, though she had not used the name for herself in many years, was functional enough to walk with assistance but required specific physical support. The team loaded into the helicopter at 1957. The helicopter lifted off at 1959. All 6 members of the team who had entered the mansion were on the helicopter. None had been wounded. None had been infected. The Lisa pattern specimen was with them, alive, and, by Chris's quick field assessment, not presenting any immediate signs of acute T-virus exposure. The cell's biological containment features had apparently held. The helicopter reached Raccoon City's municipal airport at 2023. Simmons's U.S. government biohazard units were at the airport, having arrived earlier that afternoon. The SI had coordinated with them through specific channels while the team was in the mansion. The units had established a decontamination area. The team went through full decontamination. Meredith went through a separate specialized decontamination with medical supervision. At 21:45, decontamination was complete. The SI was standing outside the decontamination area when Jill came out. She had changed into clean clothes. Her hair was wet. Her face was, under the specific airport lighting, specifically composed, the composure of someone who had made it through a long operational day and was now preparing for whatever came next. Captain, Jill, you said you would explain. Yes. Now is the time. Yes. I need to coordinate one more thing. The SI gestured to the airport operations building regarding the specimen. Then I will meet with you and Chris and Barry. There is a specific room set up for the meeting. Simmons has arranged it. Simmons, the U.S. government liaison who provided the biohazard response units. Jill studied him. Captain, the presence of U.S. government biohazard response units at Raccoon City's airport within hours of an umbrella facility incident represents a significant coordination effort that STARS has not been briefed on. Yes. You coordinated this. Yes. For how long? I have been in contact with the liaison for several years. The specific coordination for tonight's response began 6 months ago. Captain. Yes. You have been operating a personal intelligence and logistics network alongside your STARS duties. Yes. And you arranged it in a way that, today, allowed you to save my life and the lives of my entire team. Yes. Then I am going to hold my additional questions until the meeting you are arranging. I will not prejudge what you are going to say. Thank you, Jill. She walked past him toward the airport operations building. The SI went to coordinate the last of the specimen transfer. He arranged for Meredith to be transported to a specific U.S. government medical facility outside the city, a facility Simmons had prepared, through his own channels, for long-term care of biological incident survivors. Meredith would, for the foreseeable future, be under federal medical supervision. The SI would retain specific oversight of her case through Simmons. He then walked to the meeting room. Chapter 97. The meeting was held in a small conference room on the airport operations building's second floor. The room had been swept for surveillance by Simmons's personnel. It was, as of the meeting's start, secure. The SI sat at one end of the table. Chris, Jill, and Barry sat across from him. Simmons was present in the room, but not at the table. He was at a side chair, observing. The SI had specifically requested Simmons's presence for this meeting. Simmons's presence was, in part, operational security. Simmons's assets could intervene if the meeting went badly, and, in part, a specific signal to the STARS members that the partnership they were about to learn about was broader than a single personal arrangement. The meeting began at 22:16. The SI spoke first. He had prepared, over the past 6 months of compression work, a specific version of the disclosure he would deliver at this meeting if it became necessary. He delivered the version now. Chris, Jill, Barry, I am going to tell you, in the next 30 minutes, a version of my background that you have not previously had access to. The version is partial. There are specific elements I will not disclose tonight, not because I do not trust you, but because those elements require a longer conversation than tonight's operational context permits. You may ask questions during the disclosure. I will answer what I can. They nodded. He began. I am an umbrella employee in a specific narrow sense. I was raised, from age 9, in an umbrella-operated training program called the Wesker Project. The program's stated purpose was to develop corporate leadership personnel. The program's actual purpose was to produce specific biologically modified human assets for senior umbrella executive uses. I am a product of the program. Chris said quietly, biologically modified. Yes, the specific modifications include enhanced physical capacity, accelerated healing, and specific resistance to certain biological agents. The modifications were, in my case, not entirely administered in the program's intended format. I conducted private counter-conditioning work in parallel to the program's official administrations. The counter-conditioning gave me specific resistances that the program did not intend me to have. Captain. Yes, Barry. Are you still working for Umbrella? I am formally employed by Umbrella. I have been, in my private operational work, working against Umbrella for my entire adult life. The disconnect between my formal and actual positions is, today, substantially more visible than it was yesterday. Jill said. The specific work you have been doing against Umbrella? Describe it. I have been engaged, for approximately 15 years, in the following work: systematic sabotage of Umbrella's bioweapons development programs, cultivation of external intelligence channels in multiple governments, including through Mr. Simmons, extraction of specific experimental subjects from Umbrella facilities and placement in protected environments, and, over the past 3 years specifically, the preparation of a contingency response for what I believed would be an eventual Umbrella-caused biological incident in or near Raccoon City. Which happened today? Which happened today? Yes. Barry said. You have been preparing for today's incident for 3 years. I have been preparing for an incident like today's for 20 years. The specific timing of today was, until approximately 5 months ago, estimated to be 3 to 4 years away. The estimate was wrong. Today's incident occurred earlier than I predicted. I have been compressing my preparations to meet the accelerated timeline. And the team? Yes. The specific training we have been doing, the biohazard protocols, the accelerated certification, the unusual tempo, was all oriented toward today. Yes, Barry. You did not tell us. No, I did not. Why not? The SI considered the question. Because, Barry, if I had told you, you would have had to carry the knowledge every day for years. The knowledge would have affected your personal lives, your professional relationships, and your specific performance under the tempo I was setting. I judged that the cost of the carrying was greater than the benefit. I may have been wrong. I was willing to accept the potential wrongness because the alternative, asking each of you to decide, years in advance, whether to participate in a specific clandestine operation, would have produced losses I could not afford. Chris said, Captain, I have been on this team for 3 years. I have been following your directions with the specific trust that comes from working under a competent officer. You are telling me tonight that the trust was earned through work that was, at its foundation, not what I thought it was. Chris, the work was what you thought it was. The training was real. The operational calls I made were real. The competence you trusted was real. The only element you did not have was the specific context of why the training was being oriented the way it was. You withheld context. Yes. Chris looked at him for a long time. Captain, I am not going to respond tonight. I am going to process what you have just told me. I will give you my formal response within 72 hours. Yes, Chris. Jill and Barry echoed similar statements. They would not respond tonight. They would process. The meeting ended at 22:58. Chris, Jill, and Barry walked out of the room together. They did not look back. Simmons waited until they were gone. Then he said, to the SI, that was a cleaner disclosure than I expected. I have been drafting it for years. They may accept it. Some of them may. What is the probability they all accept? The SI considered. 40%. Lower than I would have expected given their reactions. Chris will accept provisionally and require ongoing verification. Jill will accept substantially, but will maintain specific reservations. Barry may or may not accept. Barry is the unknown. Why? Because Barry is a family man. His family's safety will dominate his evaluation. If he concludes that my continued presence increases his family's risk, he will not accept. What will he do if he does not accept? He will resign from STARS. He will relocate his family. He will not, I believe, attempt to damage me. Barry is not that kind of person. He will simply remove himself from the situation. Simmons nodded. He stood. Dr. Wesker, the outbreak is still in progress in the Arkley range. My assessment suggests it will reach the city's outer suburbs within 72 hours. We have work to do. Yes. They left the conference room together. Chapter 98. Spencer learned of the SI's deviation from the mansion script within 8 hours of the tyrant's defeat. The learning was not through Vladimir. Vladimir was, at the time, in Zurich and not directly monitoring the Raccoon City operation. The learning was through Spencer's own direct intelligence channel inside the Umbrella security apparatus. The channel had, as of 2 decades of operation, accumulated specific capacity to read the operational data coming back from Umbrella field operations in near real time. The Tyrant's biological monitoring systems had, on its deployment from the Arkley containment, been linked to a specific Umbrella central reporting system. The system had received, at the moment of the Tyrant's defeat, a specific signal pattern indicating the Tyrant's chest cavity had been penetrated by a precision strike to the specific central thoracic vulnerability. The vulnerability was classified. It was known to approximately 11 people in Umbrella's internal structure. It had never been disclosed to STARS, to Raccoon City law enforcement, or to any external party. The tyrant's defeat, in the specific manner it had occurred, was therefore possible only if the defeating party had access to Umbrella's internal classified research. Spencer received the analysis at 0430 Wednesday morning. He sat at his desk in Zurich for approximately 90 seconds. Then he activated, through a specific administrative action, his full Wesker project contingency response. The contingency response was a protocol Spencer had prepared, over decades, for the specific situation in which one of his Wesker project specimens was confirmed to be operating in direct opposition to his strategic objectives. The protocol had not, in the entire history of the program, been activated. Today was the first activation. The protocol's first action was the formal designation of Alex Wesker as Umbrella's primary executive instrument, with specific authority to conduct operations against any Wesker project specimen deemed a threat to Umbrella's strategic integrity. Alex received the designation at 0448 Wednesday morning. She was in her research facility in the Carpathians. She read the designation. She understood its implications immediately. Spencer had, after years of preparation, activated her as his specific replacement for Albert. She now had, by formal Umbrella organizational authority, the right to conduct operations against Albert directly. She composed a specific response to Spencer. The response was brief. It said, "I accept the designation. I will proceed with appropriate discretion. I request 48 hours to position assets before any public action. Alex." She sent the response. Spencer's reply came within 6 minutes. Approved. 48 hours granted. Proceed at your discretion, with the understanding that any public exposure of the Wesker project will be considered a failure of your execution. Alex read Spencer's reply. She sat at her desk in the Carpathians. She thought. She had, for 5 years, been holding the SI's manifesto. She had, for 5 years, been watching his specific pattern of resistance. She had, over those years, developed a particular personal assessment of the SI's work that was not entirely aligned with Spencer's. She had concluded, through her own independent analysis, that the SI was operating in a moral framework that was, in specific important ways, more rigorous than her own. She was now, by Spencer's formal activation, authorized to kill him. She had known, at some level, that this day would come. She had prepared her own specific contingency responses for it. The specific contingency response that she executed, at 0511 Wednesday morning, was to book a commercial flight from Budapest to Raccoon City, departing that afternoon. She would arrive at Raccoon City on Thursday morning. She would meet with the SI before executing any formal action. The meeting was, she had decided some years earlier, the specific prerequisite she required before she would be willing to act. She packed a small travel bag. She drove to Budapest. She boarded the flight. She was in the air when the Raccoon City outbreak reached the city's outer suburbs at 17:30 Wednesday evening. Chapter 99 Alex met the SI at a diner in downtown Raccoon City at 1014 Thursday morning. The meeting was arranged through a specific emergency channel she had activated on arrival. She had sent a message to the SI's secured telephone line at 0847. The message said, "I am in Raccoon City. I need to meet. Southside Diner. 1000 Alex." The SI had been at the STARS precinct coordinating the city's evacuation response. He had been working continuously for approximately 27 hours. He had slept for perhaps 90 minutes during that period. His body was operating at the specific reduced capacity that the accelerated timeline required him to maintain. He walked to the diner. He arrived at 1011. Alex was in a booth at the back. She was wearing a traveling outfit. She had a cup of coffee in front of her. She was eating eggs. The SI slid into the booth across from her. "Alex. Albert. You are here to kill me. Spencer has authorized it." "Yes. Are you going to?" "I have not decided." The waitress brought a menu. The SI ordered coffee. He did not order food. The waitress left. "Alex, what is the decision dependent on?" "You. Specifically, whether the work you are doing, the specific resistance, the Annette Birkin framework, the Simmons Alliance, the STARS preparation, all of it, is work I can find my way into supporting. Or whether the work is oriented in a direction that my own objectives cannot accommodate." "What are your own objectives?" "The same as yours, in certain respects. Specifically, I do not want Umbrella's current bioweapons program to reach full deployment. I do not want Spencer's specific vision of human potential to become the operational future of the cultivation framework. I do not want the specific version of the transformation that he has designed for his Wesker project specimens, which includes me, to be the only available transformation." "We agree on those." "Yes. We may not agree on the alternative. You appear to be oriented toward, in specific terms, the preservation of a pre-umbrella version of humanity. You want to prevent the bioweapons deployment, prevent the specific catastrophic outcomes, and return the cultivation framework to something closer to where it would have been without Spencer's compression. Is that accurate? Substantially accurate. My orientation is different. I want to accelerate the cultivation framework past Spencer's version, not return it to pre-Spencer. I want to develop specific forms of transformation that Spencer is incapable of producing because his vision is limited by his specific personal cultivation level. I want to go further than Spencer is going, in a direction Spencer is not capable of going. Yes, our orientations are not compatible in the long term. No, but they may be compatible in the short term. Specifically, we both oppose the current bioweapons deployment. We both oppose the specific current Spencer program. The period during which we oppose the same things may extend several years, possibly more. Possibly. The waitress brought his coffee. He did not drink it immediately. He watched Alex across the table. Alex, you are proposing a temporary alliance. I am proposing that I not kill you, in exchange for specific cooperation during the period in which our orientations align. The cooperation will include mutual information sharing, mutual avoidance of attacks on each other's assets, and specific coordinated operational actions when the coordination serves both our interests. The alliance will end at the specific moment when our orientations diverge enough that continued cooperation is not mutually beneficial. And Spencer, I will inform Spencer that I have decided the specific public action he authorized is not the optimal approach. I will propose, instead, a longer-term monitoring strategy. Spencer may or may not accept the proposal. If he does not accept, our alliance may be accelerated. If he does accept, then you and I operate in the specific paradigm I have just described for approximately 5 years, at which point the situation will have evolved enough that we will need to reassess. The SI drank his coffee. He had, during the 20-plus years they had been operating in parallel, considered specific cooperation scenarios with Alex many times. The scenarios had always been, at the conceptual level, specifically unstable. Alex's objectives had always been, to some degree, the specific objectives the SI was working against. But Alex's offer today was structured in a way he had not considered. She was not proposing alignment on ultimate objectives. She was proposing temporary tactical cooperation on intermediate objectives, with a specific acknowledged termination point. The offer was, operationally, useful. He needed, for the next several years, the specific resources Alex could provide. She needed, for the next several years, the specific resources he could provide. The temporary cooperation would produce, for both of them, improved operational capacity that neither could achieve alone. Alex, I accept. Good. What are the specific terms? They worked out the terms over the next 30 minutes. The terms were specific and documented. Alex wrote them on a small notebook she had brought. The SI read them. The terms included specific protocols for how they would share information, how they would avoid direct conflict, and how they would handle specific disputes. At 10:54, Alex closed the notebook. She had been eating throughout the negotiation. She had not rushed. She finished her eggs. She drank the last of her coffee. Albert. Yes. I am sorry about Lisa Trevor. I did not know, for many years, that Spencer had maintained a parallel specimen. I found out 6 months ago. I considered intervening. I did not, because I was uncertain whether intervening would advance or damage my relationship with Spencer. The uncertainty cost a life. Alex. Yes. Her name was Meredith. She survived. Yes. I know. I have been reading your intelligence on the Arkley incident. Good. Alex stood. She paid for her meal. She left cash for a tip. She walked out of the diner without looking back. The SI sat in the booth. He finished his coffee. He paid his own bill. He walked back to the precinct. The conversation had taken 40 minutes. The specific 40 minutes had, in the SI's assessment, produced the most significant operational realignment of the past 20 years. He was, as of 1100 Thursday morning, operating in a specific temporary alliance with the instrument Spencer had designated to kill him. The alliance would hold for, at best, 5 years. During those years, it would give him resources he had not previously had access to. He did not know whether to be relieved or specifically terrified. He was both. Chapter 100. The T-virus outbreak reached downtown Raccoon City at 17:30 Thursday evening. The outbreak reached the city through a specific vector the SI had not been able to fully preempt. An infected facility worker from the Arkley mansion had, during the specific 90-minute window between the mansion's cascade failure and Bravo team's arrival, walked out of the mountain range and been picked up by a specific local ambulance service that had been responding to a routine civilian emergency. The infected worker had, during the ambulance transport, infected 2 paramedics. The paramedics had, over the subsequent 36 hours, infected 14 additional civilians through specific contacts that the SI's evacuation infrastructure had not been able to trace. At 15:30 Thursday afternoon, one of the secondary infection cases had turned. At 16:17, a second had turned. At 16:45, 3 more had turned simultaneously in a specific suburban apartment building. The outbreak had, within 2 hours, reached the threshold at which the SI's prepositioned evacuation plan activated. The evacuation plan was the specific comprehensive system the SI had designed over 3 years and compressed over the past 6 months. The plan included pre-staged civilian transport capacity at 23 specific locations, coordinated communication through both official civil defense channels and Simmons's federal resources, specific decontamination checkpoints at all major highway exits from the city, and, critically, a pre-negotiated arrangement with the Raccoon City mayor that allowed STARS to assume temporary command of the city's emergency response under the city's specific biological incident protocol. The plan activated at 17:35. STARS assumed command at 17:44. The evacuation began at 1800. Over the following 14 hours, the SI coordinated the evacuation of approximately 78% of Raccoon City's civilian population, 143,000 people, through the specific highway exits. Simmons's federal units established decontamination checkpoints that cleared each evacuee individually before they were permitted to leave the containment zone. Infected evacuees were identified and removed to specific isolated medical facilities. Uninfected evacuees were released to the surrounding region. In the previous life, the Raccoon City outbreak had killed approximately 100,000 civilians. In the current life, by the SI's initial assessment at the end of the 14-hour evacuation, civilian casualties would be approximately 12,000. 12,000 was 12,000 too many. It was also, by an order of magnitude, fewer than the previous life's number. The SI was at the precinct coordinating the final evacuation phases at 0930 Friday morning when Birkin walked into the building. Birkin was alone. He was wearing the remains of a specific white coat. His hair was wild. His eyes were, in the specific overhead precinct lighting, showing a faint red edge the SI recognized. The SI stood up from his desk. "William, Albert, you are infected." "Yes." "When?" 12 hours ago. I administered the G virus to myself. The administration it was not an accident. I injected myself deliberately when I understood that Spencer's response to the Raccoon City situation was going to include specific operations to seize Umbrella's G virus research. I did not want Spencer to have the research. I also did not want to destroy it. The specific compromise I reached was to become the research. "William, I have approximately 4 hours of lucidity remaining. Possibly 6. After that, I do not know what I will be. Where is Annette? I left her a letter. I did not let her see me before I came here. I did not want her to see the transformation. Sherry, sleeping. I did not wake her." The SI stepped from behind his desk. He walked to Birkin. He stopped 3 paces away. Birkin's physical presence was, at this close range, specifically recognizable as a human body in the early stages of G virus transformation. The transformation was proceeding slowly because Birkin had, over the past 6 years, been preconditioning himself to resist exactly this pattern. The resistance was not complete, but it was enough to extend the lucidity window. Birkin said, in the specific controlled voice he had always used for technical conversations, "Albert, I need you to do 2 things for me." "Yes." "The first, when I finish transforming, I want you to kill me. I will not be the person I am now. I will be an instance of the G virus acting through a human host. You are the only person with the physical capacity and the specific personal authority to perform the termination. Annette cannot. STARS cannot. You can." "Yes, William." "The second, take care of Annette and Sherry. Not by yourself. Annette is her own person and Sherry is still young. Just be present. Be the person they can call when they need someone." "Yes, William." Birkin looked at him. His face was, for a specific moment, the face of the 7-year-old boy who had sat across from him at the training facility cafeteria 23 years ago, with a logic puzzle folded in his hand, solving it together. "Thank you, Albert. For all of it. Thank you, William." Birkin sat down in the chair opposite the SI's desk. The SI took the telephone. He called Annette. He said, "Annette, William is here. He has 4 to 6 hours. You need to come to the precinct." The call ended. The SI sat at his desk. He looked at his best friend. The evacuation was continuing outside. The outbreak was continuing in the suburbs. His team was coordinating response in multiple theaters. Alex was operating somewhere in the city under their new alliance. Simmons was at the airport. Jill and Chris and Barry had not yet responded to his disclosure, and William Birkin was sitting in a chair across from him, 4 to 6 hours from no longer being a person. The SI put his hands flat on the desk. His hands were, at this specific moment, perfectly steady. The steadiness was not a performance. The steadiness was the specific physiological state his hardened tear had produced in him for this exact kind of moment. He did not cry. His body could not. He sat across from his friend and waited for Annette. Chapter 101. Annette arrived at the precinct at 11:42. She came alone. Sherry had been left, at Annette's request, with a specific neighbor the SI had pre-cleared as a trusted emergency contact 2 years earlier. Annette had taken a taxi from her rental house across the city. She was wearing a plain dress and a coat. She had not packed a bag. She walked into the SI's office. Birkin was still in the chair. He had been sitting, for the past 2 hours, in a specific controlled posture that required his concentration to maintain. The transformation was proceeding. His skin had developed, in specific small patches on his forearms, the particular discoloration that indicated the G-virus was entering the second stage of cellular reorganization. Annette stopped in the doorway. She looked at him. William. Annette. She walked to him. She knelt beside the chair. She put her hand on his hand. I told you I would not do it, Birkin said. I promised. I did it anyway. I know, William. I am sorry. I know. The SI stood up from his desk. He walked to a specific cabinet in the corner of his office. A cabinet that was, by every external appearance, an ordinary administrative supply cabinet. He unlocked it. He removed a small metal case. He brought the case to the desk. He opened it. The case contained 3 glass vials. The vials held a clear liquid. The liquid was a specific compound the SI had been developing, with specific quiet contributions from Annette's medical expertise for the past 3 years. The compound was, in its chemical structure, a G-virus suppression agent. It had been designed specifically for the scenario in which Birkin administered the G-virus to himself. Birkin had known, at some level, that the compound existed. Annette had known. They had not, in any prior discussion, acknowledged the compound's purpose. Annette, the SI said. This is the final version. Annette looked at the vials. Her face was pale. She had, the SI understood, recognized what the compound was the moment she had seen it. You developed this. I developed the framework. You developed specific components. Birkin developed specific components. All 3 of us developed this, across 3 years. You did not know the specific purpose. I have. I have been concealing the specific purpose from you because I had not wanted you to know that I had been specifically planning for this contingency. Albert. Yes, Annette. You have been planning for William's infection. Yes. For 3 years. Yes. Specifically. Yes. Annette looked at him for a long moment. Then she turned to Birkin. William, the compound exists. It has been tested, presumably, on animal subjects. It has not been tested on human subjects. The compound may suppress your transformation. The compound may also kill you. We do not have the time to weigh the options. You need to decide. Birkin looked at the vials. Administer it. Annette took one of the vials. She drew the contents into a syringe the SI handed her. She administered the injection into Birkin's left arm. She did this with the specific efficient motion that she had used, many times over, with other patients over many years. The compound took effect within 9 minutes. Birkin's skin's second-stage discoloration did not progress. It did not reverse. The damage was permanent. But the progression halted. The specific cellular reorganization that had been building toward full G-virus transformation was, by the compound, specifically disrupted. Birkin remained Birkin. Not the Birkin he had been a week ago. He was, visibly and measurably, different. His skin carried the permanent marks of the infection. His eyes had the red edge that the SI's own eyes carried, and would carry for the rest of his life. His specific physiological capacities had been altered in ways that subsequent medical examinations would document. But he was a person. He remained a person. Annette sat on the floor beside the chair. She put her face into her hands. She did not cry audibly. Her shoulders moved in a specific pattern the SI recognized from Birkin's wedding, 18 years earlier. The SI said, "We need to leave the precinct. Now. Umbrella's recovery team is inbound. Estimated arrival 3 hours." Annette wiped her face. She stood up. "William, can you walk?" "Yes." "Then we are walking." The SI had prepositioned a specific extraction vehicle. The 3 of them walked to the vehicle. Annette drove. The SI sat in the back with Birkin. They collected Sherry from the neighbor's house at 1307. They drove west out of the city through a specific evacuation route the SI had cleared in advance. By 1900 that evening, the 4 of them were at a specific remote safe house in western Pennsylvania the SI had established 2 years earlier for exactly this contingency. Birkin lived. Annette lived. Sherry lived. All three survived a timeline that, in the previous life, had killed all three. The specific survival was the single most consequential divergence from the previous life timeline that the SI had produced. He sat on the porch of the safe house that evening and watched the sun go down over the Pennsylvania hills. He did not yet know what Birkin's altered body would produce in the coming years as a specific medical condition requiring management. He did not yet know what specific long-term consequences the G-virus infection would impose on Annette's relationship with her husband. He did not yet know what Sherry would be in a world in which her father was a person marked by specific, visible signs of survived infection. He knew only that the three of them were alive. That was, for the evening, enough. Chapter 102 The Raccoon City incident formally ended 8 days after the outbreak began. The end was not a single event. It was a specific, gradual tapering of incident activity over those 8 days, as the city's remaining infected subjects were either eliminated by law enforcement and biohazard response units or isolated in specific holding facilities that had been established in coordination with Simmons's federal operation. At the end of the 8 days, the city's center was specifically secure, the surrounding suburbs had been decontaminated, and the Arkley mountain range had been brought under federal environmental quarantine. The final casualty count was compiled by Simmons's office on day 12. The count was civilian fatalities, 14,247, civilian infections, cured through specific treatment protocols that had been developed from the SIS and Annette's counterconditioning work, 3,891, civilian missing, 847. STARS casualties, 2 members of Bravo team, Marini and Spire, and no members of Alpha. Umbrella facility personnel casualties. All 43 staff at the Arkley mansion, plus approximately 200 Umbrella security personnel dispatched to support the response. Approximately 180,000 civilians had been evacuated successfully. In the previous life, the Raccoon City outbreak had killed approximately 100,000 civilians, all 1,700 inhabitants of the suburban research village that had been the outbreak's epicenter, and approximately 3,000 law enforcement and military personnel. The city itself had been destroyed, in the previous life, by a nuclear-armed missile strike ordered by the U.S. government to prevent the outbreak's further spread. In the current life, the city was not destroyed. It was specifically damaged. It would require years of reconstruction. Approximately 30% of its infrastructure had been lost during the 8 days. But it existed. The difference between 100,000 dead and 14,000 dead was the specific measurable impact of the SI's 20 years of preparation. It was also a number he would carry for the rest of his life, as the specific baseline against which all his subsequent decisions would be measured. On day 14, the SI gave a specific press briefing at the request of Simmons's office. The briefing was broadcast nationally. In the briefing, the SI, described only as Captain Wesker of the Raccoon City Special Tactics and Rescue Service, provided a specific version of the incident's timeline. The version was accurate in every operational detail. It was edited at specific points to exclude information about his private work, his relationship with Umbrella, and his counterconditioning program. The briefing was, by Simmons's assessment, the specific piece of media the U.S. government's investigation of Umbrella required to proceed. Specific portions of the briefing were, at the SI's direction, specifically designed to damage Umbrella's public reputation. He described the Arkley facility. He described the research that had been conducted there. He described, in specific terms, the biological agents that had been involved. He did not name Spencer. He did not name Alex. He described Umbrella's research structure in terms that the public would find specifically disturbing, but that did not expose specific individuals. The briefing was broadcast at 1700 on a Sunday evening. By Monday morning, Umbrella stock had lost 31% of its value. By Wednesday, the U.S. government had announced a formal investigation. The SI watched the Wednesday announcement on a small television in the Pennsylvania safe house. Annette was with him. Birkin was in the next room, asleep. His post-infection body required specific sleep patterns that Annette's medical monitoring had developed. Annette said, "Albert, is this the outcome you wanted?" "It is an outcome I can work with, Annette. But is it the one you wanted?" "I wanted 0 casualties. I did not achieve that. I achieved approximately 14,000 casualties instead of approximately 100,000. I wanted Umbrella's public collapse to begin before a specific bioweapons escalation. I have achieved that. I wanted William to survive. I have achieved that. You have achieved a great deal, Albert." "I have. The achievement does not reduce the specific cost. The specific cost is in the casualty count. I will carry the count." "Yes." She went to make tea. The SI continued watching the television. Chapter 103. The U.S. Senate Committee on Biological Hazards Investigation convened its first session on the Raccoon City incident on day 19 after the outbreak. The committee's first witness was the SI. He testified over 3 days. The testimony was conducted in a specific secure chamber that had been cleared for classified content. The committee members, 6 senators, with specific legal staff, asked approximately 400 questions across the 3 days. The questions ranged across the specific operational details of the incident, the role of the STARS unit, the behavior of Umbrella facility personnel, and, specifically, the SI's own background and relationship with Umbrella. The SI provided testimony that was, at every point, technically accurate within a specific frame. He did not disclose his Wesker project origin. He did not disclose his counter-conditioning protocol. He did not disclose the specific intelligence relationships he had developed with Simmons over the preceding years. He did not disclose his temporary alliance with Alex. He did disclose his specific knowledge of Umbrella's bioweapons research, his specific observation of Umbrella's internal decision-making regarding the Arkley facility, his specific assessment of the corporate executives most responsible for the decisions that had led to the incident, and his specific professional opinion that Umbrella's current executive leadership was not capable of operating within the ethical and legal boundaries that U.S. law required. The committee accepted his testimony. On day 22, the committee produced a specific interim report that named Oswell, Spencer, and 12 other senior Umbrella executives as primary targets of continued investigation. Spencer, when he received the interim report through his own channels, recognized the specific pattern of damage the SI's testimony had produced. The testimony had damaged the executives Spencer needed, damaged the programs Spencer had invested in, and specifically positioned the SI as a credible U.S. government partner. Spencer had, effectively, lost his ability to operate through the SI as an internal asset. The SI had become, in Spencer's operational model, an external adversary with specific institutional credibility. Spencer, in the days following the interim report, made a specific decision. He would continue the Wesker project's general objectives through Alex and through other successor programs he had been developing. He would retire from his public position at Umbrella. He would move to his European estate. He would conduct his remaining operations from there. The retirement announcement was made on day 27 after the outbreak. Spencer formally stepped down as Umbrella's director. He was replaced by a specific compromise candidate, a researcher named Carl Weisman, whose primary qualification was that he had not been named in the Senate interim report. Weisman was, the SI understood from his intelligence channels, Spencer's choice. The choice was a placeholder. Spencer intended to continue running Umbrella through Weisman from the European estate. The SI had anticipated this move. He had calculated Spencer's specific default response to the kind of public exposure that the Senate committee produced. Spencer would not, in any of his contingency planning, have stayed in the public role. The SI's own subsequent operations would need to account for a Spencer who was specifically inaccessible to public process, but who continued to exert control over Umbrella's remaining operational structure. The account was, in its framework, a specific months-long planning operation that the SI initiated on day 28. He was still based at the Pennsylvania safe house. He was coordinating his work through Simmons's channels and through specific federal resources the Senate committee had made available to him. The specific period between the outbreak and Spencer's retirement was, in the SI's assessment, the highest operational tempo of his adult life. He slept, during the period, perhaps 4 hours a night. Chapter 104. Umbrella's stock collapsed specifically within 9 months of the Raccoon City incident. The collapse was not a single event. It was a specific cascading sequence of market events that began with the Senate committee's interim report, continued through the formal investigation's specific findings, and culminated in the Department of Justice's filing of specific civil and criminal charges against Umbrella senior leadership. By month 9 after the outbreak, the stock had lost 93% of its value. The corporation was, in the specific sense, no longer commercially viable. But Umbrella's actual research operations, the specific bioweapons research, the specimen programs, the progenitor derivative work, did not collapse at the same rate. Spencer had, over 3 decades, developed a specific financial structure that allowed Umbrella's critical operations to be funded through sources that the public stock collapse did not affect. The specific financial structure was a network of Liechtenstein shell companies, offshore trusts, and private investment vehicles that had, between them, accumulated assets valued at approximately $6 billion. The critical operations could, through this structure, continue for at least 10 to 15 years without any external revenue. The SI had, over his 13 years at the Zurich campus and subsequent years in Paris and Raccoon City, been mapping the specific financial structure. His mapping was not complete, but it was, as of month 9, approximately 60% complete. He knew approximately 60% of the shell companies. He knew approximately 70% of the offshore trusts. He knew approximately 50% of the specific private investors who had provided capital to the structure. On day 274, he initiated the specific financial dismantling operation he had been planning for 5 years. The operation worked by feeding specific documented information about Spencer's shell company network to specific U.S. government financial investigators, specific international tax enforcement agencies, and specific investigative journalists. The feeding was conducted through layers of anonymizing intermediaries. The intermediaries did not know the SI was the source. They knew only that they were receiving specific tip packages from anonymous insiders. Each tip package was, in its specific structure, actionable. It contained sufficient documentation to enable an investigation. It contained specific evidence of financial crimes that had been committed under the specific laws of the relevant jurisdictions. It enabled specific prosecutions. Over the following 18 months, Spencer's financial network lost approximately 40% of its assets through specific seizures, forfeitures, and frozen accounts. The 40% loss did not end Spencer's operations. It did, however, specifically slow them. The remaining 60% of the network was, by month 27 after the outbreak, sustaining operations that were approximately one-third the scale they had been at the incident. The slowing was the SI's specific objective for this phase. He was not, in this phase, trying to end Spencer. He was trying to compress Spencer's operational scope to a point where his own parallel resources could engage Spencer directly. At month 27, the compression had reached the specific threshold he had identified. He began planning the direct engagement. Chapter 105. Alex contacted him at month 28. The contact was through a specific mutual correspondence channel they had established after the diner meeting. Alex had used the channel, over the preceding 2 years, for specific intelligence sharing consistent with the terms of their temporary alliance. The contacts had been professional and consistent. Her message at month 28 was different. The message said, "Albert, we need to meet. In person. My research has advanced. I want to tell you about it myself. Location of your choice. 3 weeks. Alex." The SI read the message in the Pennsylvania safe house. He had, by this point, relocated formally to the safe house. He had resigned from STARS 6 months after the outbreak. Chris had taken over as captain. Jill had become the unit's deputy. Barry had resigned and relocated his family to a specific quieter region. Their personal relationships with the SI were, after the specific disclosure following the outbreak, at varying stages of reconstruction. Chris had accepted him provisionally. Jill had accepted him substantively. Barry had maintained specific distance, but had not cut off contact. The SI had moved to an operational focus on Spencer. Alex's message implied a specific development in her work. The SI had been expecting the development. Alex's research program had, by every intelligence signal he had been able to monitor, been advancing toward a specific breakthrough throughout the past 2 years. He selected a meeting location. He proposed a specific neutral city, Geneva. He specified a date and a hotel. Alex confirmed. They met in Geneva 3 weeks later. The meeting was at the Hotel Esplanade, the specific hotel the SI had, 18 years earlier, used as a cover for the Jessica Trevor extraction. The choice of location was, the SI understood as he arrived, a specific unintended echo. Alex had selected the hotel from his proposal without knowing its personal significance. He did not mention the significance. Alex was in the hotel restaurant when he arrived. She was at a table by the window. She was wearing a gray dress. Her hair was shorter than it had been at the diner meeting. Her face was, under the restaurant's specific lighting, paler than he remembered. He sat across from her. "Albert." "Alex. Thank you for coming. You had specific information." "Yes. I have decided to pursue the full Wesker program on my own." The SI's pulse climbed by 6 beats per minute. "Describe what you mean." "I mean, specifically, that I am going to become what Spencer designed me to become. I am going to complete the consciousness persistence research to its full operational capacity. I am going to administer, to myself, the specific progenitor derivative compounds that my research has identified as viable. I am going to achieve, in my own person, the specific transcendence that Spencer originally designed the Wesker project to produce." "Alex." "Yes. You told me, at the diner, that our temporary alliance would hold for approximately 5 years. We are at 2 years." "Yes. You are ending the alliance." "Yes. Why?" "Because my research has reached a specific threshold at which continuing would produce outcomes I am not willing to accept, and halting would produce outcomes I am also not willing to accept. The specific threshold is that my next phase of consciousness persistence research requires specific human subjects who will not survive the research. I am not willing to use external subjects for the work. I am willing to use myself. The SI studied her. Alex, you are telling me that you are about to experiment on yourself at a specific scale that will, effectively, destroy your current body. Yes. And replace it with a modified version. A transferred version. The consciousness will transfer to a prepared host body that I have, over the past 18 months, specifically engineered. The engineering involves the progenitor derivative compounds. Yes. Alex, this is the specific transformation that Spencer wanted you to undergo. You are performing it on yourself voluntarily. Yes. Why? Alex looked at him. Her gray eyes had, over the past 2 years, taken on specific changes the SI had not previously observed in her. The changes included a particular edge he associated, from the previous life's research, with late-stage progenitor exposure. Because, Albert, I have spent my entire life resisting what Spencer wanted me to become. I have resisted through my research program. I have resisted through my private countermeasures. I have resisted through my temporary alliance with you. I have resisted by preserving my specific personal autonomy against his specific design for me. Yes, I have concluded, in the past 8 months, that my resistance is itself a specific form of being shaped by Spencer. I have spent 40 years defining my life in opposition to what he wanted. I do not want to spend another 40 years doing the same. I want to define my life by what I want, not by what I am refusing. And what you want is the transformation, not because Spencer wanted it, because I have come, through my own research, to believe that the transformation is genuinely valuable. The consciousness persistence work I have done has produced specific insights about the relationship between consciousness and biological substrate that I want to continue pursuing. The pursuit requires specific enhancements to my own consciousness that the current biological substrate cannot support. The progenitor-enhanced substrate can. Alex, yes, you are going to kill yourself. I am going to transfer myself. The transfer is not death. It is continuity through substrate change. The transfer has, in every test case you have performed, resulted in a version of the subject that is different from the pre-transfer version. You have produced specific consciousness-persistent outcomes. You have not produced specific identity-persistent outcomes. Alex nodded slowly. Yes, that is accurate. I am aware that the post-transfer version of me may not be me in the specific senses you are describing. I have accepted that risk. I consider the post-transfer version to be, in the sense I care about, a continuation of me even if it is not identical to me. I am willing to become that continuation. The SI sat across from her. He understood with a specific cold precision, just learned that Alex was going to do something that could not be prevented through their alliance. He could not stop her. He could not argue her out of it. She had, over 2 years, come to a specific considered position, and the position was not negotiable. When, he said, 6 months. Where? My research facility. Do you want me there? No. I want you to know that it is happening. I want you to know approximately when. I want you to have the opportunity to adjust your own operations accordingly. But I do not want you to be present at the transfer. The transfer is, specifically, my own work. Yes. They ate dinner together. They did not discuss the transformation further. They discussed specific other operational topics. They discussed the Birkin family status. They discussed Spencer's continued operations. They discussed, briefly, the Lisa pattern specimens that Alex had, over the past 2 years, been helping the SI track. 6 additional specimens had been identified. 5 had been successfully extracted. The 6th had died before extraction. At the end of dinner, Alex said, Albert, I want to tell you something specific. Yes. The post-transfer version of me may be willing to continue our alliance. It may also not be. I do not, at this specific moment, know which version you will encounter. Yes. If the post-transfer version maintains the alliance, our partnership continues on the original timeline. If the post-transfer version terminates the alliance, you should plan for that outcome. I understand. Goodbye, Albert. Goodbye, Alex. She left the restaurant first. The SI stayed at the table. He finished his coffee. He looked out the window at Lake Geneva in the specific evening light. He was going to lose Alex, either to the transfer's specific success, which would produce a different person, or to its failure, which would produce a dead person. Either outcome would end the alliance he had been depending on for 2 years. He had 6 months to prepare. He paid the bill. He walked out of the hotel. He flew back to the United States the following morning. Chapter 106. The financial dismantling work consumed the SI for the 6 months following the Geneva meeting. The work was not glamorous. It was, in its specific daily form, the work of a corporate forensic auditor. The SI sat at a desk in a federal government office in Washington that the Department of Justice had provided as part of its collaborative arrangement with him. He read documents 10 hours a day. The documents included bank records, corporate filings, wire transfer logs, shell company registrations, offshore trust agreements, and the legal correspondence of the financial intermediaries who had, over decades, helped Spencer build his concealment structure. Each document produced, on average, 2 or 3 investigable leads. The SI distributed them to specific federal investigators, international tax enforcement agencies, and, through channels Simmons had helped establish, the financial crimes units of 11 other countries whose jurisdictions had been implicated in Spencer's network. The SI did not personally execute the seizures. He produced the documentation that enabled them. The documentation was his contribution. It was the contribution that his 20-plus years of cultivated access to Umbrella's internal information had prepared him to make. Over the 6 months, the documentation enabled approximately 200 financial actions across 11 jurisdictions. The actions ranged from small asset freezes in Caribbean accounts to a major raid on a Liechtenstein trust company that held approximately $900 million of Spencer's funds. The total value of assets that moved during the 6 months from Spencer's operational control into government custody was approximately $2.5 billion. The dismantling was the most tedious and, in its cumulative effect, the most consequential work the SI had ever done. He did not sleep well during those months. The Washington apartment he had been assigned was adequate but specific in ways that did not suit him. The office was bureaucratic. His federal colleagues were competent but operated in an institutional culture that did not understand the scale of what he was doing or why. On weekends, he flew to the Pennsylvania safe house to spend time with Birkin, Annette, and Sherry. The visits were the one element of his life during this period that was not work. Birkin had, over the 6 months, stabilized in his post-infection state. He was medically specific. His body required particular management, but he was functional. He had started, 3 months after the outbreak, working on biomedical research that Annette coordinated with a small team of federally approved consulting physicians. The research was, in its focus, the study of G virus survivor physiology. Birkin was, effectively, his own primary research subject. He had insights that the federal biomedical community found valuable. By month 6 after Geneva, Birkin's research had contributed to 3 medical protocols that were being deployed in the long-term care of the other G virus survivors from Raccoon City. The SI returned to Washington each Monday morning after these visits. He continued the document work. In month 5, he identified a Spencer shell company that had been hiding approximately $400 million in a Cayman Islands account. The identification enabled a federal seizure that, when executed, produced a 14% single-day drop in the operational capacity of Spencer's remaining financial network. The drop was, the SI calculated, the specific point at which Spencer's network transitioned from substantially functional to critically compromised. Chapter 107. Simmons revealed his agenda at month 7 after Geneva. The revelation was during a working lunch at Simmons's office in the State Department's Biosecurity Liaison Office, an office Simmons had been assigned to after the career advancement that had followed the Raccoon City incident. The office was on the 6th floor of a government building with a view of the Potomac. Simmons had been, since the incident, a rapidly rising figure in the U.S. government's biosecurity apparatus. After approximately 20 minutes of standard coordination topics, Simmons set down his fork. Dr. Wesker, I need to discuss a strategic topic with you. Yes. The U.S. government's investigation of Umbrella's bioweapons research has produced, over the past 7 months, a detailed understanding of the research's technical content. The understanding has led, in certain parts of my government, to the conclusion that the research itself has strategic value. Go on. There is a proposal being developed within the Department of Defense to absorb Umbrella's bioweapons research program into a United States government biomedical research program. The absorption would preserve the research. It would also reorient the research towards specific national security applications. The SI did not drink his coffee. Mr. Simmons, you are proposing that the United States government acquire Umbrella's bioweapons research. Yes. And conduct the research. In a controlled environment, with ethical oversight, yes. Under your specific leadership, I am being considered for a senior role in the proposed program. Yes. The SI put down his napkin. He looked at Simmons across the table. Simmons was 39 years old. He had been, at the SI's first meeting with him at a Paris reception, the man the SI had recognized as the future creator of the C virus. The future was, in this specific lunch, arriving on schedule. Mr. Simmons, I will not support the proposal. Dr. Wesker, I had estimated you would oppose it. I had hoped you would consider a specific argument I would like to present before making that opposition public. Present the argument. The research exists. It has, in specific instances, been misused. If the research is destroyed, the capabilities it represents will not be destroyed. Other actors, in other countries, will reproduce them. If the research is preserved under specific ethical frameworks in a country with specific oversight structures, the capabilities can be managed responsibly. The United States is, in this specific situation, the most credible candidate for that management. The argument is internally coherent, Mr. Simmons. It is also, in my assessment, specifically self-serving. You want the research for yourself. I want the research for my government. You are a specific representative of your government. You are going to be, if this proposal succeeds, the specific person most empowered by the research's continuation. The government's interest is indistinguishable, in this case, from your personal career trajectory. Simmons did not deny it. Dr. Wesker, I will be direct. I am informing you of this proposal as a courtesy. The proposal will proceed with or without your cooperation. I am hoping you will cooperate because your cooperation will make the proposal's execution cleaner. I am prepared to proceed without your cooperation if necessary. I am also prepared, if your opposition becomes publicly visible, to respond in specific ways that I believe you will find unpleasant. Specify the specific ways. Your background, your umbrella affiliation, your specific relationships over the past 15 years. None of these have, to date, been publicly disclosed. I have been, in my testimony before the Senate committee and in my subsequent public statements, specifically protective of your personal history. I can discontinue that protection. The SI sat back in his chair. Mr. Simmons, you are threatening to expose my background if I oppose the research transfer proposal. I am informing you of specific consequences that may follow from your public opposition. Threatening is your word. Mr. Simmons, I will be equally direct. You have, during the Raccoon City incident and its aftermath, engaged in specific coordination actions that have not been publicly disclosed. Your specific role in the initial cover-up of the Arkley Mansion leak, 8 months before the outbreak. Your specific private communications with umbrella executives during the 6-month window before the outbreak. Your specific decision to withhold, from your government's public investigation, approximately 40% of the documentation you personally received from Umbrella's internal sources between year 15 and year 20 of my operational life. I have, in my own files, specific documentation of all of this. I have not disclosed it. I can. Simmons looked at him. You have been tracking me. For the same reason you have been tracking me. Yes. They sat in silence for perhaps a full minute. Dr. Wesker, we have reached a specific stalemate. We have. Neither of us can move against the other without incurring specific mutual damage. Correct. I will propose, then, a specific revised approach. I will not press the research transfer proposal publicly in the next 3 years. During those 3 years, you will not disclose my background information. At the end of 3 years, we will reassess the situation. The SI considered this. 3 years was not long. It was enough time for him to complete specific planned operations against Spencer. After Spencer, the specific configuration of remaining actors would be different, and the Simmons problem could be handled under whatever the new configuration permitted. Mr. Simmons. 3 years. Accepted. Good. They finished lunch. The conversation did not return to the topic. The SI walked back to his office. He added Simmons to his operational priority list, a list he maintained on a single sheet of paper that he kept in a specific secure location. Simmons's name was, as of that afternoon, the 3rd priority on the list. Spencer was first. Alex's post-transfer version was second. Chapter 108. Birkin asked the question at month 8 after Geneva. The asking was during one of the SI's weekend visits to the Pennsylvania safe house. The visit was, on its surface, routine. Sherry had a piano recital she had been practicing for. Annette had prepared a specific dinner she knew the SI liked. Birkin had been in his home laboratory, a small workspace Annette had installed for him in the safe house's basement, when the SI arrived. Birkin came upstairs at 1700 for dinner. After dinner, Sherry played her piano piece. It was a short Beethoven bagatelle. She was 8 years old. She played it competently and with specific small additions of her own expression that the SI had learned, over the past 2 years, to recognize as her specific emerging musical personality. After Sherry went to bed at 2100, Annette excused herself to a specific phone call with one of Birkin's consulting physicians. Birkin and the SI were alone in the living room. Birkin said, Albert, I have a question I have been wanting to ask for 2 years. Yes. The G-virus suppression compound. The one you had in the cabinet at the precinct. I have been thinking about it for 2 years. The compound was effective. It was developed over 3 years, involving specific contributions from Annette and myself. It was designed, at its original specification, to suppress the exact specific G-virus strain that I administered to myself. Yes. Which strain I had developed myself, and which only Annette and I had access to. Yes. How did you design the suppression compound for a specific strain before the strain existed in its final form? The SI looked at his friend. The question had been, he understood, the specific intellectual question Birkin had been circling for 2 years. Birkin was a scientist. He thought in specific technical patterns. The suppression compound's pre-development had been, to Birkin's specific analytical framework, an impossibility that he had observed directly and had not been able to reconcile. The reconciliation required information the SI had never disclosed. He said, William, I am going to tell you something tonight that I have not told anyone in this life. I am going to tell you a partial version of it. I will not tell you the full version because the full version is something I am not yet certain how to convey. The partial version will, I believe, answer your question. Yes. I have been planning for specific bioweapon deployment scenarios since I was 9 years old. The planning has included detailed predictions about which specific strains Umbrella would produce, when the strains would reach stable form, and what specific biological mechanisms the strains would employ. My predictions have been, over 20 years, approximately 80% accurate. 80%. Yes. How did you develop the predictions? I had access, William, to specific information that was not available to other parties. The information was not from any umbrella source. It was from a source I will not fully describe tonight. The information was sufficient to identify, with reasonable confidence, the specific strains you would develop and the specific mechanisms they would use. Birkin absorbed this. Albert, are you telling me you knew, before I began developing the G-virus, what its final molecular structure would be? I knew approximate parameters, not the exact structure, close enough to design, over 3 years, a suppression compound that would be effective against the actual structure. The source of the information. I will not disclose tonight. Will you ever disclose? Possibly. Not tonight. Birkin studied him. Albert, I have been your friend for 23 years. You have, for all of those years, been operating on information that you have concealed from me. Yes. Specifically, you have known, in advance, a significant fraction of what would happen. A significant fraction. Yes. You knew that I was going to develop the T-virus. Yes. You knew that I was going to develop the G-virus. Yes. You knew Raccoon City was going to happen. Yes. Approximately. The timing was off. The outcome was broadly predicted. You knew Spencer's specific long-term plans. Substantially. Albert. Yes. You have been working, for 23 years, to specifically avert outcomes that you knew would otherwise occur. Yes. Birkin sat in silence for a long time. The SI waited. Then Birkin said, Thank you for not letting me become that. I would not have wanted to become that. The SI closed his eyes for perhaps 3 seconds. You are welcome, William. The specific version of me that you prevented. Was it bad? Yes. Very bad. How bad? You would have, in the specific form you would have taken, been responsible for the deaths of approximately 60% of Raccoon City's population. Your daughter would have been, in that version, herself infected with a variant of your virus, and would have survived in a specifically compromised state. Your wife would have, in that version, died during the outbreak protecting your daughter from you. Birkin did not move for a long time. Then he stood. He walked to the window. He looked out at the Pennsylvania darkness. Albert, I think I need you to go back to Washington tomorrow morning. I need some time with what you have just told me. I will call you when I am ready to continue the conversation. Yes, William. Tonight, I am going to sit with Annette. She will need to know what you have just told me. Yes. The SI left the living room. He went to the guest bedroom. He lay on the bed in the dark. He did not sleep. He heard, through the closed door, Birkin and Annette talking for approximately 3 hours in the living room. Their voices were low. He could not make out specific words. He could hear the specific cadence of a long, serious conversation between a husband and wife who had received difficult information. At 0230, the living room went quiet. He heard them walk to their bedroom. He slept 2 hours. He left the safe house at 0630. Annette called him in Washington on Wednesday. She said, Albert, William and I have discussed it. We are going to need approximately 6 months to fully process what you told him. During those 6 months, we will continue our current work, but we will not expect specific visits from you. If you need to see us for operational reasons, call first. At the end of 6 months, we will contact you. Yes, Annette. Albert. Yes. William wanted me to tell you, specifically, that he is grateful. He is also specifically unsettled. Both things are true at the same time. I understand. The call ended. The SI did not visit the safe house for the next 6 months. Chapter 109. The augmented resistance exposure occurred at month 10 after Geneva. The exposure was for a specific Spencer-designed compound the SI had intercepted during a federal raid 3 months earlier. The compound had been in transit through one of Spencer's remaining supply chains to a specific umbrella-affiliated research facility in Brazil. The SI had identified the shipment through his financial dismantling documentation. He had, through specific federal coordination, caused the shipment to be redirected to a specific evidence depot in the United States. The compound, when analyzed, was a specific advanced progenitor derivative that Spencer had been developing for approximately 11 years. The derivative was, by the SI's cross-referencing with his previous life memory, the specific compound Spencer had been intending to use on the original Albert Wesker at a specific point in the Arkley Mansion sequence. The compound had, in the previous life, produced the specific transformation that had made original Wesker the monster he had become. In the current life, the compound had not been administered. The transformation had not occurred. The SI had, over 22 years, specifically counter-conditioned himself against every ingredient of this specific compound in preparation for the day it might be administered to him. He had not been administered the compound. He administered it to himself at month 10 in a specific secured medical facility Simmons had arranged for him under a private research protocol. The administration was the least traumatic self-exposure of his career. His body, after 11 years of specific counter-conditioning against the exact compound, processed the exposure with minimal physiological disruption. He experienced mild fever for approximately 18 hours. He experienced specific dream sequences for 2 nights. His eyes' red edge deepened slightly. That was the full visible effect. At the end of the 18-hour window, his physiology had completed its specific reorganization. He had advanced to augmented resistance. The new capability at this tier was, specifically, effective immunity to any umbrella intervention he had prior knowledge of. He had, through 22 years of counter-conditioning, reached the point where his body would reject any compound, virus, or enhancement mechanism in Umbrella's documented research catalog. The catalog he had memorized in the previous life. The limit of his immunity was, the tier's specific constraint stated, the limit of his prior knowledge. Anything Spencer developed that the SI did not know about in advance would bypass the immunity. The constraint was not theoretical. It was specifically operational. He noted the constraint. He recognized that it meant, at the specific moment, he was effectively immune to everything Spencer currently had available, but that he would remain vulnerable to anything Spencer developed going forward, which meant he had a specific closing window to engage Spencer directly. The window was defined by Spencer's research velocity. Spencer, with approximately 40% of his original financial network remaining operational, was developing new compounds at approximately a third his historical rate, but he was still developing them. Within approximately 2 to 3 years, Spencer would have produced compounds the SI's memory did not contain. The SI had, therefore, 2 to 3 years to reach Spencer. He left the medical facility at 0800 on a Tuesday. He drove back to his Washington apartment. He continued the financial dismantling work that morning. In the afternoon, he began drafting the specific planning document for the assault on Spencer's European estate. The document was 87 pages long when he finished it 3 weeks later. It included the estate's physical layout, derived from the SI's previous life memory cross-referenced with specific recent intelligence from Simmons's channels. The estate's current security structure, identified through specific intelligence sources the SI had been cultivating for 6 years. Spencer's specific daily routine, including the approximate windows during which he was alone in specific rooms, and the specific operational sequence the SI would use to enter the estate, neutralize the security structure, and reach Spencer's personal office. The document was the most detailed operational plan the SI had ever produced. It also did not include, specifically, any element that accounted for Spencer's specific contingency responses to an assault on the estate. The SI did not know what those contingencies were. He was estimating. The estimates were, he acknowledged in a specific note at the end of the document, the plan's primary source of uncertainty. Chapter 110. Spencer retreated to his European estate at month 11 after Geneva. The retreat was not an announced event. It was a specific gradual process that the SI had been monitoring through Simmons's channels and through his own remaining Umbrella intelligence assets. Spencer had, since his formal retirement from Umbrella's directorship, been spending progressively more time at the estate. By month 11, he was there full-time. The estate was a specific fortified location in the Swiss Alps. It had been built, over a period of 20 years, as Spencer's personal residence. Its specific architectural features included a primary residence building of approximately 40 rooms, a subterranean research wing of approximately twice that size, 3 separate security rings, and the SI's memory contained this specific detail from declassified umbrella documents. A specific personal laboratory on the residence's lower level where Spencer conducted his own private experimental work. The personal laboratory was the specific location where, in the previous life, Spencer had conducted his own progenitor self-experimentation. The experimentation had, in the previous life, been partially successful. Spencer had achieved specific physiological modifications that had extended his life and enhanced specific capabilities. The modifications had not, however, produced the specific transcendence Spencer had been pursuing for decades. In the current life, the SI estimated that Spencer's self-experimentation was at approximately the same point it had been in the previous life at this specific calendar date, approximately 6 years from its completion, which meant Spencer, at the moment the SI would reach him, would be at a specific intermediate stage of his own progenitor enhancement. He would be stronger than the SI's memory of original Spencer. He would not yet have achieved his full enhancement. The SI would be facing, specifically, a progenitor-enhanced cultivator of a particular intermediate level. His own augmented resistance tier was, by his assessment, approximately equivalent to Spencer's current intermediate level. The confrontation would not be a specific one-sided dominance. It would be a specific close-contest physical engagement. He began, at month 12, the specific operational preparation for the assault. The preparation required him to relocate, temporarily, to Europe. He would need to pre-position specific equipment, establish specific local safe houses, cultivate specific local assets, and, critically, identify a specific window during which Spencer's security structure would be at its most vulnerable. The identification took 4 months. The window, when he identified it, was a specific 72-hour period during which 2 of Spencer's 3 senior security personnel would be conducting specific external operations elsewhere in Europe. The operations were, the SI's intelligence indicated, specific legitimate business that Spencer had committed to approximately a year in advance. The commitment could not be rescheduled without specific public visibility that Spencer had been avoiding. The commitment would, therefore, remove the 2 senior security personnel from the estate during the specific 72 hours. The window was, by the SI's calculation, the specific optimal moment for the assault. The window was 11 weeks away when the SI identified it. He accelerated his operational preparations. He flew to Europe. He established a specific base of operations in a small village 40 kilometers from the estate. He cultivated specific local assets who would provide support during the assault without knowing its specific target. He pre-positioned equipment at 3 separate caches along his planned approach route. At week 10, 1 week before the assault, he received a message from Alex. The message was brief. It said, "Albert, my transfer was successful. The post-transfer version of me wishes to maintain our temporary alliance. I am, at this specific moment, active and functional. Respond if you wish to continue." The message was signed Alex, the same name, the same handwriting in the scanned copy, but the SI could not tell from the message alone whether the post-transfer version was substantially continuous with the pre-transfer version he had known. He responded, "Alex, I am in Europe. I am preparing a specific operation. I will contact you within 90 days with a specific meeting request." Her reply, "Accepted. I will be available." He did not contact her further during the 11-week window. He needed, specifically, to execute the Spencer assault on the schedule he had identified. Alex was, whatever her current status, a separate problem. At week 11, the specific 72-hour window opened. The SI activated his operational sequence. He moved from the village to the first cache. He retrieved his equipment. He began the approach to Spencer's estate. The approach was timed. It would take him, through specific terrain and specific concealment routes, 21 hours to reach the estate's outer perimeter. He would begin the specific penetration of the perimeter on hour 22 of the 72-hour window. He would have, after the penetration, approximately 50 hours to complete the operation. 50 hours. He had, in his previous life, trained for specific single-objective operations at roughly this duration. He had performed them successfully. The performance had been, in the previous life, a specific marker of his operational capacity. He was, on his hike through the Swiss mountain forest toward a specific estate perimeter he had memorized 25 years earlier, quietly confident. The confidence did not last the entire 21-hour approach. By hour 18, he had begun to recognize the specific degradation in his own certainty. The degradation was not visible to any external observer. It was, specifically, his own internal assessment of what he was walking into. He was walking toward the specific man who had, at age 9, found him and raised him and shaped him. He was walking toward him with the specific intent of ending him. The intent was, he understood at hour 19 of the approach, the specific moral endpoint of 22 years of preparation. It was also, at the specific emotional level, something he had not fully absorbed in advance. He had planned the assault. He had not, specifically, rehearsed the emotional reality of the assault's completion. He reached the estate's outer perimeter at hour 21. He stopped at a specific rock formation the intelligence had identified as a secure observation point. He checked his equipment. He looked at the estate's distant silhouette against the mountain range. He was 2 hours from the penetration window. He understood as he sat at the rock formation, about to either end Oswald Spencer or die trying. Both outcomes were, at this point, specifically possible. Chapter 1:11 The telegram reached him at the rock formation at hour 21 and 40 minutes. The telegram came through a specific emergency relay he had pre-positioned on his approach route. The relay was operated by one of the local assets he had cultivated, a specific Swiss mountain guide named Bergman who ran a small tourism operation out of the village 40 kilometers back. Bergman did not know what the SI was doing. He knew only that specific telegrams sent to a specific post box in the village would be relayed to specific drop points along a specific mountain route for specific hourly rates. The telegram was from Ada Wong. It read, Alert. Wesker, 48 hours ago a party identifying as Alex Wesker initiated an armed assault on the Umbrella Research Facility at Rockford Island. The assault is ongoing. The facility contains the most complete progenitor virus sample archive Spencer maintains outside his personal estate. If the assault succeeds, Alex will have operational access to approximately 40% of Spencer's remaining scientific materials. Your current operation against Spencer will, if successful, remove Spencer as a specific counterweight to Alex. You may wish to reconsider timing. Ada. The SI read the telegram twice in the specific alpine twilight. Alex had, it was clear, moved faster than he had anticipated. Her post-transfer self had initiated an operational acceleration that Ada's message suggested would produce, within days, a specific shift in the competitive balance between Alex and Spencer. If the SI eliminated Spencer while Alex simultaneously acquired Spencer's progenitor archive, the result would be a post-Spencer umbrella landscape in which Alex was the dominant figure with no specific counterweight, which was not the outcome the SI was working toward. He sat at the rock formation for 90 seconds. He ran the revised calculation. Option 1. Proceed with the Spencer assault on schedule. Outcome. Spencer eliminated. Alex acquires progenitor archive during or shortly after. Post-assault landscape favors Alex. Option 2. Delay the Spencer assault to allow Spencer to respond to Alex's move. Outcome. Spencer remains operational. Spencer's response to Alex may consume resources that weaken Spencer. SI engages a weakened Spencer in a subsequent window. Option 3. Continue the Spencer assault, but modify its specific execution to also interdict Alex's acquisition of the progenitor archive. Outcome. Complex two-front engagement. High risk. Uncertain outcomes on both fronts. Option 1 was the plan he had prepared. Option 1 was now strategically wrong. Option 2 would require him to abort his approach immediately and withdraw. The abort would cost him the specific 72-hour window. The next similar window might not open for months. Option 3 was operationally difficult at his current resource level. He chose option 2. The choice was, he understood as he made it, specifically painful. He had spent 11 weeks in Europe preparing the assault. He had walked 21 hours to reach the rock formation. He was 2 hours from the penetration window, and the new information required him to walk back. He turned. He began the 21-hour return hike. At hour 15 of the return, approximately 36 hours after the telegram, he reached Bergman's post box. He left a specific coded message for pickup. The message requested a second telegram to Ada, indicating receipt of her alert and initiating a specific revised operational framework. He continued to the village. He reached his safe house at hour 21 of the return. He slept for 9 hours. When he woke, he began planning a specific revised engagement. Chapter 1:12 Ada Wong arrived at the village safe house at month 13 after Geneva. Her arrival was not announced. The SI had returned from his aborted Spencer approach 4 days earlier. He had been, for 4 days, consolidating intelligence on Alex's Rockford Island operation and drafting specific revised operational plans for the altered strategic landscape. On the afternoon of day 4, a specific woman in a gray coat walked up the village street, knocked on his safe house door, and identified herself as Ada Wong. The SI let her in. Ada was, in the years since the Tokyo hotel lobby, specifically older. Her hair had gray streaks she had not bothered to conceal. Her face had the specific weathered quality of a professional who had spent most of 15 years in operational environments. She sat in his small kitchen. She accepted a cup of tea. Dr. Wesker. Ms. Wong. Thank you for your response to my alert. You provided useful information. I chose to modify my operation based on it. Yes, the modification was, in my assessment, the correct strategic response. I wanted to speak with you in person because my employer has, since my alert, authorized me to make a specific operational proposal. Your employer. I am not going to disclose my employer's identity today, Dr. Wesker. My employer has, over the past 20 years, maintained specific interests in Umbrella's operational trajectory. My employer has concluded, based on your work over the past several years, that your specific objectives align with ours in certain important respects. Go on. My employer is prepared to provide specific operational support for your Spencer engagement, and for a specific parallel engagement of Alex's Rockford Island operation, in exchange for specific access to particular materials after both engagements are concluded. What materials? The complete Wesker project archive. The SI looked at her. Ada's employer wanted the Wesker project archive. The archive contained, in its specific form, the complete historical documentation of Spencer's specimen program, which meant it contained specific information about the specific biological engineering techniques Spencer had developed over decades, specific genetic profiles of all Wesker project specimens, including the SI and Alex, and specific protocols that could be used to replicate or extend the program. The archive's value, to a party with the right resources, was approximately equivalent to the progenitor sample archive Alex was pursuing at Rockford Island. Ada's employer was, the SI understood with a specific cold recognition, a third party in the post-umbrella competition. Not Spencer. Not Alex. Not the U.S. government. A fourth actor with resources comparable to the first three. The SI had been aware, since Tokyo, that Ada's employer was a player. He had not fully anticipated that the employer would, at the specific moment of Umbrella's collapse, emerge as a specific operational competitor. Ms. Wong. I will not provide access to the Wesker project archive. Dr. Wesker. I anticipated that response. My employer authorized me to make the proposal anyway. We are also authorized to provide the operational support without the archive access, if you refuse the exchange. The support is specifically offered. The archive access is a preferred but not required condition. Why would your employer provide support without the condition? Because our strategic interest in Alex's and Spencer's neutralization exceeds our interest in the archive. We would prefer to acquire the archive. We would also be satisfied with a post-engagement landscape in which neither Spencer nor Alex dominates the cultivation framework. And I am, to your employer, a preferred post-engagement outcome. You are a neutral post-engagement outcome. You have demonstrated, specifically, that your objectives do not include the pursuit of the cultivation framework's evolution in directions that would threaten my employer's interests. You are, in our assessment, the specific candidate most likely to produce a post-engagement equilibrium that is stable and non-threatening to our operations. The SI studied her. He could not, based on this conversation, identify Ada's employer. He could identify that the employer had specific long-term strategic interests, that the employer was sophisticated enough to have been tracking him for 15 years, and that the employer preferred specific stable outcomes over the specific escalation scenarios that Alex's work would produce. The employer was, in specific effect, offering to help him in exchange for his being himself in the post-engagement landscape. Ms. Wong. I will accept the support. I will not accept the archive condition. Accepted. What support will you provide? Specific operational resources for the Rockford Island engagement, including a specific team of 5 personnel with relevant capabilities. Specific intelligence on Spencer's estate security that exceeds your current intelligence. A specific parallel engagement resource. A specific additional operative who will conduct a separate penetration of Spencer's estate during your own engagement. Who is the parallel operative? A specific young American who has been working with our organization for approximately 3 years. His name is Leon Kennedy. The SI had not heard the name in this life before. He had heard it in the previous life. Leon Kennedy had been, in that timeline, a young Raccoon City police officer who had arrived at the city on his first day of work during the T-virus outbreak. In the current timeline, the SI had specifically prevented that scenario. The outbreak had been partially contained before it reached Leon's arrival date, and Leon had been, to the SI's knowledge, transferred to a different assignment. Ada had apparently recruited him. Ms. Wong. Leon Kennedy is young. He is 24. He is competent. He is specifically capable for this operation. And he will accept a parallel operation under my coordination. He will accept a parallel operation under his own command, with specific coordination parameters we will establish. Our organization does not place him under your command. We place him in a specific cooperative relationship with you. Understood. They worked out the specific details over the following 2 hours. The operational framework was documented in Ada's specific handwriting in a small notebook she carried. At the end of the planning, she left the village safe house. She was gone within 30 minutes. The SI sat at the kitchen table. He had just accepted, from a party whose principal he could not identify, operational support for the highest stakes engagement of his life. The support would materially improve his probability of success. It would also, specifically, place him in a post-engagement position in which he owed a specific debt to a specific unknown party. He had been accepting specific debts, over the past 20 years, to progressively more actors. The cumulative debt was, at this point, significant. He would, at some point, need to decide how to manage the cumulative debt. Not tonight. Chapter 113. Chris and Jill arrived at the village 4 days after Ada's departure. The arrival was coordinated. The SI had contacted Chris through their secured channel 3 days earlier. Chris had, since the SI's resignation from STARS, been leading the unit as captain. Jill had been his deputy. The two of them had, over the past 18 months, maintained an ongoing professional relationship with the SI that had been built, gradually, on specific provisional trust. The provisional trust was still provisional. It was, however, sufficient for the specific request the SI had made. Chris and Jill flew commercial to Zurich. They drove a rented car from the airport to the village. They arrived at the safe house at 1940 on a Thursday evening. They were, both of them, carrying specific operational gear in duffel bags. "Captain," Chris said as he walked in. "Chris, please, I am not your captain anymore. Dr. Wesker." "Albert." "All right, Albert." Jill did not use any form of address. She set down her gear. "Albert, brief us." The SI briefed them over approximately 90 minutes. He described the specific operational framework that had evolved over the past month. He described Spencer's retreat to the estate, Alex's assault on Rockford Island, Ada's employer's intervention, and the specific revised engagement plan that he had been developing. At the end of the briefing, Jill said, "Albert, you want us to establish a specific independent anti-umbrella task force that operates in parallel with your Spencer engagement, but is institutionally separate from you." "Yes." The task force would handle the specific post-engagement operational cleanup, locating and securing Umbrella's remaining field assets, documenting the specific biological weapons that will be uncovered during the engagements, and coordinating with specific federal authorities on the public handling of the post-Umbrella landscape. That is a significant operational commitment. Yes, we would need U.S. government institutional support. Simmons has agreed to provide the institutional support under specific conditions. I have documented the conditions. You may review them. Chris said, "Albert, why us?" "Because you and Jill have specific capabilities, specific institutional credibility from Raccoon City, and specific personal integrity that the situation requires. Because, Chris, your sister has asked me, 3 times in the past year, whether I have been involving you and Jill in the continuation of the work from Raccoon City. I have, each time, told her no. I did not want to draw you further in without your explicit consent. Claire has been asking. Yes. Specifically. Chris looked at Jill. Jill looked back. They did not speak for perhaps 30 seconds. "Albert," Jill said, "Chris and I are going to discuss this tonight. We will give you our answer in the morning. We need to understand. We need specifically to understand what ending the work would look like if we agreed to it. Yes. You have done 20+ years of work, Albert. The work has produced specific outcomes. It is approaching its specific conclusion. We would be, if we agreed to this, joining the work at the point when it is ending. We need to understand whether that is a specific beginning of a new career for us, or a specific short-term commitment that ends when your Spencer engagement ends. It is both, Jill. The specific Spencer engagement will end. The long-term cleanup will continue for years. Whether you continue with the cleanup after the engagements end will be your decision. I am asking, specifically, for your commitment to the engagement period and the initial cleanup phase. I am not asking for a commitment to everything that follows. Understood. They slept in specific guest rooms the village safe house had. They woke at 0700. They met the SI in the kitchen. Jill said, "We accept the engagement period and the initial cleanup phase. After that, we will reassess." Chris said, "The reassessment will include whether we continue working with you, or whether we continue the cleanup independently." Yes, both are specifically acceptable to me. They shook hands. The SI made breakfast. They reviewed the specific operational plans for the next 3 days. The Spencer assault would occur in 6 weeks. The Rockford Island engagement would occur in 3 weeks ahead of Spencer. Chris, Jill, and Simmons's institutional resources would coordinate the Rockford Island operation. The SI would coordinate Spencer. Leon Kennedy would, through his specific parallel engagement, support the Spencer operation. Ada's employer's assets would support Rockford Island. The 6 weeks began immediately. Chapter 114. The Spencer assault began at 0230 on a Friday. The SI was at the rock formation, the specific observation point he had used during his aborted approach 3 months earlier. He had walked the same 21-hour route. He was better rested this time, having slept specifically carefully for the 3 nights preceding departure. He was also, this time, confident that the strategic framework was appropriate. Rockford Island had concluded 6 weeks ago. Alex had acquired the progenitor samples as Ada had predicted. Chris and Jill and Ada's team had arrived too late to prevent the acquisition. But the engagement had, specifically, damaged Alex's organization. Her Rockford Island assault had required specific public exposure of her capabilities. The exposure had, through Simmons's government channels, produced specific international attention. Alex was, at the current moment, being pursued by authorities in 4 countries. Her operational freedom had been specifically compromised, which meant the post-Spencer landscape would not, contrary to Ada's initial concern, be dominated by Alex. Alex would be a significant figure, but a constrained one. The SI had, based on this revised assessment, proceeded with the Spencer assault. At 0230, he began the penetration. The penetration route was the specific service tunnel his memory had documented. The tunnel had been built into the mountainside during the estate's original construction. It had been designed, specifically, as a logistical access route for the estate's deliveries. It was, in the specific terms of Spencer's architectural design, a utility corridor that was not part of the estate's active security perimeter. In the current operational reality, the tunnel was guarded more heavily than his memory had suggested. His memory's information on the tunnel had been from previous life documents that had been specifically produced in approximately 2004. The current year was 23 years earlier than that date in the previous life's calendar. The tunnel's guard structure was, in the current period, different from what the previous life documents had described. He identified the increased guard presence within the first 15 minutes of the approach. He had planned for 8 personnel. The tunnel had 12. He neutralized 4 of the 12 at the entrance, using specific silenced weapons and specific close combat techniques. The neutralization was, he registered afterward, not silent enough. The specific sound of the combat had, he estimated, been audible to at least one of the remaining 8 personnel further inside the tunnel. He lost radio contact with his support team, Ada's 5-person assault team, which was supposed to be moving through a specific parallel tunnel at minute 28 of the penetration. The loss was, from what he could hear at his specific position, a consequence of specific interference that Spencer's security had apparently deployed in response to detecting the initial combat. He was, at minute 30, alone inside a tunnel he had not fully mapped, with his support structure compromised, and with the remaining 8 tunnel guards specifically alerted to his presence. He continued the penetration. He neutralized 3 more tunnel guards over the next 40 minutes. He sustained specific minor injuries during these engagements. His augmented resistance tier handled the injuries without producing visible impairment, but the injuries accumulated. At minute 70, he estimated that he was operating at approximately 80% of his full physical capacity. At minute 72, he reached the specific inner chamber where the tunnel intersected the estate's subterranean research wing. 2 guards were at the inner chamber. They were, specifically, professional. They engaged him with specific tactical discipline. They nearly got him. He killed them both. He was, at this point, bleeding from a specific cut on his left forearm and a specific deeper wound on his right hip. He applied specific pressure bandages. He continued. The estate's subterranean research wing was specifically as his memory had described it, with 2 exceptions. A specific corridor that his memory had shown as a simple passage had been, during the intervening years, modified to include a specific security checkpoint the documents had not mentioned. And a specific chamber his memory had labeled as a biological containment facility had been, in the current configuration, repurposed as Spencer's personal laboratory. Spencer's personal laboratory was where the SI was going. Chapter 115. At minute 94 of the penetration, the SI encountered Leon Kennedy. The encounter was in the specific corridor that his memory had labeled simply as a passage. The passage, in its current configuration, contained the specific security checkpoint that had not been in the SI's documentation. The checkpoint was staffed by 3 additional guards. The SI had been preparing, at his specific approach distance, to engage the checkpoint. He did not need to. The 3 guards were, when he arrived at the checkpoint, already down. A specific young man was standing over the 3rd guard. He was wearing specific civilian combat clothing. He had specific blonde hair cut short. He had a pistol in his right hand and a combat knife in his left. He looked up when the SI came around the corner. He did not raise the pistol. Dr. Wesker, I am Leon Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, Ada said you would be along approximately this time. I am approximately on schedule. I have been here for 14 minutes. The guards did not expect a second penetration team in this corridor. I neutralized them while they were focused on your approach through the main tunnel. The SI noted the specific tactical decision. Leon had used the SI's engagement as a specific distraction. He had not been detected because the guards had been looking the other direction. The specific coordination was, in its cleanest form, exactly what Ada's parallel engagement framework had been designed to produce. Mr. Kennedy, are you injured? No. Are you prepared to continue? I am prepared to continue with you. Ada's instruction was that, after the checkpoint, we proceed together through the final approach to Spencer's laboratory. The two-person approach is specifically more effective than the single-person approach. Yes. The SI studied Leon for approximately 3 seconds. Leon was 24 years old. His specific physical presence, his posture, his breathing pattern, his particular alertness, indicated specific military-grade training. His eyes were not the eyes of a 24-year-old civilian. They were the eyes of someone who had, specifically over the past 3 years, been working in environments where alertness was specifically required for survival. Ada's employer had, the SI understood, invested substantially in Leon's development. He was also, the SI recognized in a specific additional moment, someone he liked immediately. The liking was not operational. It was specific. Leon had, in the specific moment of the checkpoint engagement, made the right tactical decisions with the right timing. He had, in the specific moment of their meeting, identified himself without hesitation and accepted the cooperative framework without specific ego. He was, in the specific way the SI had come to assess younger operators, good at his job and not interested in performing status displays about being good at it. Mr. Kennedy, you are competent. Yes. Continue with me. Yes. They proceeded together through the next corridor. They encountered 4 additional guards over the following 12 minutes. The two-person approach was, as Ada had specified, more effective than single-person would have been. The SI's augmented resistance tier handled the heaviest combat. Leon's specific tactical support addressed the flanking threats the SI's specific focus did not fully cover. At minute 106, they reached the specific corridor that terminated at Spencer's laboratory door. Leon said, Dr. Wesker, Ada's instruction from this point. You proceed alone into the laboratory. I hold the corridor. If you do not exit within 90 minutes, I activate a specific extraction protocol Ada has prepared. Yes. Good luck, Dr. Wesker. The SI walked to the laboratory door. He paused for approximately 4 seconds at the door. He could hear, through the door, specific sounds. The sounds included a specific quiet humming that he recognized from the previous life's documentation as the sound of Spencer's progenitor cultivation chamber. The chamber was active. Spencer was using it. Spencer was, at this specific moment, behind the door, engaged in the specific progenitor self-experimentation that the SI's memory had documented as Spencer's ongoing life extension protocol. The SI opened the door. He stepped inside. The laboratory was, in its specific physical configuration, approximately as his memory had described it. The chamber was in the center. Spencer was in the chamber. The chamber's specific monitoring equipment was arranged along one wall. Spencer's desk, with its specific documentation and scientific instruments, was along the opposite wall. Spencer was looking through the chamber's transparent side wall. He was looking at the SI. He had known. The SI understood within the first second of eye contact that the SI was coming. He had been expecting the specific arrival at approximately this specific time. Albert, Spencer said. His voice was specifically calm. I knew you would come. The SI raised his weapon. I have been preparing for this since your 15th year. Chapter 116. Spencer did not come out of the chamber immediately. He stood inside it, separated from the SI by approximately 3 meters of polished glass, and looked at him with the specific expression the SI had been trying to read for 23 years. The expression was, at this moment, not a mask. Spencer was 78 years old. He was dressed in a specific dark robe. His silver hair had thinned further. His hands, resting on the chamber's control panel, had the specific tremor the SI had noted at their last Zurich meeting. The tremor had worsened. Spencer looked, specifically, old. Albert, lower the weapon. No. You will not shoot me through the chamber's glass. The glass is specifically engineered to stop small arms fire. Your weapon will not penetrate. I know. You came anyway. Yes. Spencer nodded slowly. He turned from the chamber's side wall. He walked to the control panel. He began, With the specific, unhurried motion the SI had been watching him perform since childhood, a specific sequence of adjustments on the panel. Albert, while I complete this sequence, I would like to say several things to you. Please stand and listen. I will not attempt to attack you during my explanation. The SI did not lower the weapon. He did not fire. He stood. The sequence I am completing, Spencer said, is the final administration of a progenitor compound I have been refining for the past 11 years. The compound is, in its specific form, the final stage of my own transformation. I have been preparing this administration for approximately 6 years. I had planned to execute it within the coming 12 months under controlled conditions. Your arrival today has required me to accelerate the schedule by approximately 10 months. I am executing now. Spencer. Yes, Albert. If you complete that sequence, I will fire at every opening I can find in the chamber the moment you exit it. I assume. Spencer continued the adjustments. The SI watched his hands. The adjustments were specific. They followed a sequence the SI had not documented in his previous life memory. The compound Spencer was administering was, specifically, not the progenitor strain the SI had prepared counter-conditioning against, which meant Spencer had developed, since the specific date from which the SI's memory drew, a new strain. The strain was not in the SI's catalog. His augmented resistance, which was specifically effective against compounds in the catalog, would not be effective against this one. The SI had anticipated this. He had calculated it as a specific risk. The risk was, at this specific moment, arriving. Albert, Spencer said, without turning from the panel. I have been preparing for this confrontation since your 15th year. I knew then that your trajectory was diverging from my design. I allowed the divergence to continue because I could use it. I also began, in parallel, the preparation of my personal defense against the specific moment when you would attempt to end me. Yes, the compound I am administering is my personal defense. It is specifically engineered to make my physical form resistant to the augmented resistance tier of counter-conditioning you have developed. The engineering is based on my specific observations of your work over the past 23 years. I have been studying you, Albert, as specifically as you have been studying me. Yes. Did you know that I knew? I had calculated it as possible. I had not confirmed it. Confirm it now. Spencer completed the adjustments. He activated the chamber's final sequence. The chamber produced a specific low hum. A specific injection mechanism engaged. The mechanism administered the compound to Spencer's left arm through a specific port. Spencer closed his eyes. He breathed specifically. The SI watched him. He had 47 seconds, by his memory of the compound class, before the administration's first stage effects manifested. He used the 47 seconds. He did not fire at the chamber. He fired, instead, at the specific control panel Spencer had used. He emptied the magazine into the panel. The panel sparked. Specific alarm indicators lit on the chamber's monitoring equipment. Spencer opened his eyes. He looked at the panel. He looked at the SI. Albert, you have just destroyed the specific sequence abortion mechanism. The administration cannot now be stopped. Yes, you intended this. I intended to prevent you from using the abortion mechanism as a tactical withdrawal option during the subsequent engagement. Yes. Spencer nodded. He walked to the chamber's exit door. He stepped through. The door sealed behind him. He stood 3 meters from the SI. Albert, I have approximately 9 minutes before the compound produces its specific final stage effects. During those 9 minutes, I am approximately equivalent to the augmented resistance tier you have developed. After those 9 minutes, I will be specifically superior to it. You have 9 minutes to end me. After the 9 minutes, I will end you. Yes. Spencer raised his hands. His hands were, in the specific lighting of the laboratory, visibly affected by the administered compound. His skin had begun to show specific changes. His physical presence had, in the specific 3 seconds since he had stepped from the chamber, shifted by a measurable amount. Begin, Albert. The SI dropped the empty weapon. He engaged. Chapter 117. The first exchange lasted 4 seconds. The SI moved at his full augmented resistance speed. Spencer intercepted. The interception was, specifically, faster than the SI had anticipated. Spencer's current mid-transformation state was not, as Spencer had claimed, merely equivalent to the SI's tier. It was, within the first exchange, visibly superior in specific motor coordination dimensions. Spencer struck. The strike was aimed at the SI's central torso. The SI deflected. The deflection produced a specific impact through the SI's left forearm that cracked, audibly. The specific small bone the SI had not anticipated Spencer's strength being sufficient to crack. The SI felt the crack, but did not stop. He pivoted inside Spencer's reach. He struck Spencer at a specific mid-torso location the SI had identified from his previous life research as a specific progenitor-enhanced cardiovascular anchor point. The strike landed. It did not disable Spencer. Spencer struck back. His strike connected with the SI's right shoulder. The SI stumbled. For seconds, both combatants had engaged. Neither had disabled the other. Both had sustained specific injuries. The fight moved out of the laboratory. They fought through the laboratory door into the subterranean research wing corridor. Leon Kennedy, in the corridor, saw them come through. He did not intervene. Ada's instruction, the SI remembered, had been specific. Leon would not engage Spencer. Spencer was too dangerous for a standard operator. Leon was there for the tunnel and the escape. The SI and Spencer fought through the corridor. They fought up a specific service staircase to the estate's ground floor. They fought through a specific gallery, specifically breaking approximately 6 pieces of art that Spencer had collected over decades. The fighting was specifically brutal. Both combatants were at physical capacities that exceeded standard human capabilities. Both were sustaining injuries at rates that would have killed standard humans. Their specific counter-conditioning protocols were, in their mutual engagement, operating at a sustained level that neither could maintain indefinitely. At minute 4 of the engagement, Spencer's compound administration reached its second stage. His specific physical capacity increased further. The SI felt the shift specifically in the next exchange. At minute 5, the SI landed a specific strike to Spencer's right knee that, combined with the previous mid-torso strike, produced a specific cumulative effect. Spencer's movement slowed by approximately 15%. At minute 6, Spencer landed a specific strike to the SI's left side that fractured 3 of the SI's ribs. At minute 7, they were in the estate's central foyer. The foyer was, in its specific architectural form, a large open space with marble floors and a specific grand staircase. Portraits of Spencer's ancestors lined the walls. A specific chandelier hung from the ceiling 3 stories up. The SI had the specific tactical advantage of the open space. Spencer had the specific tactical advantage of his escalating compound effects. They continued fighting. Chapter 118. The fight extended for another 14 minutes. During those 14 minutes, neither combatant gained decisive advantage. The SI's specific counter-conditioning tiers gave him specific resistances that allowed him to absorb specific strikes that would have been decisive against a standard opponent. Spencer's post-compound state gave him specific physical capacities that neutralized many of the SI's specific tactical advantages. They were, in the specific sense, evenly matched across most engagement dimensions. The SI had, specifically, one advantage Spencer had not calculated. His augmented resistance to umbrella compounds had produced a specific secondary effect that Spencer's compound administration had not accounted for. The specific secondary effect was that the SI, during sustained combat, could absorb the specific aerosolized residue from Spencer's body that continued to emit from the compound administration. The residue was, by the compound's design, meant to incapacitate standard opponents through specific contact exposure. It did not incapacitate the SI. It did, specifically, make him stronger in the later minutes of the engagement. At minute 18, the SI landed a specific combination of 3 strikes that Spencer, at his current post-compound level, had previously been able to avoid. Spencer was slowing. Spencer's specific compound effects had peaked at minute 12 and were beginning to diminish. The SI had, apparently, calculated correctly. The compound's specific sustained effects were not indefinite. They had been designed, by Spencer, for a specific tactical window. The window was narrower than Spencer had believed. The SI pressed the advantage. At minute 19, he landed a specific strike to Spencer's central chest. The strike targeted the specific progenitor cardiovascular anchor point he had been attacking since the first exchange. The cumulative damage to the anchor point reached a specific threshold. Spencer's specific cardiovascular enhancement system failed. Spencer staggered. He fell to one knee. The SI moved to finish him. Ada Wong intervened. The intervention came from the specific gallery corridor that entered the foyer from the east. Ada walked into the foyer with a specific team of 3 additional operators. The team moved with specific coordinated purpose. They did not engage the SI. They did not engage Spencer. They engaged, specifically, Spencer's laboratory, which was behind the specific corridor they had come through. The SI, in the specific second of recognizing Ada's arrival, understood. Ada had not come to help him kill Spencer. She had come, specifically, to secure the progenitor samples Spencer had been hoarding in his laboratory. The samples were, in the post-Spencer landscape Ada's employer was planning for, a specific asset her employer required. The SI had allowed Ada's employer's operational support. The support had enabled his reach to Spencer. The support had also included, implicitly, an arrangement he had not fully interrogated. Ada's team would use his engagement with Spencer as a specific distraction to secure the samples. The SI had been, specifically used. Ada's team completed their specific acquisition in approximately 6 minutes. During those 6 minutes, Spencer, at his specific reduced post-compound state, took advantage of the SI's momentary reassessment. He rose. He retreated. He moved, at specific broken speed, toward a specific back corridor that led to a specific private escape tunnel the SI had not identified in his planning. The SI pursued. Spencer reached the escape tunnel before the SI reached him. Spencer entered. The tunnel sealed behind him with a specific armored door the SI's forced entry tools were not sufficient to breach. Ada's team, at approximately the same moment, exited the gallery with specific secured containers. Ada saw the SI across the foyer. She did not speak. She acknowledged him with a specific small nod. Her team left through the same corridor they had arrived through. The SI was, at approximately minute 26 of the total engagement, alone in the foyer. Spencer had escaped. Ada had acquired the samples. Leon Kennedy was, by the SI's estimate, still at the laboratory corridor holding his position. The SI had not killed Spencer. He understood with specific cold precision, been outplayed. Chapter 119 The exit from the estate took 2 hours. The SI collected Leon at the laboratory corridor. They walked out through the specific service tunnel the SI had entered through. They moved with specific operational discipline. They did not speak during the exit. Leon had, during the engagement in the foyer, been specifically reading the situation. He understood what had occurred. The specific nature of Ada's intervention would, Leon clearly recognized, need to be discussed at a later moment. They reached Bergman's post box at 0630. Bergman had, per the SI's prearrangement, a specific extraction vehicle waiting. They loaded. Bergman drove them back to the village. They arrived at the safe house at 0910. Chris and Jill were at the safe house. They had been, per the SI's operational framework, conducting specific support operations from the village during the Spencer engagement. They had been tracking the SI's radio signals. They had heard the engagement begin. They had heard it continue through the estate. They had heard it end at approximately minute 26. The radio had gone specifically silent at that point. Jill said, "Albert, Spencer, escaped. He had an escape tunnel I did not identify. Alive. Compound enhanced. Recovering." Chris said, "Ada, acquired the progenitor samples. Used my engagement with Spencer as the distraction. Ada's employer. Unknown. Sophisticated. Specifically playing a 3-way game with Spencer and Alex that I did not fully understand." Jill said, "Albert, sit down. You are injured." The SI sat. He had not, in the specific 2-hour exit, registered the specific accumulated damage. 3 cracked ribs. A cracked left forearm bone. Multiple soft tissue injuries. Specific internal bruising that would, over the coming days, produce specific complications. His augmented resistance tier was managing the damage. He would recover. The recovery would take, by his estimate, approximately 4 weeks. Chris brought medical supplies. Jill began the specific triage. The SI did not resist. He sat in a specific chair in the village safe house kitchen while Jill cleaned and bandaged specific wounds. He drank water. He ate a small amount of food. He did not speak further for approximately an hour. At 10:40, he spoke. "I need to assess the post-engagement landscape. Yes. Spencer is alive. He has escaped with his progenitor enhancement intact. He has, by my estimate, approximately 3 to 4 months before his enhancement stabilizes into its specific long-term form. During those months, he will be recovering and planning specific responses. His responses will include specific attempts to relocate, rebuild his organizational structure, and retaliate against the specific parties that attacked his estate." "Which includes all of us," Chris said. "Yes. Alex," Jill said. "Alex is loose with the progenitor sample she acquired at Rockford Island. Her version is specifically different from Spencer's. She is, by the intelligence available to me, currently in a post-transfer state that is still being assessed. Her operational capacity for the next several months is specifically unknown. Ada's employer has obtained progenitor samples from Spencer's estate. The employer is now, specifically, a third actor in the cultivation framework's next phase development. I do not know what the employer will do with the samples. The samples acquisition removes a specific portion of Spencer's future operational capacity. 3 parties with progenitor access. Yes, Spencer, Alex, and Ada's employer. All 3 parties are now specifically pursuing parallel enhancement trajectories. All 3 will produce, over the coming years, specific enhanced individuals or groups. And us. We are the specific fourth party in the landscape. We have no progenitor access. We have specific institutional resources, specific intelligence capacity, and specific operational personnel. Our specific objective, now, is to ensure that the three enhanced parties do not produce outcomes catastrophic to the broader cultivation framework's development. Chris said, Albert, that is a larger mission than what we signed up for at the village. Yes. We will discuss whether we continue at the appropriate operational review point. Yes. The three of them sat in the safe house kitchen. The morning sun came through the specific kitchen window. Bergman was outside in the specific village street talking to a neighbor about the weather. The specific ordinary world was specifically continuing outside the window. The SI had, inside the window, just failed to kill the man who had made him. He had, instead, produced a specific four-way post-Spencer landscape in which three enhanced parties were operating in specific opposition to each other and to a specific unenhanced coalition that was, at the moment, bandaging his specific injuries. It was not the outcome he had planned. It was, specifically, the outcome he had produced. He would work with it. Chapter 120. The telegram arrived 3 days later. By that point, the SI had relocated from the village to a specific temporary medical facility 40 kilometers south, where his injuries could be managed without the specific attention that a village safe house would eventually attract. Chris and Jill had relocated with him. Leon had returned to Ada's organization for a specific debriefing the SI had not been invited to. Bergman had been paid a specific final stipend and had returned to his tourism business. The telegram was from Simmons. It was delivered through a specific U.S. government channel that Simmons had been using for coordination. The telegram said, Dr. Wesker, congratulations on the European operation. My office has completed specific assessments of the post-operation landscape and has determined that your continued coordination with U.S. government biosecurity structures is essential to the post-umbrella recovery period. I am, effective yesterday, formally promoted to Deputy Director of the National Biosecurity Coordination Office. The office has been established by executive order to manage the specific long-term consequences of the Raccoon City incident and the umbrella collapse. I am requesting your presence at the office's Washington headquarters within 10 days for a comprehensive debriefing. The debriefing will cover your specific activities over the past 3 years and will establish the framework for our continued cooperation. Please confirm your travel arrangements. Simmons. The SI read the telegram twice. He recognized the specific pattern immediately. Simmons had, during the specific operational window the SI had been focused on Spencer, advanced his own institutional trajectory significantly. The new office, the National Biosecurity Coordination Office, was, specifically, the institutional vehicle Simmons had been building toward for years. Simmons was, as of the previous day, in a senior position with specific executive authority over post-umbrella biosecurity matters. The comprehensive debriefing was, in the specific language Simmons was using, a specific trap. Simmons had, during their Washington lunch 4 months earlier, agreed to a specific 3-year stalemate during which neither of them would move against the other. Simmons had, in the specific 4 months since that agreement, clearly revised his position. The specific Spencer engagement had, Simmons had evidently concluded, produced a situation in which the SI was specifically weakened and specifically dependent on Simmons's continued institutional support. The specific debriefing was designed to establish, through formal documentation, the SI's specific subordination to Simmons's office. The debriefing would, if the SI attended, produce a specific comprehensive record of his activities that Simmons would subsequently use as leverage. Simmons had, in effect, broken the 3-year agreement specifically during the window in which the SI had been unable to monitor his actions. The SI handed the telegram to Jill. Jill read it. She said, Albert, this is a trap. Yes. Simmons is planning to consolidate his position by formally absorbing your work into his office, with you subordinated to him. Yes. What are you going to do? The SI looked out the specific medical facility window. A specific small garden was visible outside. A specific European robin was on a specific branch. The robin was, apparently, ordinarily involved in its specific ordinary robin concerns. I am going to go to Washington, he said. Albert, I am going to go. I am going to attend the debriefing. I am going to allow Simmons to produce the specific comprehensive record he wants. During the debriefing, I am going to specifically identify the specific elements of Simmons's position that are vulnerable to disclosure. When the debriefing is complete, I am going to make a specific public disclosure of Simmons's own activities over the past 3 years that will, specifically, end his ability to operate the new office. Simmons will be removed. His office will be restructured. The post-umbrella biosecurity landscape will, as a result, be managed by specific other actors who are not Simmons. Jill looked at him. Albert, that is a specific significant escalation. Yes. You have been holding Simmons's vulnerabilities for 4 years in exchange for his protection of your own. Yes. You are now going to disclose them. Yes. Because Simmons has, through this telegram, ended the specific agreement that kept the protections mutual. The agreement is specifically dead. I am responding. Simmons will, when you make the disclosure, retaliate by exposing your own background. Yes. Your specific identity, the Wesker project, the counter-conditioning, the private operations, will become public. Yes. Are you prepared for that? I am prepared for that, Jill. I have been preparing for it, specifically, for 2 years. The specific framework for managing the public disclosure has been prepositioned. When Simmons discloses, the specific framework will activate. You expected Simmons to break the agreement. I had modeled it as probable within 2 to 3 years. Today's telegram is within the modeled window. Chris, who had been listening, said, Albert, we will go with you to Washington. No, Chris. You will remain here. You and Jill will, during my specific Washington trip, begin the specific operational preparations for the subsequent phase of the work. The phase will involve the 3-way landscape, Spencer, Alex, Ada's employer, plus the specific subsequent cleanup of Simmons's institutional network. Understood. The SI packed a bag. He booked a flight to Washington. He departed 2 days later. He arrived in Washington on a specific Thursday morning. The morning light was specifically sharp. The specific city was, on its surface, ordinary. He took a taxi to the National Biosecurity Coordination Office. He climbed the specific steps of the specific building. He walked into the specific lobby. He presented himself to the specific reception desk. Dr. Wesker, you are expected. Mr. Simmons's office is on the 7th floor. Thank you. He rode the specific elevator to the 7th floor. He walked down the specific corridor. He reached the specific office door with Simmons's name on it. He paused at the door for approximately 3 seconds. The debriefing was going to be, specifically, the longest conversation of his professional life. The conversation would establish, in permanent documentation, the specific activities he had conducted. Simmons would, at the end, have the specific leverage he wanted. The SI would then, at the specific moment of the leverage's creation, disclose Simmons's own activities in a specific way that would destroy Simmons's position. Both outcomes would, specifically, occur. He opened the door. Chapter 121. The Simmons debriefing lasted 4 days. During those 4 days, the SI sat in a specific conference room on the 7th floor of the National Biosecurity Coordination Office and answered Simmons's questions about his specific activities over the past 3 years. The questions were thorough. Simmons's staff, 3 specific deputies who had been assigned to the debriefing, recorded his answers with specific professional attention. A specific stenographer transcribed the conversation in real time. By the end of the 4 days, the SI had produced, for Simmons's office, a specific comprehensive record of his work. The record was accurate within the specific frame the SI had chosen to present. It omitted the Wesker project origin. It omitted the counter-conditioning protocol. It omitted the reincarnation. It included everything else: the Nemesis sabotage, the Lisa Trevor extractions, the financial dismantling, the Spencer engagement, the specific coordination with Simmons himself. At the end of the 4th day, Simmons said, Dr. Wesker, thank you for your cooperation. My office will, over the coming weeks, review this record and determine the specific framework for your continued engagement with our operations. Yes, Mr. Simmons. I anticipate that the framework will, in its specific form, require your formal consultancy status with our office. You will be, effective at that point, specifically answerable to our office's specific oversight. I anticipated that. Good. The SI left the office. He took a taxi to his Washington apartment. He sat at his specific kitchen table. He had, over the 4 days, confirmed that Simmons's strategic position was specifically unassailable through the specific leverage mechanisms the SI had been maintaining. Simmons had, over the past 3 years, become specifically too institutionally embedded. The specific documentation the SI had been holding, the specific evidence of Simmons's Raccoon City cover-up actions, the specific umbrella correspondence, was no longer sufficient. Simmons had, through his new office's specific authority, developed specific capacity to manage the fallout from any disclosure the SI could make. The SI's original plan, to disclose Simmons's background in response to Simmons's planned disclosure of the SI's own, would no longer work. The specific political mathematics had shifted during the SI's Spencer engagement. He needed a different approach. He sat at the kitchen table for approximately 2 hours. He ran the specific comprehensive assessment of his operational position. Spencer was loose and recovering. Alex was loose with specific progenitor access. Ada's employer was loose with specific additional progenitor access. Simmons was in specific institutional ascendancy. The SI's own counterconditioning tier had specific limits. New compounds would bypass it. His foreknowledge was, at this point, approximately 30% reliable for events more than 2 years out. His operational infrastructure was specific but finite. He had, by his estimate, approximately 6 to 12 months of useful foreknowledge remaining. After that, he would be operating entirely on current intelligence. He made a specific decision. He was going to stop concealing his background. The concealment had, over 23 years, produced specific operational benefits. The benefits were, at this point, outweighed by the specific operational costs of maintaining the concealment against an increasingly sophisticated set of adversaries who already knew or suspected most of the concealed content. Specifically, he was going to go public. He was going to testify, publicly, before a specific U.S. Senate committee about his entire operational history, the Wesker project, the counterconditioning, the private operations. He was going to release, through specific journalistic channels, the specific documentation he had accumulated over decades about Umbrella's activities, Spencer's crimes, Alex's research, and Simmons's specific Raccoon City actions. The public disclosure would, in a single comprehensive release, end the specific concealment advantage he had been maintaining. It would also, simultaneously, end the specific concealment advantages that Spencer, Alex, and Simmons had been relying on. The specific cultivation framework's underlying power structure, which had operated for decades on specific concealment, would, through the SI's disclosure, be specifically exposed. The exposure would produce chaos in the short term. It would also produce, in the longer term, a specific institutional environment in which the actors the SI was opposing could no longer operate through the specific invisible channels they had been using. He would, through the disclosure, end his own capacity for clandestine operations. He would also end everyone else's. The trade-off was, by his calculation, specifically favorable. He would accept the end of his own clandestine career. He was, at 43 years old and specifically exhausted, ready for the career to end. He picked up the telephone. He called a specific contact he had developed at the U.S. Senate over the past 18 months. He requested, specifically, a formal testimony hearing before the Committee on Biological Hazards. The hearing would, he specified, require approximately 3 days of closed session and 1 day of open session. The contact agreed to process the request. Chapter 122. The public testimony began 6 weeks later. The testimony was, as the SI had requested, structured as 3 days of closed session and 1 day of open session. The closed sessions were attended by the committee's 12 members, specific legal staff, and specific intelligence officers from the relevant U.S. government agencies. The open session was attended by approximately 300 journalists, specific foreign diplomatic representatives, and the general public through specific television broadcast. The closed sessions established the specific factual framework. The SI testified to his complete operational history. He described the Wesker project in detail. He described his own specific biological modifications and the counter-conditioning protocol through which he had developed them. He described his specific work against Umbrella over 23 years. He described Spencer's specific activities, Alex's research program, and, in specific detail that Simmons's staff had not been able to prevent, Simmons's own Raccoon City cover-up actions. The closed sessions produced, by the end of the third day, a specific classified report that the committee would subsequently use to develop specific legislative and executive responses. The open session occurred on day 4. The SI testified for 6 hours. His testimony was, specifically, the specific public disclosure he had planned. He began with, "My name is Albert Wesker. I was, from age 9 to age 24, a specimen in a specific biological engineering program operated by the Umbrella Corporation. The program was called the Wesker Project. Its stated purpose was corporate leadership development. Its actual purpose was the specific genetic and biological modification of human subjects for the use of Umbrella senior leadership." The room was specifically silent. He continued. He testified for 6 hours. The testimony was broadcast internationally. By the end of the 6 hours, the specific public understanding of Umbrella, of the Wesker Project, of the Raccoon City incident, and of the specific institutional relationships that had allowed all of them to occur had been fundamentally changed. Umbrella's remaining institutional structure, the specific successor entities that had emerged after Spencer's retirement, plus the specific financial networks that had survived the SI's dismantling, collapsed within 10 days. Simmons's political leverage evaporated within 72 hours. The National Biosecurity Coordination Office was, within 3 weeks, restructured under new leadership. Simmons was specifically reassigned to a minor advisory role in another federal office. His specific career trajectory ended in that week. The SI watched the collapse from the specific Washington apartment where he had been sitting 6 weeks earlier. He watched it on a specific television. Chris and Jill were with him. Birkin and Annette, who had traveled to Washington specifically to support him during the testimony, were in the adjacent room with Sherry. At the end of the first week after the open session, Jill said, "Albert, you did it." "I did part of it." "The specific public component." "Yes." "What is left?" "Spencer." "Alex." Ada's employer. "The specific enhanced parties who now exist in a post-concealment environment. They are, specifically, still enhanced." "Yes." "And the public disclosure does not end them." "No. It specifically restricts their operational freedom. It does not end them." "Then there is more work." "Yes." Chapter 123. Alex had relocated to a specific island facility in the South Pacific approximately 3 months before the SI's public testimony. The island was, by Ada's intelligence channels, a specific small atoll that Alex had acquired through a specific shell company during the period when her research had been fully funded. The atoll had, in its specific configuration, a small research facility, a specific helicopter landing pad, and specific defensive installations that made approach through conventional means specifically difficult. Alex had, since the testimony, continued her research. Her specific operations had become, through the post-testimony public environment, specifically constrained. She could no longer purchase specific supplies through corporate channels, could no longer communicate through specific umbrella infrastructure, and could no longer move through specific international borders without specific counterintelligence attention. But her research, on the island, continued at approximately 60% of its pre-testimony pace. The SI tracked her progress through Ada's intelligence channels and through specific U.S. government assets that the post-umbrella intelligence restructuring had made available to him. By month 8 after the testimony, Alex's specific consciousness persistence work had, by the SI's assessment, approached a specific critical threshold. She was, in her post-transfer body, preparing a specific second transfer, a transfer that would, if successful, give her access to specific additional physiological capabilities the first transfer had not produced. The SI had calculated that a specific second transfer would destabilize Alex in ways her first transfer had not. His assessment of her first transfer had been, through their Geneva conversation and her subsequent limited correspondence, that the post-transfer Alex was substantially continuous with pre-transfer Alex, but with specific incremental changes. A second transfer, layered on the first, would compound the specific incremental changes beyond Alex's capacity to manage them. He decided to intervene. The intervention would require him to travel to the island. He would need to reach Alex before she completed the second transfer. He would need to physically disrupt the specific equipment and, if necessary, engage Alex directly. Chris and Jill, when he briefed them, offered specific support. Leon Kennedy, through a specific separate communication that Ada had facilitated, offered specific parallel engagement support. The SI refused all 3 offers. "Albert," Jill said, "the last time you went alone, Ada intervened. The specific support structure matters. Alex is not Spencer. Alex is, in specific ways, still my friend. Specifically, she is the person who, over 23 years, shared the specific experience of the Wesker project with me. The specific engagement with her needs to be, at this specific moment, between the 2 of us. Not a specific multi-party operation. You are taking on risk that we could help mitigate." "Yes." "Why?" "Because the specific risk I am accepting is the specific risk that Alex and I have been moving toward for 23 years. Adding additional operators would specifically change the nature of the confrontation. I want it to be, in its specific form, what it is." Chris said, "Albert, this is personal." "Yes. This is, specifically, personal." They did not override his decision. They prepositioned specific extraction resources in the general South Pacific region without his direct request. They would be, if needed, specifically available. The SI did not object. He flew to the South Pacific through a specific commercial routing that would not attract specific attention. He arrived at a specific port city on an Indonesian island approximately 600 kilometers from Alex's atoll. He chartered a specific small boat from a specific local operator. He departed the port city at 0400 on a specific Wednesday morning. The boat crossing took 18 hours. The SI arrived at Alex's atoll at 2200 Wednesday evening. He approached the atoll from the specific eastern shore, the specific shore that Ada's intelligence had identified as least defended. He disembarked from the boat in shallow water. He sent the boat back to the port city with the specific operator under a specific prearranged protocol that would bring him back in 72 hours if the SI signaled. He began the specific approach to Alex's facility on foot. Chapter 124. The facility was at the Atoll Specific Center. The approach required the SI to cross approximately 400 meters of specific tropical vegetation. The vegetation had been, during his 4 hours of crossing it, specifically managed. Alex had not entirely let the atoll's natural growth obscure her approach routes. Specific paths existed. Specific defensive installations existed along the paths. The SI moved through the installations using specific infiltration techniques he had developed during the Spencer operation. He reached the facility at 0148 Thursday morning. The facility was a specific low concrete structure with approximately 12 rooms above ground and additional specific underground levels the SI could not see from the surface. The above-ground structure had specific light patterns in specific windows. 4 of the 12 rooms were currently in use. Alex's specific location within the structure would, the SI estimated, be in the specific research wing. The research wing's entry was guarded by 2 specific personnel. The SI neutralized them quickly and quietly. He entered the facility through the specific research wing door. Inside, the facility was specifically quieter than he had expected. Alex's operational staff had, the SI registered, been reduced since the public testimony. She was operating with approximately a third of her previous personnel. The reduction had forced her to run the facility with specific minimum staffing. He moved through the research wing corridors. He reached the specific central laboratory. The laboratory door was open. He stepped inside. Alex was in the laboratory. She was at a specific central console that the SI recognized, from his intelligence, as the specific consciousness transfer control system. The system was active. It was, specifically, in the first stage of a transfer sequence. The transfer's destination body, a specific prepared host the SI could see in a specific chamber adjacent to the console, was already in its preparation state. Alex turned when he entered. She did not seem surprised. Albert. Alex. She was, in her specific post-first transfer body, physically different from the Alex he had known before Geneva. Her specific physical presence had specific alterations that reflected the transfer's specific effects. Her eyes had a specific different quality. Her skin had specific different coloring. Her posture had a specific different cadence. But she was recognizably, still, Alex. You came. Yes. I had not been sure whether you would. I had not been sure whether I would. Alex gestured at the console. I am in the middle of a specific preparation. If you are here to stop me, you have approximately 4 minutes before the transfer initiates. After it initiates, stopping me will be specifically more difficult. I am here to stop you. Yes. Why? Because the specific second transfer you are planning will destabilize your first transfer integration in ways your current body cannot manage. You will, specifically, not survive the transfer in a specifically coherent form. The post-second transfer Alex will be, by my assessment, not Alex. Alex considered this. Your assessment is based on specific information I have not disclosed to you. My assessment is based on the specific pattern of consciousness persistence research I have been tracking through Ada's intelligence channels. Your specific second transfer protocol, as I understand it, introduces specific additional cellular reorganization that my research on your methodology suggests will produce specific decoherence effects. Your research. I have been studying consciousness persistence research for 5 years. My research is specifically oriented toward understanding your work well enough to produce countermeasures if they became necessary. Today, they have become necessary. Alex looked at him. Albert, I became what you refused to become. Was I wrong? The SI looked at her. She was, in the specific moment of asking the question, not his enemy. She was, specifically, his oldest living peer, the specific person who had shared the specific experience of the Wesker project with him, who had developed in parallel, who had run her own counterprogram in parallel, who had held his manifesto for 5 years without using it, who had agreed to a temporary alliance, who had given him the specific information about Spencer's Rockford Island operations that had enabled his revised strategy. She had also, specifically, chosen a path that would end her as the person he had known. Yes, Alex, but not for the reasons you think. Explain. You were not wrong because you pursued transcendence. You were not wrong because you wanted to develop beyond the limits of our original biological substrate. You were not wrong because you rejected Spencer's specific vision and pursued your own. All of those were specifically defensible choices. Then why was I wrong? Because the transcendence you chose requires you to become less yourself with each specific step of the pursuit. You are, specifically, pursuing a transcendence that is not expanding you. It is dissolving you. The specific path you are on will, at its endpoint, produce a specific entity that is not Alex. I do not know whether the specific entity will be better or worse than Alex in its specific capacities. I know it will not be Alex. I came here because I did not want that to happen. Alex was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, Albert, the specific second transfer is scheduled for initiation in 2 minutes. If you wish to stop it, you will need to engage me. I will not abort the sequence voluntarily. I have been preparing for this transfer for specifically too long. Yes. I want you to understand, before we engage, that I am not doing this because I think you are wrong. I am doing this because I have considered your argument and have, specifically, chosen differently. The specific choice is mine. I understand. Are you ready? Yes. Alex moved to the specific center of the laboratory. She took a specific combat stance the SI had not seen her use before. It was, specifically, a stance designed for her post-first transfer physiology. The stance was, the SI noted, specifically effective against standard combat engagements. He would not be engaging her with standard combat. He engaged. Chapter 125 The fight was the most personal of the SI's adult life. The fight lasted 14 minutes. During those 14 minutes, the SI and Alex engaged at specific physical capacities that neither of them had, in their specific shared history, ever used against the other. Alex's post-first transfer state gave her specific physical advantages that were comparable to Spencer's post-compound state. The SI's augmented resistance tier gave him specific advantages that Alex had not fully modeled. They were, in the specific sense, approximately evenly matched. They were also, at every moment of the fight, specifically aware of each other as the specific person they were fighting. Alex's strikes were calibrated, the SI could see, to specific vulnerabilities she had been tracking in his specific physiology for decades. His strikes, in turn, were calibrated to specific vulnerabilities he had been tracking in hers. The fight was, in its specific character, the specific long-deferred confrontation that their 23-year relationship had been building toward. At minute 9, the SI identified a specific opportunity. Alex's second transfer preparation had, in its first stages, specifically altered her central nervous system in ways that the SI's research had documented. The alterations had produced specific moments of vulnerability that occurred on a specific cyclical pattern. Approximately every 40 seconds, Alex's central nervous system would, for approximately 2 seconds, operate at a specific reduced capacity as it managed the transfer preparation's specific biochemical load. The SI had been tracking the cycle throughout the fight. At minute 9, he specifically positioned himself for a specific strike during the next cycle. The cycle arrived at minute 9, 43 seconds. The SI struck. The strike was specifically calibrated. It did not target Alex's physical body in a conventional combat sense. It targeted, specifically, the specific consciousness transfer equipment Alex had been preparing. The strike broke the specific console's central data transfer mechanism. The transfer sequence aborted. The specific preparation's biochemical load, no longer directed toward a specific transfer destination, began to dissipate. Alex, in the specific moment of the abort, experienced a specific physiological response that the SI had not predicted. The response was not damage. The response was, specifically, relief. Her body, freed from the specific biochemical pressure of the preparation, returned to its specific post-first transfer baseline. She stopped fighting. She stood in the laboratory for approximately 10 seconds. She looked at the broken console. She looked at the SI. Albert. Alex. You aborted the transfer. Yes. I was prepared to continue fighting you until you either killed me or reached the console. The specific path you took, targeting the console rather than me, was not the specific path I had modeled. I know. You did not want to kill me. I did not want to kill you. Even though, specifically, I had chosen to become what you were trying to prevent. Even though. Alex looked at the broken console. Albert. You have, through this action, ended my specific research trajectory. I will not be able to repair the console without resources I no longer have access to. I will not be able to conduct a second transfer. The specific path I chose is closed to me. Yes. I am, specifically, trapped in my current post-first transfer state. Yes. She considered this. Her specific post-first transfer face was, in the specific laboratory lighting, difficult to read. But the SI could see, specifically, a shift in her posture that he had not seen in her before. Albert. Thank you. Alex. I had not been sure, specifically, whether I wanted to continue the transfer sequence. I had not been able to abort it myself. The specific psychological momentum of 23 years of planning is specifically difficult to override. You have, by aborting it through external force, specifically given me permission to stop. The SI absorbed this. Alex had, at the specific moment he had engaged her, been in a specific psychological state that she had not fully acknowledged. She had wanted the abort. She had been unable to produce it herself. The specific combat between them had been, in its specific underlying function, a specific way for her to request the abort from him. She had been waiting for him. The waiting had been, the SI understood with a specific quiet recognition, perhaps the specific reason she had not completed the transfer before his arrival. She could have initiated the specific sequence an hour earlier. She had not. She had waited until he arrived. Alex, are you all right? I am specifically not all right. I am, however, specifically more all right than I was 30 minutes ago. The specific difference matters. Yes. I am going to need specific medical support over the coming months. I will arrange it. Thank you, Albert. They stood in the laboratory for another minute. The specific damaged console behind Alex continued to emit specific small electrical sparks. A specific alarm was sounding at a specific low volume somewhere in the facility. Alex's specific remaining staff would, the SI estimated, arrive at the laboratory within approximately 5 minutes. Alex, come with me. Yes. She walked to him. She did not look back at the console. She did not look back at the specific prepared host body in the chamber. They walked together out of the laboratory, through the research wing, out of the facility, and back through the specific vegetation to the atoll's eastern shore. The SI signaled the specific boat operator. The boat returned at 0600 Thursday morning. The two of them boarded. The boat departed. Alex, in the specific small boat's interior, sat against the specific side wall. She closed her eyes. She did not sleep. She did not speak. The SI watched her. She had, specifically, just ended her own long project. The ending was, in its specific form, more final than any specific combat outcome could have produced. He did not know, yet, what she would become after this specific ending. She was, specifically, still Alex. That was enough for the specific boat ride. Chapter 126. The boat reached the Indonesian port city at 0014 Friday morning. During the 18-hour crossing, Alex had, at approximately hour 11, experienced a specific delayed reaction to the aborted transfer. Her post-first transfer body had, apparently, been maintaining specific biochemical preparations for the second transfer for several weeks. The abort had left those preparations with no specific target. The preparations, over hour 11 and hour 12, began dissipating through her cardiovascular system in ways that produced specific acute symptoms. She experienced, specifically, a 3-hour seizure event. The SI had not been able to administer specific standard medical treatment during the event. He had, instead, done what Lisa Trevor had done for him during his own T-virus exposure years earlier. He had held her. He had monitored her vital signs. He had spoken her name at intervals. He had maintained the specific conditions that allowed her body to self-regulate through the crisis. At hour 14, the seizure stopped. Alex stabilized. She was, at the boat's arrival in the port city, conscious but specifically weak. Her specific physical capacities were reduced by approximately 60% from her post-first transfer baseline. The reduction was, the SI estimated, permanent. Her body's specific biochemistry had, through the crisis, reorganized itself into a specific new equilibrium. The new equilibrium was stable. It was also specifically diminished. Alex had, effectively, traded most of her post-first transfer physical advantages for the specific relief of no longer being on the second transfer trajectory. She understood this. She said, as the SI helped her off the boat at the port city's pier, Albert, I am, specifically, much weaker now. Yes. The second transfer would have, specifically, addressed this. Yes. I specifically cannot regain what I have lost. No. Alex leaned against the specific railing of the pier. She caught her breath. The specific tropical dawn was beginning at the port city. Fishermen were, in specific small boats nearby, beginning their specific ordinary day. Albert, I am, specifically, glad that you aborted the transfer. You have said that. I am going to, specifically, need to say it several times over the coming months. The specific reason is that, over the coming months, I will also need to say specific other things, specifically, that I am angry at you, that I did not fully consent to being stopped, that the specific relief I am experiencing is commingled with specific loss. Both the gratitude and the anger will be specific and real. I want you to understand, specifically, that both will be in the same person at the same time. I understand, Alex. Good. Chapter 127. The SI had prearranged, through Chris's specific Washington resources, a specific secure medical facility in California that would receive Alex upon their arrival in the United States. The facility was specifically federal. It was specifically classified. It was designed, specifically, for the long-term medical and legal management of specific post-umbrella era subjects whose specific biological modifications required particular care. Alex would, at the facility, be specifically housed under specific protective custody. She would receive specific medical treatment for the damage the aborted transfer had caused. She would also, specifically, face specific federal charges related to her umbrella-era activities, charges that the post-testimony legal environment had specifically produced. The charges would not be prosecuted aggressively. The SI had, through specific coordination with the relevant federal authorities, arranged a specific framework under which Alex's cooperation with the specific post-umbrella investigative processes would be weighted heavily in her favor. She would, by the specific terms of the framework, likely serve specific confinement of approximately 10 to 15 years. The confinement would be at the specific facility she was being delivered to. It would not be, in its specific form, a specific conventional prison. She had accepted the framework when the SI had briefed her on the boat. They arrived at the facility on a Monday afternoon. The facility's specific intake staff received Alex. They were, in their specific professional approach, specifically careful. The SI had briefed them on her specific medical needs. They had prepared specific accommodations. At the specific moment of her formal handover to the facility's custody, Alex turned to the SI. Her face was, in the specific afternoon light of the facility's receiving area, specifically difficult to read. Her eyes had, during the 9 days of travel from the atoll, gone through specific cycles of apparent gratitude, apparent anger, and apparent something the SI could not name. She said, Alex, I am, today specifically angry at you. Yes. The gratitude will return. The anger will return. Both are specifically real. Yes. She spit at him. The action was deliberate. The specific saliva landed on the SI's specific left shoulder. Alex did not apologize. She did not explain. She stepped back. The facility's intake staff looked specifically uncomfortable but did not intervene. Goodbye, Alex. Goodbye, Albert. Come visit. I will. She was escorted to her specific accommodation. The SI stood in the receiving area for approximately 30 seconds. He wiped the specific saliva from his shoulder with a specific handkerchief. He put the handkerchief in his pocket. He had not, at the specific moment of Alex's hostility, considered killing her. The consideration had not, specifically, been in his mind. Killing her had not been, at any point in the past 23 years, a specific option he had wanted available. Her specific continued existence, in whatever specific diminished or complicated form, was, to him, specifically preferable to her specific death. She was his sister. She was, in the specific sense that mattered, his only sister. He had engaged her in specific combat. He had aborted her specific life project. He had delivered her to specific federal custody. He had accepted her specific spit. He had not killed her. He walked out of the facility. He drove to the specific rental car he had arranged. He drove to the airport. He flew to Pennsylvania. Chapter 128 Raccoon City had been rebuilt. The rebuild had taken 3 years. It was specifically partial. Approximately 70% of the city's pre-outbreak infrastructure had been restored, with the specific remaining 30% still under various stages of reconstruction. The city's specific population was, at the post-rebuild baseline, approximately 40% of its pre-outbreak level. Many of the evacuees had, specifically, chosen not to return. The city was, however, functional. It had schools. It had a police department. It had a specific civic life that had resumed under specific federal oversight that would, over the coming years, gradually transition back to specific local control. Birkin and Annette had, 6 months after the SI's public testimony, moved from the Pennsylvania safe house back to Raccoon City. The move had been, specifically, their own decision. Annette had, in her explanation to the SI, said, the specific city was damaged. The specific damage is part of our specific history. Specifically, raising Sherry away from the damage is a specific form of denying the history. We will return and specifically live in it. The SI had not argued. Birkin, in his specific post-infection state, required specific ongoing medical management. The specific management was arranged through a specific federal biomedical facility in Raccoon City's specific rebuilt research district. Birkin continued his specific research. His specific research had, in its current form, produced specific significant medical advances in the treatment of biohazard survivors globally. The SI visited Raccoon City at month 15 after his public testimony. The visit was scheduled as a social call. He had not been in the city since the rebuild. Birkin and Annette had, over months, been inviting him. He had, specifically, been avoiding the city because the specific return would be specifically emotionally difficult. He arrived at Birkin's home at 1700 on a Thursday evening. Sherry opened the door. She was, in the specific 15 months since the SI had last seen her, specifically taller. She was now 8 years old. She had her mother's specific directness. She had her father's specific gray-blue eyes. She was wearing a specific sweater that Annette had, the SI knew from their correspondence, specifically knitted for her over the previous year. Uncle Albert. Sherry, you came back. Yes. Mama said you would. Daddy said you might take a while. Your daddy is correct. Come in. The SI came in. The house smelled of specific cooking, specific pasta sauce, specific bread. Annette was in the specific kitchen at the specific stove. Birkin was in the specific living room reading. Birkin looked up when the SI entered. He specifically smiled. Albert. William. You are here. I am here. They sat in the specific living room. Sherry, who had apparently decided that the SI was her specific temporary responsibility, sat beside him. She brought, from her specific bedroom, a specific drawing she had made at school. The drawing was of a specific mountain range. She had, specifically, been working on perspective. She explained the drawing to the SI in specific technical detail that she had absorbed from her specific school art teacher. The SI listened. He made specific appropriate observations about the drawing's specific technical choices. Sherry accepted the observations with specific serious consideration. At 18:30, Annette called them to dinner. They ate. The conversation was specifically ordinary. Birkin described a specific research finding from his current work. Annette described a specific incident at Sherry's school. Sherry described, specifically, her opinion of a specific book she had been reading. The SI described, specifically, his own specific current activities, which he had, for the specific purposes of Sherry's presence, simplified to specific professional terms that an 8-year-old could understand. After dinner, Sherry went to her specific piano to practice. She had, in the 15 months since the SI had last heard her play, specifically improved. Her current piece was a specific Chopin nocturne. She played it with, specifically, her specific emerging musical personality clearly present. The SI sat in the specific living room with Birkin and Annette. They listened to Sherry play. They drank specific coffee. They did not speak for a long time. At the specific end of the nocturne, the SI said quietly, "This is, specifically, a life I did not imagine being possible." Annette said, "Yes, Albert. I had, specifically, imagined ending Umbrella. I had, specifically, imagined preventing specific catastrophes. I had not, specifically, imagined this." Birkin said, "The specific imagination was not your specific limitation. You specifically enabled this by, specifically, imagining other things. The specific this is, available, specifically, because of what you specifically did." Yes. They listened as Sherry began another piece. The piece was, specifically, a Beethoven sonata movement that the SI did not immediately recognize. Sherry had, specifically, learned it for her specific spring recital. The SI stayed at the house until 21:30. Sherry said goodnight at 20:45 with a specific hug that the SI returned with specific care. He left after she went to bed. He took the specific taxi back to his specific hotel. In the specific hotel room, he sat at the specific small desk. He looked at his hands. His hands were, at the specific moment, specifically steady. They had been, over the previous 3 years, doing less operational work. The specific steadiness reflected the specific reduced operational tempo. He had, at the specific moment in the hotel room, approximately a third of his waking hours committed to specific work. The remaining 2/3 were, specifically, becoming something else. The something else was, he was coming to understand, specifically the beginning of a life. Chapter 129. Lisa visited him in specific Pennsylvania 3 weeks later. The visit was arranged. She had, over the past several years, established herself in a specific small town in rural Massachusetts. She had been, for the past 6 years, a specific reading tutor for young children in the town's specific community education program. She had, through the program, taught specifically hundreds of children to read over the years. The SI had been, specifically, paying for her specific living expenses since her original relocation. She had, 3 years earlier, asked him to specifically stop. She had requested specific employment through the community education program. The program had, specifically, paid her a specific modest wage. She had, over 3 years, become specifically financially independent. She arrived at his Pennsylvania home at 1400 on a Saturday. The home was specifically modest, a specific small farmhouse on a specific rural road approximately 40 minutes from the nearest town. The SI had purchased the home 6 months earlier. It was, in its specific configuration, a specific first attempt at establishing a specific non-operational life. Lisa brought with her a specific bag of books. The books were, specifically, children's books from her specific reading program. She explained at his door, been thinking of specific books she had taught from over the years and had wanted to bring him specific copies. He let her in. He made tea. Lisa was, at 52 years old in this specific timeline, specifically older than her chronological age suggested, but also specifically younger than her specific body's history would have predicted. The specific reading program had, over years, produced specific visible effects in her. A specific easier posture, a specific more relaxed facial expression, a specific quality in her voice that had been specifically absent during her basement years. She sat at his specific kitchen table. She said, "Albert, I have been wanting to tell you something for a specific time. Yes, I have been thinking, specifically, about what you did for me when I was in the basement. Yes, you gave me a name. You visited me. You read to me. You extracted me when the specific opportunity arose. You arranged my specific safe houses. You specifically protected me during the specific years that I was not, specifically, able to protect myself. Yes, all of this was specifically necessary. Without it, I would specifically not be here today. Yes. But, Albert, the specific thing I want to tell you is, you gave me a name. I gave myself the rest." The SI set down his tea. He looked at Lisa. "Yes," he said, "you did. The specific work I have done, over the specific years since my extraction, has been my specific work. You specifically enabled it. You did not, specifically, do it for me. I did it. The specific reading program. The specific children I have taught. The specific town I live in. The specific friendships I have built. The specific forms of myself that I have developed. All of these are specifically mine. Yes, Lisa. I have been wanting to tell you this specifically because, Albert, I have been watching you. You have, specifically, been carrying the specific weight of the specific work you did for specific decades. The specific carrying has been specifically heavy. I have been, for the past several years, specifically concerned that you are, specifically, carrying weight that belongs to specific other people. The specific weight of what specific other people have done with the specific opportunities you specifically gave them. Lisa, yes. Are you, specifically, telling me to specifically set down specific weights? I am, specifically, telling you that some of the specific weights are not yours to specifically carry. The specific weights of what the specific people you helped have, specifically, done with the specific help. The specific help was yours. The specific subsequent work was ours. The SI sat in the specific kitchen for a long moment. He had, over 25 years, been carrying specific cumulative weight. The weight had included, in the specific moral accounting he had been maintaining, specific credits for the specific lives he had saved and specific debits for the specific lives that had been lost through his specific decisions. He had been adding both specifically. Lisa was, specifically, telling him that the credits were not his. The specific lives saved had saved themselves, with his help. The specific accounting was different than he had been maintaining. Lisa, thank you. You are welcome, Albert. Now, I have brought you specific books. I will, specifically, read to you one specific book this afternoon. The specific book is for the specific audience of approximately 6-year-olds. I want you to, specifically, listen as though you are a specific 6-year-old. Can you do that? I will try. Good. She opened a specific book. She began to read. The book was a specific children's story about a specific small mouse who, over the course of the story, specifically learned how to make a specific friend. Lisa read the book with specific expression. The SI listened. She read for approximately 40 minutes. At the end of the book, the specific mouse had specifically made the specific friend. The SI had, at some point during the specific reading, specifically begun to cry. The specific crying was a specific physiological event his body had not produced in 10 years. The specific T-virus and G-virus exposures had, apparently, not entirely eliminated the specific capacity. The capacity had, specifically, been dormant. It had returned. Lisa did not comment on the specific crying. She closed the book. She put it on the specific kitchen table. She reached across. She put her hand on his hand. They sat at the specific kitchen table for specific another hour. Eventually, she made specific additional tea. Eventually, she said goodbye. Eventually, she drove back to her specific Massachusetts town. The SI, after she left, sat in the specific empty kitchen. He looked at the specific book she had left behind. He understood, in the specific sense Lisa had specifically insisted on, that the specific weight he had been carrying was, in specific important portions, not his to carry. He had, specifically, done the specific work he had set out to do. The specific people he had helped had specifically done the specific subsequent work. The specific subsequent work was, specifically, theirs. He was, at 46 years old in the specific Pennsylvania kitchen, beginning to understand what it would mean to specifically put the specific weight down. Chapter 130. The message from Ada arrived 3 months later. It was delivered through the specific dead drop protocol they had maintained, at a specifically reduced tempo, since the public testimony. The message was brief. It said, Wesker, Spencer has requested a specific final meeting. He has provided a specific location and a specific timeline. He has also, through me, indicated that he has something at the location that you will, specifically, want to see. The specific meeting is requested for specific final resolution between the two of you. Spencer has specified that he will not, at the meeting, engage in specific hostilities. He has also specified that he cannot, specifically, guarantee the specific absence of hostilities. My employer has authorized me to convey the message to you. Your decision. Ada. The SI read the message at his specific Pennsylvania farmhouse. He had, over the past 3 months, been specifically reducing his operational activity. He had been specifically spending time with Birkin, Annette, and Sherry. He had been visiting Lisa. He had been attending specific Chris and Jill's ongoing post-umbrella task force work as a specific advisor rather than a specific operational leader. He had, specifically, been becoming less of an operator. Spencer's message specifically called him back. He ran the specific options. Option 1. Decline the meeting. Outcome. Spencer remains at large. Specific resolution deferred. The specific deferral would be, given Spencer's specific age and specific current state, possibly indefinite. Spencer might die of specific natural causes or specific progenitor-induced complications before any specific resolution became necessary. Option 2. Accept the meeting. Outcome. Specific resolution. The specific nature of the resolution would depend on what Spencer had, specifically, prepared. Option 3. Accept the meeting with specific support. Outcome. Similar to Option 2, but with specific safeguards against specific betrayal. The SI selected Option 2. The selection was, specifically, not strategic. The strategic response would have been Option 3. Option 2 was a specific personal choice. He had, over 25 years, been engaged in a specific relationship with Spencer. The specific relationship had included specific violence, specific deception, specific manipulation, and the SI was now, specifically, acknowledging specific care, specifically from Spencer's side during specific periods of the SI's childhood. The specific relationship had been, in its specific totality, the single most formative relationship of the SI's life. The specific resolution of the relationship was, specifically, between him and Spencer. Not between him and Spencer and a support team. He sent Ada the specific response, I will attend. Provide the location and timeline. Her reply arrived within 48 hours. The location was a specific remote mountain facility in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado. The facility had been, Ada's intelligence indicated, built into a specific inactive volcano's central chamber by Umbrella 3 decades ago, as a specific emergency redundant research site. It had been specifically decommissioned a decade ago. Spencer had, specifically, reoccupied it 6 months ago. The facility's specific configuration included a specific central chamber with specific volcanic thermal access, a specific research wing, and specific defensive installations that Spencer had specifically restored. The timeline was 3 weeks from the current date. The SI prepared for the meeting. He did not tell Chris and Jill. He did not tell Leon. He did not tell Birkin and Annette. He told Lisa. She was, specifically, the only person he told. She did not ask him not to go. She said, Albert, come back. I will try. Try specifically. I will try specifically. She hugged him. He drove back to Pennsylvania. 2 weeks later, he flew to Denver. He drove a specific rental car to a specific mountain road. He parked at a specific trailhead. He began, on foot, the specific 6-hour hike to the facility's exterior. He was, at age 46, specifically approaching the specific final conversation with the specific man who had found him at age 9, raised him, shaped him, and ultimately, through the specific full arc of the SI's life, been the specific figure against whom the SI had defined himself. He did not know what Spencer had prepared at the facility. He did not know what he himself would do when he arrived. He walked up the specific mountain trail. The specific Colorado air was specifically thin. His breath clouded in the specific alpine cold. His hands in his coat pockets had gone, by the specific 3rd hour, slightly numb at the fingertips. He kept walking. Chapter 131. Chris called him halfway up the mountain. The call came on the specific satellite phone the SI had been carrying for emergency communications. The specific phone rang at hour 4 of the hike. The SI was, at the specific moment, crossing a specific ridge at approximately 3,000 meters elevation. He stopped at a specific rock outcropping. He answered, Albert, what are you doing? Chris, how did you find out? Lisa called Jill yesterday. Lisa said she thought you might have told her something you needed someone else to know about. Lisa, she did not give specifics. She said only that, in her estimation, it was appropriate for specific other people to know that you were doing something specific. Jill told me, I have been looking at your specific travel records. You flew to Denver. You rented a specific vehicle. You parked at a specific trailhead. The trailhead leads to specifically one accessible location of operational significance. Chris, Albert, turn around. I will have a specific tactical team at the trailhead within 4 hours. We will approach the facility together. No, Chris. Albert, this is, specifically, between me and Spencer. Spencer is a specific progenitor-enhanced cultivator at a specific advanced tier. You cannot engage him alone without specific unacceptable risk. The specific engagement you survived at his estate required 90 minutes of specific combat and resulted in a specific non-fatal outcome. The specific re-engagement will, by every specific tactical assessment, be worse. Yes. Then turn around. No, Chris. A pause on the line. Albert. Why? Because, specifically, I made him, in a specific sense. I did not create him biologically. He created himself. But the specific Spencer who exists today, in this specific facility, is the Spencer who was shaped by my specific 25-year opposition to him. He is, in specific important ways, a product of our specific mutual engagement. I should, specifically, end him. The ending is mine. Albert, the specific logic you are giving me is, specifically, a personal logic, not a tactical one. Yes. You have, over the past several months, been specifically reducing your operational activity. You have been, specifically, building a non-operational life. You are now going to specifically risk the life you are building for a specific personal resolution. Yes. Albert, is that worth it? The SI stood on the specific rock outcropping. The specific Colorado wind was specifically cold. The specific late morning sun was at a specific angle that made the specific distant peaks specifically sharp. He could see, from the outcropping, the specific summit of the inactive volcano approximately 2,000 meters higher. The facility was in the volcano's specific central chamber. Chris, it is worth it to me. That is not the same as being worth it. I know. Another pause. Albert, I am going to position a specific tactical team at the trailhead anyway. We will not approach the facility unless you specifically request extraction. If you request extraction, we will be specifically available. Yes, Chris. Albert. Yes. Come back. I will try. Specifically try. I will specifically try. The call ended. The SI put the specific satellite phone back in his coat pocket. He looked at the specific distant volcano summit. He continued the hike. Chapter 132. The facility was at the volcano's specific central chamber. Access was through a specific tunnel that had been carved into the volcano's specific outer wall. The tunnel opened, at its specific interior end, into the volcano's specific caldera. The caldera, which had been dormant for approximately 400 years, contained, at its specific lower level, a specific lava pool that Umbrella had, during the facility's original construction, specifically engineered for specific thermal gradient applications. The SI reached the specific tunnel entrance at 1642 on Saturday. He had, during the specific 6-hour hike, had specific time to consider the facility's specific physical layout. The layout was, specifically, familiar. The SI's previous life memory contained a specific detailed documentation of the facility. The specific documentation had been, in the previous life's timeline, produced as part of the specific investigation that had followed original Albert Weskier's death. Original Albert Wesker had died, in the previous life, inside this specific facility. The specific mechanism of his death had been a specific combat engagement with Chris Redfield and a specific military operative named Shiva Alomar. The engagement had occurred, specifically, in the facility's central chamber. Original Wesker had fallen into the specific lava pool. Spencer had, in selecting this specific facility for the specific final meeting, selected the specific location where original Albert Wesker had, in the previous life's timeline, specifically died. The selection was, the SI understood as he approached the tunnel entrance, not random. Spencer had, somehow, either known about the previous life's specific timeline or had, through specific deep strategic intuition, selected the specific endpoint that the specific cultivation framework's deeper logic specifically produced as the specific appropriate ending for a specific Wesker project specimen's specific trajectory. Either possibility was specifically concerning. If Spencer knew about the previous life, it meant he had, at some point, Obtained information the SI did not understand him to have obtained. If Spencer had selected the endpoint through specific strategic intuition alone, it meant that both he and the SI were, through specific independent reasoning, being drawn to the same specific endpoint, which suggested that the specific endpoint had a specific structural inevitability the SI had not fully acknowledged. The SI entered the tunnel. The tunnel was approximately 200 meters long. It was specifically illuminated by specific emergency lighting that had been specifically reactivated. At its specific far end, the tunnel opened into the specific caldera. The caldera was, in its specific current state, approximately as the SI's memory had described it. The specific lava pool was specifically active at the lower level. Spencer had, apparently, engaged the specific thermal access mechanisms to specifically reactivate the specific lava flow. The specific central chamber's specific metal walkways were specifically extended across the lava. The specific research wing, accessible through a specific door on the caldera's far side, was specifically dark. Spencer was on the specific central walkway. He was sitting on a specific folding chair. He was wearing a specific dark robe. He looked, specifically, older than he had looked at the estate. The specific progenitor enhancement had not, apparently, fully resolved the specific cumulative aging that a 90-something body would experience through specific repeated combat engagements. He was specifically alive. He was also specifically alone. The SI could see, at a specific glance, that no specific security personnel were present. No specific defensive installations were active. The SI walked across the specific walkway to Spencer. He stopped approximately 5 meters from the specific folding chair. Spencer, Albert, thank you for coming. You are alone. Yes, I specifically requested privacy for this meeting. My specific remaining staff is at a specific separate location. They will not interfere. Why? Because this meeting, Albert, is between you and me. No other parties are specifically relevant. I wanted the meeting to be, specifically, what it is. The SI studied him. Spencer was, in the specific lighting of the caldera, visibly weakened. His specific progenitor enhancement was specifically maintaining him. Without the enhancement, the SI could see in specific small signs Spencer would have been, at this point, in specific hospice care. The enhancement was providing specific ongoing biochemical support that was, specifically, barely sufficient. Spencer was, in the specific sense, dying. The specific dying was slow. It was also, specifically, certain. Spencer, what did you want to show me? A specific sample, Albert. I have, specifically, extracted it from the specific flower field where it was originally discovered 60 years ago. The extraction required me to, specifically, travel to Western Africa 6 months ago under specific cover. The sample is genuine. It is the original progenitor virus, in its specific original pre-engineered form. Where is it? In the specific research wing. I will take you there. I will show you. I will then, specifically, offer you a choice. Spencer. Yes, Albert. I am not, specifically, here to accept a specific choice. I am here to specifically end our relationship. I know, Albert. The specific choice I will offer you is, specifically, part of that ending. Spencer stood up from the specific folding chair. The standing required specific effort. He gestured toward the specific research wing door. Come. Chapter 133. The research wing contained a specific small laboratory. The laboratory was, in its specific configuration, simpler than the specific research spaces Spencer had operated at his estate. It had, specifically, a single examination bench, a specific containment cabinet, and specific medical monitoring equipment. Spencer walked to the containment cabinet. He opened it. He removed a specific small metal case. He placed the case on the examination bench. He opened the case. Inside the case was a specific glass vial. The vial contained a specific quantity of a specific clear liquid. The liquid was specifically unremarkable in appearance. It looked, specifically, like water with a specific faint blue tint. This is, specifically, the original progenitor, Spencer said. Not the umbrella-processed version. Not the specific derivatives I have been producing for decades. The specific substance as it existed in the specific flower field when it was first discovered. The specific virus that started the specific project. Yes, Albert. I have been, specifically, preparing this sample for 6 months. The specific preparation was, specifically, for a specific purpose. The purpose was to offer it to you. Spencer. Yes. Why? Because, Albert, you have, specifically, become the specific cultivator that the specific Wesker project was designed to produce. You have, through your specific counterconditioning, reached a specific tier of development that no other Wesker project specimen has reached, including me. You are, specifically, the specific endpoint of my specific work, even though, or perhaps because, you have specifically opposed my specific work for your specific entire career. Yes. The original progenitor, administered to a specific cultivator at your specific tier, would specifically produce a specific advancement to a tier that the specific cultivation framework has never specifically documented. The advancement would be, specifically, the specific transcendence that the specific Wesker project was, at its specific deepest strategic level, specifically oriented toward. You would, specifically, become the specific person the specific Wesker project was, specifically, designed to produce. Yes. I am, specifically, offering you the sample. You may administer it to yourself. You may specifically transcend. The SI looked at the specific vial. He looked at Spencer. Or, Spencer continued, you may, specifically, destroy the sample. You may, specifically, refuse the specific transcendence. You will, in that case, specifically remain in your specific current state. You will, at your specific tier, specifically live out a specific ordinary human lifespan. You will, specifically, age. You will, specifically, die eventually of specific conventional causes. You will, specifically, never specifically transcend. Yes. The choice is specifically yours, Albert. I am, specifically, offering it without conditions. Whichever specific choice you make, I will not, specifically, interfere. I will not, specifically, retaliate. The SI stood at the examination bench. He looked at the specific vial for approximately 30 seconds. He understood, specifically, what Spencer was doing. Spencer was offering him, specifically, the specific choice that Spencer himself had made 60 years ago. The specific choice to specifically pursue transcendence through the specific original source material. Spencer had, at the specific moment of his own choice, taken the sample. He had specifically transcended. The specific transcendence had shaped the specific rest of his life in specific ways, specifically producing the specific umbrella corporation, the specific Wesker project, the specific cascade of specific decisions that had, through 60 years, produced the specific configuration of players currently in the specific post-umbrella landscape. Spencer was offering the SI the specific opportunity to make the same specific choice. If the SI accepted, the SI would, specifically, become the specific successor to Spencer. He would, specifically, inherit the specific trajectory Spencer had specifically pursued. The specific trajectory's specific subsequent choices would, specifically, be his to make. If the SI refused, the SI would, specifically, reject the specific trajectory. He would, specifically, remain in his specific current state. The specific trajectory would, specifically, end with Spencer. No specific successor would carry it forward. Both specific options were, specifically, available. The SI had, over 25 years, been specifically preparing himself to refuse the specific trajectory. The specific preparation had been his entire operational life. He said, Spencer, destroy the sample. I will not. The specific choice is specifically yours. If you wish the specific sample destroyed, you will specifically destroy it. Yes. The SI picked up the specific vial. He walked to the specific laboratory's specific sink. He opened the specific vial. He poured the specific contents down the drain. He turned on the specific water. He ran the water for approximately 90 seconds. The specific sample was gone. Chapter 134. Spencer did not speak for approximately 1 minute. Then he said, Albert, I did not, specifically, expect you to make that specific choice. Yes, you did. A pause. Yes, I did. Spencer sat down on a specific stool beside the examination bench. He looked, specifically, tired. The specific destruction of the sample is, specifically, the specific choice I had modeled as most likely for you. The specific modeling was based on your specific 25-year pattern of specific refusal. I had, however, specifically maintained approximately 30% probability that you would, specifically, accept the sample. The specific acceptance would have been, specifically, the specific alternative path I was also prepared to accept. Spencer. Yes. What specifically happens now? Now, Albert, we specifically fight. The specific fight will be, specifically, the specific resolution of our specific 25-year relationship. I will, specifically, attempt to kill you. You will, specifically, attempt to kill me. The specific outcome will be determined by the specific engagement. I have, specifically, one last enhancement available that I have been, specifically, reserving for this moment. I will, specifically, administer it when the fight begins. Spencer, why do we need to specifically fight? You have, specifically, offered me the specific choice. I have, specifically, made it. The specific resolution can be, specifically, complete without the specific fight. No, Albert. The specific choice you made was, specifically, the specific choice you had already made 25 years ago. The specific reaffirmation is, specifically, your answer. My specific answer is, specifically, that I will, specifically, attempt to kill the specific person who has, specifically, just refused my specific life's work. Yes. The specific fight is, specifically, my specific choice. I am specifically choosing it. I will not, specifically, accept a specific non-combat resolution. Yes. Spencer stood up. He walked to the specific containment cabinet. He removed a specific second case. He opened it. He removed a specific injection device. He administered the specific contents to his own arm. The specific effects manifested within 40 seconds. Spencer's specific physical presence specifically shifted. His specific tremor disappeared. His specific posture straightened. His specific eyes took on a specific intensity the SI had not seen in them at the estate. The specific enhancement was, the SI understood, at a specific tier beyond what Spencer had used at the estate engagement. It was, the SI recognized with specific cold precision, the specific enhancement that original Albert Wesker had achieved in the previous life before his specific death in this same specific volcano. Spencer had, specifically, reproduced the specific compound. He had reserved it for this specific moment. The SI's counterconditioning tier was, specifically, effective against all documented umbrella compounds. It was not, specifically, effective against compounds developed since his specific foreknowledge had become unreliable. This specific compound was, specifically, new. The SI would, specifically, need to face Spencer without his primary advantage. The realization produced, in the specific moment of Spencer's transformation, a specific physiological response in the SI that he had not experienced before. His body, at the specific accumulated weight of 25 years of self-administered counterconditioning, reached a specific threshold. The threshold was not, specifically, one that any specific compound had produced. It was a specific psychological threshold that had, specifically, been building for 25 years. The SI, at the specific moment of recognizing that he was facing a compound his training had not prepared him for, advanced to transcendent control. The advancement was, specifically, paradoxical. He advanced not by integrating with any specific enhancement, but by specifically reaching the specific conceptual completion of his specific counterconditioning trajectory. His body, through 25 years of specific refusals, had specifically arrived at a state that was, in its specific essence, the specific opposite of Spencer's enhancement. Where Spencer's specific enhancements had specifically added capacities to his specific biological substrate, the SI's specific refusals had, specifically, produced a substrate that was specifically resistant to any addition. Transcendent Control's specific new capability was, specifically, that the SI's body would specifically reject, through passive physiological response, any compound of any origin that attempted to enter his specific biological system. The specific visible physiological toll was specific and immediate. His eyes, which had carried a specific red edge for a decade, specifically deepened to fully red. His hands, which had carried a specific minor tremor for years, developed a specific sustained tremor that did not, specifically, resolve. He had, specifically, become the specific counter to Spencer that his specific life's work had specifically oriented him toward becoming. Spencer saw it. Albert, Spencer said, you have, specifically, just advanced. Yes. The specific tier you have reached is not, specifically, in the specific umbrella catalog. No. You have, specifically, produced a specific tier that does not exist in my specific records. Yes. Spencer studied him. Albert, you have, specifically, become something I did not, specifically design. Yes. Then the specific fight will be, specifically, interesting. He engaged. Chapter 135. The fight lasted 1 hour and 11 minutes. The specific engagement used the full volcano facility. They fought through the specific research wing, across the specific central walkway, along the specific upper gallery, through the specific control room, and back to the central walkway above the specific lava pool. The specific physical exchanges were, at every moment, at capacities that the specific cultivation framework's specific documentation would have classified as beyond human. The specific fight was, specifically, closely matched. Spencer's specific new compound gave him specific physical capacities that approached, in specific dimensions, Transcendent Control's specific passive resistance. The SI's specific Transcendent Control state gave him specific defensive capabilities that Spencer's compound had not, specifically, been designed to penetrate. Neither combatant, for approximately 50 minutes, gained decisive advantage. At minute 51, Spencer began to specifically weaken. The specific compound's duration, the specific window during which Spencer's enhancement operated at peak capacity, was approximately 60 minutes. At minute 51, the compound began its specific decline. Spencer's specific physical capacities dropped, over the following 10 minutes, from peak to approximately 70% of peak. The SI pressed the specific advantage. At minute 65, Spencer was in a specific defensive posture on the specific central walkway. The SI had maneuvered him to a specific position approximately 3 meters from the specific edge of the walkway above the specific lava pool. Spencer's specific physical capacities had, by that point, declined to approximately 50% of peak. Spencer. Yes, Albert. Your compound is specifically failing. Yes. You will, specifically, not win this engagement. No. Spencer stood on the specific walkway. His specific chest was rising and falling in a specific labored pattern. His specific face was, in the specific lava pool light, specifically pale. Albert, I have, specifically, one final thing to say. Yes. The specific trajectory that produced you, specifically, the specific 25 years of your specific counterconditioning, was, in its specific essence, the specific trajectory I had, specifically, hoped to produce. Not, specifically, in its specific details, in its specific direction. You have, specifically, become the specific cultivator I was, specifically, trying to become through my specific compounds. You specifically reached a specific tier I did not reach. Yes. My specific work has, specifically, succeeded through its specific failure. The specific project I specifically started 60 years ago has, specifically, produced, through its specific opposition, the specific transcendence I was, specifically, pursuing. Spencer. Yes. You were, specifically, always going to lose this engagement. Yes. You have, specifically, known since the estate. Yes. Why did you proceed? Spencer smiled. The specific smile was specifically thin. His specific face was specifically pale. Because, Albert, I am, specifically, 81 years old. My specific body is, specifically, failing even with the specific enhancements. I will, specifically, die within the coming 2 years regardless of this engagement's specific outcome. The specific 2 years of continued specific existence are not, specifically, worth specific alternative outcomes. I have, specifically, chosen to end my specific existence in specific combat with the specific cultivator who has, specifically, become the specific endpoint of my specific work. You chose specifically this ending. Yes. I specifically want you to know that I will, specifically, not honor it. Spencer tilted his head. Albert. Yes. You are, specifically, going to throw the specific engagement. I am specifically, Spencer, going to step back from the walkway. I am specifically, Spencer, going to not push you into the lava. I am specifically, Spencer, going to walk out of the facility. You will, specifically, die of your specific natural causes in your specific remaining 2 years. I will not, specifically, provide you the specific death you have specifically designed. Spencer's face, in the specific moment of the SI's declaration, shifted. The specific shift was not anger. It was not disappointment. It was something else the SI could not, specifically, immediately identify. Albert. That is, specifically, a specifically unexpected response. Yes. You are, specifically, refusing to kill me. I am refusing to specifically kill you in the specific configuration you have specifically designed. I am not, specifically, willing to be the specific instrument of the specific ending you want. You will, specifically, have to end yourself through specific other means, or, specifically, through specific natural processes. Spencer considered this. Albert. The specific refusal is, specifically, more painful to me than the specific death would be. Yes. I know. You specifically intend this. Yes. That is, specifically cruel. Yes. The SI took a specific step back from Spencer. He took a specific second step. He began, specifically, walking back along the walkway toward the specific research wing door. Behind him, Spencer said, Albert. The SI did not turn. Yes, Spencer. I am, specifically, going to jump. The SI stopped walking. Spencer. Do not. Albert. It is, specifically, my choice. I have, specifically, specific reasons. I will, specifically, not be stopped. The SI turned around. Spencer had moved to the specific edge of the walkway. He was looking down at the specific lava pool. His specific face was, in the specific lava glow, specifically old. The SI took a specific step toward him. Spencer jumped. The specific fall was approximately 12 meters. Spencer hit the specific lava. The specific impact was specific and violent. The specific lava consumed him within approximately 3 seconds. The SI stood on the specific walkway and watched the specific pool. He had not specifically pushed Spencer. Spencer had, specifically, jumped. The specific distinction was, specifically, real. The specific distinction was also, specifically, thin. Spencer had, specifically, chosen his own death through the specific knowledge that his specific death would, specifically, be on the SI's specific conscience. The specific last act had been, specifically, Spencer's last specific manipulation of the SI. The SI stood on the walkway for approximately 5 minutes. Then he turned. He walked through the research wing. He walked through the tunnel. He walked back down the specific mountain trail. At hour 4 of the descent, Chris's specific tactical team met him at a specific waypoint. Chris was specifically in the team. Albert. Chris. Spencer. Dead. He jumped, into the lava pool. The specific final manipulation. I refused to specifically push him. He specifically, himself, jumped. Chris looked at him. Albert, are you all right? The SI considered the specific question. No, Chris. Not at the specific moment. I will be, specifically, eventually. Good. They walked down the specific rest of the specific mountain trail together. Chapter 136. The descent from the volcano took 5 hours. Chris did not press him for specific additional details during the descent. The specific tactical team moved around them in specific protective formation. The SI walked in the specific center of the formation. His specific physical state, transcendent control, fully active, was visibly different from any state the specific team had previously observed him in. His eyes were fully red. His hands had a specific sustained tremor. His specific cultivation presence was, the team members could specifically feel, at a specific intensity that none of them had encountered before. They reached the specific trailhead at 22:14 Saturday evening. Chris had arranged specific transport. A specific federal medical helicopter was waiting at a specific clearing approximately 2 kilometers from the trailhead. The helicopter would, the specific plan stipulated, transport the SI to a specific secure federal medical facility for specific assessment and recovery. The SI had, during the descent, agreed to the specific plan. He had not, specifically, resisted. He understood, at the specific moment of boarding the helicopter, that he was specifically not in a specific state to operate independently. The specific combat with Spencer had produced specific cumulative damage that was, specifically, beyond his specific normal recovery capacity. The specific advancement to transcendent control had produced specific additional physiological reorganization that would, specifically, require professional medical monitoring during its specific stabilization. He slept on the helicopter. Chris sat beside him. They did not speak. At the medical facility, the SI was examined over specific 3 days by a specific team of federal physicians who had, over the past several years, become specifically familiar with the specific post-umbrella biological modifications. They documented his specific current state. They stabilized his specific physiological reorganization. They administered specific supportive treatment for the specific accumulated combat damage. At day 4 of the medical stay, the lead physician, a specific woman named Dr. Nakamura who had become, over the past 2 years, the SI's specific primary medical contact, sat with him in a specific examination room. Dr. Wesker, your specific current state has specifically stabilized. Yes. The specific stabilization has produced a specific tier advancement that is, specifically, outside my specific normal diagnostic framework. I am, specifically, not able to fully characterize your specific current biological state. I am aware. Your specific current state appears to be, specifically, the endpoint of your specific counterconditioning protocol. You have, specifically, become a specific biological substrate that is specifically resistant to, essentially, any specific compound or specific enhancement mechanism that exists in the specific umbrella catalog. The resistance is specifically passive. It does not, specifically, require your specific active maintenance. Yes. Dr. Wesker, the specific implication of this specific state is that you will, specifically, not require specific ongoing counterconditioning work. The specific counterconditioning you have been conducting for your specific adult life is, specifically, no longer necessary. The specific work you have been doing for 25 years is, specifically, complete. The SI absorbed this. Complete, he said. Yes. There is not, specifically, an additional tier to pursue. There may be. I do not have the specific tools to assess it. But your specific current state is, specifically, sufficient for the specific operational objectives you have previously described. You do not, specifically, need to pursue further advancement. Yes. Dr. Wesker, I want you to, specifically, consider something I have been wanting to say. Yes, you have been, over the specific period I have worked with you, conducting specifically the most aggressive self-directed biological modification program I have ever specifically observed. The specific program has been, in its specific scale and duration, specifically unprecedented. The specific program is, as of today, specifically complete. Yes, you are, specifically, permitted to stop. The SI looked at Dr. Nakamura. Yes, he said. Do you specifically intend to stop? The SI considered the specific question. Yes, he said. I intend to stop. Good. Chapter 137 The advancement to unshackled human occurred over the specific following week. The advancement was not, specifically, a single event. It was a specific gradual integration of the specific transcendent control state into the SI's specific baseline physiology. Over the week, his specific body's specific management of the counter-conditioning specific accumulated effects specifically shifted. The specific management had been, for decades, a specific active process. His body had been, specifically and continuously, maintaining specific resistances through specific ongoing cellular work. The specific work stopped. Not because his body abandoned the resistances, because the resistances had, specifically, become integrated into his specific baseline state. They were no longer, specifically, something his body was doing. They were, specifically, what his body was. The specific shift produced, in its specific experiential form, a specific reduction in the SI's specific background physical exhaustion. He had been carrying, for specific decades, a specific low-grade physical tension that he had not, specifically, identified as abnormal. It had been, specifically, his normal. The specific cessation of that tension, over the specific week, produced a specific experience he had not had in this life before. He was, specifically, rested. He slept, during the specific week, approximately 9 hours per night. The specific 9 hours was approximately twice his specific adult norm. He ate specific normal meals. He walked in specific gardens. He read specific books. He did not, specifically, do operational work. At day 7, the specific integration was complete. He had, specifically, become the specific biological substrate that his specific counter-conditioning had been, specifically, aiming at since age 9. He was unshackled human. The specific tier's specific new capability was, specifically, that he was no longer, in his specific baseline state, engaged in the specific act of being a Wesker project specimen. The specific act had, specifically, ended. He was, specifically, a person. The specific person had specific biological modifications that had specifically resulted from specific historical events, but the specific person was not, specifically, those modifications. The specific person was, specifically, whatever specific person he specifically chose to be. The specific choice was, specifically, newly available. He sat on the specific medical facility's specific terrace at the specific morning of day 8. The specific sun was specifically rising over the specific California hills. He drank specific coffee. He looked at his specific hands. The specific tremor that had developed during the Spencer engagement had, over the week, specifically receded. His specific hands were, specifically, steady. He had, at that specific moment, specifically no active operational commitments. The specific realization was, in its specific form, specifically strange. He had, for his specific entire adult life, had specific active operational commitments. The specific commitments had defined specific daily decisions. Their specific absence produced a specific available space that he did not, specifically, know how to fill. He would, specifically, learn. Chapter 138 He returned to the specific Pennsylvania farmhouse 4 weeks after the medical stay. Before returning, he had, over the intervening weeks, arranged the specific completion of specific remaining operational tasks. The specific tasks were, the specific volcano facility was, through specific federal demolition operations, specifically destroyed. The specific lava pool was, specifically sealed. The specific research wing's remaining materials were, specifically, cataloged and destroyed. The specific facility's specific infrastructure was, specifically, rendered specifically uninhabitable. The specific additional progenitor samples that Spencer had been maintaining at various specific locations were, through specific coordinated federal operations, specifically identified and destroyed. Ada Wong's organization had, the SI knew, retained specific samples from the estate engagement. Those specific samples were, specifically, outside his specific operational reach. The specific samples he could reach, approximately 80% of Spencer's remaining inventory, were, specifically, destroyed. Spencer's specific remaining research archive was, through specific extended federal operations, specifically cataloged, assessed, and, in specific portions, destroyed. Specific materials of specific historical or medical value were, specifically, preserved under specific federal classification. Specific materials of specific operational value were, specifically, destroyed. Alex Weskier's specific research materials, which the SI had, specifically, retained from her atoll facility, were, in a specific related operation, specifically assessed. Specific materials that could be, specifically, used to reproduce her consciousness persistence work were, specifically, destroyed. Specific materials of specific historical value were, specifically, preserved. The SI did not, specifically, destroy all of Alex's research. He left, specifically, a specific subset that he had, specifically, concluded did not constitute a specific reproducible threat. The specific subset included Alex's specific theoretical notes, which contained specific intellectual contributions that the SI judged had specific long-term value for the specific cultivation framework's specific non-umbrella-oriented development. The specific work took 3 weeks. At its specific conclusion, the SI had, specifically, dismantled the specific majority of the specific operational infrastructure that had, specifically, enabled the specific umbrella-era trajectory. What remained? Ada's employer's specific samples, Alex's specific preserved notes, Sherry's specific latent G-virus markers, and specific residual umbrella infrastructure that the SI could not, specifically, reach, represented the specific seeds of specific future challenges. The specific seeds would, specifically, produce specific future challenges. The SI was, specifically, not going to address them personally. The specific addressing would be, specifically, the work of specific future actors, Chris, Jill, Leon, Birkin's specific research team, and specific other parties who had, specifically, emerged in the specific post-umbrella landscape. The SI had, specifically, done his specific portion. He flew back to Pennsylvania. He arrived at the specific farmhouse at 2240 on a specific Wednesday evening. He unpacked his specific bag. He sat in the specific kitchen. He made specific tea. He had, specifically, ended his specific operational career. Chapter 139. Over the specific following months, specific people visited the specific farmhouse. Lisa came first. She came on the specific first weekend after the SI's return. She brought specific baked goods from her specific Massachusetts town's specific bakery. She stayed specific 2 days. She read to the SI from a specific children's book that, she said, had become a specific new favorite in her specific reading program. Birkin, Annette, and Sherry came the following weekend. They brought specific groceries. Annette cooked a specific dinner. Sherry played specific piano on a specific small portable keyboard the SI had, specifically, purchased for her specific visits. Birkin brought specific research notes he wanted to specifically discuss. Chris and Jill came the weekend after that. They brought specific operational updates about the specific post-umbrella task force's specific ongoing work. They also, specifically, brought specific personal news. They had, specifically, recently begun a specific romantic relationship that had, specifically, developed slowly over the past 2 years. The SI had, through specific small observations, anticipated the specific development. He received the specific news with specific appropriate congratulations. Leon came the 4th weekend. He brought nothing except himself. He stayed for specific 2 nights. He spoke specifically little. He walked specific long walks with the SI through the specific farmland surrounding the specific farmhouse. He was, specifically, a specific person the SI found he did not need to, specifically, perform anything around. The specific not performing was specifically restful. Over specific months, the specific visits continued at approximately this specific cadence. Weekends with specific rotating visitors. The SI's specific life filled with specific ordinary interactions. He had, specifically, never imagined this. He had, specifically, spent 25 years planning the specific removal of umbrella. He had not, specifically, spent any significant time planning the specific period after the removal. The specific removal had been, in his specific planning, the specific endpoint. The specific period after had been, specifically, a specific blank. The specific blank was, specifically, filling itself. Through specific people. Through specific ordinary activities. Through specific accumulated small moments that were, specifically, not strategic. The SI found, over specific months, that he did not, specifically, need the specific strategic orientation. The specific ordinary was, specifically, sufficient. He also found, over specific months, that the specific life he was specifically building was, specifically, unlike any specific life his specific SI memory contained. The specific previous life had been, in its specific form, specifically different. The specific life he was specifically building was, specifically new. The specific newness was, specifically, his own. Chapter 140. On a specific Sunday evening in late summer, specifically 9 months after the specific Spencer engagement, the SI sat on the specific porch of the specific Pennsylvania farmhouse with Lisa. Lisa had arrived Friday. She was, as she had over the specific previous months, staying the specific weekend. She would, specifically, drive back to Massachusetts Monday morning. She was, in a specific sense that neither of them had, specifically, named, becoming the specific person who spent the specific most time at the specific farmhouse. The sun was specifically setting over the specific western hills. The specific light was the specific particular red gold of specific late summer evenings. The specific crickets were beginning. A specific small dog the SI had acquired 6 weeks earlier. A specific rescued animal Lisa had identified at a specific shelter near her town was asleep at the SI's specific feet. Lisa was knitting. The knitting was, specifically, a specific sweater for Sherry. Sherry would be, in the specific coming autumn, specifically 9 years old. The SI sat in the specific porch chair. He drank specific tea. He felt, specifically, the specific completion of something. Not Umbrella. Umbrella had, specifically, completed months earlier. Not Spencer. Spencer had, specifically, completed in the specific volcano. Not the operational career. The operational career had completed on the specific day of the medical facility's specific assessment. Something else. Something, specifically, in himself. Over the specific 9 months of specific ordinary life, the specific cumulative weight he had been carrying since age 9 had, specifically, gradually specifically lifted. The specific lifting had not been, specifically, a single event. It had been a specific slow process involving specific small recognitions at specific moments. Sherry laughing at a specific joke. Birkin describing a specific research finding with specific enthusiasm. Chris and Jill's specific developing partnership. Lisa reading to children. Leon's specific quiet presence. The specific rescued dog's specific daily existence. The specific weight had, specifically, lifted. Lisa, without looking up from her knitting, said, "Albert." "Yes." "Who are you now?" The SI looked at her. She had, specifically, asked the specific question that Spencer had asked him at his specific first-year assessment 37 years earlier. The specific question's specific answer had, at age 10, been the specific triple response that had, specifically, confirmed to Spencer that the SI was the specific specimen Spencer had wanted. The specific triple response had been, "I am a specimen. I am a candidate. I am a boy who is trying to be useful." He gave, at the specific Sunday evening on the specific porch, a specific different triple response. "I am Albert Wesker," he said. "I am not the one Umbrella made. I am the one I chose to make instead." Lisa nodded. She continued knitting. The sun specifically set. The specific red-gold light transitioned, over the specific following minutes, to the specific blue of the specific late summer dusk. The specific cricket's specific sound increased. The specific dog at his specific feet specifically shifted and specifically resumed sleeping. Lisa said, "That is, specifically, the correct answer, Albert." "Yes." "Good." They sat on the specific porch. The specific world continued its specific, ordinary work around them. Somewhere in the specific distance, a specific farmer was, specifically, finishing his specific evening chores. A specific bird was, specifically, calling to a specific other bird. The specific farmhouse's specific windows would, in approximately an hour, become specifically lit as the specific darkness deepened. The specific Ada Wong's specific acquired samples were, somewhere, still at large. Her specific employer's specific identity remained specifically unknown. The specific samples would, specifically, produce specific future consequences the SI would not, specifically, be the person to address. Alex Wesker's specific imprisonment was, specifically, not permanent. She would, specifically, be released in approximately specific 8 years. Her specific research notes survived. She would, specifically, eventually resume some specific version of her specific work. The SI did not, specifically, know what she would produce. Sherry Birkin's specific latent G-virus markers were, specifically, dormant. They were, specifically, not resolved. Her specific physiology would, specifically, require specific long-term monitoring. What she would, specifically, eventually become was, specifically, years from being answerable. These were, specifically, open threads. The specific threads were, specifically, not his to resolve. His specific work was, specifically, done. He drank the specific last of his specific tea. He set the specific cup on the specific porch railing. He put his specific hand on Lisa's specific knee. Lisa set down her specific knitting. She put her specific hand on his specific hand. They sat on the specific porch as the specific sky specifically darkened. The specific dog specifically slept. The specific world specifically continued. The specific person who had, specifically, arrived at age 9 in a specific training facility dormitory was, at the specific 47-year-old on the specific porch, specifically finished with the specific work he had, specifically, come here to do. The specific rest of his specific life was, specifically his. If Albert's long road home resonated with you, if the specific cost of staying human against the machine that made you landed the way it should, drop a like and tell me in the comments which refusal hit hardest. Subscribe and ring the bell so you are here when the open threads return. And share this with the friend who has always argued about whether Wesker could have been saved. They deserve to meet the version who saved himself. Until the next story, cultivators.